Last night, a gentle autumn rain fell, blanketing the courtyard with fallen leaves. An ancient tree swayed gracefully in the wind, embodying a melancholic solitude. On a low table, a teacup exhaled wisps of steam, while the room remained eerily silent, as if all present were anticipating something significant. At the entrance, a servant hurriedly approached the young man seated at the head of the table, bowing slightly to whisper, "Lord Hinata, he has truly arrived." The assembled guests turned their gazes toward the doorway, where a figure now stood. The youth's features were strikingly delicate, his demeanor cool and detached. Though he hailed from the esteemed Hyuga clan, his eyes were unusually dark. Unlike most in attendance, he bore no forehead protector or cloth to conceal his smooth brow, leaving it bare and unadorned. Various eyes scrutinized him, each reflecting a mix of astonishment and intrigue. This meeting, convened specifically for the young man, had previously been rife with discord and differing opinions, yet, upon witnessing the youth, silence enveloped the room. A bird released from its cage the unfulfilled longing of every branch family member. Lord Hinata, Shin Hyuga, stepped into the center of the assembly hall, bowing respectfully to the presiding Hinata Hayashi, and then offering greetings to the elder clan members seated on either side. At a prominent family in Konoha, the Hyuga clan adhered to an intricate web of rules and traditions, with a rigid hierarchy between the main and branch families that forbade casualness. To Hayashi's left knelt a graceful and dignified woman, who, upon seeing Shin enter without his forehead protector, cast a glance at the elders, each harboring eager, yet concealed expressions, and frowned subtly. The curse mark of the branch family, a visible testament of their status, was usually hidden beneath forehead protectors or cloth, only revealed by the members of the main family. "How has your recovery progressed?" Hayashi inquired, his expression neutral. "The doctor has assured me that there is no major concern," Shin replied, lowering his gaze. Hayashi nodded slightly and remarked, "The battlefield is fraught with peril. Your temporary eye replacement was likely a necessary measure, and we understand." He paused, his milky white eyes fixed on the youth before him. "That we will not hold that girl accountable. Your survival is the most vital aspect for the clan." Shin lowered his gaze further, his tone calm. "Thank you, Lord Hayashi. Given your current condition, it would be unwise to return to the front lines. Remain in the village for the time being. Once the clan locates a suitable match for your Byakugan, we shall arrange for another eye replacement." As the first to survive after the full activation of the curse mark, he now faced this unprecedented situation. Unexpectedly thrust into this world of shinobi, his soul had supplanted that of a fallen branch family ninja. When discovered by Konoha's medics amid the battlefield, he had been blinded, and the battlefield medics had temporarily replaced his eyes with those of another. The cause of his blindness was the boldest, desperate activation of the curse mark in its final moments, which had destroyed his own eyes after being brought back to Konoha as an injured party. This incident stirred the entire Hyuga clan. Hyuga Hayashi was compelled to hastily return from the battlefield, for this matter pertained to the stability of the Hyuga clan status, and he could afford no negligence. The clan had conducted several thorough examinations on Hyuga Shin, yet the conclusions remained consistent. He had sustained life-threatening injuries, but prompt treatment on the front lines had mitigated the damage. The cursed seal of the caged bird had indeed activated and vanished, and although his destroyed eyes remained, the replacement was merely that of an ordinary person. There was nothing amiss, or rather, the sole anomaly lay in the fact that Hyuga Shin was still alive, despite the caged bird seal being designed to obliterate his neural functions. Had the seal of the caged bird failed? Or had some unforeseen issue arisen? Otherwise, how could the existence of Hyuga Shin present such an unexpected variable? Observing the shifting expressions and varied thoughts of his clansmen in the room, Hyuga Hayashi understood the reason for their unease. The schism and discord had taken root too deeply for him to amend alone. Of course, he had no desire to alter anything. He was a beneficiary. What Hyuga Hayashi aimed to do was to perpetuate this state, benefiting the descendants of his own lineage. That a pair of branch family members be Byakugan was merely a trivial matter. If they were to be destroyed, so be it. However, he would not permit the existence of an aberration that escaped the clan's control. As the meeting concluded, the attendees occasionally cast lingering glances at Hyuga Shin, their gazes lingering upon his forehead. Though they all understood the futility of their hopes, Each yearned to experience what it might feel like to break free from those shackles. Shin, as Hyuga Shin prepared to depart, a voice suddenly called out to him. Turning towards the sound, he beheld a striking young woman, elegantly approaching from the left side of Hyuga Hayashi. Though she bore the appearance of a woman, she was merely around 20 years old. Her mature and exquisite makeup, combined with her white kimono, imparting an air of grace and dignity that suggested a more mature presence. Hyuga Ayano, the fiancée of Hyuga Hayashi, and most likely the future mother of Hinata, Lady Ayano. Hyuga Ayano smiled warmly. There is no need for such formality. You may call me Ayano, or simply Sister Eri has been quite worried about you. Eri was her younger sister, and Hyuga Shin had often played in her company during his childhood. Yet, the fates of the two sisters diverged entirely. One was destined to become the matriarch of the clan. Hyuga Shin's gaze inadvertently swept across her smooth forehead. The entire Hyuga clan was steeped in the essence of fate. Hyuga Shin merely replied, I have caused Eri's sister to worry. Hyuga Ayano's eyes quietly studied Hyuga Shin's face. After enduring life-threatening tribulations, his demeanor had undergone a remarkable transformation, as though he were an entirely different person. Ultimately, it is a relief that you are well now. Eri has visited you. Has she not? Yes, the clan is genuinely concerned for you. A team must be quite disconcerting to be without the Byakugan. Hyuga Ayano spoke gently, embodying the essence of a caring elder sister. Hinata could discern the shadow of Hinata. Hyuga's adulthood within her. Daily life remains unaffected, he remarked. That is reassuring. The clan possesses a considerable number of Byakugan, and you shall soon have your eyes replaced, so there is no cause for concern. Hinata, Ayano responded, producing a white silk ribbon and offering it to Hinata. Remain cautious while moving about the clan in the future, lest you give rise to any misunderstandings among the members. Hinata gazed at the ribbon she extended, a flicker of emotion crossing his eyes. Hinata, Ayano, too, observed his reaction intently. My apologies. Lady Ayano, it was thoughtless of me. I shall certainly be more vigilant henceforth. Hinata declared, accepting the ribbon with both hands, his gaze lowered. Hinata Ayano's expression softened momentarily as she spoke gently. This is not entirely your fault after all. Such occurrences are undesirable for anyone. Lord Hokage is aware of your situation and has inquired about you with Hizashi, expressing considerable concern. Her gaze shifting, her words resonated with tender solicitude. After speaking, she reached out to gently pat Hinata's shoulder in a gesture of comfort, allowing him to catch a hint of her delicate fragrance. Please take this time to rest easy in the village. As Hinata Ayano departed, the assembly hall gradually emptied of its attendees. The courtyard stood desolate, leaving him alone in its solitude. Suddenly, a gust of wind surged, chilling him to the bone. Was he to remain a caged bird, confined in his existence? The eyes of an ordinary person may not perceive the vastness that lies beyond. In the spacious reception hall, Miss Lin of the Wild Plains felt a twinge of discomfort as she observed the maid serving tea. She awkwardly rose to return the gesture. Yet the maid did not meet her gaze and bowed out of the room. The vast emptiness of the hall left her feeling exceedingly uneasy. While hushed voices emanated from the inner chamber, where her teacher conversed with the head of the Hyuga clan, Lin lifted her teacup, sipping delicately as her eyes roamed aimlessly around the room. She had rescued a comrade from a village on the battlefield, yet seemed to have inadvertently entangled herself in some trouble, prompting her teacher to intervene on her behalf. Fortunately, the Hyuga family had always treated her with utmost courtesy during her visits, refraining from pressing her on the details of the events that had transpired. Lost in her thoughts, she suddenly noticed a figure standing at the entrance, having appeared there unbeknownst to her. The courtyard was lively with the bright daylight, and the sunlight streamed into the hall, casting the figure in a chiaroscuro of light and shadow, allowing her to discern the refined contours of his face. It seemed that all members of the Hyuga clan possessed striking features, she mused, feeling a hint of facial recognition fatigue after numerous encounters. Yet, she distinctly remembered this individual. It is you. Lin hastily set down her teacup and stood up. During a mission with Kakashi to locate a missing reconnaissance unit, they had only found the severely injured and blind Hyuga Niji, with the rest of the team having perished. At the edge of the rock ninja's encampment, where the risk of detection loomed, Niji had told her and Kakashi that if they did not wish to burden themselves with a blind companion, they should help him exchange his eyes. Her memory of him was limited to his being brought back to the village. Although she had visited the Hyuga clan several times since, she had never encountered him again, despite her reasons for coming. "How is your health?" Lin inquired, her gaze lingering momentarily on his eyes. His dark orbs were quiet and deep, seemingly ordinary, yet they appeared strikingly out of place for someone of the Hyuga lineage. "I'm on the mend. Are your eyes adjusting?" "Yes, I can see everything." "That is good to hear." Lin had only performed eye transplant surgeries twice before, both under critical circumstances, and she worried about potential complications that might afflict Niji. "Thank you for everything you have done," Niji suddenly expressed. "Have you come just to thank me again?" Lin chuckled, finding his straightforwardness somewhat amusing. "You have already expressed your gratitude, and besides, saving a comrade from our village is simply part of my duty. This means a great deal to me," Niji replied earnestly. Lin felt a pang of awkwardness. "You need not dwell on it." Niji chose not to pursue the matter further and instead remarked, "I hear Lord Minato has arrived." Lin nodded. "My teacher is conversing with Lord Izashi. It appears I am fortunate enough to meet Lord Minato." Lin Wanner, accustomed to the multitude of admirers her teacher garnered, engaged in idle conversation when suddenly sounds emanated from within. It was Hayashi Hyuga and Minato Namikaze who emerged together. The smile adorning Hayashi's face was warm and welcoming, markedly different from the demeanor he had displayed the previous day. Then, the future fourth Hokage came into view, an elegant youth with a tall frame and striking golden hair. "Teacher," Lin promptly greeted, simultaneously addressing Hayashi, "Mr. Hayashi." Standing slightly aside, Hinata Masashi bowed slightly without uttering a word. "With the front lines in a stalemate, we must rely on you, Minato, to lead us." "With the Hokage present, victory is assured," Hayashi remarked, his gaze sweeping over the two in the living room, noting that Masashi wore his headband today. Turning his attention back to Lin, he chuckled, "I invited Miss Lin here to better understand the situation for subsequent treatment. I hadn't anticipated that Minato would make a special trip for this. It seems we have not adequately attended to Miss Lin." Minato responded with a smile, "Mr. Hayashi, you are too kind. I was merely concerned that Lin might inadvertently offend you." Hayashi continued, "Miss Lin is an exceptional medical ninja, earning the admiration of many in our clan." Lin, upon hearing this, felt a mixture of surprise and flattery. "Please, remain seated. We must take our leave now," Minato said, bowing slightly. "Masashi, see them off," Hayashi instructed with a smile. Having exited the living room, the three proceeded along the corridor towards the entrance. The Hyuga compound was expansive, showcasing artificial hills, flowing water, and lush greenery, all bathed in the crystalline sunlight that danced upon the stones. "You must be Hinata Masashi," Minato initiated conversation, pondering within as he walked beside the young man. "Yes, Lord Minato. No need to be so formal. It was your intelligence that contributed significantly to our crucial victory." Minato remarked with a light chuckle. "The intelligence was not solely my effort. It was the collective achievement of the reconnaissance unit," Masashi replied, and Minato, taken aback, nodded at the truth of his words. "You are correct," he mused, adding, "the circumstances must have been exceedingly perilous." Masashi replied, "All for the sake of the village. One of your students sacrificed himself for this very cause." His words cast a pall over the two beside him, and Masashi noticed Lin's downcast expression. "Before long." Minato's voice resonated, "No one dies in vain." His tone was steady and resolute, as if making a solemn promise. Masashi, maintaining his composure, replied, "What you say is true. Lord Minato, every fallen comrade is a hero of the village. There shall guide us forward." Minato, somewhat taken aback by such lofty sentiments, regarded Masashi with renewed interest. "Your awareness is indeed remarkable." Hinata Masashi remarked, "It is the sacrifice of my comrades that serves as a warning to me. I aspire to be like Senior Minato, standing resolutely at the forefront for the village. Alas, my clan insists that I remain here to recuperate. How I wish to fight alongside Senior Minato." Minato smiled and replied, "Since you have yet to fully recover, it is best to focus on your convalescence. A young man like you living is also a contribution to the village. Moreover, the strength of the Hyuga clan holds a unique significance for us." Hinata Masashi's eyes flickered, acknowledging, "You speak true, Senior Minato." Upon reaching the entrance of the Hyuga clan compound, he bid farewell and watched the two depart, his expression settling into tranquility. Being turned down was anticipated. How could he expect his one-sided plea to be accepted? He was not like the hot-blooded fool Naruto. After Minato and Rin distanced themselves from the Hyuga compound, Rin could not help but speak to her teacher. "Masashi is quite a remarkable person, isn't he?" Perhaps it was the shared grief of their fallen comrades that fostered a sense of empathy within her. Minato remained non-committal, merely smiling. "It would be prudent for you to limit your interactions with him." Upon returning to his residence, Masashi found Hinata Ayari languidly sprawled on the sofa. A pure white pet dog nestled in her arms. She was considerably older than Masashi, now an adult, bearing a resemblance to Hinata Ayano, though her demeanor was more subdued. Masashi poured himself a glass of water and settled on the opposite end of the sofa. "I remember locking the door. Am I unwelcome?" Ayari cast a glance in his direction, her expression indifferent, one hand continuously stroking the soft fur of the dog. The white dog had once belonged to Masashi, and Ayari, having taken a liking to it, frequently visited to play with it. Before heading to the battlefield, Masashi had entrusted Ayari with his house key, intending for her to occasionally tidy his room. Fond memories lingered of their close relationship, having lived in proximity. And Masashi had once harbored deep admiration for this beautiful elder sister. Yet it remained a mere admiration, as Ayari, like her sister, was already betrothed to Hinata Hayashi's younger brother. It was natural for a youth to harbor infatuations for older, accomplished women. Perhaps Ayari had long since recognized this, but chose to disregard it. There was a significant age gap, and in a few years, Ayari might have children while Masashi remained an oblivious youth. Spipey. Upon hearing his call, the dog that had been resting in Ayari's embrace sprang up and bounded toward Masashi, affectionately rubbing against his leg. He picked it up with one hand and placed it on his lap. Observing the dog leave her side, Ayari displayed an expression of helplessness. Slowly sitting up and brushing her long hair behind her shoulders, she gazed at Masashi as he quietly petted the dog, a complex expression crossing her face. After returning from the battlefield, the young man from next door underwent a remarkable transformation, exuding an aura that felt entirely alien compared to his former self. He became reticent and reclusive, a stark contrast to the days when he would often visit her, sometimes to the point of exasperation. However, since his return, he had not once sought her out, and their conversations had dwindled to almost nothing, not even a single word exchanged about his experiences on the battlefield. She learned from her clan that his entire team had perished during a mission, leaving him as the sole survivor, and that his eyes had been destroyed in the process. Was this immense blow too much for him to bear? A sense of compassion welled up within Ayari. The cruelty of war was undeniable, and its inevitability was disheartening. She took the initiative to break the silence, asking, "Have you seen Lord Minato?" What is he like?" "Just as the legends describe. I've heard he is likely to be the next Hokage." "I have heard that as well. Is Lord Minato easy to get along with?" "He is quite amiable." Their conversation was brief, and as it came to an end, she found it peculiar that, given Lord Minato's illustrious reputation in Konoha, most would eagerly recount tales of his valor, yet he seemed indifferent to prolonging their discussion. Ayari felt a sense of helplessness, contemplating whether to take her leave. Just then, unexpectedly, he posed a question. "Are there many Byakugan left in the clan?" The abrupt shift in topic caught Ayari off guard. "There should be quite a few." After a moment's reflection, she elaborated, "The main branch has preserved intact Byakugan upon their passing, and some of our distinguished branch members have had their Byakugan removed by previous clan leaders before their demise. These eyes are sealed using special methods, so the cumulative number over generations is certainly considerable." "Where are these eyes kept?" he inquired once more. "How would I know? Only Lord Hayashi and those responsible for their management would know," Ayari chuckled. Then, she felt a twinge of curiosity and asked him, "Why do you want to know about this?" Although the replacement of Byakugan among the Hyuga clan was rare, there have been instances where members sustained eye injuries during battles or developed ocular diseases, leading the clan to prepare for eye replacements. Thus, there had never been a blind person within the Hyuga. However, the situation where he had lost his Byakugan due to the cursed seal of the caged bird was indeed unprecedented. With a calm demeanor, He replied, "It's nothing much. I will soon be replacing my eyes, yet I do not know whose eyes I will receive. It leaves me feeling rather odd. And I was wondering if I could observe those eyes before that happens." Ayari found his remark amusing and responded, "What is there to see? They are merely human eyeballs. They might be quite unsettling." However, upon further reflection on his current predicament, she understood why he might be particularly sensitive about such matters. After a moment of contemplation, she added, "I suppose this would require Lord Hayashi's approval." She found herself genuinely troubled by the condition of her eyes, and indeed, she was concerned. Yet her worries were starkly different from what Ayari perceived. The Hyuga clan, as a prestigious family of Konoha, was distinguished by its unique bloodline ocular technique, the Byakugan. For the members of the Hyuga family, this was a source of pride. However, she desired to break free from its constraints. The clan intended to restore her Byakugan, aiming to impose the caged bird seal upon her once more, thus shackling her anew. How else could she, a mere branch family member of mediocre talent and ability, warrant the considerable effort of the esteemed clan elders convening a meeting to deliberate her situation? How could she evade this fate? Currently, she lacked the strength to oppose the entire Hyuga clan. Regrettably, she did not possess the kind of system found in third-rate novels, where a mere interaction with women could confer strength. Her only advantage lay in her understanding of this world and the trajectory of history. If she could not escape this destiny, would it matter how powerful she became if she remained under control? "Jun." She raised her head, inadvertently meeting Ayari's gaze. The latter's crystalline white eyes were gentle as water, fixed unwaveringly upon her. "What troubles you?" she inquired. What could she possibly worry about? With so many Byakugan remaining in the clan, surely one would be suited for her. Moreover, the clan's concern for her circumstances should have been a source of comfort rather than distress. Shouldn't she feel flattered by such attention? Ayari could not comprehend. Gazing into Jin's deep black eyes, she wondered if their strangeness stemmed from the fact that they did not belong to her. At that moment, Sibi, who was resting on Jin's legs, lifted his head to glance at the two before lowering it again to relish Shin's gentle caress. The room was enveloped in silence. The ticking of the wall clock resonating softly. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Jin sighed inwardly. Ayari. Ayari paused, taken aback, since Jin's return. She had seldom heard him address her in such a manner. "I merely do not know what the future holds," he said calmly. Ayari was at a loss for words, observing the boy filled with unspoken burdens. After a prolonged silence, she finally spoke. "Do not worry. There must be a Byakugan that suits you. If you wish to see, I will ask Nichi to assist more diligently." "Thank you, Ayari." She merely smiled softly. "Do not dwell on it too much. Focus on resting and recuperating during this time." The door to the secret chamber creaked open, and light suddenly poured into the dim, cool room. The air was infused with the scent of wood, and Jin's gaze fell upon neatly arranged wooden boxes on the shelves. These boxes were exquisitely crafted, each tied with a red string, the opposite end of which bore a name tag. It was evident that few had visited this place, as a thin layer of dust had settled on the shelves. These were the Byakugan accumulated over generations by the Hyuga clan. Nichi stepped forward, approaching a row of shelves, and selected one box among many. After examining the name tag, he casually handed it to Jin. Jin grasped the wooden box and glanced at the nameplate inscribed with the words Hyuga Shinsuke. Hyuga Shinsuke, renowned for his remarkable achievements during the Second Shinobi World War, had his Byakugan assist us in securing numerous victories on the battlefield of the Land of Wind. Regrettably, he was gravely injured by an enemy puppeteer in a subsequent battle, succumbing to a lethal poison that permeated his very marrow by the time he was returned to the village. Even Lady Tsunade was powerless to save him. Hyuga Hazashi recounted the tale and fate of this esteemed elder from the Hyuga clan. Jin opened the wooden box to find a glass container filled with a transparent liquid, adorned with a sealing talisman. Within, two pale, hollow eyeballs floated, devoid of any vitality. Staring at them for too long sent an inexplicable shiver down his spine. Hizashi then presented another wooden box, prompting Jin to return the one in his hand to its place. This second box bore the nameplate of Hyugahaya. Hyugahaya, once an exceptionally skilled ninja of the clan, had served as the protector of the third Hokage, participating in numerous battles alongside the Hokage, which left him with a myriad of ailments. He had passed away 4 years ago due to illness, and during the funeral, the Hokage himself came to pay his respects. Hisashi continued to narrate the story of the owner of these eyes, reciting it with the fondness of a treasured memory. Both pairs of eyes are compatible with you. Once the clan and the hospital reach an agreement, they will inform you. Do not forget to pay your respects at the memorial tablet when the time comes, Hisashi stated. Jin nodded in acknowledgement. Hisashi added, if the spirits of these two predecessors were to learn of your deeds on the front lines, they would surely take comfort in entrusting their eyes to you. Jin replied, it is my honor to inherit the eyes of my predecessors. Hisashi appeared pleased with this response, saying, the Byakugan stored here belonged to those who were pillars of the village and clan. I hope you will not disappoint their legacy. Jin surveyed the dimly lit chamber and inquired, will Lord Hisashi's Byakugan also be kept here in the future? Hisashi's expression momentarily faltered before he replied calmly, that depends on whether I perish on the battlefield or at home. If a branch family member dies on the battlefield, their eyes will be destroyed by the curse of the caged bird. Only if they die at home can their eyes be removed. The Byakugan displayed here were personally extracted by the main family. Their stories may sound heroic and valiant, yet I feel little admiration. It is rather tragic. It is indeed ironic that those who sacrificed themselves for the glory of Konoha must have their eyes extracted by their kin in their final moments, sealed away in a box that may never again see the light of day. Within this chamber, apart from the shelf displaying the wooden boxes, there was a table at the far end, holding fewer than 10 boxes. Those contained the eyes of the main family. Hisashi seemed to notice Jin's gaze and remarked, no wonder it is so special. Alongside the boxes on the shelf, it resembles a sovereign among subjects. With sincere contemplation, he inquired of Hinata Hayashi, my lord, how do the eyes of the main family differ from ours in the branch family? His question was met only with silence. Hayashi did not respond immediately. His gaze fixated on the wooden boxes upon the table. Even though they had become masterless objects, the main family still held dominion over the branch. The white eyes in this room do not differ from those of any person, Hayashi said calmly. What renders them distinct is the curse seal of the caged bird. The abilities of those under the curse are constrained, serving as one of the main family's means to prevent the branch from surpassing them. Upon exiting the dim chamber, the sunlight outside was somewhat blinding. Shin squinted as he walked alongside Hayashi. At the entrance, a member of the Hyuga clan had been waiting and greeted Hayashi upon their emergence. My lord Hayashi, he said. Shin recognized this individual as a high-ranking shinobi of their clan, though he had not anticipated him to be the overseer of this chamber, barring any unforeseen circumstances. The operation is expected to commence in a week. During this time, there is no need for you to worry or overthink matters. After leaving the chamber, Hayashi addressed Shin. If you continually indulge in unfounded thoughts, your emotions may affect those who care for you. This remark was a pointed one, and Shin understood it well. He promptly replied, I comprehend, my lord Hayashi. I appreciate your assistance today. Hayashi nodded. It is no trouble. It is not an unreasonable request. The chamber is inaccessible to outsiders. Thus our family faces fewer restrictions. Furthermore, the intelligence you gathered from the front lines holds significant value for our village. The Hokage has specifically commended you. And after your operation, Lord Hisashi will take you to meet the Hokage. That is not solely my achievement. I understand, and the Hokage understands as well. The comrades who sacrifice themselves are heroes. Those who survive are even more precious. This is a sentiment expressed by the Hokage, and you should keep it close to your heart. I will remember. The depth of this statement was profound. Had Shin heard it in the past, it would have stirred his heart. The Third Great Ninja War was still ongoing, and the success at the Kamina Bridge had disrupted the supply lines of the Rock Village, extinguishing their aspirations to engage in further conflict with Konoha. This development offered a brief respite for Konoha, which was already weary from the relentless warfare. Yet it was merely a fleeting opportunity for rest. Konoha found itself in a precarious position, overwhelmed by various battlefronts, struggling to maintain coherence, and financially bankrupt, reliant solely on the state for support. Thus, each victory was of paramount importance, while the consequences of defeat were excruciatingly severe. This is also why Namikaze Minato has now gained a reputation in Konoha that eclipses even the legendary Sannin. He is the hero who saved Konoha, repeatedly leading the village to victory amid such dire circumstances, akin to dispelling the clouds to reveal the sun. Konoha desperately needs heroes like him. After Hayashi departed, Shin remained rooted in place, his gaze traversing the courtyard and settling upon the now tightly shut chamber. Regrettably, a hero like Watergate, capable of saving the village, finds himself unable to rescue his own soul. It is indeed necessary to seek an alternative path, one that remains untrodden. In the Leaf Hospital, Jun sat bare-chested upon the hospital bed, while a middle-aged male doctor meticulously reviewed a document before gently pressing on the ghastly scar that marred Jun's chest and abdomen. This scar was a remnant of a blade that had pierced his body, marking the moment of his demise prior to his soul's traversal. The urgent care provided by Noera Rin had staved off immediate peril, and now the wound had healed, eliciting only a slight itch and prickling sensation upon the doctor's touch. The recovery is progressing normally. Regular checkups will suffice, the doctor advised. You should be fully healed in about a week. During this period, avoid any strenuous activities and refrain from practicing ninja techniques. Be cautious not to scrub the wound too vigorously while bathing. I understand, Jin replied with a nod. The middle-aged physician then picked up another document. All your health indicators are normal, though your eyesight has diminished somewhat. But that should not pose a significant issue for you. He was aware that Jin belonged to the Hyuga clan, and the contrast between his previous Byakugan vision and his current sight was stark. You may return now. Should you experience any problems or discomfort, do not hesitate to come back for an examination. Thank you, doctor. Jin acknowledged with gratitude, accepting his report before departing the examination room. The hospital's atmosphere was far from tranquil. Rather, it was filled with a chaotic din amidst the ongoing war. Most medical ninjas had been dispatched to the front lines, resulting in a shortage of personnel, while a steady influx of wounded soldiers continued to arrive from the battlefield. The corridors were populated by individuals limping along, wrapped in bandages or encased in plaster, alongside hurried medical staff engrossed in their duties. This scene stirred a sense of melancholy within Shin. As he was about to exit the hospital, he unexpectedly collided with a hurried figure around a corner. Ouch! Came a startled exclamation as papers scattered across the floor. Watch where you're going. Before Jin could discern the identity of the individual, a petulant voice rang out. A young girl with short purple hair sat on the ground, appearing even younger than Jin himself. She seemed vaguely familiar. With an indignant expression, she glared at Jin. You idiot. Do you have any idea who I am? You've delayed me in delivering something to Lord Orochimaru. Can you bear the consequences? With this grand accusation and the mention of Orochimaru, Jin quickly grasped her identity. As she bent down to gather the scattered papers, she looked up, ready to reprimand the one who had collided with her, but was halted by the sight of Jin, who, one hand braced against the wall and the other clutching his chest, wore an expression of profound distress. Startled, Hongdo instinctively took a step back. What is wrong with you? Jin gasped. My chest really hurts. You bumped into me, wincing in pain. Hongdo, skeptical, replied, Stop pretending. How could a mere bump cause such agony? Trembling, Jin handed over the report in his hand. Upon examining it, Hongdo's expression shifted to one of alarm as she read about Jun's severe injuries and their lingering effects. Flustered, she hesitated, torn between approaching Jin and fearing to touch him. Are you all right? Does it hurt much? Doctor! Doctor! She cried out in distress, summoning a female medical staff member. What happened? The nurse inquired as she assessed Jin's condition. Hongdo quickly passed the report to her, exclaiming in a panic, I accidentally bumped into him. I didn't realize he was injured. I truly didn't mean to. After reviewing the report, the nurse glanced between Jun and Hongdo. Jun, sensing the tension, sighed with relief. I'm feeling much better now. The pain has subsided. The nurse, maintaining a calm demeanor, returned the report and remarked, The hospital staff is quite busy. Please avoid such incidents in the future. I apologize for the trouble, Jin replied. However, Hongdo, misinterpreting his words as a reprimand, bowed repeatedly in acknowledgement. Once the nurse departed, only Jin and Hongdo remained. Cautiously, she asked, Are you all right now? Jin shot her a sidelong glance, saying, Not really. Hongdo stood there, head bowed, gripping the stack of documents tightly. She hesitantly inquired, What do you want from me? I don't have any money. Jin found her predicament amusing. Yet he felt a twinge of mischief. Can you afford to treat me to a meal? He asked. Huh? Hongdo was taken aback. Treat me to a meal as an apology. Upon understanding his request, she hesitated, pondering whether he was a glutton who might deplete her funds. What if her allowance was tea sufficient? After a moment's contemplation, she nodded. All right, but I must first deliver something to Lord Orochimaru. Don't worry. I won't tea run out on you. Or, would you like to accompany me? Jin replied, that is fine. I trust you. I'll be waiting for you at the barbecue queue on West Street. Barbecue. Hondo's face scrunched up in concern. It appeared he intended to drain her finances significantly. Fine. I'll be there in half an hour. They parted ways at the hospital entrance. And as Jin observed her hurried departure, he was taken aback to realize Orochimaru was currently in Konoha. He had assumed Orochimaru would be on the front lines, and his original memories of him were scant, mostly hearsay. He leisurely made his way to the designated location and took a seat in the barbecue restaurant. After about half an hour, he noticed a petite figure scanning the area at the entrance. At this moment, Hongdo was inwardly cursing Hinata Makoto. After delivering the items to Orochimaru, she feared her allowance would be insufficient and thus hesitantly asked Orochimaru for some money. However, when Orochimaru handed her the wallet, she realized that even the esteemed Orochimaru possessed little wealth, with only a few crumpled bills inside. She felt a pang of guilt and refrained from taking more. How despicable it was to not only embarrass herself, but also to take advantage of Orochimaru's funds. Noticing that the true Hinata was observing her from the seat opposite, Hongdo suppressed her anger to avoid revealing it on her face. She approached and sat down on her tiptoes in front of him, inquiring, "What was your name again?" Earlier, when she glanced at the report, she had merely skimmed over the name without paying close attention. Hinata Makoto. Oh, Hinata Makoto. I'm Mitakashi. Hinata? Hongdo nodded, poised to introduce herself, but abruptly halted mid-sentence. Are you a member of the Hinata clan? She gazed at him in astonishment, her eyes fixed on his dark irises. What is your full name, Mitakashi? He asked. Oh, Mitakashi Hongdo, she replied, her gaze still wide with surprise. At that moment, Makoto called for the menu from the proprietor, ordering without seeking Hongdo's input. After a moment of contemplation, Hongdo suddenly exclaimed, I remember now. You're the one Rin saved, aren't you? You know Rin? Yes, Rin and I share a close friendship, so I got to know her. Though Hongdo was not in the same class as Rin, she was 2 years her junior. Before long, the owner brought out a dessert and beverage. And upon seeing them, Hongdo's eyes lit up as she unceremoniously grabbed the dessert and stuffed it into her mouth. After all, it was her own money. She intended to make the most of it. When the grilled meat that Makoto ordered finally arrived, he picked up chopsticks and began to place pieces of meat onto the grill. Hongdo, wanting to assist, clumsily picked up meat and carelessly placed it on the grill without further thought. Makoto, unable to resist, lightly tapped her chopsticks with his. Don't be disruptive. Just wait to eat. Hongdo pouted, inwardly scolding this brat for being so rude despite her being the one funding the meal. She then took another piece of dessert and chewed vigorously. However, when Makoto placed a piece of grilled meat on her plate, she instantly forgot her irritation upon tasting it. You're quite skilled, she remarked, while using her chopsticks to grab some grilled meat. Although Makoto was just a young girl, he was reluctant to engage in idle chatter with her, but found himself obliged to do so. After a few bites of grilled meat, Hongdo could no longer contain her curiosity and blurted out, I heard that your eyes belong to a deceased teammate? Makoto glanced at her, his expression calm. Yes. I have a friend with a situation similar to yours, though he only replaced one eye. Kakashi Hitaki? You know him? A genius jonin. Who in the village doesn't he know him? Upon hearing this, Hongdo nodded. Indeed, Kakashi's reputation was quite prominent in the village. She then inquired, what differences do you perceive between your former Byakugan and your current eyes? Jin paused in his actions, gazing at her as he replied, Of course, they are vastly different. I once possessed Byakugan, which allowed me to see several kilometers away, penetrate any obstacles, and discern the intricate pathways of chakra within the human body. Now, I merely have the eyes of an ordinary person, unable to see anything at all. Hongdo could not help but exclaim, Doesn't that make you feel quite unfortunate? Jun responded nonchalantly, It is merely a temporary state. I shall soon regain my Byakugan. Hongdo expressed her astonishment. Oh. Jin continued, Our Hyuga clan has preserved many ancestral eyes, meticulously kept intact for the purpose of replacing those of our kin should they become injured. The clan has already arranged for my eye transplant surgery, and soon I shall once again possess Byakugan. Is that truly possible? Hongdo mused, intrigued by Jin's willingness to share such details with her. Since I can exchange my Byakugan for ordinary eyes, I can certainly revert to Byakugan, Jin stated. And these eyes are from formidable ancestors, as well as from generations of our clan's esteemed lineage. Hongdo listened, captivated, and then asked, whose Byakugan will you be receiving? Jin's gaze flickered as he regarded her earnest expression, slowly responding, I do not know. The location where the Byakugan is stored is a sacred site within our clan, guarded by our esteemed Jonin, Hinata Jinxiang, who holds the key. No one may enter without the clan head's command. Unable to suppress her curiosity, Hongdo pressed on. So? Doesn't that mean? Jin playfully tapped her forehead with the opposite end of his chopsticks. Why so many questions? Just enjoy your grilled meat. Hongdo pouted, rubbing her head, and returned to her meal. Jin consumed only a few pieces, leaving the rest for her. Don't serve me anymore. I'm going to burst. You paid for it, so eat more, he insisted. All right then, I shall have a bit more. As evening descended, a gentle rain began to fall. Jin was summoned to the residence of Hinata Hayashi. The living room glowed with warm yellow light, yet no one was in sight. Has Jin arrived? Came Hayashi's voice from the study. Yes, Lord Hayashi. Come in. Jin removed his shoes at the door and stepped softly inside. The study door was ajar, revealing Hayashi bent over his desk, diligently writing with a brush on rice paper. Have you eaten dinner? Hayashi inquired without looking up. Not yet. Let us dine together then. Oh? Jin's eyes flickered, and he feigned surprise. What is it? Hayashi asked, glancing up at him. Well, isn't that a bit inappropriate? With a hint of hesitation, he remarked, how could I possibly dine with Lord Izashi? What is there to be concerned about? We are of the same clan. Sharing a meal is nothing unusual. Thank you, Lord Izashi. I shall not impose further. Upon finishing his words, he fell silent, standing quietly to the side, observing Hizashi as he wielded his brush with fervor. After a while, Hizashi exhaled deeply, set down his brush, and began to scrutinize his work. He turned to Jin, pointing at his creation, and inquired, What do you think? Jin, who had been watching closely, assessed Hizashi's skill, estimating it to be at a rudimentary level, barely commendable. He recalled that the third Hokage seemed to have a great fondness for calligraphy. Impressive. Do you understand calligraphy? Hizashi asked, somewhat surprised. Not really. But I am certain Lord Hizashi's work is remarkable. Hizashi couldn't help but smile at Jin's earnest and straightforward words, replying, You certainly have a way with words. He stepped out from behind his desk and began to walk toward the study's exit. As they walked and conversed, Jin followed closely behind, stepping alongside Hizashi as they left the living room and proceeded along the corridor to a different courtyard. Along the way, Hizashi inquired about various aspects of Jin's life, seemingly expressing genuine concern for him. The rain intensified, and although they were sheltered beneath the corridor, the occasional gust of wind brought with it icy droplets that brushed against them. Upon reaching another courtyard, a young woman dressed as a maid awaited them, holding 2 umbrellas. Jin recognized her as Hinata Haru, a servant of Hinata Ayano. Lord Hizashi, she greeted with a bow, handing one umbrella to Jin while holding the other over Hizashi. At that moment, Jin realized that Hizashi's mention of sharing a meal was in fact an invitation to Ayano's residence. Ayano's abode was considerably larger than that of Ayari. Befitting her status as the future matriarch, only a select few, aside from the main family, would enjoy such privileges as Haru. Jin frequently visited Ayari's home, but this was his first time at Ayano's. The decor was evidently more lavish, and a faint fragrance lingered in the air. Lord Hizashi. Yes, Jin has arrived. Please, do not be so formal. You may call me Ayano-ne, Ayano said softly, dressed in casual home attire, smiling warmly at Jin. I wasn't sure of your tastes, so I prepared a few of my specialties. Please, do not be critical. I would never. It is an honor to enjoy a meal prepared by Ayano. Nay. Jin quickly replied. The dining table was adorned with 3 or 4 dishes, each visually appealing, resembling a modest family dinner rather than an extravagant feast. This simplicity, however, fostered a sense of intimacy. Jin contemplated this in his heart, although his expression revealed a hint of nervousness. Hizashi took the seat of honor, The spring tea has unknowingly departed, and its whereabouts remain a mystery. Ayano has taken the initiative to serve Masaru, gently assuring him to feel at home. How does it taste? Delicious. I haven't had such exquisite meals in ages, Masaru said, his face radiating satisfaction. Your culinary skills are truly remarkable, Ayano. Masaru, now living alone, is encouraged by Hayashi to express any needs he might have, as the clan endeavors to fulfill the request of its members. If you find your living expenses tight, we can certainly provide you with additional support. No, it's more than enough, Masaru quickly replied, setting down his chopsticks. This was indeed true. As a member of the prominent Hyuga clan, even the branch family members enjoy a lavish standard of living. Did you go to the hospital today? Hayashi inquired. Yes. How were the results of your physical examination? The doctor said I will be fully recovered in a week. Hayashi nodded. Your surgery is also scheduled around this time. Upon mentioning the surgery, Masaru suddenly lowered his head. Hayashi noticed the change in his expression and asked, What's the matter? Masaru forced a smile. It's nothing, really. Are you worried about the surgery? Rest assured, the lead surgeon is a highly experienced jonin. There will be no issues, Hayashi reassured him. I trust the village's medical expertise and have no concerns about the surgery, Masaru replied. Then what troubles you? Hayashi continued calmly. Masaru hesitated, stumbling over his words. I've heard that the eyes being replaced for me belong to some of the clan's most esteemed predecessors. I'm just an ordinary chunin. I might disgrace their eyes. Hayashi observed Masaru's demeanor closely. If the boy were merely acting, his cunning would be remarkable for one so young. How much depth could a mere 12 or 13-year-old truly possess? Hayashi felt reassured and smiled gently. Fear not. Your valor in bringing back intelligence from the battlefield alone merits these Byakugan. Even Lord Hokage has praised you, stating that you have accomplished feats that many adults could scarcely achieve. I merely did what was expected of me, Masaru replied modestly. Hayashi smiled approvingly. The Byakugan passed down through our clan is not for mere ornamentation. Even if a non-ninja clan member were to lose their eyes today, we would unhesitatingly provide a replacement. If the clan cannot earn the trust and reliance of its members, it is destined for demise. Moreover, you have brought honor to the family through your contributions to the village. The clan will not allow you to suffer even the slightest injustice. Masaru's expression softened with gratitude. Thank you, Lord Hayashi. Indeed, you are the cornerstone of our esteemed Hyuga clan's future. The Hyuga family boasts the most ancient heritage within the ninja world, our ancestors having once basked in unparalleled glory. It is our solemn duty to perpetually remember the responsibility of reviving our clan, a burden that must be shouldered by the youth of your caliber. Jean, suppressing his excitement, responded earnestly, Yes, Lord Hizashi, I shall remember. Hizashi nodded in satisfaction. At this moment, Ayano, standing beside them, chuckled lightly. Really, why so serious during a meal? Jin, you ought to eat more. As she spoke, she took the initiative to serve him some food. Thank you, Sister Ayano. Jin was nearly filled to the brim with Hizashi's lofty aspirations. Yet he continued to focus diligently on his meal. Outside, the rain poured heavily, accompanied by thunder and lightning, while the room remained warm and inviting, the atmosphere harmonious. If Jin were but a few years younger, they would truly resemble a family. How about another bowl? Ayano suggested. No, thank you, Sister Ayano. I am already full. You are at the age of growth. How can you eat so little? Actually, I had quite a few snacks before I came here, Jin admitted somewhat sheepishly. Seeing his earnestness, Ayano couldn't help but stifle a laugh. All right then, try to eat less of those things in the future. They are not healthy. Understood, Sister Ayano. As Jin prepared to take his leave, Ayano gently escorted him to the door, handing him an umbrella. The rain is heavy. Be careful on your way back. Jin bowed to both of them and then, with the umbrella raised, stepped into the thick curtain of rain. Once his figure vanished into the downpour, Ayano turned back to the room where Hizashi remained seated. How do you feel? Are you at ease now? Ayano inquired. I was never concerned about what thoughts a mere child could harbor, Hizashi replied nonchalantly. Even if he harbors some resentment towards the main family, how significant could it be? My concern lies with those old-timers in the clan. I wonder if they might seize this opportunity to stir up trouble using him. It would be best if they had no contact with Shin. Once the eye transplant and curse are completed, everything will revert to normal. Upon hearing this, Ayano remarked, "It seems we have been overly anxious. Let us hope so." The Hokage is subtly suggesting that I should head to the front lines, given the current state of war. My prolonged presence in the rear may invite criticism. I wish for this tempest to pass swiftly, Hizashi replied as he slowly rose to his feet. I should also take my leave. Travel cautiously. Rest early, Hizashi said as he departed under his own umbrella, leaving the room in silence. Outside, the night was chilling, with torrential rain pouring down. Alone at the dining table, Ayano gazed at the untouched food before her. She had not taken a single bite. Her eyes drifted to the spot where Shin had sat, his bowl now empty and thoroughly cleaned. She picked up the used utensils and casually discarded them into the trash bin beside the table. Spring tea. Present, Miss Ayano. Please tidy up, but be gentle. I will head to bed now. The thunder rumbled throughout the night, finally subsiding with the dawn. Water continued to drip intermittently from the eaves, and shallow puddles had formed in the courtyard. The air held a slight chill, while a faint glow of dawn emerged on the horizon. A terrified scream pierced the morning tranquility, startling the entire Hyuga clan. Jin slowly stepped out of his room, gazing towards the source of the sound. Spy followed closely, nuzzling against his legs. Jin cradled Spy in his arms, gently stroking its fur. Morning had arrived. Within the Hyuga clan, a multitude had gathered before a door. Lord Hizashi has arrived, someone shouted, prompting the crowd to part and bow in reverence to the approaching youth. Lord Hizashi. Hyuga Hizashi frowned as he approached the threshold, his gaze falling upon a lifeless body on the floor, his expression darkening. He had already received word prior to his arrival that Hyuga Rinhu had been murdered in his own chamber. Lord Hizashi, Rinhu Lord Hizashi, we must uncover the murderer. The voices of the clan members rose in fervent outrage. The murder of a kin within their own clan was a grievous affront to the Hyuga name. Who dared to act so brazenly? There were no signs of a struggle in the room, and Rinhu bore only a single fatal wound, a cut to his throat. Hizashi stood in contemplation for a moment, then vowed to the clan members that he would find the culprit and avenge Rinhu's death. After soothing the crowd, he dismissed them. Some, who had shared a close bond with Rinhu, were reluctant to leave, yet they dared not defy their leader's command. Once everyone had departed, only Hizashi and his companion, Nichi, remained. Hizashi took a deep breath. Search for the key. Nichi began to rummage through the body but found nothing of interest. He then activated his Byakugan, scanning the entire room for a considerable time before shaking his head silently at Hizashi, feeling a sudden wave of dizziness. Hizashi was steadied by Nichi, who exclaimed, Lord Hizashi, they are coming for us. This is aimed at the Hyuga. Hizashi seethed through clenched teeth. Rinhu was a high-ranking shinobi, one of considerable strength within the clan. The individual capable of killing him without a trace must be extraordinary. We must check the Byakugan inventory, Hizashi decided, turning swiftly and vanishing in an instant, urgency evident in his demeanor. Nichi quickly followed suit. In a mere moment, they arrived at the chamber where the Byakugan was stored, a place seldom visited, allowing the lock and seal to remain undisturbed. Gazing at the ajar door, Hizashi hesitated to enter. The theft of the Byakugan and the potential betrayal of the Hyuga bloodline loomed ominously in his mind. He could already envision a future where a faction wielding the Byakugan would rise to challenge their clan. He was reluctant to open the door. Yet a chill breeze swept through, gently nudging the door of the secluded room ajar with a creaking sound. The scene within unfolded before their eyes. The wooden boxes that had once graced the shelves and tables lay completely emptied, devoid of any remnants. Riju gazed at this disheartening tableau, feeling a wave of suffocation wash over him. Beside him, Richa silently stepped forward to close the door and re-engage the lock. My lord Riju, this matter ought to remain confidential for the time being, Richa stated. Riju retorted with indignation, if it is not to be publicized, how will others remain unaware? Rinxiang holds the key. Who among the elders in the clan is oblivious to this? He had shed his previously composed and authoritative demeanor, revealing himself as merely a youth in his early 20s, struggling to maintain his poise in the wake of today's calamity. Soon, however, he regained his composure. We must first secure Rin Xiong's body and refrain from disclosing the theft of the white eyes to anyone. We shall conduct a thorough investigation to uncover the perpetrator. Richa inquired further, what of the Hokage? Rin Xiong is a member of the Hyuga clan and a ninja of Konoha. His murder in his own home will surely invoke the village's scrutiny. Riju replied tersely, I shall report it. He noted that the recent records of entries and visitors to Konoha warranted meticulous examination, requiring the Hokage's assistance. At this moment, his mind was a whirlwind of confusion. And he finally gestured for Richa to depart. Yet, Richa did not leave immediately, remaining rooted to the spot. What troubles you? Riju asked. My lord Riju, what shall we do about the operation? The memory of the youth who had shared dinner with him the previous night resurfaced. His striking black eyes lingering in Riju's mind. This matter we shall discuss later. Richa returned to Rinxiong's abode, where the lifeless body still lay upon the floor, the blood now congealed. As a fellow clansman, Richa felt a heavy heart, unlike Riju's wrath. His sorrow stemmed from the loss of a friend. The room bore no signs of disturbance, indicating that the assailant had struck with deadly swiftness, leaving Rinxiong no chance to resist. He instinctively activated his Byakugan, meticulously scanning the room, where even the dust particles on the surface became vividly clear. At last, he discerned an anomaly. Beneath the bed, an area that appeared seldom cleaned was coated in a layer of dust, revealing a winding trace. He retracted his Byakugan and leaned down for a closer inspection, confirming the presence of an unusual mark, as if a serpent had slithered through. Did you discover anything? Riju's voice suddenly resonated from behind, causing Richa's heart to skip a beat. Maintaining his composure, he continued to feign a meticulous examination, casually blowing away the dust from the mark on the floor before rising with a cough. He waved his hand to disperse the remaining debris and replied calmly, Nothing of significance. I merely wish to inspect the scene for any clues. Riju stood at the doorway, casting a distant glance beneath the bed. Indeed, it was utterly vacant. A corpse should not be left for too long, he remarked. Understood. Shin had remained confined to the room all day without stepping outside. Shortly after he heard the shrill scream at dawn, he noticed several clansmen passing along the nearby road, engaging in animated discussions. By afternoon, Riju's unexpected arrival at the door took him by surprise. Lord Riju, Shin exclaimed, a look of astonishment on his face, before welcoming him with a smile. What brings you here? Upon entering the room, Riju's gaze swept across the space. He had already discerned from outside that this child had been engrossed in reading. Did you not venture out today? Riju casually inquired as he settled into a chair. No, perhaps due to the rain I encountered yesterday. I am feeling somewhat unwell today. Riju nodded, responding, Your health has yet to recover. During this time, please take care not to fall ill again. Thank you for your concern, Lord Riju. Riju then posed another question. A significant event has transpired within the clan today. Are you aware? Shin expressed his confusion. I did see many clansmen gathered this morning, discussing something. Rinxiong has died. He was murdered in his home last night. Rinxiong senpai. Shin was momentarily taken aback, followed by a visage of shock. How could this be? He exclaimed incredulously. Riju had been observing Shin's reaction, noting the sincerity etched upon his face. Isn't Rinxiong a jonin? How could he possibly be killed? Shin could not help but press further. There are many who surpass jonin in strength, Riju replied. Who is the perpetrator? Who killed Rinxiong senpai? Shin's expression shifted to one of fury. Riju countered, Are you truly enraged? Shin, filled with righteous indignation, retorted, This person dares to commit murder within our Hyuga clan. Is this not a direct affront to our honor? Although he held a rather indifferent relationship with Rinxiong, he was acutely aware of this fact. We will certainly uncover the identity of the murderer, Riju assured. The one who took the life of Rinxiong senpai must pay. Shin declared through gritted teeth. Indeed, Riju replied coolly, rising once more to casually advise that the clan would conduct a thorough investigation in the coming days and urged Shin not to wander outside carelessly. Take care, Lord Riju. In the chaotic office of the Hokage, slander. This is slander. Hokage-sama, do you also believe that we Hyuga are cowards? Riju confronted the third Hokage with evident fury. Riju, it is not my belief, but rather that there are those within the village who have come to think so. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed. The current situation is clear to you. The comrades in the village are valiantly fighting on the front lines, while you, as the leader of the Hyuga clan, remain in the rear, seemingly inactive. This inevitably gives rise to idle gossip. Hinata, you must consider the bigger picture and prevent the villagers from overthinking. Yet, In light of the events occurring within our clan, how can I leave? Hinata could not help but exclaim. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression became more tranquil. Do you believe that your family matters take precedence over the survival of the village? Is the death of one Hyuga so monumental that the sacrifices of our comrades on the front lines pale in comparison? This heavy accusation darkened Hinata's expression. I wouldn't dare. Sarutobi's gaze shifted, softening. Hinata, I am aware that the Hyuga clan faces difficulties. The village shall advocate for you. I will thoroughly investigate the murder of Hyuga Rinhu. Such an incident within Konoha shall not go unpunished. Hinata stood there, his complexion fluctuating between pallor and flush. I understand. Thank you, Hokage-sama. Sarutobi nodded in reassurance. In the coming days, a supply convoy will be dispatched from the village. Prepare yourself for the journey. Once Hinata had departed, Sarutobi's smile gradually faded. He is still too young to so easily betray his emotions. Is he truly so unsettled by the death of a single clan member? He approached the floor-to-ceiling window behind his desk, gazing deeply at the village landscape beyond. If Minato were as young, how would he contend with those old-timers? If the war were to conclude smoothly, how could he resign with peace of mind? Back at the Hyuga estate, Hinata returned home to find his father and Ayano waiting in the living room, both kneeling in the center. Upon entering, he silently knelt beside his father, who occupied the main seat. The elder Hyuga, with his white hair and frail form, leaned on his cane and remarked, "You appear quite disheveled, Hinata." Hinata slowly closed his eyes, while Ayano across from him wore a worried expression. Hinata Taikei then inquired, "What has thrown you into disarray?" Hinata suddenly opened his eyes, his voice laced with fury. "Those Byakugan are clan secrets. Outsiders cannot know of them. I suspect the branch family is stirring unrest. I intend to investigate this matter thoroughly. Yet the Hokage insists I go to the front lines, claiming that rumors are circulating in the village, undoubtedly instigated by those Uchiha." Hearing this, Taikei sighed. "You have greatly disappointed me, Hinata." Hinata snorted. "In light of such clan matters, I, as the clan leader, shall bear all responsibility." However, Taikei retorted, "They are merely the eyes of the deceased. If they are lost, so be it. Yet your current demeanor leaves much to be desired as a leader. If the branch family or the Uchiha witness this, they will only hold you in greater contempt." Upon hearing this, Hisashi's eyes widened in disbelief. "That is the Byakugan. Our Hyuga clan has always exercised strict control over the bloodline. How could we let it slip away so easily?" Hyuga Taikei responded, "What if it is lost? Without our Hyuga lineage, there will be no new Byakugan clan emerging. At most, there will simply be more individuals possessing the Byakugan within the shinobi world." Hisashi remained silent, brooding in contemplation. Taikei continued, "Do you find this to be a disgrace?" Hisashi chose not to respond. Taikei, in a calm tone, remarked, "If this is indeed unbearable for you, why not relinquish your position as the clan head?" Anger simmered within Hisashi, yet he restrained himself, asking, "What should we do now?" Taikei replied, "We must head to the front lines. The situation is dire, and our Hyuga strength is needed." Hisashi furrowed his brows and inquired, "What about our clan affairs? Surely the Hokage will address this matter, as he promised a thorough investigation." "Let the Hokage investigate," Taikei said dismissively. "But," Hisashi hesitated. "What is it?" Taikei interjected with a sidelong glance. "Are you afraid the Hokage will discover nothing? Or are you concerned he might uncover something?" Taikei scrutinized him with narrowed eyes. "Do you perceive this as a scandal, fearing that its revelation might tarnish your reputation as the Hyuga clan leader?" Hisashi's face remained stoic, his silence speaking volumes. "Hisashi, do you truly believe the name Hyuga to be so trivial? Are you not aware of the Uchiha standing among the populace? Has anyone ever shaken their position over the years? Let the public gossip as they will. What truly matters is the Hokage's perception of you. Do you wish for him to see you as someone who only cares for his own family, indifferent to the village's plight? Have you contemplated the ramifications of such an image? Which do you think is more severe, a few villagers laughing at you in passing, or the Hokage's disdain?" Hisashi's gaze flickered, his expression shifting tumultuously before he inhaled deeply and replied, "I understand now. I was indeed foolish." Taikei nodded and then inquired, "What of that child?" Hisashi responded, "I personally assessed him last night. He poses no issues at present. However, we cannot guarantee the future, especially with the theft of the Byakugan. To the branch family, that child may become a variable." Taike stated, "We must ensure that the child harbors unwavering loyalty to the clan. During your time on the battlefield, Ayano should pay more attention to him." Ayano, who had been listening, quickly bowed her head in acknowledgement. Taike turned to Hisashi and said, "Hisashi, as the head of the Hyuga clan, you must recognize that maintaining our family's stability is paramount. We must not allow internal strife within the clan." "I understand," Hisashi replied. Taike sighed softly, murmuring, "Chaos is an abyss, a gaping maw that devours all. When I am gone, grant him my eyes." "Lord Taike," Ayano, astonished, exclaimed, "how can he, merely a branch family member, be worthy of the main family's eyes?" Taiguei furrowed his brow and replied, "Do you truly believe that branch family members are inherently inferior to those of the main family? Your sister shares the same blood as you, yet she is also a branch family member. It is this very mindset that has deepened the rift between the main and branch families." Upon hearing this, Ayano lowered her head in silence. "Go and prepare yourself. Stay safe on the front lines. It is not like the village. Every achievement you make there far outweighs merely uncovering a culprit within the village. As for family matters, I shall handle them myself." When Hinata Hanashi departed, he took with him most of the clan members, including Nichi, whose mission was to protect him at all times. The Hinata clan estate became noticeably quieter, with the streets populated primarily by the elderly, the weak, and women. Shortly after Hinashi's departure, Ayano took the initiative to visit Sister Ayano. True was astonished to see Ayano standing outside his door. She wore a flowing white gown, which compared to her usual attire, radiated a youthful purity. Her long hair was still elegantly styled in a bun, enhancing her beauty and grace. "You, what brings you here? Am I not welcome?" Ayano responded gently, holding a paper bag in her hand. "Of course you're welcome. Please, come in." True moved aside to allow Ayano to enter his room. Contrary to his expectations of a typical messy teenage boy's bedroom, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. However, a dog that suddenly appeared startled her. "Sister Ayano, this is SBI," True introduced. "Your pet dog? How adorable!" Ayano exclaimed, bending down to scoop up the white dog that circled around her in delight. "Indeed. Enrica also adores it. Please, have a seat," True said, smiling. Ayano settled onto the sofa, chuckling softly. "I never expected you to be such a compassionate person." "Not at all. I am merely a bit lonely," True replied with a sincere smile. Ayano set the dog aside and handed him the paper bag, saying, "I brought you some food. I noticed you enjoy snacks, but too many of those are not good for your health, so I made some pastries and treats myself." True opened the bag to find several neatly packed boxes of snacks, beautifully wrapped and presented, indicative of her effort. "Sister Ayano, you were too kind," he said, visibly moved. Ayano laughed, "Silly boy, since you call me sister, it is only natural for me to do what a sister should do. You can keep these in the refrigerator and take them out whenever you wish to eat." True nodded and began to place the items in the fridge. Ayano, seeing this, chuckled. "I didn't mean for you to put them away right now. You should first taste them." True scratched his head and smiled sheepishly. "Sister Ayano's cooking is bound to be delicious. I must savor it properly." Ayano found that Jean was remarkably straightforward. She caught sight of a book resting on the desk. "Are you reading?" "Ah, just looking at something to pass the time. This is a book about human acupuncture points for the Hyuga clan. It is an essential course before practicing gentle fist techniques. The knowledge of the body's meridians and points must be firmly committed to memory." Ayano glanced at it, but did not pay much attention, assuming he merely took it out for a bit of review. "Jean, I have something to tell you." "What is it, Ayano-san?" "It's concerning your eyes." Upon hearing this, Jin's expression immediately shifted to one of tension, a change that Ayano observed keenly. She continued slowly. "The hospital has suddenly reported that the white eyes originally masked for you have been found to have some issues upon examination." Jean inquired in confusion, "What does that mean?" "In other words, to replace your white eyes, a new selection must be made. However, with Hinata currently at the front lines and the clan leader absent, the surgery for the eye replacement cannot proceed easily. Do you understand?" Jean stood frozen for a moment, a look of despondence overtaking his features. "The situation at war is critical. Hinata must be there." "I understand." Jean abruptly interrupted Ayano. "I understand, Ayano-san. I am merely a chunin. How could I delay Lord Hinata for my own sake?" His tone was filled with disappointment yet seemed to mask a forced bravado. Ayano nodded. It is best that you think this way. She then comforted him. Once the war is over and Hinata returns, he will surely make arrangements to replace your wide eyes. Hearing this, hope rekindled in Jin's eyes. Yes, I understand. Ayano couldn't help but smile inwardly at his childlike innocence, finding him easy to console. They chatted about mundane matters for a while, expressing her concern for him before she finally stood to leave. Take care, Ayano-san. Having not walked far, Ayano noticed a short white hair stuck to her sleeve, belonging to that dog. She frowned slightly but did not touch it. Turning back to glance, she saw Jin still standing at the door, gazing at her. Ayano's face lit up with a gentle smile as she waved goodbye. Once Jin returned to his room, he no longer felt inclined to read. Instead, he lay down on the bed. SBI followed suit, jumping up and resting on his stomach. The first step had been tentatively accomplished. Hinata would not kill him. In the current circumstances, should he perish, all blame would undoubtedly fall upon the main family. Yet, freed from his shackles, he had unwittingly placed a spotlight upon himself, drawing attention to everything he did. After a war, the Hyuga clan would likely see casualties, which implied that Hinata might return from the battlefield with a pair of white eyes. Freedom, it seemed, was not everlasting. By the afternoon, perhaps news of Hinata's departure from the village had spread as visitors began to arrive at the Hyuga residence. This particular visitor had specifically come looking for Jin. As Jin watched Hongdo being led to her doorstep by her kin, a flicker of emotion crossed her eyes. She shyly spoke up. I would like to invite you to dinner. How about some barbecue? Jin replied calmly. Is it you inviting me? Well, yes. I'll pay. Hongdo exclaimed. Jin stepped out of the room, casually shutting the door behind her. Forget the barbecue. Let us go have some dango instead. Huh? Hongdo paused in surprise, her face lighting up with joy. You like dango too? I just suddenly craved it. Let us go. They exited the Hyuga clan grounds, with Hongdo leading the way, claiming to know which dango shop was the finest. However, along the way, she frequently glanced back at Jin, her demeanor suggesting she had something to say but hesitated. Children cannot easily conceal their thoughts. Jin noticed this but refrained from probing further, accompanying her into a dango shop. Upon seeing the delectable treats, Hongdo's spirit soared, and she eagerly marked items on the menu. After all, she had Lord Orochimaru's money. Is there anything you want to eat? Hongdo asked, looking up at Jin. Just keep an eye on the menu, Jin replied. This shop has 3-colored dango is delicious, and their Hongdo dango is also good. I've ordered them for you. Jin sat opposite her, propping her chin on her hand, observing Hongdo's small face deep in thought over the menu. It seemed she felt she had ordered too much but was reluctant to strike any off the list. You love sweets so much. Aren't you afraid of getting fat? Jin inquired. I won't get fat, Hongdo retorted. If I become a big fat girl, I won't be able to get married. Hongdo's indignation flared at Jin's remark. How can you say such disrespectful things to a girl? Soon, several plates of dango were served, instantly making Hongdo forget all her troubles as she gleefully devoured one skewer after another. In the open-air shop, with few customers around, the two children appeared particularly distinctive. In these times, it was rare to see anyone dressed as a ninja leisurely strolling the streets, and perhaps only Jin could enjoy such tranquility amidst the chaos of war. Gently caressing her teacup, Jin's gaze drifted along the street, lost in thought. Jin, are we already so familiar that I can call you by your name? Hongdo asked. You can call me Hongdo too, Jin replied with a faint smile. However, Jin noticed Hongdo's face smeared with sweet sauce, prompting her to offer a tissue. After Hongdo wiped her mouth, she hesitated, seemingly struggling to find the right words to speak. Do you know who my teacher is? She asked flatly. Jin replied with a peculiar expression, I don't know. Hongdo perked up immediately. My teacher is Lord Orochimaru, one of the legendary 3 shinobi. Jin casually responded, wow, that's impressive. Hongdo furrowed her brow, sensing that Jin did not appear to hold her teacher in the respect she deserved. According to her perspective, upon realizing that she was a disciple of Lord Orochimaru, one ought to gaze at her with reverence, eagerly inquiring about the illustrious deeds of Lord Orochimaru, ultimately requesting an audience with him. Yet, the reality diverged starkly from her imaginings. She persisted in her inquiry, do you not wish to meet Lord Orochimaru? The response was a sharp retort. Did Lord Orochimaru instruct you to say that? Red Bean, taken aback, exclaimed, How did you know? Observing Red Bean's innocent expression, she felt a certain comfort in interacting with a childlike spirit, untainted by complexity. Do indulge in the dumplings. They will soon grow cold. Oh, I almost forgot. After savoring the dumplings, she would accompany Red Bean to meet Lord Orochimaru. As they traversed the path, Red Bean incessantly extolled her teacher's remarkable prowess and the glorious exploits befitting one of the legendary three ninjas. She merely listened, aware that much of what Red Bean recounted, whether exaggerated or not, was unknown to her. Lord Orochimaru's abode was situated in a somewhat secluded area, with scant traffic before its entrance. Without knocking, Red Bean dashed inside, calling out, Lord Orochimaru, I have brought her. Unlike Red Bean's casual demeanor, she entered the living room and stood in quietude. Before long, an individual emerged from the inner chamber. She did not immediately raise her gaze, only noting the figure clad in a casual black outfit, tall and slender. The person paused a short distance before her, and Red Bean promptly approached, receiving a gentle stroke on her head. Greetings, Lord Orochimaru, she said. A faint, hoarse response followed, the sound akin to a fine thread gliding through paper, an uncomfortable sensation for the ears. Red Bean, somewhat exuberant, seemed to boast, Lord Orochimaru is destined to become the future Hokage. In astonishment, she looked up and replied, Is that so? Yet I have heard that the next Hokage will be Lord Minato Namikaze. At this proclamation, silence enveloped the room. After a brief moment, the hoarse voice returned. Is your name Hinata? The contours of Lord Orochimaru's face appeared somewhat stern, his pale complexion complemented by casually tousled black hair, presenting an impression of darkness that made it difficult to foster any fondness. You are just like Lin, Red Bean exclaimed, irritation evident in her tone. Lord Orochimaru, please do not be upset, she. Red Bean, Orochimaru interjected, interrupting her as she attempted to defend her. Yes? Do you recall what I asked you to retrieve from the hospital yesterday? Yes. Please go back today and fetch some more for me. All right. Red Bean instinctively nodded, then hesitated. Shall I go now? Yes. Red Bean cast a dubious glance at Shin, her small face contorted with concern, pondering what might transpire if this fellow were to further provoke the wrath of Lord Orochimaru. Are you worried about what I might do to your friend? Not at all. I shall take my leave at once. Red Bean promptly dashed out, hoping to return swiftly. The room was left with only Shin and Orochimaru. The living area was quite sparse. Orochimaru moved to a nearby chair and seated himself. The courtyard appeared somewhat dilapidated, with leaves accumulated beneath the trees, and a breeze wafted into the living room, leaving Shin feeling rather uncomfortable and somewhat chilled. Shin was acutely aware of the gravity of the situation. Facing such an individual was undeniably daunting. Who is it that stands behind you? Orochimaru inquired. What is it that you mean, Lord Orochimaru? Such a grand gift you bestow upon me. What do you desire in return? I fail to comprehend your intentions. Orochimaru scrutinized the young boy before him and remarked, I can turn hostile quite swiftly. Should you not acknowledge this, I may very well disavow you in the next moment. Shin shook his head. Perhaps there has been some misunderstanding, Lord Orochimaru. Upon hearing this, Orochimaru narrowed his eyes, his penetrating gaze amplifying the tension. He then queried, Do you believe that Minato will be the next Hokage? To which Shin replied, It is not my assertion. It is merely the prevailing sentiment within the village. Following that, he regarded Orochimaru with a look of astonishment. Could it be that you, Lord Orochimaru, also aspire to be Hokage? Shin's previous denials had sown a seed of doubt within Orochimaru, yet at this moment, he finally discerned that the young lad was merely putting on an act for his amusement, instead of erupting in anger. He found it intriguing that someone dared to engage in such theatrics before him. Shin continued, The Hokage is meant to be a beacon of hope for the villagers, a figure adorned with countless glories. Orochimaru sneered, Do you believe I am incapable of becoming Hokage? Shin refrained from addressing his query directly and instead meandered into a seemingly endless tale. A story comes to mind. I wonder if Lord Orochimaru would care to listen. Orochimaru's interest piqued. He speculated whether this boy had been sent by the Hyuga clan to test him. But who among the Hyuga could it be? Proceed, he commanded. Shin began to narrate. Once upon a time, There was a kingdom where the aging king sought to bequeath his throne to one of his two sons. The elder son, endowed with extraordinary talent and strength, inherited all of the king's powers. Yet, he was arrogant and self-centered, winning no loyalty, consumed solely with thoughts of how to grow stronger. The younger son, though weaker in prowess, showed great concern for the populace, often aiding them in overcoming various hardships, and thus earned considerable respect among the people. Who, in Lord Orochimaru's view, should the king entrust the throne to? Orochimaru scoffed. If the elder truly possessed such strength, he ought not to foolishly await the throne to be handed to him. He seemed to understand that his younger son would inherit the throne from the king and recognized that the two characters in the tale represented himself and Swayman, thus skillfully evading the crux of the matter. He remarked that the old king was still alive and equally formidable, compounded by the numerous nobles in the country who favored the younger son. In contrast, the elder son stood alone, devoid of allies, his strength seemingly insufficient to confront all adversaries. The elder had long believed that as long as his power was sufficiently robust, he could seize the throne through sheer strength. Yet the outcome was that the younger son ascended to the throne amidst the populace's adulation, banishing the elder son from the realm. Though the elder yearned for vengeance, the citizens stood resolutely before the new king. Lord Orochimaru, what do you think the elder son can do at this juncture? Orochimaru remained silent, his expression cold. Of course, there is another approach, Jin interjected. The elder son could kneel before the younger and support him as the new king. In doing so, the powerful elder could become the nation's general, which would be quite a commendable arrangement, wouldn't it? The story concluded, and Orochimaru fixed his unwavering gaze on Jin, asking, "Are you not afraid of death?" Surprised, Jin replied, "Lord Orochimaru, you wouldn't be contemplating killing me, would you?" Orochimaru's mind raced with a sudden thought. Was this young lad always this audacious? Others regarded him with both respect and fear. Yet this boy had brushed off his earlier menacing aura as if it were not. What could possibly instill such confidence in him? But if you aspire to be Hokage, how could you kill a comrade from your own village? Jin continued. Not killing you guarantees my ascension to Hokage? Orochimaru retorted, his tone laced with skepticism. Jin chuckled softly. Lord Orochimaru, if you spare me, I could devise a way for you to become Hokage. With your capabilities? Orochimaru scoffed, but as he reflected on the boy's earlier demeanor, his thoughts began to swirl. Why are you so determined? Jin paused, meeting Orochimaru's gaze with calm resolve. Do you comprehend the significance of my eyes, Lord Orochimaru? The eyes. Orochimaru recalled hearing from Akane about this peculiar member of the Hyuga clan. At first, he found it quite amusing, a foreigner possessing the Uchiha Sharingan, and now a Hyuga individual with ordinary eyes. I am but a branch family member. To be restored to my Byakugan signifies the imposition of the caged bird seal by the main family once more. Upon hearing this, Orochimaru instantly grasped the entirety of the situation, including the information about the Byakugan conveyed through Akane. This boy had no one backing him. It had always been a solitary endeavor. Had he traversed such a convoluted path merely for this? A weakling prancing before him, simply to attract his attention in pursuit of protection? If he had revealed his identity from the outset to pledge allegiance, Orochimaru would have deemed this young boy exceedingly arrogant and foolish. In retrospect, the boy indeed displayed remarkable hubris. What led you to believe I would accept those white eyes? Orochimaru suddenly inquired. The boy responded, because the eldest is proud and self-assured, daring to undertake anything. Orochimaru replied coolly, You have mentioned the fate of the eldest. As someone lacking popular support, I shall merely await the backing of the villagers for Minato's succession as Hokage. The boy remarked, That is simply a tale. One of my own fabrication. Stories possess logic that lends them credibility, while reality is far more fantastical and disregards reason. Moreover, aside from the position of Hokage, those white eyes are something Lord Orochimaru should find challenging to acquire, are they not? Orochimaru's heart stirred. His desire for the Hokage position stemmed from the multitude of conveniences it could offer. Yet, it was the white eyes that truly captivated him. The boy indeed presented him with an irresistible proposition. The Hyuga clan's stringent control over the white eyes left Orochimaru both intrigued and powerless. After hearing from Akamatsu about the boy's assertions, he was aware of the potential trap. yet he still took action. After much contemplation, Orochimaru slowly stated, "First, tell me your method." By uttering this, he acknowledged the boy in a sense. In the midst of war, why would Lord Orochimaru linger at home? His eyes narrowed. "Do you wish for me to compete with Minato in slaying enemies?" The boy countered, "All Lord Orochimaru needs to do is demonstrate the ability to turn the tide. Is that not sufficient?" Meanwhile, a number of ninjas arrived at the Hyuga clan's territory, reportedly dispatched by the Hokage to investigate the incident involving Hinata Jinsho's demise. Among them was a striking blond man, adorned in garments emblazoned with the crest of the Yamashiro clan. This was not a matter that required his attention. The Hyuga clan seemed to have concealed the theft of the white eyes, thus evading any inquiry into their affairs. Indeed, it was of no concern to him. Ayari hurried to the boy's residence, her expression marked by worry. "Jin, I heard your surgery has been postponed." Her demeanor suggested concern that he might indulge in unhealthy speculation. "Yes, there are some issues within the clan. We must await Lord Nikazuru's return before making a decision." The boy's response was remarkably calm. He resumed reading, as this was his sole pastime. Having exhausted some of the household's literature, he had perused the anatomical charts of human acupuncture points multiple times. Ayari sensed something amiss in his reaction and hesitated. "Are you all right?" The boy replied, "What could possibly be wrong? I am on the verge of recovery." Ayari felt that even in the absence of extreme reactions, he should nonetheless feel a sense of disappointment. Yet, here he lay leisurely on the sofa, seemingly at ease. She positioned herself opposite him, gazing at the book in his hands, pondering. "You appear to have been engrossed in this book for quite some time." Feeling idle, Jin suddenly sat up from the sofa, his gaze fixed intently on Lingli. "What are you doing?" Lingli felt a shiver run through her as his penetrating stare bore down on her. "Lingli Jie, give me your hand," he said. Despite having read extensively, he had never had the opportunity to put his knowledge into practice. Lingli hesitated briefly before slowly extending her arm. Without a hint of hesitation, Jin grasped her hand firmly and rolled up her sleeve, revealing her fair and delicate skin. A sense of discomfort washed over Lingli, prompting her to ask, "What do you intend to do?" Jin's hand glided gently over Lingli's arm, as if in search of something, evoking in her a sensation akin to impending needles. "This is the location," Jin pointed to a spot on her wrist. Lingli fell silent for a moment before responding, "Yes. If struck here, one can no longer perform jutsu," Jin continued. Lingli sighed and, with her other hand, adjusted Jin's fingers slightly on her wrist. The chakra pathways in the human body are intricate, requiring utmost precision. Without the Byakugan, it is impossible to discern them clearly. She began to grasp Jin's intentions. Realizing he was somewhat obsessed with the idea of practicing the gentle fist without relying on the Byakugan, Lingli suddenly clasped his hand, her eyes reflecting compassion. "You needn't go to such lengths. The war will soon conclude. Once Lord Nikaritsu returns, everything will be fine. For now, just stay at home and pretend you are not a ninja." Jin was momentarily taken aback, recognizing that she had misunderstood him. "I told you I'm fine. I merely wish to delve into certain matters," he clarified. "Really?" Lingli regarded him skeptically, convinced that Jin was struggling with psychological issues stemming from the stress. Feeling somewhat helpless, Jin chose not to elaborate further and lay back on the sofa, gazing up at the ceiling. "Lingli Jie, why don't you fetch me some books?" he suddenly suggested. "Books?" Lingli was momentarily taken aback. "If I read, I want to be lost in thought." "What kind of books do you want?" she asked, puzzled. "Anything pertaining to the human body or chakra will suffice." After contemplating for a moment, Lingli said, "I can help you find some." "Thank you, Lingli Jie." Watching Jin return to his reading, Lingli felt a nagging concern. After much deliberation, she remarked, "How about I introduce you to a girl?" Jin looked bewildered. "What did you say?" With utmost seriousness, Lingli replied, "She is from our clan. You've met her before. Although I believe you might not be her match, it would still be worth your while to get acquainted." Lingli thought that at Jin's age, he should be curious and imaginative about the opposite sex. Perhaps this could divert his attention. "It's settled then. I'll bring her over another day." Having just concluded a strategic meeting with several senior members from the village, Saratobi returned to his office only to find Orochimaru seated at his desk, casually perusing the documents laid before him. This was the seat of the Hokage, a position that none had dared occupy during the tenure of the third Hokage. Sarutobi, observing this scene, chose to remain silent and approach with measured steps, inquiring, "What brings you here?" Orochimaru nonchalantly picked up a letter, remarking, "It appears these are all letters demanding supplies. Has there been another delay from the daimyo?" Sarutobi refrained from addressing his question directly, instead offering a wry smile. "I never expected you would take an interest in such matters." Orochimaru replied, "Naturally. One should be concerned about the affairs of their own village." This statement caused Sarutobi's gaze to flicker with intrigue. After a moment of contemplation, he asked, "Would you be willing to venture to the battlefield in the land of water?" Orochimaru retorted, "If we repel the Mist Ninja, will that guarantee our victory in this war?" Sarutobi furrowed his brow in silence. Indeed, it wouldn't. The true and pressing threat to Konoha lay in the northern land of Earth, currently their greatest adversary. The village of Mist did not seem inclined to engage in full-scale warfare with Konoha, opting instead for incessant, small-scale disruptions, presumably hoping to exploit Konoha's vulnerabilities. Orochimaru lounged casually in the Hokage's chair, propping his chin on his hand, a serene smile gracing his lips as he regarded Sarutobi. However, Sarutobi found himself somewhat evasive under his gaze. Only Orochimaru dared to treat the third Hokage with such irreverence. Had Jiraiya displayed similar insolence, he would have certainly been sent packing with a swift kick. Minato is becoming increasingly formidable, Orochimaru mused, hearing of his exploits within the village. I too feel that under his leadership, victory in this war is imminent. Sarutobi fell into a contemplative silence before finally asking, "What is it that you truly desire?" Orochimaru picked up another letter from the desk, stating, "Naturally, I wish to alleviate the village's burdens. Shall I take on the supply issue with the daimyo's office?" Sarutobi replied, "The daimyo's office has never defaulted on supplies. They are well aware of their responsibilities. A delay of a few days is merely their way of expressing dissatisfaction." Orochimaru did not engage in this line of reasoning, instead countering, "Do you wish for me not to go?" Sarutobi hesitated, falling into silence once more. After a prolonged pause, he finally said, "Do not act recklessly." Orochimaru chuckled, "It is merely a matter of requesting supplies. What is it that you fear I might do?" "At most, I would simply reaffirm Konoha's loyalty to the daimyo." With that, he rose from his seat and made his way towards the door. "I shall depart tomorrow. Please arrange a team to accompany me, Sensei," he stated as he walked past Sarutobi, not pausing in his stride as he exited the office. Hearing the door close behind him, Sarutobi exhaled a long sigh, his gaze lingering on the chair where Orochimaru had just been seated, his thoughts a tangle of complexity. "Orochimaru, are you expressing dissatisfaction towards me? Why do you still cling to hope?" The following day, Ain introduced a girl to Makoto. Upon arriving at her home, Makoto discovered a charming girl with short brown-green hair and striking white eyes seated in the living room. Her appearance was both adorable and demure. Ain enthusiastically announced, "Makoto is here." The girl with white eyes immediately stood upon seeing him, her gaze filled with curiosity. She had only heard of him within her clan, but had never interacted with him before. "This is Natsu. You should be familiar with her," Ain informed Makoto. He nodded, indeed recognizing her. In a clan of few peers, even minimal interaction leads to mutual awareness. Hinata, Ayano's maid, Haru, is her elder sister. "Hello," Makoto greeted. "Hello. How about it? Don't you think Natsu is exceptionally cute?" Ain remarked with a smile, noting the numerous young boys who often courted Natsu's favor. Natsu, feeling slightly embarrassed by the compliment, interjected, "Aine. She is quite adorable," Makoto acknowledged. "Thank you," Natsu replied politely. Makoto noticed her glancing at him frequently, and when their eyes met, she would quickly avert her gaze, likely intrigued by his eyes. Observing Ain signaling him, Makoto said, "It's nearly noon. Shall we go for a meal together?" Upon hearing this, he realized he was indeed feeling a bit hungry. Ain immediately responded, giving him an understanding look. Makoto, feeling somewhat resigned, recognized Ain's enthusiasm and didn't wish to dismiss her desires. "What would you like to eat?" he casually inquired. "I'm fine with anything. How about you, Natsu?" Ain asked. "I'm okay with anything," Natsu replied softly. Makoto, realizing he had posed a rather unwise question, decisively declared, "Let us go for ramen." "A ramen?" Ain paused. her expression one of disbelief, as if questioning whether this was truly the first impression he wished to make on a girl. Natsu also seemed surprised. When other boys invited her out, it was usually to carefully selected restaurants, dessert shops, barbecue places, or sushi bars. Makoto was the first to suggest ramen. Should we think it over? Ayane pondered, furrowing her brow. No need to deliberate. Let us just have ramen, Makoto insisted. Ayane was left speechless. She had initially thought Makoto was a promising young man, but now she felt she had overestimated him. Natsu, however, found nothing inappropriate in the suggestion. Her visit to meet Makoto stemmed more from her curiosity about the boy who had lost his Byakugan than any personal desire. After all, it was merely a meeting with a young boy, and at most, they would share a meal together. He paid no heed to the thoughts of the two others. His mind was solely occupied with the memory of a ramen shop he had encountered in the village just days prior. To his surprise, he discovered that the shop had now opened in Konoha, and he merely wished to sample its offerings. The three of them exited the Hyuga clan's territory together. It was said that Jin had already attained the rank of Chunin. Along the way, Hinata Natsu noticed Ayari casting fervent glances at Jin, yet he seemed oblivious to it. Amused by the situation, she decided to initiate a conversation to spare Ayari any discomfort. Well, it was sheer luck that I passed the Chunin exams, she remarked. I have heard that the Chunin exams are quite rigorous. Passing them cannot merely be attributed to chance. I'm still just a genin, Jin replied modestly. Being a genin is commendable. Advancing to Chunin is only a matter of time, and it signifies little, he added. You are too humble, Jin. I have heard that you have accomplished great deeds on the front lines. Hinata Natsu spoke softly, her words resonating well. Jin merely smiled faintly and stated, It was merely luck that I survived. Ayari interjected. At that time, we had already ventured deep into enemy territory. Even Jonin would not guarantee a safe retreat. Was it truly that perilous? Natsu inquired in surprise. Ayari replied matter-of-factly, If it weren't dangerous, how could we have brought back useful intelligence? She aimed to elevate Jin's image. And indeed, it proved effective, altering Natsu's perception of him significantly. Although she was a ninja, she had never set foot on a battlefield. Her understanding of war primarily stemmed from hearsay and the sight of those injured soldiers returning from the front lines, which imparted a glimpse into the brutal reality of conflict. She harbored considerable respect for someone like Jin, who had faced the horrors of war. However, Jin did not take pride in such experiences. He allowed Ayari to recount their tales without interjecting, adopting the role of a listener, as if the stories narrated were not his own. Before long, they arrived at the entrance of the ramen shop. It was a rather humble establishment, prompting Ayari to let out a sigh. She felt that her efforts had been in vain today and resolved to give Jin a good talking to upon their return. This place is quite nice. Hinata Natsu remarked with a gentle smile, showing no signs of disdain. I think so too, Jin replied. A sense of inexplicable nostalgia washing over him as he lifted the curtain and stepped inside. Welcome, greeted the young proprietor, donned in a white chef's hat and apron. His eyes appearing half-closed, and his smile rendering them even less visible. What would you three like to order? I'll have a serving of the signature ramen, Jin stated. I'll have the same, Ayari added weakly. I would like a bowl of tonkatsu chashu ramen, Natsu chimed in. Please wait a moment, the proprietor responded. The trio took their seats, with Hinata Natsu positioning herself between the two. This arrangement was primarily due to Ayari having sat one seat away from Jin, causing Natsu to feel that sitting on the other side of Ayari would be impolite. I visited this establishment when it first opened, and at that time, there were many patrons waiting in long lines, remarked Hinata Natsu. Unfortunately, I could not make it then, she lamented. No matter. It will be just as delightful to come here often in the future. The ramen chef, who was skillfully stretching the noodles, chuckled at this moment, stating that regular customers could enjoy a considerate discount. Aika, standing to the side, scoffed and thought to herself what could be so special about a ramen shop. It seems that Jin-kun truly enjoys ramen, Hinata Natsu laughed. No, Jin rested his hand on the table, propping his chin, and glanced at Hinata Natsu. As long as it is delicious, I relish it all. To favor one particular dish while forsaking others would be quite a pity. He then noticed Ayaka gazing at him. When their eyes met, Ayaka shot him a glare, making Jin aware of her discontent with his stance. Hinata Natsu, listening to his words, was momentarily taken aback. then nodded in agreement. What Jin-kun said holds considerable truth. Soon, steaming bowls of ramen were served, the broth adorned with delicate droplets of oil, and an intense aroma filled the air. "I shall begin," he declared. 2 days later, a sensational piece of news spread through the village. The daimyo of the Land of Fire had been attacked. Reports indicated that a small team of rock ninjas had somehow infiltrated the daimyo's estate, resulting in a perilous situation where most of the guarding ninjas sacrificed themselves. Fortunately, Orochimaru, who was responsible for transporting supplies, arrived just in time to rescue the daimyo from this dire predicament. The news spread rapidly. On the very next day, it was already circulating throughout the village. It was said that the daimyo expressed immense gratitude towards Orochimaru, bestowing upon him numerous rewards, all of which Orochimaru declined, instead requesting that the daimyo provide more resources and military supplies to Konoha, a request that was duly granted. This event had a significant impact for the common folk. The daimyo's stature was immensely revered. They were unaware of the intricacies involved. They simply recognized Orochimaru's actions as remarkable and a source of pride for their village. Moreover, to refuse the daimyo's rewards and instead advocate for the welfare of comrades fighting valiantly at the front lines was a spirit that commanded respect and admiration. Orochimaru, once one of the legendary 3 ninjas, had already held high esteem within the village, yet his presence had been scarcely noted during this war. This incident brought him back into the limelight. There were also rumors suggesting that the reason Orochimaru had not been seen at the front lines was due to his undertaking a top-secret mission vital to national security. A task so perilous that it necessitated the expertise of someone as formidable as Orochimaru himself. At this moment, Orochimaru had yet to return to Konoha, but public opinion was already beginning to ferment. Observant individuals could sense that there was more to this situation than met the eye, yet, regrettably, the number of such discerning individuals in the village at present was exceedingly few, as most were stationed at the front lines. In the northern border of the Land of Fire, with the sealing barrier lifted, a military encampment suddenly manifested within the depths of the forest. At the forefront stood a young man with 2 scars on his face and a resolute expression. Although he sported a beard on his chin, it was evident that he was not particularly old. "Lord Orochimaru," he said, bowing slightly as he approached. "Riku, is this your responsibility?" Orochimaru inquired, his gaze sweeping over the camp behind him. "It is a significant duty entrusted to me by Lord Hokage," Riku replied, maintaining a composed demeanor. "Your efforts in transporting supplies must have been arduous, Lord Orochimaru. I have heard of the events at the daimyo's residence. It was thanks to you that our Land of Fire avoided a calamity," Riku continued with sincerity. Orochimaru offered a faint smile. "In comparison to your valiant struggles on the front lines, this is but a trifling matter." Riku was momentarily taken aback, surprised that Orochimaru would engage in such courteous exchanges with him. "You are too modest, Lord Orochimaru. Please, step inside the camp," he suggested. The convoy of supplies that Orochimaru brought gradually entered the camp, where the personnel would take charge of the handover. The arrival of these provisions bolstered the morale of the frontline ninja forces. As the carts rolled in, many spontaneously offered assistance in unloading the cargo. Orochimaru's gaze continued to survey the interior of the camp. Numerous ninjas were stationed here. Aside from the dispatched troops, there were still several thousand present, making it one of the largest garrison camps for Konoha in the Land of Earth. This setting was familiar to him during the last Shinobi World War. He had been a prominent figure. However, after the onset of the current war, he had not spent much time on the front lines before being relegated to the rear. Sarutobi had assigned him numerous tasks, yet they were all indirectly related to the battlefield. Jiraiya, too, despite fighting on the front lines, had not shared much news about himself. Perhaps to pave the way for his own students. "Is Minato here?" Orochimaru asked. "Minato is out on a mission," Riku replied. "If all goes well, he should be returning soon. If you wish to see him, there is still time." Orochimaru smiled faintly. "It seems that meeting him is not an easy endeavor." Riku clarified. "You misunderstand, Lord Orochimaru. Minato seldom allows himself a moment's rest. His workload is several times that of others, even on the front line. My interactions with him are largely confined to official matters." Upon hearing this, Orochimaru's expression changed to one of surprise. He had always believed that Minato's high esteem stemmed from his participation in several significant battles and the victories he had led. It now appeared that he had underestimated the situation. Minato's hands-on approach was something he had not accomplished himself. After a brief silence, Orochimaru remarked, "Minato truly exerts himself." Rika responded, "Minato has stated that for Konoha, he will sacrifice without regret." As they conversed, Orochimaru suddenly halted, gazing up at a large tree nearby. Its expansive crown lush with foliage. Sunlight filtered through the branches, creating countless dappled patterns that danced upon Orochimaru's face. When the camp was initially established, he had felt it a pity to fell such a thriving tree, so he chose to leave it standing. As Dujio observed Orochimaru gazing absently at a tree, he remarked that everyone enjoyed lounging and chatting beneath its shade during their leisure time. Orochimaru replied nonchalantly, expressing a sense of regret at the thought of cutting it down. A gentle breeze stirred through the forest, causing the leaves to rustle melodically, while the dappled sunlight danced across his face, creating a mesmerizing interplay of light and shadow. Suddenly, a voice rang out in the camp, announcing the return of Lord Minato, which instantaneously stirred the camp into a lively commotion. From a distance, Orochimaru spotted a tall, golden-haired youth quickly enveloped by a throng of admirers. The young man wore a warm smile that enveloped all in a comforting embrace, engaging amiably with those around him. Dujio reminded him, "Lord Orochimaru, Minato has returned." Orochimaru regarded the youth with a calm demeanor, merely responding, "Yes, I see him." The golden radiance that instilled fear in adversaries on the battlefield. And the revered hero of Konoha who earned the villagers' trust and respect, this young successor's brilliance had eclipsed his own past. Fabricated narratives might deceive the common folk. But how could the ninjas who had fought alongside Namikaze Minato be swayed? Orochimaru's thoughts spiraled, yet he found himself at a loss for a solution. Previously, he had dismissed the position of Hokage, believing that, given his status and capabilities, it would be effortlessly attainable. He harbored resentment towards his teacher, Sarutobi, for forsaking him. Convinced he was the favored pupil, gifted and exceptionally talented, yet, how did he measure against the individual before him? The proud and arrogant eldest son, those words echoed relentlessly in his mind, a deafening reminder. The self-proclaimed cleverness he once prided himself on now felt painfully narrow and superficial in light of the current situation. Orochimaru-sama? Orochimaru-sama? Dujio's voice pulled him back from his reverie, prompting him to glance at his companion. "Let us return to the main tent. Minato will be arriving shortly," Dujio suggested. "Very well," Orochimaru replied, casting one last glance in Minato's direction. The narrative may be fabricated, but reality holds an even more enchanting allure. What conclusion would that young man ultimately bring forth? In the Hokage building's office, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, scrutinized the detailed military supplies report submitted by Orochimaru. Noting that the amount exceeded the initial agreement by half. "You have worked hard, Orochimaru," he acknowledged, dressed in a green combat uniform. Orochimaru merely offered a light chuckle in response to Sarutobi's praise. It was merely the delivery of some supplies. Idleness breeds stagnation. In response, Sarutobi remarked, "Yet you accomplished something quite significant this time." Orochimaru stated, "When one encounters a situation, one cannot simply stand by." Sarutobi raised his gaze to glance at Orochimaru, holding up a letter to indicate that the daimyo had sent a missive, largely filled with commendations, asserting that Konoha highly values talents like him and that victory in the war would undoubtedly come swiftly. Orochimaru, maintaining his usual demeanor, replied, "I encountered Minato on the front lines. His charisma is formidable, and it is under his leadership that Konoha can secure victory." Sarutobi smiled and inquired, "Do you hold him in such high regard?" Orochimaru remarked, "Jiraiya has indeed taken on an exceptional student." Sarutobi's eyes flickered as he suddenly posed the question, "What do you think about Minato assuming the mantle of the fourth Hokage?" Orochimaru, unfazed, responded, "The war is not yet concluded, and you are already contemplating resignation? One must ponder the future. The daimyo holds you in such esteem, and you regard Minato so favorably. Surely victory in this war is inevitable. The position of Hokage should be held by the capable, and Minato undoubtedly possesses that capability." Sarutobi continued to scrutinize Orochimaru's eyes until he uttered this statement. Yet those serpentine eyes betrayed none of the emotions he anticipated. He spoke slowly, Orochimaru, you too have had a student like that. If he could truly empathize, he would surely be delighted. Orochimaru's expression hardened as he replied, if there is nothing further, I shall take my leave. Once Orochimaru departed, the office fell silent once more. Saratobi's hand fumbled beneath the desk until he retrieved a pipe. As he lit it, his gaze fell upon the daimyo's letter once more. Within this correspondence, besides the lavish praises for Orochimaru, the daimyo also expressed dissatisfaction regarding Konoha's border defenses, noting the alarming ease with which a team of rock ninjas had infiltrated. However, upon learning of the incident, Saratobi had immediately dispatched individuals to investigate the comings and goings at the borders of the Land of Fire. Given the wartime circumstances, both the Land of Fire and Konoha maintained stringent control over their borders, and the reports indicated no anomalies. Saratobi sensed something amiss, but soon deemed further investigation futile. Should any unfavorable findings arise, he could not report them to the daimyo. Could he really disclose that Konoha was embroiled in a struggle for power over the position of Hokage? Orochimaru, you have underestimated your own ruthlessness and ambition. Saratobi exhaled a plume of smoke, thick and lingering in the air. Upon returning to his residence, the first act Orochimaru undertook was to instruct Akkad to summon Shin. Once Akkad had hurried away, he regained his composure, sitting motionless in the living room. How lamentable it is, Orochimaru, that you remain unable to relinquish these futile emotions. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, a shadowy figure clad in Anbu attire suddenly materialized in the living room, kneeling before him with a patterned mask adorning his face. Lord Orochimaru, he addressed, extending a scroll in both hands. Orochimaru, seemingly oblivious, remained seated without raising his eyelids, as a serpent slowly slithered from his sleeve. Advancing toward the Enbu and taking the scroll in its jaws, Lord Danzo sends his regards. The shadowy figure bowed its head upon finishing its words and once again vanished from the spot. After the passage of a considerable half-hour, Hongdo finally arrived, accompanied by Shin, albeit fashionably late. The moment Shin stepped into the living room, she immediately sensed the chilling aura emanating from Orochimaru. Unperturbed, Hongdo frolicked over to Orochimaru's side. Eager to take credit, Lord Orochimaru, I have brought Shin. With a gentle smile, Orochimaru affectionately patted her head and replied, Shin and I have matters to discuss. Why don't you go and play for a while? Eh? Hongdo's small face displayed confusion as she turned to glance at Shin, pondering when Jin had developed such a close relationship with Lord Orochimaru. In her recollection, it was only when Orochimaru engaged in discussions with other adults that she was expected to retreat, and she had always been considerate enough not to intrude. Yet, why was there a need for Jin to be excluded from their conversation? Understood, Hongdo obediently acquiesced, though she couldn't resist stealing another look at Jin as she departed. Jin, instead of inquiring about Orochimaru's slightly off demeanor, spoke up. For the past few days, the village has been abuzz with talk about Lord Orochimaru saving the daimyo. Orochimaru remained silent, merely tossing a scroll in her direction. Unfolding it, Jin discovered it contained correspondence between certain royal ministers of the Land of Fire, indicating that these ministers had accepted the benefits sent by the Root organization. These ministers were likely not foolish. Their willingness to accept bribes suggested that Root's intentions were far from benevolent. Despite the shocking content, Jin maintained an expression of calm and remarked, the war is nearing its end. Orochimaru cast a sidelong glance at her. How do you know? Konoha is on the brink of collapse, as is a Wagakure, he noted. Even so, what of it? Do you believe a Wagakure will relent? Orochimaru questioned. The war between the fire and earth countries had been exceptionally brutal, having long since lost its original significance. Most combatants on the battlefield were merely fighting out of hatred. Thus, a catalyst was necessary to facilitate a ceasefire between the two nations, at which point Konoha would present a peace treaty. Orochimaru furrowed his brow at her words. Isn't that akin to admitting defeat? Jin replied, simply embellish the narrative. The villagers will not perceive it that way. Moreover, Lord Hokage can take this opportunity to resign and support the fourth Hokage's ascension. Orochimaru's eyes flickered with interest as he continued. What do you propose as this catalyst? Has Lord Orochimaru forgotten the origins of this ninja world war? Orochimaru's mind raced. Sunagakure. Jin seamlessly continued, with the fourth Kazekage having held power for some time now. Sunagakure should be stable internally. Gaining their alliance would compel a Wagakure to cease hostilities. Would Sunagakure be willing? They too yearn for peace. They will not allow the balance of power among the fire, earth, and wind countries to falter. Orochimaru fell silent, deep in contemplation. Lord Orochimaru must venture to the land of wind to secure this ally for Konoha. No. Orochimaru suddenly interjected, interrupting Jin's discourse. This is insufficient. The true words left him momentarily stunned. Yet he discerned Orochimaru's cold smirk as he stated, "It is imperative that I appear with reinforcements at the moment of Konoha's life or death. For only then will I garner sufficient prestige." True's expression gradually settled into calmness as he remarked, "At present, IWA Shinobi likely lacks the strength to drive Konoha to such a precipice." Orochimaru retorted, "If IWA possesses no capability, can we not bestow them with such power?" Lord Orochimaru, should you ascend to the position of Hokage, those ninja on the front lines will be akin to your kin. Unmoved, Orochimaru replied, "If they desire to support another Hokage, does this not constitute betrayal against me?" He had grasped that the hearts of those ninja could not be swayed towards him in such a brief span, regardless of his actions. Thus, a path drenched in blood must be forged. Such actions will plunge Konoha and the entire land of fire into chaos, True continued. Orochimaru gradually calmed, his voice raspy as he declared, "Chaos is a staircase, a means to clear all obstacles and ascend to the pinnacle." What Orochimaru intended held little significance for True. Consequently, upon hearing Orochimaru's audacious thoughts, he felt no urge to thwart him. True simply needed to speak when necessary. During the interim before the conflict with IWA concluded, he deemed it unnecessary to concern himself with the village's disputes. Aine had brought him numerous books. Though her demeanor had soured considerably, her gaze seemingly filled with an impulse to strike him. True speculated it was likely due to their previous meal with Hinata Natsu. Unable to offer much an explanation, he opted to buy her some small gifts as a token of apology. Aine had procured books from unknown sources, including one that expounded on the 7 attributes of chakra, which was far more profound than any similar tome True had encountered in his previous life. Additionally, there were medical texts regarding the human body, which True found rather specialized, intended for trained medical ninjas. The chakra book alone was sufficient for him to delve into for some time. His life had taken on a tranquil rhythm. After his final visit to the hospital for a health check, he endeavored to practice at the Hinata training grounds, yet found it excessively monotonous, yielding little progress, as strength required the accumulation of time and effort. In this world, where diligence was widely adhered to, True found himself somewhat resistant, preferring the allure of effortless gains. Though such desires were mere fantasies, he began to formulate a training regimen for himself, focusing solely on physical training, without the Byakugan and soft fist techniques. He found himself at a standstill. He could only lean towards the Konoha-style hard fist martial arts. Yet the Hyuga clan had neither practitioners of such techniques nor any related literature. Fortunately, the foundation from his former self remained intact. As a Chunin-level Hyuga, his physical aptitude was still commendable. In recent days, Hinata Aine had visited True again, bringing him various items, including daily necessities and the meal she prepared. Yet, a woman in her early 20s, despite her cunning, lacks depth in her true abilities. Both individuals are merely playing their respective parts, each with their own intentions. Ayano perceives that a child can be easily manipulated, and indeed, the child reciprocates her sentiments with affection and gratitude. Akkad has sought out Makoto several times. Driven by her own inclinations, she finds him rather agreeable, believing that someone who enjoys dango cannot harbor ill intentions, especially since Lord Orochimaru seems to hold him in high regard. A week swiftly passed, and news from the front lines suddenly reported a devastating defeat for Konoha. With significant casualties, it appeared that during a troop march, they had fallen victim to an ambush, resulting in the loss of countless comrades. This news, upon reaching the village, cast a shadow of despair over the entire Konoha, leaving even Ayari deeply troubled. Although they were not required to fight on the front lines, the war's impact resonated with everyone. On his way back from the training ground, Makoto encountered a group of familiar faces, among them Hinata Natsu, who greeted him unexpectedly. The individuals beside her were young members of the Hyuga clan. One, named Hinata Irika, was of a similar age and a Chunin, likely stationed at the front. The two younger ones, Hinata Tetsu and Hinata Takuma, had recently graduated as Jinin and were roughly the same age as Akkad. "It is indeed Makoto," Irika remarked, extending a friendly greeting. The others chimed in, calling him Big Brother Makoto while stealing glances into his eyes. As peers of the same clan, they naturally recognized one another. "Greetings," Makoto replied. "Irika-kun has just returned from the front. We are planning to go out for a meal. Makoto-kun, would you care to join us?" Natsu cheerfully suggested. Makoto noticed that beneath Irika's ninja battle attire, a white bandage was faintly visible, indicating an injury that necessitated his return for recuperation. However, Irika's movements suggested that the injury was not severe, as he appeared unimpeded. This privilege was a testament to the Hyuga clan's esteemed status within Konoha. "It has been a while since you returned to the village. Do join us," Irika invited with a smile. Previously, Hinata had returned from the front lines due to matters concerning Makoto, and Irika had not accompanied him. After a moment of contemplation, Makoto nodded in agreement. Upon joining their group, they proceeded toward the entrance of their clan's grounds. "How is your health?" Makoto inquired of Irika. At this, Irika offered a bittersweet smile and lifted the inner lining of his battle attire, revealing his entire abdomen wrapped in bandages. "I was struck by an Awagakure jutsu. Several stones lodged themselves in my abdomen. Though they have been removed, the pain is quite intense, and I must be cautious with my diet, as there are many things I cannot consume." In that moment, Makoto realized he had misjudged the severity of Irika's condition. This was no mere injury. His abdomen had been pierced, underscoring the gravity of his situation. Though Iroha lamented, she spoke in a light-hearted manner. After setting aside her attire, she chuckled, compared to the initial encounter. "This is merely a minor injury. Lord Hinata has shown me kindness, allowing me to return from the front lines for a period of recuperation." Observing the smile on her face, I felt a twinge of sentiment. She was merely a child of 12 or 13, yet this world was undeniably cruel. "Was the injury to the true lord severe?" inquired Hinata Natsu from the side. "Severe doesn't even begin to cover it," Iroha replied, clicking her tongue. "When the true lord returned to the camp, he was drenched in blood, with a particularly large wound across his chest. The medical team proclaimed that it was a miracle he survived. He could have unveiled his injuries for Natsu to see," she added. However, he merely replied, "What is there to see?" Natsu shook her head. "Perhaps it is best not to." She sighed. "The battlefield is indeed a perilous place." Iroha wholeheartedly agreed. "Indeed. However, with Lords Hinata and Minato, we shall achieve victory in no time." "Natsu, you have no idea about Lord Minato." Iroha enthusiastically began recounting the legendary tales of Namikaze Minato, clearly an admirer, her words filled with fervor and excitement. Though Natsu listened intently, she maintained a serene demeanor, merely smiling, while Hinata Tetsu and Hinata Takuma expressed their admiration with exclamations, eagerly asking, "And then what happened?" It was evident to me that Iroha held feelings for Natsu. Yet Natsu did not reciprocate, only exhibiting polite friendship. The group exited the Hinata clan grounds and arrived at the entrance of a barbecue restaurant, the same one that Jin and Akane had visited before, one of the few well-regarded establishments in the village. As the five of us settled at a table, Iroha boldly took a seat beside Natsu, while Jin sat with Takuma and Tetsu. The proprietor presented the menu, and Iroha continued to enthusiastically narrate Minato's exploits, captivating the two younger boys, while the menu was politely declined by Natsu. Jin, however, did not hesitate, taking the menu and beginning to place orders. By the time Iroha concluded her tale, the table was already laden with an array of grilled meats and dishes, leaving her momentarily stunned. "How much did you order?" she exclaimed. Jin, having already ignited the grill, responded, "I noticed you all were engrossed in conversation, so I took the liberty of ordering a few things." Iroha's lips twitched, feeling a pang in her heart, particularly as she could not indulge in the grilled meats due to her injuries. She had brought everyone here for Natsu, wishing to treat her to a delightful meal. Natsu, smiling, remarked, "It seems Jin often enjoys barbecue." He ordered all the signature dishes and even specifically requested sauces from the proprietor. Upon hearing this, Iroha quickly replied, "As long as Natsu enjoys it, that is what matters." It's merely a barbecue. If it isn't enough, we can always order more. Beside them, Dejian and Tai immediately remarked on how generous brother Irobo was. Jin handed him a bowl of porridge, saying, "You probably cannot eat grilled meat, so this is for you." Irobo accepted the bowl, glaring at Jin with resentment, thinking that he would surely find a way to get back at this guy in the future. The meat sizzled on the grill, releasing wisps of steam, as Jin casually flipped the meat with one hand while resting his cheek with the other. "I heard that the front line suffered a defeat?" he inquired. Irobo paused, his expression darkening as he took a moment before replying, "Yes. Our marching route was supposed to be highly confidential, but somehow the rock ninja discovered it and set up an ambush along the way." The atmosphere at the table grew tense. The two younger brothers fell silent, and Nara Shikamura quietly listened, holding his teacup. How many were evacuated? Out of 1,000 troops, only 317 made it back. The staggering figure caused Hinata Natsu's grip on his teacup to tighten involuntarily. Jin stared at the increasingly charred meat on the grill, remaining silent. He understood that this was merely the beginning. Orochimaru would not relent. In the temporary encampment at the northern front of the Land of Fire, after enduring a brutal ambush, this unit had dwindled to a mere few. It was only due to Minato's timely arrival that they managed to break through the siege. Otherwise, they would have all perished at the hands of the enemy. Inside the main tent, Minato sat with Inuzuka Kiba and Nara Shikaku. "Are you suggesting that the issue lies within our ranks?" Minato pondered. "It's merely a conjecture," Shikaku replied. "Is there any evidence?" "Our marching route was meticulously surveyed by reconnaissance units classified as absolute secrecy. If the enemy possessed superior reconnaissance capabilities, they would have gained the upper hand long ago in this war." Minato merely furrowed his brows in silence. Shikaku continued, "I understand that discussing such matters can be somewhat forced, so it remains only a hypothesis." Minato asked, "What do you intend to do?" "I need to substantiate my conjecture. If there are indeed enemy spies among us, it would be catastrophic for our forthcoming operations," Shikaku said, producing 3 small scrolls he had just drafted. "These are 3 different evacuation routes that must be sent to the respective encampments of other units. I have already dispatched a reconnaissance ninja to each of these paths." "Kakashi," Shikaku called out, and a white-haired boy with a mask entered. He handed one of the scrolls to Kakashi, saying, "Deliver this to Lord Jiraiya's camp in the east, and return swiftly." "Understood," Kakashi replied succinctly as he exited the main tent. Shikaku then handed the other 2 scrolls to Minato. "Minato, if you would, please deliver these 2 to Fugaku's camp in the west and to the outpost in the northwest." The gentle nod of Watergate was accompanied by a question. "Is there anything else you wish to entrust me with?" Looking at the clock on the table, Lucio replied, "We shall depart at 3 p.m. I will return in time." The distances between the various encampments were considerable. Thus, before any action, communication personnel were dispatched to inform each other, ensuring that they were aware of one another's movements. As Watergate exited the main tent, he observed the scattered remnants gathered nearby. A mere few hundred souls, their spirits waning, many bearing wounds, leaned against tree trunks or lay on the ground in repose. Upon seeing Watergate, a few stood to greet him. A heaviness settled upon Watergate's heart as he gazed at these familiar faces, recalling that just 2 days prior, there had been many more. He uttered little and swiftly departed. At that moment, Lucio emerged from the encampment as well. "Everyone, prepare yourselves. We shall set out in 1 hour to retreat from Chinyan Mountain." The hour passed swiftly, and Watergate returned as promised. After the troops were readied, they set forth once more. Chinyan Mountain spanned the lands of the Fire Nation and the Grass Nation, its slopes not steep but adorned with picturesque scenery. Leading the troops along the mountainside, Lucio surveyed the lush vegetation surrounding them and pondered the devastation that a brutal battle would bring to this serene environment. He hoped, perhaps, that his fears were unfounded. "How long have we been walking?" Watergate inquired. "Over 40 minutes, Lucio replied. Watergate remarked, "It has been quite a while without any news. It seems likely that all is quiet." Lucio nodded. "Let us hope so." Considering the presence of the wounded among the ranks, their pace was slow. Watergate, positioned at the forefront, frequently glanced back at the remaining companions, resolutely determined to bring them all home. "Watergate," Dingzhua tossed a water pouch his way. Watergate opened it and took a sip, gazing into the distance at the sky. A clear azure reminiscent of jade, dotted with clusters of white clouds. The view would undoubtedly be more magnificent atop the mountain. Just as he finished drinking, a reconnaissance ninja dispatched by Lu Jiu returned. The arrival of this ninja caused a palpable heaviness in the hearts of Watergate and his comrades, Ji Lu and Dai. "What news?" Lu Jiu inquired, his brow furrowed. "I discovered a contingent of rock ninjas at my location, numbering around 500 to 600. The ninja took a sip from the water pouch handed to him by Watergate, panting slightly as he spoke. "I see," Lu Jiu replied impassively. The location he had been sent to was along the retreat route to Jiraiya's camp. "You should rest now," Lu Jiu instructed him. It appeared that Jiraiya's encampment had been infiltrated by the enemy. "Lu Jiu, it seems your suspicions were correct," Hai remarked. "We must alert Master Jiraiya," Watergate stated. Lu Jiu nodded, about to speak when another reconnaissance ninja returned. This ninja reported from the route leading to Fugaku's position. A collective sense of dread gripped the hearts of the few present. Moments later, the last reconnaissance ninja returned. Bringing back identical reports, a contingent of rock ninjas had been discovered at their assigned locations. Riku felt a prickling unease at the nape of his neck as he turned to face Minato, who bore a grave expression tinged with shock. Every camp harbored a spy. How could they possibly engage in battle under such circumstances? Suddenly, a thought struck Riku, prompting him to raise his voice and cry out, "Halt your advance." He surveyed his surroundings, a chill of cold sweat cascading down his spine. "Hachi." Riku's voice had grown hoarse, while Hachi, in response to Riku's shout, began to employ his sensory ninjutsu. The troops came to a standstill, on high alert, as the once lush and verdant jungle now felt fraught with peril. After a brief moment, Hachi reported, "I detect nothing unusual. If they had set up an ambush, they might possess means to obstruct our sensory abilities. This is directed at our squad. They are determined to annihilate us," Riku asserted. At that moment, Minato stepped forward, his demeanor composed as he replied, "Leave it to me." Riku felt a twinge of unease. "Just you alone?" He acknowledged Minato's formidable strength, which surpassed that of ordinary ninjas, yet the enemy numbered 500 to 600. "This could be troublesome. I will need Hachi's assistance," Minato stated. "Once the enemy reveals themselves, relay their positions to me." "Understood," Hachi replied. "We shall join you." At that instant, a murmur arose within the ranks. Several ninjas stepped forward, their faces resolute as they gazed at Riku and Minato. "Count me in. We will stand with you." More joined, including the injured, their expressions unyielding, devoid of fear. "We cannot always rely on Lord Minato for protection. We shall not be burdens. We are willing to die for our village without complaint. Indeed, we will fight alongside you." Riku felt a profound stirring within him, accompanied by a bittersweet smile. How can one charge into a known trap? He glanced at Minato, marveling at the magnetic charisma he exuded. He promptly issued a new command: "Change course. Everyone descend the mountain, with Minato and Hachi covering our retreat to prevent the enemy from detecting our movements." The group exchanged glances, but ultimately chose to adhere to Riku's orders. The team proceeded down the mountainside, and after a short distance, Riku could not resist glancing back at Minato and Hachi. The rock ninjas themselves were not what instilled fear. It was the unseen treachery lurking within their own ranks. In another setting, at the training grounds of the Hyuga clan, "Brother Shin, I concede. I surrender." Hyuga Tetsu slumped to the ground, gesturing toward the distance where Shin stood. Shin, having just engaged in a spar, was also breathing heavily. "I never expected you to be so formidable even without the Byakugan," remarked Hyuga Takuma, who observed the match. "No matter how one looks at it, he is a nin, and easily defeating two mere children is a trivial task," Iraibo scoffed. However, for Makoto, it was not as effortless as Iraibo claimed. This marked his first encounter in this rebirth. His previous combat experiences were merely memories. Had the original Makoto been present, he would have swiftly incapacitated Hyuga Tetsu without even needing the Byakugan or gentle fist technique. "Let us take a brief respite," Makoto suggested, rubbing his sore forearm. Having inadvertently taken a hit that left him feeling a constricting discomfort in his arm, the group gathered under the shade of a tree, where both Makoto and Hyuga Tetsu retrieved their water bottles to rehydrate. The training ground of the Hyuga clan was expansive, easily the size of 3 or 4 playgrounds, located near the village's edge, adjacent to a dense forest. Yet apart from their small group, there was no one else around. Most of the clan's ninjas had deployed to the front lines, leaving only Iryibo and Natsu, peers of Makoto, still in the village. Iryibo stood beside Hige Tetsu, offering guidance and pointing out the flaws that had been exposed during their recent sparring session. Makoto listened quietly, leaning against the tree trunk. A few clouds drifted lazily across the sky, and the wind rustled the leaves, causing the dust below to swirl and settle. After a brief interlude, Makoto set down his water bottle and rose to stretch his limbs. "Deacon, would you care to give it a try?" he inquired, glancing at the other slender boy, Deacon, whose long hair was tied back with a ribbon, with 2 strands cascading down the sides of his face. "Me?" Deacon replied in surprise. "What? Do you fear a spar with Iryibo?" Makoto retorted with a subtle smile. Iryibo, still recovering from his injuries, was in no condition to fight. "It is merely a friendly exchange. What are you afraid of, boy?" Iryibo clapped Deacon on the back. "Very well." Deacon hesitated but finally acquiesced. Aware that he was not a true adversary and concerned about suffering a humiliating defeat, the two stepped forward and faced each other in the clearing. Deacon formed the opposing hand sign first, prompting a chuckle from Makoto, who mirrored the gesture and assumed a stance. The pain in his forearm lingered, yet it did not deter his desire to engage in combat. Unlike the monotony of physical training, the clash of fists and feet in a bout was far more invigorating. "Does my elder brother always exert himself so?" Hige Tetsu, seated beneath the tree, could not help but ask. I suppose so," Iryibo replied, somewhat uncertain. His relationship with Makoto was not particularly close, and he did not know him well. However, as fellow clansmen, they could engage in casual conversation. The events that had transpired earlier had left him with a deeper impression of this brother within the clan. On the other hand, Makoto had already begun his bout with Deacon. Deacon's style was similar to Tetsu's, and their techniques were familiar to Makoto, allowing him to navigate the encounter with increasing ease. It felt as if he were gradually assimilating the combat memories stored in his mind. Suddenly, a cry of anguish erupted. Deacon was struck down to the ground, cradling his right forearm, his face contorted in pain. Upon witnessing the situation, Jun promptly approached to investigate. Iryibo and Hinata Tetsu swiftly arrived upon hearing the commotion. "How are you?" Deacon was being assisted to sit up, revealing his entire right forearm was flushed crimson. Iryibo's expression turned to one of astonishment at this sight. "Hiss." Deacon merely gasped, indicating he was in considerable pain. Jun glanced at his own right hand, noticing red marks covering his knuckles, reminiscent of the agony of striking a wall. "I apologize, Deacon. I wanted to test whether I could apply pressure points, but I miscalculated the force." Jun offered his apologies. "How did you apply the pressure?" Iryibo inquired. Jun raised his clenched fist in demonstration. Iryibo, somewhat exasperated, remarked, "In soft fist techniques, one does not use an entire fist to strike a pressure point. The chakra pathways in the human body are exceedingly delicate. Any slight deviation can render the attempt futile." Deacon remained silent, pursing his lips. "It's just a punch. Why do you look like you're about to cry?" Iryibo commented. "Look, Jun's hand is injured too. To express my remorse, let me treat you to lunch," Jun suggested. Upon hearing this, Deacon quickly wiped away the tears that were about to fall and asked, "Shall we have barbecue?" "Ramen." Deacon silently covered his forearm again, tightening his brows. "Hiss, it hurts so much." Jun found it amusing and did not disappoint him. "Then let's have barbecue." Deacon immediately stood up. "Jun, I'm fine. Let's go eat. I'm quite hungry." Iryibo could not help but tease, "You really know how to act." Hinata Tetsu chuckled along. Jun glanced again at the back of his injured hand, recalling that the principle of soft fist pressure point techniques involves channeling chakra into the opponent's body, thereby damaging their chakra pathways and internal organs. Typically, chakra is released from the fingertips, yet in that moment, he had unleashed chakra from his entire fist. Attempting a comprehensive attack without being able to see the chakra pathways, resulting in mutual harm. "Are you all right, Brother Jin?" Deacon asked. "I'm fine. Let us go eat." The group departed the training ground, engaged in light-hearted banter. Jun contemplated that some of his hypotheses could be tested. The original work depicted Hinata's soft step, double lion fist, which seemed to adhere to a similar principle, transforming chakra to envelop both hands, thereby enhancing impact and destructive range. However, all techniques of the Hyuga clan necessitate the aid of the Byakugan. Only with the Byakugan can one accurately channel chakra, ensuring each move achieves optimal effectiveness. Although Jin's idea held potential for realization, the difficulty surpassed that of conventional soft fist techniques by a considerable margin. After dining on barbecue with Iriyubo and the others, Jun ventured alone to the market to procure some ingredients and seasonings, returning home to concoct some snacks. It was merely a simple fare of fried potatoes and potato chips, which were also available in this world. Carefully packaged, it was indeed delivered to the neighboring house of Lingli. "Did you do this?" Lingli exclaimed in disbelief upon seeing it. "Let us see how it tastes." Hesitating slightly, she picked up a chip and popped it into her mouth, savoring its crispness and savory spiciness. Quite delightful. She accepted the food container from Jun and settled on the sofa to indulge in her treat. Today, she wore a floral skirt, her long, fair legs swaying tantalizingly before Jin. "What are you staring at?" Lingli shot him a glare. "Your legs," Jin replied candidly. Lingli snatched a nearby cushion and hurled it at him, which he caught and embraced. "What do you want from me?" she inquired thereafter. "Could you help me find some books?" Jin asked straightforwardly, bypassing any pretense. "Have you finished the ones I found for you before?" Lingli asked, astonished. "I have," Jin confirmed. Lingli pondered for a moment before saying, "If you just want to peruse some books, I can find you some novels to pass the time." Jin shook his head. "I read them thoroughly. Aside from the specialized medical texts, I comprehended everything." Lingli was quite taken aback. The knowledge in those books was not superficial, and she wondered how he could grasp it so quickly. "What else do you wish to read?" she asked. "Any books concerning chakra would suffice. The more, the better. Additionally, I seek introductory texts on perception and medical ninjutsu," Jin stated slowly. Lingli nodded. "I've noted that." The last batch of books she found for Jin was rather random. Had she known he was genuinely interested, she would have selected more specialized titles. With this realization, she resolved to carefully curate a selection for him. The box of chips was soon devoured, and Lingli felt quite satisfied. The flavor was markedly different from the packaged chips sold in stores. "When did you learn to make these?" "I saw a stall selling fried chips and found it intriguing. So I watched for a bit and then tried making them myself when I returned." "I didn't expect you to have such talent in this area." Jin smiled gently. "If you like them, I can make them for you often." Lingli chuckled. "Then I would have to run errands for you every day." As for the books on perception and medical ninjutsu, they demanded rigorous control over chakra, requiring precision without a single mistake. Each book contained exercises to enhance chakra control, which was precisely what Jin wished to explore. Thus, his days were filled with reading, practicing chakra control, and sparring with two younger clan members at the training grounds. Dekan and Tai found themselves in a dire predicament. They wished to refuse, but were informed by Irika that training with someone stronger could greatly enhance their own abilities. Once again, the front lines echoed with dire news. The outpost of Kanahagakure had been discovered by the IWA shinobi and suffered a large-scale attack, resulting in significant casualties among the 3,000 troops. This devastating report sent shockwaves throughout the village. After having regained a fraction of their strength during the battle at the Kaminarabashi, the scales of war now began to tip in favor of IWA. With the loss of the outpost, all remaining forces of Konoha were compelled to retreat, relinquishing the entire battlefield of the Land of Grass and consolidating their positions within the borders of the Land of Fire. To outsiders, this situation painted a picture of inevitable defeat for Konoha. Within the Hokage's office, the long conference table was filled with key personnel temporarily remaining in the village. The meeting had been ongoing for several hours, marked by intense disputes and prolonged silences. Shortly thereafter, a knock echoed at the door as a figure entered, placing a letter before the third Hokage, Sarutobi. Upon opening it, Sarutobi's expression darkened with growing agitation. Watergate Inn, seated nearby, took a glance and his countenance immediately fell. How outrageous to present such an exorbitant offer. This was a compilation of bids from various mercenary organizations, each more exorbitant than the last. Tsunade Haruno, equally incensed, remarked, "They have previously benefited from the Land of Fire, yet now they choose to exploit our misfortune." Sarutobi remained silent, fully aware that these mercenary groups had no intention of aiding Konoha. fearing retaliation from IWA should Konoha face defeat. Another ninja entered the meeting room, delivering yet another letter. During this tumultuous period, Sarutobi had received countless correspondences from various factions, including local merchant guilds and prominent clans, all expressing their willingness to support Konoha in various capacities. This particular letter was from the daimyo's residence, and after reading it, Sarutobi's expression lightened somewhat. His superior was indeed reliable. The letter stated that a new batch of military supplies was en route and requested any immediate needs. The daimyo's office had sent several letters, inquiring about the situation in Konoha, indicating that there too, unrest prevailed. We must reinforce our troops, otherwise, the front line will continue to falter. Danzo, seated to Sarutobi's left, spoke slowly. Where are the shinobi to be sent to the front lines? Sarutobi replied irritably. The number of shinobi remaining in the village was dwindling. Had he not been stationed here, any attack could potentially undermine the very foundations of Konoha. There is still a batch of genin, Danzo countered. Absolutely not. Sarutobi immediately dismissed the suggestion. Those genin have just graduated. Are we to send them to the battlefield to perish? Danzo, with his single visible eye partially closed, remarked coolly. It is a trial they must face sooner or later. Better to hone their skills on the battlefield early. Sarutobi glanced at Watergate Inn and Tsunade, noticing their silence, indicating their tacit agreement with Danzo's perspective. All eyes in the conference room were fixed on Sarutobi, awaiting his decision. No. Sarutobi stood firm on his principles. Many of the newly graduated genin had never experienced real combat. Sending them to the battlefield would only turn them into mere cannon fodder. They represented the future of the village, and such actions would be tantamount to sacrificing the chick to obtain the egg. Danzo scoffed. Must we wait until the rock shinobi reach our village gates before allowing them to fight? Sarutobi was at a loss for words. He yearned to continue his refusal, but an unwelcome thought surfaced in his mind. The children in the ninja academies during the Warring States period had already learned to kill on the battlefield long before the founding of Konoha. Once this notion took root, it became an indelible presence in his mind. With a heavy sigh, Sarutobi closed his eyes in silence. What was the very purpose of establishing Konoha, if not to protect them? This must not be done. This must not be done, Sarutobi. What are you hesitating for? Danzo began to press him. Do you wish to doom Konoha? Midogate Inn and Tien Kamachi, witnessing the exchange, fell silent. Sarutobi. Make a decision, Sarutobi. Danzo's voice echoed throughout the conference room, an incessant torment in Sarutobi's ears. Hokage-sama. Suddenly, another ninja spoke up. Sarutobi lifted his gaze to see a young man, a special jonin from the village. Although my brother has just graduated, I have personally trained him, and he possesses considerable combat experience. He can be sent to the battlefield. As he finished, others chimed in. Hokage-sama, my son as well. Their words only deepened Sarutobi's burden. These individuals were unafraid of death for the sake of the village, and many had privately requested to be assigned to the front lines. However, someone had to remain in the village, and he had turned down those requests. Suddenly, a distinct knock resonated through the quiet conference room. The oppressive atmosphere provided Sarutobi with a moment to breathe, and he rasped, "Come in." Was it another letter? Who could it be this time? The figure who entered was not a messenger, but a tall, cold man with shoulder-length black hair, Orochimaru. Upon seeing him, a glimmer of light flickered in Sarutobi's eyes, only to be swiftly extinguished. The presence of Orochimaru prompted a rustle of whispers among the attendees. Danzo, upon his arrival, closed his eyes with an air of calm. Orochimaru, Sarutobi began slowly, are you preparing to go to the front lines? The village is in dire need of your strength. He averted his gaze, lowering his head slightly, lost in thought. Sensei Sarutobi, I possess a method to repel the rock shinobi. The declaration caused an uproar in the conference room. Sarutobi stared in astonishment at Orochimaru, who was clad in combat attire and wearing a forehead protector. What method? Forming an alliance with the sand. Sarutobi furrowed his brow upon hearing this. The alliance letter had long been dispatched, and our esteemed lord had also sent a copy to the lord of the Wind Country, yet there had been no response from their end. Allow me to go personally. Orochimaru proposed. I shall endeavor to secure this ally for Konoha. You. Sarutobi expressed his surprise. I concur, given the current circumstances. It would not be amiss for Orochimaru to make the attempt, Danzo interjected. Saratobi fell silent, not out of indecision, but rather lost in a multitude of thoughts. Orochimaru continued. Teacher Saratobi, what is your opinion? Saratobi, momentarily disoriented, perceived the figure before him as somewhat ethereal. Teacher Saratobi. Teacher Saratobi. On a rainy day? The heavens wept anew, and a chill breeze swept through the house. Jin had moved the table to the doorway, settling inside to observe the raindrops sweeping in. With each droplet that entered, he released a small burst of chakra to deflect it. However, the rain fell heavily, with droplets small and fine, leaving much of it to cascade onto the table and drench him. Undeterred and singularly focused, Jin continued his task, adjusting the amount of chakra he released time and again. The sensation of controlling chakra was uniquely fascinating, akin to having one's fingers deftly at their command. He could distinctly feel its flow within him and direct it to any part of his body, though some areas were less familiar than his hands. It was only when his chakra reserves were nearly depleted that he paused. He moved the table back, wiped it down with a cloth, closed the door, and took a shower. The recovery of chakra was slow, or so it seemed to Jin. Chakra was a blend of mental and physical energy, and its depletion brought a significant decline in physical stamina. To increase his chakra reserves, one could only engage in diligent practice day by day. The training and practice concerning chakra were far more engaging than tedious physical drills, resembling a farming simulation game, where each day brought a sense of progress. His control over chakra deepened, perhaps due to his initial understanding of the discipline, allowing for substantial improvement. After showering, as Jun reclined on the sofa, listening to the rain while reading, Iroha unexpectedly arrived, drenched. He expressed his desire to invite Natsu out for a meal, but she had declined. Hoping that Jun could offer some advice, Jun, uninterested in matters of youthful romance, replied that he had never even held a girl's hand and thus could not assist. He wondered how Iroha would react if he knew that Iane had once tried to matchmake him with Natsu. However, Iroha did not seem overly disappointed. Instead, he vented his frustrations to Shin, stating that Natsu's attitude toward him was quite ambiguous. He believed she had feelings for him, but felt thwarted in his attempts to advance their relationship. He pondered whether his methods were flawed, leaving Natsu in a state of emotional indecision, and lamented his inability to convey his feelings in a way that she would accept. Jin found the situation somewhat amusing. This child had an overly optimistic self-perception. He remarked to Yalubo, to refrain from taking initiative is to lack feeling. Yalubo, however, was left perplexed, staring blankly at Jin and asking, "Are you suggesting that I should confess directly?" Jin replied with a pause, and Yalubo began to murmur to himself, "That is true. No amount of hinting compares to a direct confession. Summer, being a girl, would surely feel shy and hesitant to respond, even if she understands my intentions." Jin could only respond, "You might as well give it a try." Encouraged, Yalubo sprang to his feet, excitement evident in his demeanor as he declared, "I understand. I shall go right away." Jin interjected, "Right now? But it's raining." The downpour was considerable, leaving puddles forming on the ground. Isn't confessing in such rain even more romantic? Yalubo's face lit up with longing, as if envisioning a future filled with sweetness and happiness. Jin remained silent, watching as Yalubo eagerly ventured out into the rain, leaving him in a state of bemusement, gazing at the boy's figure gradually fading into the curtain of rain. Why doesn't he even close the door behind him? Children forge bonds swiftly, and after recent interactions, the two had grown closer than before. Among their peers, Jin was now alone at home, and Yalubo felt that discussing such matters with his younger brothers, Tekama and Tai, would undermine his dignity as the eldest, prompting him to seek Shin for counsel. That evening, the rain showed no signs of abating, and Yalubo returned, looking utterly dejected. Jin immediately discerned what had transpired and, rather than inquire further, simply said, "Just don't track water onto my floor." Yalubo removed his shoes and plopped down onto the sofa, letting out a heavy sigh. "Why? Why?" he muttered, filled with resentment. Jun continued to read, not even lifting his gaze. "Jun." Yalubo could not contain himself. Why do you think Summer won't accept me?" "How would I know?" Yalubo wore an expression of distress when he had stood before Summer's door, facing the torrential rain to utter those words. She had replied calmly that she was currently not interested in dating. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he mused aloud. Could it be because of Hinata Kamen? Shin recalled this individual, another peer from their clan, who was currently on the front lines. Yalubo clapped his hands together, exclaiming, "I've figured it out. Summer must be worried that being with me would affect my relationship with Kamen." Shin remained silent, contemplating. It seemed that this Hinata Kamen also harbored feelings for Summer. Yalubo then turned to Shin with a question. "What do you think, Shin?" His eyes sparkled with hope. As if seeking Shin's affirmation, Shin finally replied, "I believe. You have a point." Irubo was exceedingly joyful. Indeed, Xiao was both gentle and considerate. He then remarked, "Once the war concludes and Huamin returns, I shall have a candid conversation with Xia. Although Huamin seems to harbor feelings for her, I am certain Xia will not reciprocate." It was unclear how he derived such confidence, yet Irubo felt quite satisfied with his musings. He glanced at the ever-absorbed Jin, and with a glint in his eye, suggested, "Jin, would you like me to introduce you to a few young ladies?" "No, thank you," Jin declined, secretly wishing that if Irubo knew any charming older sisters, he might introduce her to him. He had no interest in younger girls whatsoever. Irubo immediately adopted an air of a seasoned mentor, proclaiming, "Girls are quite easy to understand. If you invest some time and effort, you will surely win their hearts." Jin shot a sidelong glance at him. "And have you succeeded in this endeavor?" Irubo was momentarily taken aback, quickly retorting, "Xia is different from other girls. Besides, we are not in a rush." Jin remarked, "Childhood sweethearts, then." Irubo eagerly nodded, "Precisely." Jin sighed inwardly. Girls, especially those as beautiful and charming as Xia, tend to mature faster than boys. Even 10 more Irubos would find themselves utterly captivated by her. Irubo continued to chat about inconsequential matters in Jin's home, receiving minimal responses. Noting Jin's lack of interest in providing a meal, he decided to take his leave. Outside, the night was deepening, and heavy rain poured incessantly, drumming against the glass and window frames. After a day of reading, Jin stretched and gazed out at the swaying trees, battered by the storm, appearing as if they might snap at any moment. Orochimaru must have already set out. In such weather, it was an opportune moment for a night raid. What steps would Konoha take under these circumstances? On a dreary day, the roads lay drenched and muddy. While this presented little hindrance to the nimble ninjas, it posed considerable challenges for supply wagons traversing such terrain. Amidst the dense forest, a swift-moving team advanced, led by a middle-aged man adorned with a Konoha headband and clad in a green combat uniform. The entourage, apart from him, was comprised entirely of robust, fierce-looking ninja dogs, each burdened with substantial packs. As the squad reached a fork in the path, the leading black ninja dog lowered its head to sniff the ground, then spoke with human articulation. "Rainy days are indeed bothersome." The heavy downpour had washed away all sense, leaving it feeling unsettled. In response, Inazukiya, the leader, glanced back at his canine companions before spotting a concealed marker left by his team on a nearby tree. He declared, "Maru, endure a little longer. We are almost there. Everyone is awaiting our delivery." Upon hearing this, Maru barked commands to the dogs behind him, urging them to set off. However, the ninja dogs, not known for their endurance, were already fatigued from the prolonged trek. The team resumed its journey, with Inazukiya navigating the heights of the branches, inhaling the mingled aromas of earth, dead twigs, and flora, ensuring his view remained unobstructed. Suddenly, Maru, leading the pack below, unwittingly stepped into a trap. The rain-soaked ground concealed a large net that sprang open beneath him. Quick to react, Maru dodged, yet his comrades were not as fortunate. Ensnared by the net that swiftly tightened around them, Inazukiya, witnessing this alarming turn of events, swiftly threw a kunai to sever the net. The ninja dog squad immediately halted, gathering together in heightened vigilance, straining to detect any unusual scents in the air, yet regrettably, they could discern nothing amiss. Remaining aloft in the branches, Inazukiya scanned the surroundings. Faint rustling sounds emerged from the underbrush, yet the enemy remained elusive. At last, a terrified shout pierced the air as a man garbed as a rock ninja burst forth from the thicket, followed closely by another figure wielding a blade, who swiftly executed the rock ninja with a throat slash. Inazukiya recognized the assailant, a white-haired youth clad in a mask, gripping a standard short blade, stained with blood that was quickly washed away by the rain. He leaped down from the branches to H. Maru's side. "Isn't this the prodigious child?" H. Maru remarked. "The son of White Fang, the brilliant Jainin, renowned student of the illustrious Minato, and bearer of the Sharingan." Kakashi was a figure of immense repute both on the battlefield and within the village, known to all. Inazuki refrained from responding to H. Maru's observation. Instead, addressing Kakashi, "It seems these rock ninjas possess a supernatural awareness. They seem to know our every move, a truly persistent menace." At that moment, a blond man materialized, wielding a shuriken. Inazuka Kiba immediately realized that the Iwanin ambush they had encountered moments ago had been dealt with by this individual, Lord Minato. Kiba respectfully greeted him with a bow. Minato replied, "A large number of Iwanin have infiltrated our borders. Many areas are now perilous." Kiba lamented, "The situation is becoming increasingly dire." Minato surveyed the entire squad of ninja hounds and acknowledged, "You have all endured quite the ordeal." Kiba shook his head, stating, "For the sake of the village, what is hardship? If not for your timely assistance, this journey might have ended in tragedy." Meanwhile, Kakashi, seemingly from nowhere, produced some snacks, feeding one of the fierce-looking ninja dogs without a hint of fear, instead appearing quite affectionate. In a calm tone, he remarked, "Rainy weather significantly affects the scent abilities of ninja dogs. You should not be marching at this time." A bark from the dog, H. Maru, conveyed dissatisfaction at Kakashi's tone. Kiba merely smiled and replied, "Kakashi speaks the truth." Minato added, "Supplies are of utmost importance." Kiba was concerned about wasting time, which is why he took the risk to come here. "Thank you, Lord Minato, for your understanding. We must hasten, as many injured await our return. Kakashi, please handle the bodies and then catch up." "Understood." Minato, Kiba, and the entire squad of ninja hounds set off first, leaving Kakashi to clean the battlefield alone. He gathered all the corpses in a clearing, briefly searched them, replenished his supplies, and then discovered a signal flare gun along with 3 differently colored cartridges. Kakashi pondered the significance of the flare gun. Its presence suggested that Iwanin were still lurking nearby. Meanwhile, Minato and Kiba were not far from their camp, approaching the edge of a dense forest. However, an unsettling premonition suddenly gripped Minato's heart, prompting him to quicken his pace. Kiba, noticing this, called out, "Lord Minato?" "Kiba." H. Maru unexpectedly chimed in to alert him. It was then that Kiba noticed the signs of battle etched into the surrounding woods. The group of men and ninja hounds finally reached the perimeter of the camp, only to find Minato standing motionless at the forest's edge, his eyes wide with horror at the scene before him. The ground was fissured, rivers of blood flowed, and dismembered bodies lay strewn about, a sight too gruesome to behold. The aftermath of devastating jutsu was evident, and the landscape had been drastically altered by large-scale earth techniques. Kiba's heart was shaken, quickly followed by an overwhelming sense of grief and fury. "Lord Minato," he called, noticing Minato standing there, expressionless and silent. He had only been away for a little over half an hour, yet such a horrific tragedy had unfolded, indicating that the enemy had launched their attack knowing he was absent. Once again, betrayal lurks within. The Hidden Leaf Village has suffered countless setbacks as a result. And even if they refrain from taking the initiative, the enemy seems to possess an uncanny ability to anticipate their every move. Minato found himself unable to fathom which of his comrades, those who had shared life and death together, could possibly be the traitor. The rain continued to pour, drenching the two of them. Those wretched rock shinobi. Inazuka Kiba struck the nearby tree trunk with a fierce punch. At that moment, a ninja dog's bark broke the tension, and Akamaru rushed over, discovering a mark left by a leaf ninja on the tree. It was a signal for retreat. "It appears that everyone is still alive," it reported. Inazuka Kiba exhaled in relief. "Alive, but how much longer can we endure? This place is a field hospital. This battle is likely to be a one-sided massacre." Minato tilted his head back, inhaling deeply, his expression inscrutable, and stated, "We should withdraw from the nearest camp. Let us proceed to rendezvous with Kakashi, and then I will escort you all." Who is the traitor? Who is the traitor? Sarutobi pondered over Nara Shikaku's handwritten letter, his brow furrowed in deep contemplation. The enemies seemed to possess intimate knowledge of the movements of Konoha's ninjas, indicating that someone was leaking information. It was clear that multiple individuals were involved. Every camp, including those within the village, had its share of informants. and the mastermind was undoubtedly a high-ranking official within the village. Countless names flashed through Sarutobi's mind, only to be dismissed one by one. It was difficult for him to believe that these individuals could betray their village. Yet, the evidence lay bare before him, as the continuous failures of Konoha were a direct consequence of this treachery. If this traitor was not unearthed, Konoha would find itself as vulnerable as meat on a chopping block, subjected to slaughter. Lord Hokage, this has just arrived from the front lines. A ninja announced as he entered, delivering an urgent missive. The contents detailed that Inuzuka Kiba had been ambushed by rock ninjas while transporting supplies, but fortunately, Minato and Kakashi arrived in time to assist him. However, on Minato's way to support Inuzuka Kiba, the medical camp itself had come under attack. This news further validated the authenticity of Nara Shikaku's confidential letter. Amid such dire circumstances for the village, the presence of someone who would turn traitor in the midst of conflict ignited an extraordinary fury within Sarutobi. Mito gate and stepped through the door, and, upon witnessing Sarutobi's bloodshot eyes, frowned and remarked, "Hisashi, you ought to rest." Sarutobi, his voice hoarse, replied, "How could I possibly sleep now?" He lowered his gaze to Nara Shikaku's letter, which he had perused countless times. "And do you not find this strange? Are you referring to the events at the front lines?" Mito Gaiden responded, "I was just about to discuss this matter with you." Sarutobi lifted his gaze to meet Mito Gaiden's eyes. "A traitor," Mito Gaiden stated impassively. "The rock ninjas cannot consistently have such precise knowledge of our movements. There must be a traitor at play." Sarutobi slowly closed his eyes, exhaling heavily through his nostrils. "Who do you suspect?" "Anyone could be the culprit, Hisashi. You are the Hokage. You cannot afford to show any leniency now. Until the traitor is removed, Konoha is destined for ruin." Hisashi had been injured and sent back from the front lines. It was reported that he had encountered the main forces of the rock ninjas and was wounded while protecting Hisashi. Jin, having purchased some items to visit the hospital, discovered that both Ayame and Ayano were present, along with an elderly man with white hair. Hisashi lay on the hospital bed, bandages wrapped tightly around his neck, indicating a severe injury. He was without his forehead protector, allowing the green curse seal on his forehead to be visible. "Ah, Jin has come," Ayame said, walking over to take the items Jin had brought. "I came to visit Lord Hisashi," Jin said, then bowed to the other two individuals in the room. "Lord Taigai, Lady Ayano." The corner of the room was already piled high with gifts. Jin was not the first visitor. The atmosphere in the room felt peculiar, as Jin had not heard anyone speaking while approaching the door. Such thoughtfulness, he mused. Taigui's gaze was fixed on Jin as he calmly spoke. "I shall not disturb you." After Jin set down his belongings, he intended to take his leave. "It's quite all right," Taigui called out to him. "We are of the same kin, so there's no need for such formality." Lingli brought a chair for Jin, urging him to sit. Reluctantly, Jin remained, only to realize that he had suddenly become the center of attention. After a moment of contemplation, he anxiously inquired, "How is Lord Richai's health?" Richai replied placidly, "Do not worry, I am not dying." Taigui cast a sidelong glance. "If you wish to die so much, why return?" Richai sneered. "Am I disappointing you by still being alive?" Taigui rapped his cane sharply against the floor, puffing out his cheeks and glaring, "Your death would certainly ease my worries." Observing this exchange, Ling Nai quickly interjected with a smile to diffuse the tension. The relationship between the father and son appeared rather delicate, lacking harmony, which explained Jin's discomfort in the atmosphere of the room. Jin felt somewhat helpless, pondering whether it was appropriate for them to bicker in front of an outsider like him. Ling Li sat at the edge of the sickbed, peeling an apple, and Jin initially assumed it was for Richai, only to see her indulge in it herself. Noticing Jin's gaze, Ling Li cut the apple in half and offered it to him. Jin felt a bit awkward, unsure whether to accept or decline, and shot a furtive glance at Ling Li, who looked at him with a mischievous expression, then took a bite of the apple herself. Indeed, when he felt awkward, others seemed to be even more so. "Why not offer an apple to Lord Richai?" Ling Na remarked. "He does not like apples," Ling Li countered. Richai opened his mouth and, after a moment of resignation, admitted, "I truly do not enjoy apples." Having grown up together, they were well acquainted with each other's temperaments. Suddenly, Taigui directed a question at Jin. "Have you developed a fondness for reading recently?" Jin was not taken aback by the inquiry and respectfully replied, "During my training journey, I encountered many uncertainties and sought answers from books." Taiguei nodded. "It is rare to find a young person as diligent as you." Jin responded, "Iriyubo, Takuma, and Tetsu are all working hard. And Huamin is fighting on the front lines for the village, while I am merely idling about." Taiguei then remarked, "There is no need for such humility. I am quite aware of those children's dispositions." Jin turned to Ri Chai and asked, "Lord Ri Chai, do you know how Huamin is faring on the front lines?" After a brief moment of contemplation, Ri Chai replied, "That lad is following Lord Rizu and is performing adequately." Jin sighed in relief, saying, "As long as he is well." Taiguei's eyes flickered with interest. "You are quite concerned for him." Jin smiled innocently. "We are friends, so I care about his well-being." Observing the sincerity in the young man's expression, Taiguei felt a sense of reassurance. Having ties within the clan was beneficial, for those with connections were the easiest to manage. Seated nearby, Ayano tilted her head in confusion, pondering how this young lad had developed such a close relationship with the Firegate. It was noteworthy that his previous connections with Irika and the others were rather moderate. Yet now they seemed to spend considerable time together. Indeed, the friendships of children often emerge in the most inexplicable ways. At that moment, Taiguei remarked, "If you truly enjoy reading, you are welcome to visit my collection. I possess a substantial number of books." Ayano appeared somewhat taken aback by his words. Yet she refrained from commenting. Nichija cast a fleeting glance in their direction before withdrawing his gaze. Jun's face lit up with excitement. "Is that truly permissible, Lord Taiguei?" Taiguei smiled lightly. "Books are meant to be read. If you do not take them, they shall merely gather dust." "Thank you, Lord Taiguei." Upon exiting the hospital, Jin did not head straight home, but wandered through the village, purchasing a few items along the way. It was evident that the villagers were enveloped in a melancholic atmosphere. While weighing ingredients, the shopkeeper distractedly miscalculated the prices, their minds preoccupied with concerns regarding the front lines. The relentless stream of grim news from the battlefield had led Jun to believe that Orochimaru's actions were becoming increasingly excessive. The higher-ups in Konoha were likely beginning to suspect the presence of a traitor, should this matter remain unresolved. Even if Orochimaru were to emerge as the savior of Konoha and triumph in the war, he would inevitably be viewed with suspicion by the third Hokage. Should such conduct be exposed, Konoha would no longer permit his existence in this world. In the stillness of a late evening, as Spring Tea returned home, she discovered her younger sister engrossed in a book, sprawled across the living room sofa, clad in a light sleep dress. Her delicate, fair feet danced playfully in the air, seemingly lost in the pages before her. Upon hearing the sound of the door, Summer sat up from the sofa. "Sister, you're back," she exclaimed. Spring Tea replied, her face etched with profound fatigue, her voice barely a whisper. "Have you eaten?" "I saved some food for you in the kitchen," Summer offered, noting Spring Tea's weary demeanor. "All right, I understand," Spring Tea murmured as she sank onto the sofa, her body enveloped by its cushions, rendering her motionless. Summer promptly closed her book, rising to retrieve the meal she had set aside. As Summer arranged the bowls and chopsticks, she suddenly heard Spring Tea's voice. Turning to see her sister still lying there, unmoving, she asked, "Did you go out with Yuyuobo today?" Startled by the question, Summer hesitated before answering. "No, he didn't. He come to find me today." "Oh," Spring Tea replied, seemingly finished with that topic. Yet, after a brief pause, she continued, "I think Yuyuobo is quite straightforward, without any ulterior motives." "Well, I suppose so." Summer responded nonchalantly, her tone suggesting a lack of interest in the conversation. "His demeanor is remarkably composed for such a young age. He is astute and level-headed in challenging situations. The adults often praise him. Among his peers, he is undoubtedly the most exceptional." "Perhaps," Summer acknowledged. "Do you have someone you like?" Spring Tea inquired suddenly. "No," Summer replied, straightening up to glance at her sister, whose gaze flickered with intrigue as she observed Summer serving her dinner. "You two are childhood friends. Don't you feel anything for him?" Spring Tea pressed, her brow furrowed. "Does being childhood friends necessitate romance? Can't we simply remain good friends?" Summer replied, a hint of irritation in her voice. Spring Tea let out a dry laugh. "Of course, that is possible." Summer scrutinized her sister, sensing an unusual tension. While they occasionally joked about such matters, Spring Tea's current demeanor suggested she was not jesting. Have you been in touch with Shin recently? Spring Tea hesitated before continuing. At this, Summer could no longer contain herself, exclaiming, "Are you so eager to set me up with a boyfriend? You've been single for ages. Why don't you find me a brother-in-law first?" Spring Tea fell silent. "Come on, eat your dinner. It's still warm," Summer urged, retrieving her book and returning to her seat. "Shouldn't you try to spend more time with Shin?" Spring Tea suggested tentatively. "No," Summer replied firmly. "I'm not suggesting you enter a relationship with him." Spring Tea continued. Her head bowed. "Just spend some time together." Hinata Natsu was astute. Observing her sister, she quickly grasped the entirety of the situation. Why her sister inexplicably uttered those words to her. Natsu's expression settled into tranquility. "I understand now. Natsu, I comprehend, and I shall act accordingly." "I am sorry, Natsu." Her demeanor remained unperturbed. "Did you not also mention that there was no need for romance with him? Merely fostering a closer relationship should suffice." The following day after Nichi's return to the village, another wounded soldier was dispatched from the front lines, as yet another camp in Konoha fell to enemy forces. In the Konoha hospital, Jiraiya lay on a bed, swathed in bandages, while Saratobi's expression remained neutral, devoid of sorrow or joy. "How many have we lost?" "Half." "I see," Jiraiya murmured, his voice heavy with the weight of reality. It was to be expected, had it not been for Minato's timely arrival. I too would have perished there. They had faced an assault from thousands of IWA shinobi, led by the third Tsuchikage, Inoki. In a mere moment, Jiraiya witnessed a blinding white light sweep through the heart of their camp, reducing all in its path to mere dust. The enemy's numbers exceeded theirs by more than threefold. And Jiraiya chose to remain behind to buy time for his comrades, yet was ultimately overwhelmed. Fortunately, Minato arrived with remarkable swiftness. Jiraiya inquired, "How many are left at the front?" Saratobi replied, "Less than 4,000. This statement ushered in a prolonged silence between the two. The once greatest ninja village in the world had now fallen to such dire straits. Even Jiraiya could not refrain from questioning, "Can we still emerge victorious?" Saratobi refrained from answering. A message had recently arrived from the feudal lord, suggesting that if this battle proved unwinnable, Saratobi might consider surrendering to IWA, as long as the hostilities could cease. The Land of Fire was willing to offer compensation in resources, funds, or even territory. However, Saratobi understood Inoki's disposition. Had they sought peace shortly after the Shinobi War, IWA might have entertained the notion. Yet now, with victory seemingly within reach, how could they possibly relent? It seemed they were at a dead end. Jiraiya observed the armor beneath Saratobi's Hokage cloak and asked, "What is the state of the village now?" Saratobi's gaze drifted toward the window. "Somewhat chaotic. This turmoil manifests both visibly and invisibly. The villagers are in a state of panic, and the clans are scheming their escape. The once unbreakable bonds forged by the first Hokage now falter in the face of life and death." Word had it that Orochimaru had gone to Sunagakure to request reinforcements. In Konoha's current predicament, allies were a luxury long lost. That is indeed the case. Once I head to the front lines, the village shall be entrusted to you. I shall not deal with those political affairs. There are no politics, only news of our triumph or demise. Jiraiya offered a wry smile, choosing not to respond further. Saratobi spoke softly, suggesting that if one perceives the situation as hopeless, it would be best to recuperate swiftly before heading to the front lines to face death. It was indeed a dire predicament. After Saratobi departed, Jiraiya leaned against his sickbed, silently gazing out at the autumn landscape beyond the window. The leaves had withered, signaling the deepening season. He inexplicably recalled the days spent with Tsunade and Orochimaru before they rose to prominence. Back then, there were endless missions, devoid of the myriad entanglements and concerns that now clouded his mind. As they ascended to the status of the legendary Sannin, their positions within the village grew increasingly elevated, leading to a broader array of responsibilities and a deeper understanding of the world, yet the distance between them seemed to widen. Jiraiya perceived Orochimaru's latent ambitions as dangerously expansive, while he regarded his own student as a natural-born Hokage. When Saratobi informed him that the war would serve as a stage for Minato, and that he intended to sideline Orochimaru, Jiraiya acquiesced. After the battle at the Kanabi Bridge, Minato's reputation soared to unprecedented heights, overshadowing his former self and leading Jiraiya to believe that events would progress smoothly from that point onward. In hindsight, had Orochimaru been present on the front lines, perhaps the war might have been won long ago. With Minato's strength and character, there was no need for the unnecessary actions taken by himself and Sarutobi, which ultimately culminated in this tragic outcome. Surely, Orochimaru must feel profoundly disillusioned with both himself and Sarutobi. On the 23rd, in the morning, Irika, Takuma, and Tetsu visited the home of Makoto. "Are you all heading to the front lines?" Makoto inquired with a hint of astonishment as he gazed at them. It seemed that Irika had not yet fully recovered from his injuries, while Takuma and Tetsu were merely fresh graduates, recently appointed as genin. "Oh, we came to bid you farewell," Irika replied, scratching his head. Makoto was momentarily at a loss for words. The youthful faces of Takuma and Tetsu reflected an innocence that perhaps shielded them from the harsh realities of war. "When do you depart?" Makoto asked. "In half an hour. We just received the notification and packed our things," Irika explained. Makoto had not received any orders to join the battlefield, indicating that the Hyuga clan had chosen to keep him safe at home, at a time when the survival of Konoha was at stake. The clan's decision struck Makoto as peculiar. The trio exchanged a few words, devoid of any emotional farewells. Makoto merely advised them to exercise caution and urged Takuma and Tetsu to heed Irika's counsel on the front lines. They soon took their leave, with Irika mentioning he would go find Natsu to say goodbye. Natsu, too, was not heading to the front lines. Makoto noticed that the Hyuga clan district felt unusually desolate, and after wandering for some time, he did not encounter a single soul. The streets of Konoha outside the clan's territory were similarly somber. Litter was strewn about, left uncleaned, and only a handful of pedestrians wandered by, with not a single ninja in sight. Many shops were shuttered, devoid of customers, and a stifling atmosphere enveloped the village. Makoto found an open shop to purchase some items before visiting Nichi at the hospital. Konoha Hospital was perhaps the only place still bustling with activity. Yet Nichi appeared melancholic in his hospital room, hardly exchanging words with Makoto upon his arrival. Instead, he posed a perplexing question: "Do you consider yourself fortunate or unfortunate?" After a moment of contemplation, Makoto replied, "Fortune and misfortune are merely reflections of the past. I choose to focus on the future." This statement prompted deep reflection in Nichi, who began to mutter, "The past is gone, the future is yet to come." Unsure of what troubles Nichi faced, Makoto refrained from probing further and departed the hospital. Upon returning home, he found Ayaka had unexpectedly arrived, seated on the sofa with a pensive expression, cradling a stuffed animal. The fate of Konoha was intertwined with that of each individual, and the ongoing battles had erased the smiles from many faces in the village. "What troubles you?" Makoto inquired. Ayaka looked at him, hesitating to respond. "Are you concerned about the front lines? Do you believe we can win?" The motion of pouring water faltered as Makoto confidently affirmed, "We can." However, Ayaka's countenance remained grave as she shook her head, saying, "What could a child like you possibly understand about the affairs of the nation?" She perceived Makoto's unwavering optimism as a naive oversight, given the current circumstances where Konoha seemed devoid of any capability to reverse its fate. Ayari let out a heavy sigh and addressed Shin. "Lord Taiga will convene a clan meeting tonight. I came by to inform you. Remember to be at the inner courtyard by 9. She rose, still cradling Spy in her arms. "Let Spy accompany me for the day." Shin felt a tumult of emotions swirling within him, and the strange visage of Nichisha flashed through his mind. Suddenly, he stepped forward and grasped Ayari's arm as she prepared to depart. "Shin?" Ayari's gaze was locked onto him, and the depth of his dark eyes stirred an inexplicable unease within her, as if he could see right through her. Spy looked on with curiosity from Ayari's embrace. "Is Hinata planning to leave Konoha?" Shock spread across Ayari's face as she stood frozen, staring at Shin. "Shin, how do you know?" She stammered. "How many?" Shin pressed on. "What? Is everyone being withdrawn?" Ayari hesitated before responding. "According to the list set forth by Lord Taigu, it includes me and my sister, Nichisha, you, and Natsu. Lord Taigu also mentioned that before we depart, he would leave his own eyes for you." Shin inquired further, "What about Lord Hizuki and the others?" Silence ensued. The answer all too evident: they were forsaken. In the face of the clan's survival, a single-branch family seemed insignificant. The Hokage had already gone to the front lines, and the village was in disarray. It would be all too simple for Hinata to discreetly send a few members away. It was likely that not just Hinata, but other clans were undertaking similar actions. Shin's expression shifted as he stood there, and after a moment, he bolted from the house. Ayari called out in urgency, "Shin, where are you going? Don't speak recklessly." He returned to Konoha Hospital, determined to find Nichisha, for Ayari held no authority within the clan. His hurried steps nearly collided with a passerby carrying a tray. "Watch where you're going," the person exclaimed, the tray laden with glass bottles for infusion. "My apologies," Shin replied, glancing up and finding the figure somewhat familiar. Just then, at the corridor's end, a medical staff member called out, "See you? Hurry. We need it urgently over here." "I'm coming," the girl replied promptly, then disregarded Shin, hastening towards the medical staff. "See you. Shouldn't she have left the village with Tsunade by now?" Pushing aside such futile thoughts, Shin approached Nichisha's door, but hesitated before knocking. After a moment of stillness, his emotions finally settled. "Why not come in?" Nichisha's voice suddenly resonated from within the room. As Shin opened the door, he discovered Nichisha seated calmly on the hospital bed, gazing serenely out the window. The white curtains billowed gently in the breeze, casting delicate shadows that danced upon the floor. Jin securely closed the door and approached Richa's sickbed with measured steps. It was Richa who spoke first. "Jin, you seem a bit restless, different from your usual self. Lady Tsunade has returned to the village." And that girl accompanied her back. Despite remaining in the sick room, he could see everything within the hospital with his Byakugan, including Jin nearly colliding with Shizen. Jin spoke softly. "Richa, we cannot leave." Richa, however, smiled faintly and replied, "You seem to be quite informed. Was it Ayari who told you?" He gazed intently at Jin and asked, "Why can't we leave?" Jin explained, "If we depart from Konoha at this juncture, it would be considered an act of treason." Upon hearing the word treason, Richa's expression remained unchanged. He slowly rose from the bed, closed the window, and drew the curtains, plunging the room into darkness. Only then did he speak in a calm tone. "On the contrary, Konoha is on the brink of destruction. We are the bearers of hope, tasked with the reconstruction and revival of Konoha." Jin furrowed his brow. "Just the 5 of us?" Richa replied, "Do you think that is insufficient?" Jin asserted, "It's not enough. Even the entire Hyuga clan would fall short." Richa narrowed his eyes, having always sensed that Jin was unique, merely adept at concealing it. This uniqueness was difficult to perceive, even blinding his own brother and father. Yet, he could feel that Jin, like himself, harbored a deep-seated disdain for the shackles of confinement and a yearning for freedom. "What makes you say that? Do you realize how fortunate you are to be among these 5? Richa continued. "Is it because of my eyes?" Jin retorted. "You are astute," Richa scoffed. "In our clan, Natsu is exceptional in both character and appearance. Many peers are enamored with her. She is destined to be your wife. Are you not content with that? Or do you prefer Ayari?" Jin's expression remained unchanged as he listened to Richa speak his fiancée's name. He could sense Richa suppressing something, a pressure that was soon to erupt. "If you truly favor Ayari, I could." Richa began, but Jin abruptly interrupted him. "What has Lord Taiga granted you?" Richa fell silent, his eyes fixated on Jin. The release from the caged bird seal, the status of the main branch, equal to Lord Hisashi? After a prolonged silence, Richa succinctly replied, "Indeed." Jin felt a profound disappointment. Richa did not despise the caged bird, but rather loathed being confined by it. Once he became a beneficiary of the rules, he too would begin to uphold them. A person's ideology is notoriously difficult to alter. Instead of engaging in a theoretical debate, I calmly stated, "Lord Hisashi, our village of Konoha will emerge victorious in this war." Hisashi gazed at me, disappointment evident in his expression. He believed my understanding was painfully superficial. How could one fail to discern such an obvious situation while blindly maintaining faith in the village? Even with the likes of Irika, Takuma, and Tetsu deployed to the front lines, Konoha seemed bereft of a future. Hisashi replied coolly, "Is that so? Do you not believe, Lord Hisashi? Are you aware of the current disparity in military strength between Owagakure and our Konoha?" I retorted, "What about Sunagakure?" Hisashi's eyes flickered with slight movement. "Sunagakure will not come to our aid. Lord Orochimaru cannot persuade them. Many within the village were aware of Orochimaru's endeavors to forge alliances in the Land of Wind. Yet most were skeptical. Since the disappearance of the third Kazekage, Tsunagakure had been embroiled in internal turmoil, leaving little room to concern themselves with the affairs of others. I pressed on. And what of Kumogakure, Amigakure, and Kusagakure? Hizashi paused in disbelief. What did you say? I explained. Lord Orochimaru is not merely courting Tsunagakure. He seeks the collaboration of Kumogakure, Amigakure, and Kusagakure as well. If they were to join forces in this conflict, could we not turn the tide in favor of Konoha? Hizashi furrowed his brow, questioning, why would they assist us? I countered, given the current circumstances, perhaps one village may hesitate to provoke Iwagakure. But if they perceive that the other three are inclined to act, it could sway their decision. Lord Orochimaru excels at orchestrating such maneuvers. Hizashi skeptically remarked, do you think the leaders of the other villages are simpletons? I slowly shook my head. They might suspect as much. Yet none among the four would desire to see Iwagakure dominate solely. Instead, they would prefer that the others believe they are prepared to intervene. Lord Orochimaru serves as a vital link in this intricate web. Hizashi remained silent, furrowing his brow in contemplation, seemingly questioning the veracity of my assertions. Such notions seemed overly presumptuous. The leaders and shadows of those villages would not wade into treacherous waters so easily. Seeing his hesitation, I revealed another piece of information. Are you not aware, Lord Hizashi? The fourth Kazekage has ascended to power. He is the renowned user of magnet release, Raza. The fourth Raikage has also taken his position, being the son of the third. Hizashi genuinely did not know. After these two villages withdrew from the war, they had effectively sealed themselves off from the world. In this insular ninja realm, it was exceedingly difficult for outsiders to glean such information. As someone well-versed in the original tale, I understood this reality all too well. Hizashi's gaze shifted contemplatively, and after a prolonged silence, he posed a question. What if they choose not to intervene, and we ultimately face defeat? I firmly responded, there is no what if. In the dim light, I held his gaze. The green mark on my forehead still prominently visible. It is merely a matter of choice for Lord Nichi, whether to depart or remain. Should he choose to leave, he would embark on a solitary journey with but a few companions, chasing after the dreams of his clan. If Konoha were to triumph in this war, they would be branded as traitors, not only to Konoha but also regarded as a disgrace by their own kin. His father would undoubtedly act in such a manner. He would certainly proclaim that he had defected of his own volition. A man who harbors only thoughts of his family, devoid of familial affection, who could coldly categorize himself as a branch family member and bear that burden since childhood, now seeks to impose upon himself the weighty responsibility of preserving the clan while casually discarding his elder brother. However, if Konoha ultimately falters, they might yet survive. They could find a place to conceal their identities and continue their lineage, perhaps even scheming to restore Konoha, relying solely upon themselves, himself, and 3 women. The vision was alluring. When his father spoke of it, he painted a future that gleamed with promise. Yet, as he approached the precipice of freedom, he found himself entranced. Merely a stud and 3 instruments of procreation. How could they hope to restore Konoha? The revival of the Hyuga clan seemed exceedingly bleak. Their unique eyes could easily render them targets for powerful factions amidst the tumultuous ninja world, and he could be slain. While Ayaka and the others would inevitably become mere vessels for offspring, there'd be a Kugan falling into the hands of outsiders. Could Taiguei not foresee such an outcome? Alas, there appeared to be no alternative. The fate of the Hyuga has always been intertwined with that of Konoha. Escaping its grasp is no simple feat alternatively. They could remain ensnared in this cage, continuing as birds confined within. If Konoha were to prevail, everything would revert to the norm. Should Konoha be defeated, he would perish alongside it. Only in death could those of the branch family attain liberation and freedom. The notion of sacrificing oneself for the village, instilled in him since childhood, evoked little resistance from Nichi. Though it may signify an end, it would ultimately grant him freedom, would it not? Nichi refrained from questioning or disputing Jin. He comprehended the gravity of the information. He contemplated deeply, gazing at Jin, when a sudden thought flashed through his mind. What of this child? His eyes were as dark as ink, concealing untold depths. Did he harbor ambition or obsession? Nichi abruptly inquired of Jin, regarding the death of Rinhu on the day they discovered Rinhu's demise. He noticed a trace of a snake's passage in Rinhu's chamber, and upon investigation, it was revealed that Jin had been in the company of Orochimaru's student, Mitarashi Anko, the day prior. Many things seemed to clarify. This child was entangled with Orochimaru. At that moment, he held mere suspicion, lacking conclusive evidence. Moreover, he deliberately refrained from exposing this matter, deeming it a concern for the main family, for he was far more intrigued to witness his elder brother's fury. Jin responded coolly, "The perpetrator behind Rinhu's death has yet to be identified. I share in the sorrow and anger surrounding this tragedy. The passage of time has rendered the truth unmistakable. It is evident that Jin Chao does not believe that his relationship with Orochimaru has no bearing on Rinxiang's demise. The purpose behind Orochimaru's desire for those Byakugan remains a mystery to Jin Chao, who finds himself disinterested in such matters. What truly occupies his thoughts is the fact that in an effort to evade the eye exchange, he has relinquished the entire stock of Byakugan from the Hyuga clan to Orochimaru. As he gazes through the narrow slit of the curtain, a beam of light pierces the dimness of the hospital room, strikingly bright. All necessary words have been exchanged, and Jin has made his intentions to take his leave clear. Just as Jin is about to depart, Jin Chao calls out to him once more. "Jin, do you also yearn for freedom?" Jin replies with serene composure. "What I desire is to be like a bird, with sustenance to fill my belly, trees to rest upon, an expansive sky in which to soar, and kindred spirits who understand my heart." He then poses a counterquery. What does Lord Jin Chao aspire to be, a wild dog? The room falls into an oppressive silence, devoid of sound. In the midst of chaos, Huang Tu led a contingent of IWA shinobi, circumventing the front lines and marching swiftly through the vast forest. Within this expansive woodland, 3,000 to 4,000 Konohagakure ninjas had gathered, representing the last bastion of resistance for the Leaf Village. Should they eradicate the foes here, Konoha would be rendered powerless. However, this battle diverged from previous encounters. The frontal assault met with the fiercest and most tenacious defense from Konoha. After the loss of over 1,000 comrades from the vanguard, the IWA shinobi had gained no advantage. Huang Tu's mission was to exploit the diversion created by his father's frontal offensive, leading a 1,000-strong force to strike at the rear of Konoha. Yet, the forest was dauntingly vast, being the largest in the Land of Fire, perfectly obstructing the IWA shinobi's advance. The ninjas of Konoha excelled in woodland warfare, a realm where the IWA shinobi had often found themselves at a disadvantage. Upon reaching a fork in the path, Huang Tu paused, acutely aware of the disorienting nature of the dense thicket. He inquired of a reconnaissance ninja who had previously scouted the route. "How much longer?" "It will be swift, if we proceed at full speed for another half-hour." "We shall arrive," the ninja replied, gesturing towards a direction where the trees loomed ominously, stretching into the abyss. Such towering trees! A sudden exclamation erupted beside him. Several individuals stood in awe before a colossal tree, its girth requiring several to embrace, and its height soaring 100 meters into the sky. Such magnificent giants could only be found within the Land of Fire, their age a mystery lost to time. Yet, these would soon belong to the IWA shinobi. Once Konoha was vanquished, their forces from the Land of Earth could surge into the Land of Fire, an unstoppable tide. "Continue onward," Huang Tu shouted, leading the charge down one of the paths. The 1,000-strong force followed, weaving through the dense foliage like a swarm of shadows. Suddenly, a thunderous noise reverberated through the air. As the IWA shinobi passed the great tree, they realized it was not merely a majestic giant, but rather a colossal figure towering above them, wielding a massive iron club that cast an ominous shadow over the ground. "What is that?" Before the IWA shinobi could comprehend the situation, the iron club swung down with the force of a mountain. It obliterated everything in its path, trees splintered, and the shinobi were crushed into mere pulp beneath the terrifying might. "Monster!" Huang Tu shouted in alarm. "Form a defensive formation." "It's a Konoha ninja. Quickly, organize for defense." But scarcely had he spoken when the earth began to tremble. Accompanied by a tremendous roar, the surrounding trees swaying violently. Huang Tu turned towards the source of the sound, catching sight of a dark mass. As it barreled forward, crushing the trees that obstructed its path, he realized it was a gigantic wheel, spinning rapidly, and unleashing an uncontrollable tempest, hurtling towards them with catastrophic intent. The wheel surged into the formation of the rock ninja, crushing countless foes beneath its weight. Despite attempts to counter with ninjutsu, the assaults proved futile. The iron rod swept through, and the massive wheel rolled on, unleashing a cacophony of anguished cries as the rock ninja descended into chaos amidst this sudden upheaval. Huangta surveyed the tumultuous scene, his mind in disarray. How many lie in ambush against us? He glanced around anxiously. Stay calm. Counterattack. Quickly retaliate. Slay them. Dispatch them swiftly. In the forefront of the battlefield, after a fierce offensive, the rock ninja temporarily retreated. The surrounding forest lay in ruins, marred by charred stumps and fissures crisscrossing the ground. Most distressing were the corpses strewn about, their blood staining the adjacent stream a deep crimson. The leaf ninja were diligently clearing the battlefield, reclaiming usable tools and checking the bodies for any signs of life. The remains of their comrades were moved to the rear, while those of the rock ninja were piled together for incineration. At this moment, several high-ranking officials of the Leaf forces gathered in a clearing devoid of tents, standing together beneath the open sky. What are the casualties? Saratobi inquired of a nearby officer. Still counting. It's estimated to be no less than 500. Saratobi nodded calmly, his expression betraying no anger or sorrow, as if nothing could disturb his composure any longer. Those who had lost their fighting capacity should be sent back to the village immediately. We cannot burden the medical personnel further. Understood, came the reply. The rock ninja may soon launch another assault, Saratobi continued. Reorganize the teams and integrate the lone survivors into other units. He glanced at the blonde youth beside him. Minato, you will lead a team to flank the enemy forces and create disruption if possible. Minato pondered briefly before responding. No need for a team. I can manage alone. Saratobi did not press the matter and nodded in agreement. Very well. On the main battlefield, I will continue to lead alongside Fugaku. Shikaku, you and Haichi's sensory team will coordinate and relay battlefield developments. The high-ranking officials deliberated the forthcoming operations while the Leaf Ninja busied themselves with their respective tasks. Not far from the Hokage, a group led by Yamanaka Haichi sat together, each adorned with peculiar devices connected to a large battery. This was the sensory unit of the Leaf, monitoring all activity within the forest. Any incursion by the rock ninja would be immediately detected. After assisting with the transport of the bodies, Kakashi sought refuge beneath a large tree, retrieving provisions from his pack and eating in silence. At this moment, Rin approached and sat beside him, offering her water flask. There are far too many injured. It's overwhelming, she lamented. There is no need to treat them now. It would be wiser to conserve our strength for the battles that lie ahead, Kakashi remarked calmly. Rin shook her head, insisting, some individuals are gravely injured. Failure to attend to their wounds could threaten their lives. Kakashi, however, maintained his tranquil gaze upon the bustling figures around them. Regardless, they are all destined to perish. Yet, that does not justify their demise due to my inaction. A single charred leaf gently descended from the tree, landing in Kakashi's hand. Nearby, Rin began to eat, holding a rice ball while simultaneously humming a tune during her respite. Kakashi heard laughter, noticing two robust figures making their way into the depths of the forest, their boisterous banter echoing in the air. These individuals belonged to the Akimichi clan, easily recognizable amidst the crowd. What could they be up to? Rin inquired. They are likely preparing to ambush the enemy, Kakashi pondered. Is ambushing truly a cause for such merriment? Rin chuckled. Kakashi found himself perplexed, unable to fathom what jest could elicit such joy among them. Perhaps it is because they may never return. Oh, Rin nodded thoughtfully. After finishing their provisions, the two leaned against the tree to rest. Suddenly, Rin remarked that during their school days, Kakashi often preferred to isolate himself, sitting beneath a tree at the edge of the playground. Kakashi replied that his classmates were far too immature back then, and he found little interest in joining their ninja games. Yet, Rin countered that they were simply engaging in activities they enjoyed. They had sought to invite Kakashi, but he consistently declined. Kakashi explained that his sole desire was to train, uninterested in anything beyond that. Upon concluding his thoughts, he noticed Rin had fallen asleep, her exhaustion evident. Hesitating, he softly called her name. Rin. Kakashi fell silent, and Rin, eyes still closed, suddenly chuckled lightly. Why have you stopped speaking? It's nothing. Just remember to stay close during the battle. I wouldn't want to be the cause of your downfall. What if I inadvertently lead to your demise? Kakashi fell into thought for a moment before responding that it was of no consequence. After all, they were all bound for death. Rin, however, expressed her desire to avoid witnessing Kakashi's end, suggesting that it would be better if they parted ways during the impending confrontation. As the tempest swept through the vast expanse of the forest, it propelled the flames forward with relentless force. Fayek exhaled the remnants of smoke from his mouth, feeling a slight breathlessness. The enemy's numbers far exceeded his expectations. For every foe he vanquished, another wave of rock ninjas surged forth, offering him no respite. Perhaps it was the stark contrast created by the meager number of his comrades that made the enemy seem inexhaustible. The forest stretched infinitely, and as Fayek gazed into the distance, he was met with a sea of rock ninjas, countless and concealed beyond his sight. Suddenly, a voice echoed in his mind. Fayek, be cautious. A battalion of several hundred rock ninjas is advancing toward your position. Do not allow the enemy to breach our defenses. It was the warning from Riku. Fayek's expression hardened at the sound of the alert. The battlefield was a cacophony of jutsu colliding, shurikens, and flying stones crisscrossing the air, accompanied by the intermittent sounds of explosions and the lamentations of the fallen. Before long, Fayek spotted the battalion Riku had mentioned. He swiftly retreated, joined by several fellow ninjas of his clan. Fire! Fayek commanded, and in an instant, his companions scattered, forming a formidable formation as they simultaneously performed hand seals. Fire release, great fireball technique. Enormous fireballs descended from the heavens, casting an oppressive shadow and generating such intense heat that the very air around them warped. The wave of flames engulfed the incoming rock ninjas, who arrived only to be met with the inferno, leaving them with no means of escape as they fell victim to the blaze. However, many rock ninjas retaliated with their own jutsu, erecting colossal earthen walls and summoning torrents of water. The clash of fire and water produced thick clouds of vapor that obscured visibility. Yet, amidst the mist, the Uchiha remained unperturbed, wielding kunai and short blades, their crimson eyes gleaming as they began to reap the lives of their adversaries. To the west, a contingent of rock ninjas breached the defensive line. Tomorrow, lead the charge to repel them. Sato, Tidu, Murasaki, there is an explosive release ninja 30 meters to your north. Eliminate him. Shimi, watch out below. Enemies are tunneling beneath us. Gamma, rally the troops to support Fayek. At the rear of the Leaf forces, Riku sat beside Hachi, fully engrossed in orchestrating the battlefield. The chakra signatures of all foes and allies within the forest were etched in his mind. Thanks to the secret techniques of the Mountain Clan, he had sketched rudimentary maps on the ground with branches, some partially erased in the heat of battle. This conflict proved far more arduous than he had anticipated. The enemy's numbers were overwhelming. The casualties on both sides had mounted significantly. Yet the rock ninjas continued to pour into the forest in a relentless tide. Riku exerted all his efforts to minimize losses among his comrades, judiciously allocating resources across the battlefield. Yet, the disparity in forces was not something that could be compensated for. These rock ninjas were not a ragtag bunch, but seasoned elites forged in the fires of war, making it exceedingly difficult for the Leaf ninjas to combat them effectively. Lord Hokage, you have advanced too deep. The Water Gate, Lord Hokage is not far from you. Head south to meet him. In the eyes of Riku, blood vessels were engorged, a result of prolonged mental strain, while his companion, Hachi, began to bleed from the nose. The other members of the sensory team also exhibited signs of exhaustion. Riku wished to express concern, but seeing Hachi grit his teeth in determination amid the chaos of the battlefield made him hesitate. Fayek, another troop of 200 is advancing towards your position. We cannot allow a breach at the front. They found themselves at the rear of the battlefield, where the sounds of intense combat echoed in the distance. Some rock ninjas circumvented the main battlefield, opting to attack from the flanks. Riku glanced at the clock in his hand. Over an hour had passed. Konoha suffered heavy casualties. And while the losses among the rock ninjas were greater, their numbers far exceeded those of Konoha. Lord Hokage, you must retreat. Fayek, a massive enemy force is approaching. 1,000. No. 2,000. Lord Hokage, you must withdraw south quickly. Nikaritsu, lead the team to support Fayek. DZA. You too. On the main battlefield, Fayek gathered with the remnants of his team, along with his clan members, totaling but a few hundred. How could they withstand over 2,000 rock ninjas? He felt the chakra within him deplete significantly, fatigue overwhelming his body and mind. The enemy's assault soon arrived. From the distant forest, an unending stream of rock ninjas surged forth. Gritting his teeth, Fayek commanded, "Inahibi, Hakadai, retreat." He chose to avoid confrontation, and his fellow ninjas began to fall back. However, the freshly arrived rock ninjas would not allow them to escape unscathed. A deluge of shurikens and flying stones rained down like a tempest. The ground beneath them turned to mud under the weight of ninjutsu, trees collapsing around them. Riku's anxious voice echoed in Fayek's mind. "Fayek, we cannot retreat. If you open a gap at the front, we are finished." This statement left Fayek in a dilemma. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw an overwhelming mass of rock ninjas rapidly closing in. "Captain, be careful." Suddenly, Fayek was yanked away by a force. Uchiha Hakadai had saved him from a spike of rock protruding from below. Yet this brief delay allowed countless rock ninjas to pounce, and despite their comrades' desperate resistance, the sheer number of enemies soon claimed more lives. Fire style, dragon fire technique. Fire style, great fireball technique. Fayek felt a haze cloud his mind. The crimson flames filled his vision, the intense heat inducing a sense of dizziness after the relentless battle. Fortunately, his clan members cast their techniques, shielding him from the onslaught of rock ninjas. "Captain, are you all right?" Hakadai asked urgently. Fayek gasped for breath, a ringing in his ears rendering his comrades' voices muddled. Fire style, dust concealment. A thick plume of gray smoke erupted from the Uchiha clan's ranks, swiftly enveloping the area and obscuring the vision of all present. The heat emanating from the haze was unbearable, and the particles suspended in the air caused an excruciating sting upon contact with the skin. The rock shinobi found their path obstructed, yet their leader shouted, "Do not let them escape. They are from the Uchiha." With that command, hundreds of figures fearlessly plunged into the smoke. A fierce wind began to blow from behind the rock shinobi, attempting to disperse the dense fog. However, those trapped within it suffered even greater torment, unable to open their eyes. Fortunately, the smoke was finally beginning to clear, prompting the leader to charge forward in search of Fugaku. Yet, just a few steps ahead, he was startled to see a massive shadow swaying within the dissipating mist. What is that? Is it a member of the Akimichi clan? This thought flickered through the leader's mind when suddenly, a dark figure lunged forth, piercing through his abdomen. His eyes widened in shock as he looked down to find a massive, curved blade, pulsating with visible dark chakra, resembling black flames. From within the smoke, the shadow illuminated a pair of glowing eyes, and before the rock shinobi could react, countless black chakra orbs shot forth from the haze, spinning rapidly and detonating violently upon contact with anything in their vicinity. What is happening? Quick, take cover. Earth-style, the rock shinobi screamed in terror and scattered in all directions. Some attempted to cast defenses, but the ordinary Earth-style techniques were utterly insufficient to withstand the explosive force of the orbs. This single strike claimed the lives of over 100 rock shinobi. As the smoke finally began to dissipate, Fugaku had temporarily retreated to another location, supported by the 8th Hokage. He wiped the blood and tears from his eyes and glanced at the rock shinobi, who were too fearful to pursue, only to realize that his vision was somewhat blurred, with multiple afterimages dancing before him. "Captain, are you all right?" Fugaku grumbled in response. Just then, Saratobi finally returned, charging into the enemy ranks with unwavering courage. The multitude of rock shinobi fell before him, unable to withstand even a single exchange. His arrival significantly alleviated the pressure on Fugaku and his allies. The power of a Hokage on the battlefield is immensely impactful, possessing the ability to alter the course of the conflict. This is why Minato ventured alone to disrupt the rock shinobi's formations, one of the reasons their force is always attacked in waves. "Fugaku, that technique you used earlier was quite effective. Can you employ it again?" A voice echoed in his mind belonging to Rikuch. Fugaku offered a bitter smile in response, mentally replying, "Why don't you give it a try?" He shook his head and focused his gaze ahead, though his vision remained clouded with shadows. Rikuch could only respond, "Hurry and assist Lord Hokage." Hinata Hayashi and Akidu Tizu hurriedly brought their respective teams, yet their combined forces barely exceeded 100. The battle raged on, and death had not ceased. The enemy continued to advance, leaving no room for retreat. The acrid scent of blood filled the air, and the lifeless bodies strewn across the ground were likely familiar faces. In the distance, the sounds of fierce combat never waned, filled with cries of anguish, roars of fury, both from foes and allies alike. Fujiwara took a deep breath and shouted to those beside him, "Are you all prepared to face death?" The crowd responded in unison. "We shall fight to the bitter end." As the wind surged, a blinding white light pierced through the forest, reducing everything in its path to dust. The defenses of the Hidden Leaf Village were gradually being eroded as the formidable forces of the Rock Ninja advanced relentlessly, no matter how fiercely they resisted. Their efforts proved futile. On high, Noki hovered, gazing down at the retreating Leaf Ninjas, a wave of exhilaration washing over him. The once formidable and fearsome Hidden Leaf Village of the Land of Fire was finally on the brink of collapse beneath his feet. It was a sight that should be witnessed by the ancestors of both Iwagakure and Konoha to see who now dominated the landscape of the ninja world. Suddenly, a massive staff erupted from the ground, aimed directly at his position. The figure of Sarutobi Hiruzen emerged atop the trees. Still stubbornly resisting, Sarutobi Hiruzen, "Do you truly wish for me to eliminate all the Leaf Ninjas?" Noki scoffed. In response, a staff swept toward him with a menacing speed. With an impassive expression, Noki raised a hand, summoning countless rocks that materialized around his arm to block the strike of the staff. "Stubbornness," he declared, as he ascended higher into the air, beyond the reach of the ninjas below. Joining his hands together, a transparent, white square of energy formed between his palms. Just as he prepared to unleash his technique upon the Leaf Ninjas below, a swift projectile shot up from below, a kunai. Noki barely managed to sidestep the attack. The kunai continued its ascent, and suddenly, the wind howled past him. A golden-haired youth inexplicably appeared, wielding a vibrant blue chakra sphere. Startled, Noki summoned a beam of white energy from the transparent crystal in his hands, aiming it at the newcomer. This dust-release technique dispersed the clouds above. Though he was uncertain if it had struck its target, at the very least, it forced the youth to retreat. In a moment of perplexity, Noki noticed a peculiar kunai being leisurely thrown his way. Whether it was deliberate or not, its slow flight raised doubts about its lethality. A fleeting glance at the kunai revealed the inscription, "Sword of Love." In an instant, realization dawned upon Noki, and he hastily altered his hand seals. Earth release, hardening technique, spiraling sphere. The dense blue chakra sphere collided fiercely with Noki's lower back, the immense force sending him plummeting from the sky. Though his hardened body shielded him from injury, he quickly regained his balance in midair. However, the impact exacerbated an old ailment in his waist, causing discomfort. Space-time ninjutsu. This marked his first encounter with the golden figure, who had already proven to be a significant thorn in the side of his forces. Two formidable adversaries loomed, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Namikaze Minato, both a cause for concern. Noki did not engage in a protracted struggle with his opponent. Instead, he descended to the ground. For he sought victory in this conflict and deemed it unnecessary to risk his life against a vigorous younger adversary. Meanwhile, after delivering a blow to the Tsuchikage, Minato observed the latter disappearing into the forest, leaving no trace behind. "Kuj, can you inform me of the Tsuchikage's whereabouts?" "Kuj? Hachi?" Minato's brow furrowed in concern as he received no response, prompting him to hasten towards the location of the sensory unit. Indeed, Kuj was facing an assault from the enemy. They were positioned at the rear with inadequate defenses. Although they had managed to evade the brunt of the enemy's frontal attacks, they were still vastly outnumbered. The communication devices had been rendered inoperable, with several large batteries struck by rocks and now sparking ominously. Reluctantly, Kuj had to abandon his command and prepare to confront the enemy. This sudden turn of events left the already disadvantaged Konoha shinobi in disarray, devoid of Kuj's guidance. Confronted only by the onslaught of rock ninjas from all directions, Minato darted across the battlefield like a streak of golden light, swiftly dispatching numerous rock ninjas in his wake. He soon reached Kuj's position, witnessing his comrades encircled by dozens of rock ninjas. Drawing a shuriken from his waist, he hurled it with precision. Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. In an instant, the single shuriken transformed into a torrential downpour of shuriken, darkening the skies as it cascaded towards the enemy, leaving them with no chance of evasion. Many rock ninjas perished in the deluge of blades. Minato did not pause, continuing his rapid movements, leaving behind countless golden afterimages as he eliminated every remaining rock ninja in the vicinity. Kuj collapsed on the ground, despite having fought little. He felt an unprecedented fatigue enveloping him. After vanquishing the foes, Minato approached them. "Kuj, Hachi, how are you faring?" Kuj heard Minato's labored breaths, an involuntary sound of exhaustion escaping him. "Minato, you too are weary," Kuj murmured, glancing at the damaged equipment beside him. In all his years, besides in his youth, Kuj had never witnessed even a hint of fatigue on Minato's face. No matter how formidable the enemy or how arduous the task, Minato always seemed to navigate through with ease. Minato inspected the shattered large battery and inquired of Kuj and Hachi, "Can it still function?" Hachi mumbled, "Without the equipment, my chakra can no longer be utilized for communication or sensory transmission. It's over, it's all over." Minato silently rose, gripping the kunai tightly. In this place, apart from Kuj and his companions, he could see no allies. How many Konoha ninjas remained elsewhere? What must be done to alter this dire predicament? A myriad of thoughts flickered through Minato's mind, a blend of sorrow, anger, and resentment swirling within him. Blood pooled on the ground, soaking the garments of the seated Kuj. To death, he muttered incessantly. In a state of utter confusion, Hai's gaze was unfocused, and blood continuously streamed from his nose, stubbornly refusing to be wiped away. Another wave of rock ninjas rushed forward. But upon witnessing the multitude of fallen comrades strewn across the ground and the imposing figure of Minato standing among them, fear and trepidation crept into their hearts. A tremendous explosion echoed in the distance, accompanied by a chorus of anguished screams. Flames spread through the forest, only to be swiftly extinguished by a torrent of water, followed closely by a barrage of flying stones that pierced the trees. A few rock ninjas pursued a leaf ninja, who could only flee in a panic on the battlefield, inadvertently casting kunai that veered wildly off course, ultimately succumbing to another wave of rock ninjas who ended his life with a swift strike to the throat. Minato's attention was drawn to a child, no more than 12 or 13 years of age, who stood amidst the chaos, clutching a kunai with a look of utter bewilderment and helplessness, presumably the last of his comrades already fallen. Minato felt an overwhelming urge to save the child. But before he could act, a flying stone struck the child's head, extinguishing any hope. Minato's heart sank to an abyss of despair. Suddenly, a deafening explosion erupted above the forest, unleashing a brilliant red firework that illuminated the sky. The explosion was vast, scattering bright sparks and glowing embers that stood out starkly against the backdrop of this apocalyptic scene. Where did this firework come from? Was it a fire technique? A thought flickered through Minato's mind. Another explosion rang out, soaring into the heavens, and this time he clearly saw it was indeed a firework. The red glow captivated everyone's attention, even causing the nearby rock ninjas to pause in awe. A signal. It was a signal flare. The voice of Rikuju broke through the chaos as he rose from the ground, his bloodshot eyes gleaming with light. Minato's heart constricted at the revelation, and he widened his eyes in astonishment, an absurd thought creeping into his mind. He asked, "Is it a signal flare from the rock ninjas?" But Rikuju shouted back, "No, it's ours. It's our signal flare. Today, what did the red signal signify? Hai, what does the red signal mean?" His voice was hoarse as he inquired of Hai, who, usually composed and rational, now found his mind clouded with confusion. Hai muttered, "Yesterday, red meant retreat. Yellow meant commence. Green meant mission accomplished. Today. Minato gazed at the red light in the sky, murmuring, "Mission accomplished. What mission? Whose mission?" A voice suddenly echoed in Hai's chaotic mind. "Is that you, Lord Hai?" The sound snapped him from his daze. "Wind, is it? The wind?" Rikuju, hearing this, hurriedly asked, "The wind from the mountains?" The wind from the mountains referred to the young successors of the Mountain Clan, who had once followed Orochimaru's team to the Land of Wind. The voice in Hai's mind continued to resonate. "Lord Hai, we have arrived. Reinforcements are here." The mention of the wind made Hai's expression contort, revealing an indiscernible blend of joy and sorrow, laughter and tears. He rose to his feet, shouting with fervor, nearly driven to madness, striving to let his voice resonate across the entire battlefield. "The wind has come. The wind has returned." Lord Orochimaru has returned. The relentless onslaught of enemies had left Saratobi Hizashi feeling somewhat exhausted, even experiencing a sense of disorientation. Yet, the adversaries were too numerous, an endless tide of foes. He continuously swung his Rui Bang and unleashed various ninjutsu, but still faced an unceasing wave of rock shinobi charging toward him. After dispatching yet another rock shinobi, he could not help but glance back, only to be met with a sea of enemies, devoid of a single Konoha ninja in sight. Were they all dead? Had they truly perished? The once icy numbness in Saratobi's heart began to tremble. In a frenzied attempt, he wielded his staff to eradicate the surrounding foes. Yet his indiscriminate strikes revealed numerous openings, drawing even more rock shinobi to advance upon him. In that critical moment, shadows suddenly descended from an unknown origin, lunging at the rock shinobi. To his astonishment, they were serpents. "Have you already wished for death, Sensei Saratobi?" A familiar voice echoed behind him, causing his body to stiffen abruptly. He turned to see an all-too-familiar figure standing not far away, a subtle smile gracing their face as they watched him. A deluge of sand shinobi surged onto the battlefield, dispersing the fatigued rock shinobi formation in an instant. The ground beneath him transformed inexplicably into sand, ensnaring their feet, while countless snakes emerged from the forest, poised to attack the surrounding enemies. Where did these sand shinobi come from? Where did they come from? Noki felt a surge of anger, bordering on madness, as he gestured with his hands, commanding countless rocks to hurl toward all enemies in his vicinity. However, these massive boulders inexplicably shattered midair into fine sand, drawn together by a mysterious force. A young man appeared before Noki, the sand swirling around him as he stood calmly, arms crossed. "This ends here, Sachikage." The arrival of reinforcements invigorated the Konoha ninjas, each finding hope amidst despair, joining forces with the sand shinobi to mount a desperate counterattack, pushing the rock shinobi into a retreat. "Father," Karatsuchi soared to Naka's side. "The sand shinobi are fierce. We must withdraw." Naka's gaze brimmed with frustration and reluctance. It was so close, just a heartbeat away from success. He was on the brink of annihilating Konoha, securing the greatness of a Wagakure. "Father," Karatsuchi's voice was fraught with urgency. "Look at our comrades." At these words, Naka's heart quaked. He clenched his teeth, suddenly forming hand seals. Chakra surging through the yellow sand into the depths of the earth. Earth release, rock golem technique. Accompanied by his roar, the ground and sand trembled, and one by one, colossal rock giants rose from beneath the sandy surface. "Retreat. Withdraw from the forest. Retreat. Retreat." Upon hearing the voice of their Tsuchikage, the rock ninjas scattered in a frenzy, swiftly retreating in the direction from whence they came. The sand ninja and Konoha shinobi sought to pursue, but were obstructed by these colossal stone figures, impervious to blades and weapons, rendering them momentarily incapable of inflicting damage. Fortunately, the number of giants was limited, as they faltered in confusion. More sand ninja and Konoha shinobi seized the opportunity to strike and eliminate their foes, the tide of battle shifting dramatically, leading to a swift collapse of their ranks. This expanse of forest, initially unremarkable upon their entry, now felt interminable as they sought an escape. "Do not pursue too deeply. Do not pursue too deeply," cried Riku from the rear, emphasizing that every life within Konoha had become invaluable and must not be recklessly lost again. After approximately half an hour, the rock ninja had completely disbanded and fled the vicinity. The newly appointed fourth Kazekage, Raza, gazed upon the remnants of Konoha's forces, his expression subtly shifting. The ground was littered with countless corpses, leaving no place to tread, starkly illustrating the ferocity of the earlier conflict. The victors erupted into jubilant cheers. Some Konoha shinobi danced with exuberance, while others cradled the fallen, weeping and laughing in equal measure. A gentle breeze swept through the forest, rustling the garments of the gathered. Finally, Minato could no longer resist the urge to find a nearby tree and rest against its trunk. Kakashi approached from an unknown direction and sat beside him. "Kakashi, you're still alive," Minato spoke slowly, having been too preoccupied during the battle to regard his student. "Many are still alive," Kakashi replied. Minato gazed upward, observing the beams of light filtering through the dense foliage. The leaves danced gracefully, shadows playing upon the ground, a somber reminder that while many had perished, a significant number still thrived. In the aftermath, the Sand Ninja graciously assisted Konoha in clearing the battlefield. As they beheld the rows of fallen Konoha shinobi, numbering over 2,000, Raza felt a profound sense of shock. Sarutobi approached Raza, expressing heartfelt gratitude for the Sand Ninja's support, assuring that Konoha would forever cherish this kindness. Raza attributed his actions to the sincerity of Orochimaru's intentions, asserting that the interests of Tsunagakure and Konoha were intrinsically linked and should be mutually supportive. Sarutobi refrained from excessive pleasantries, genuinely appreciative of Tsunagakure's timely intervention. Raza further articulated that the continuation of war would only bring calamity to the ninja world, emphasizing the urgent need for peace and denouncing Iwagakure's actions as contrary to natural order, advocating for collective retribution from all in the shinobi realm. Meanwhile, the Sand Ninja did not pursue too deeply. Once they exited the forest, the chase subsided. Anoki gathered his remaining forces and, though filled with rage and sorrow at the heavy losses sustained, recognized that he could not engage Konoha further and needed to recuperate. Just as Anoki contemplated his next strategy, a messenger ninja arrived in haste, declaring that the eastern border of the Land of Earth had been assaulted by the Cloud Village. "What did you say?" Beside him, the yellow earth was filled with astonishment as he seized the man's collar, demanding answers. The heart of Noki plummeted to the depths. Yet he found a peculiar calmness amidst the chaos, suppressing the impulsive rage he had just exhibited on the battlefield. As he surveyed the thousands of troops beside him, he realized that they had arrived with nearly 10,000 IWA shinobi, but had already suffered significant losses. Taking a deep breath, he resolved to retreat and return home. The morale of the IWA shinobi was disheartened. They had initially believed they could easily crush Konoha, only to be met with fierce resistance that resulted in severe casualties and a resounding defeat. Noki cast one last glance at the forest, a sight he would never forget. Yet, after this battle, how long would it take for Iwagakure to regain its strength? Would he ever have the opportunity to tread upon this land again? Setting aside such thoughts, Noki began contemplating the path ahead upon returning to the village. In times like these, military deterrence became paramount. A nascent mercenary organization from the Land of Rain could be enlisted to aid in their military expansion. However, to Naka's dismay on their journey home, as they passed through the Land of Grass seeking respite, they were met with expulsion from Kusagakure. This provoked Naka's ire once more. Ants that could have been easily crushed now dared to insult them. Yet, he could only swallow his anger and continue leading the IWA shinobi back to the Land of Earth through the night. In truth, while Kusagakure had publicly acquiesced to Orochimaru, they had not dared to strike against the IWA shinobi. A dead camel is larger than a horse, and the IWA shinobi were far from dead. Following the conclusion of the battle, Konoha promptly relayed the news back to the village and the daimyo's estate. Soon after, supplies were dispatched from nearby towns, allowing the Konoha ninjas to recuperate temporarily. The Tsunagakure shinobi adhered to decorum, refraining from any suspicious actions after assisting Konoha in clearing the battlefield. They withdrew without taking a single kunai. Sarutobi, initially apprehensive about a potential counterattack from IWA, found solace upon learning from Raza about the situations in Kumogakure, Kusagakure, and Amigakure. The daimyo's response was swift. That very night, a grand procession arrived, bringing vehicles, food, and a plethora of medical supplies. On the morning of the following day, as the bodies of thousands of comrades were loaded onto carts, the Konoha ninjas bore this harrowing victory toward home. Along the way, some wept inconsolably, while others lay beside their fallen comrades, lost in despair. Sarutobi and Minato felt the weight of sorrow. Despite their victory, there was no joy to be found. Suddenly, someone cried out, "Long live Lord Orochimaru." They believed that the reinforcements brought by Orochimaru had saved them, saved the village. Others soon joined in, echoing the chant in fervor. Orochimaru sat at the forefront of the convoy, his demeanor unchanged as he listened to the mountain-like cheers around him. Behind him lay countless comrades' corpses, yet a glint of satisfaction shone in his eyes. In the afternoon, Jin stood alongside the residents of the Hinata household on the main thoroughfare of Konoha, awaiting the return of the heroes with the rest of the villagers. The streets were lined with people who spontaneously hung banners proclaiming their welcome home for the heroes. Some oblivious children ventured into the center of the street, only to be firmly pulled back by their parents. A group of young ninjas from the academy stood in the middle of the road, each clutching a bouquet with anxious expressions, while their teacher comforted them from the side. The atmosphere was somewhat chaotic. Amidst the clamor, one could hear whispers of sobbing, but more prevalent were the sounds of laughter and joy, celebrating the triumph of war. After a prolonged wait, the distant shout of returning ninjas echoed from the village gate. "They have returned." The prepared band immediately struck up a jubilant tune, resonating with festive exuberance. However, mere seconds into the music, it was abruptly silenced by an order, leaving many villagers perplexed. A procession passed through the main gate of Konoha, led not by the third Hokage, but by a horse-drawn carriage draped in black cloth. Following it was another carriage, and as some strained to glimpse beyond the village, they beheld an endless line of carriages, each bearing numerous bodies covered in black shrouds. The street fell into a haunting silence, the previously suppressed cries now resonating with piercing clarity. Some individuals frantically dashed from the sidelines, rushing toward the procession in search of their loved ones. The caravan continued its somber march, approaching the group of children holding flowers. These young ninjas had intended to present their bouquets to the Hokage. Yet the arrival of the fallen was unforeseen, even to the event's organizers. The teacher hurriedly called the children back, urging them not to obstruct the path of the heroes. Yet, one small boy stepped forward, placing his bouquet atop the covered body. Inspired, two other children followed suit, offering their flowers as well. 3 bouquets: sunflowers, chrysanthemums, and carnations. Victory, home, and gratitude. The ninjas driving the carriages paused in respect, allowing the children to pay their tribute. This gesture brought tears to the eyes of the surrounding villagers, and the sound of weeping spread uncontrollably, the sorrowful atmosphere resembling ink, slowly diffusing throughout the crowd. Once all the carriages had entered the village, the third Hokage and a multitude of Konoha ninjas followed behind. However, their expressions were grave, many bearing wounds that suggested a return from a fierce battle. Konoha had emerged victorious, yet the cost of that victory was devastatingly steep. "Hokage-sama." A voice rang out from the crowd. "Hokage-sama. Hokage-sama." More voices joined in, as the people eagerly turned their gazes toward the third Hokage, hoping to hear him speak. Sarutobi Hiruzen paused, gazing at the distant convoy as it dwindled into the horizon, while also observing the hopeful expressions surrounding him. The weather today was splendid, with not a cloud in sight. "Esteemed friends," Hiruzen inhaled deeply and proclaimed with vigor, "we have triumphed." At this exclamation, the atmosphere of the entire street ignited. A cacophony of jubilant cheers erupted. Some individuals danced with unrestrained joy. Others shouted hoarsely in wild exhilaration, while a few wept openly, their faces concealed in tears. In that fleeting moment, the ambience reached its zenith. He could clearly see Orochimaru and Minato behind the third Hokage. As if sensing the weight of his gaze, Orochimaru glanced in his direction, his expression enigmatic. "They have returned. They have returned." Hiruzen heard the excited voice of Ayane beside him, who had spotted Hisashi among the ranks. Ayane, too, was unable to contain her exuberance, though the expression on Hikari's face was somewhat complex. Members of the Hyuga clan, including Hisashi, waved towards Hiruzen, yet there were far too few of them. He recalled that nearly the entire clan had gone to the front lines, numbering over 100, but now only a scant 20 or 30 remained. "Jun." He heard Natsu's voice beside him. "Have you seen Ayaka?" Jin was momentarily taken aback, scanning the faces of all the Hyuga members. He turned to Natsu, only to find her eyes reddened, her lips pressed tightly together. The image of that straightforward, cheerful boy flashed in his mind, who had made a point to bid him farewell before leaving. Their relationship had not been particularly close, yet influenced by the surrounding emotions. Jin felt a sense of unease in his heart. Once the entire convoy had entered the village, the last contingent consisted of supply trucks. The crowd dispersed from the street, following the Hokage to the plaza beneath the Hokage building, where the third Hokage would address the villagers. The Hyuga family members also joined, yet Jin quietly slipped away alone. He didn't return home, uncertain of where to go. The streets felt desolate, and he wandered aimlessly until he found a bench by the roadside to sit upon. Suddenly, cheers erupted from the villagers in the distance, their voices clear even from afar, likely in response to some stirring words from the Hokage. Lying on the bench, Jin quietly gazed at the sky. Time passed, and the horizon began to blush with the setting sun when he heard footsteps approaching, likely indicating the dispersal of the crowd. "You know, lying there is quite unbecoming," a voice suddenly spoke from beside him. Startled, Jun sat up quickly, recognizing the speaker, Kakashi Hitaki, the very person who had saved him on the front lines. "My apologies," Jun said, shifting to make room on the bench. Kakashi, appearing somewhat fatigued, settled onto the seat and took a sip from his water bottle, turning his face away as he drank. Turning his gaze in that direction, Jin noticed that Kakashi had lowered his mask to take a sip of water. However, before he could clearly discern his profile, the mask was drawn up once more. "What brings you here?" Jin inquired after a moment of contemplation. "The gathering has dispersed," Kakashi replied calmly, seated in a chair, merely leaning back and gazing quietly into the distance. Jin found himself curious as to why Kakashi had chosen this particular bench, observing that he showed no inclination to converse. Would it not be more convenient to rest at home? Neither of them initiated further dialogue, and they sat in silence for a while until Kakashi finally rose and departed, not uttering a word of farewell. Shortly after Kakashi's exit, as Jin was preparing to leave, a familiar figure approached. It was Rin. "Jin-kun?" Rin exclaimed, taken aback upon seeing him. "Rin," Jin called out, omitting any honorifics, which surprised Rin even further, making her ponder the nature of their relationship. "What a coincidence," she remarked. "Indeed," Jin replied with a smile. "What brings you here?" he asked. "Oh, nothing much. Just wanted to sit here for a while." Glancing at the adjacent bench, Jin queried, "Does this place hold any particular significance?" Kakashi was here earlier," Rin responded, momentarily stunned, then murmured to herself, "He was here after all." Noticing Jun's gaze, she hesitated before continuing. "A friend of mine used to enjoy coming here." Jin nodded in understanding. "I see. I won't disturb you then." Rin wished to clarify that she felt no disturbance had occurred. She believed it impolite to make someone leave due to such matters. Jin proceeded to say, "As it happens, I must take my leave as well." They bid each other farewell, and Jin contemplated that many would likely visit the memorial stone today, which might explain their presence here. As he walked away, he glanced back, observing Rin sitting quietly on the bench, the setting sun casting its golden rays upon her shoulders, her solitary shadow stretching long upon the ground. In the Hyuga clan grounds, Hayashi emerged from the living room clad in dark attire. In the courtyard stood Ayano, Hizashi, Ayam, Hiromi, Natsu, Dejima, Tetsu, and a multitude of ninjas from the Hyuga family. Jin was also present, all donned in black. "The clan has grown rather desolate," Hayashi remarked. The assembly before him comprised nearly all members of the Hyuga family, with the exception of Taigitsu and a few servants. The once illustrious clan of Konoha had now waned alongside the village itself. The fates of other clans in Konoha were similarly grim. It will become lively again in the future, Ayano asserted. The group, led by Hayashi, with Hizashi and Ayano flanking him, proceeded toward the main entrance of the clan grounds, while Jin followed closely behind with the younger members of the clan. On the journey, Hinata calmly inquired, "Has anything significant occurred in the clan before our return?" Ayano gently replied, "Nothing of great consequence. Everyone in the clan has been praying for your safe return." Hinata maintained a composed demeanor, gazing ahead without further comment. "That is reassuring," he acknowledged. "Yesterday, we captured some rogue ninjas. I wonder how Lord Hokage will handle them." Ayano expressed her surprise. "Rogue ninjas?" Hinata replied nonchalantly. "They are individuals who fled the village before the conclusion of the war against the Rock Ninja, having lost faith in the village. Now that the war has ended, they seek to return clandestinely." "I see. These individuals are indeed despicable." Hinata suddenly let out a cold chuckle. "Surely, life does not offer such easy resolutions." "What do you think, Hinata?" Hinata, still gazing ahead, slightly bowed in response. "You speak wisely, Hinata." The tension could be felt, as even Natsu beside him seemed to breathe more rapidly. It was already the third day since the frontline ninjas had returned, and the atmosphere in Konoha felt somber. Upon arriving at the memorial stone, members of the Hyuga clan found many already gathered, all clad in black attire. Among those prominent figures, a few were clustered together. Finally, Jin spotted the other two of the legendary three ninjas. Jiraiya's arm was still bandaged, his injury not yet healed. Standing between Jiraiya and Orochimaru was a blonde woman, who must be Tsunade, the though Jean could not see her face as she had her back turned. Next to the legendary three were Minato Namikaze and a striking woman with flowing red hair, undoubtedly Kushina Uzumaki. Suddenly, Ayari nudged him. "What are you staring at?" Jean replied. "The legendary three." Ayari sighed. "Tsunade-sama has returned to the village as well." Jean shifted his gaze from them, looking elsewhere, and spotted a group of individuals, all with black hair and dark eyes, gathered together. The leader of this group had a resolute expression, with prominent tear grooves on his face, flanked by a graceful black-haired woman and a young boy. Is this all that remains of the Uchiha clan? Jean pondered, realizing their situation was hardly better than that of the Hyuga. The group waited quietly for a short while until someone announced that the Hokage had arrived. They parted to make way for the four approaching figures. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, along with his two advisors, Midogate and Narashikaku, as well as Shimura Danzo. The area surrounding the Memorial Stone, a resting place for Konoha's heroes, had undergone urgent expansion, adding over 2,000 additional spaces. Jean stood in the second row of the crowd, searching the names on the Memorial Stone for an extended time. However, the multitude of names was overwhelming, and from his position, he could not locate Irika's name. As the third Hokage delivered his eulogy, some in the crowd could not contain their quiet sobs, for many present were connected to the departed. The memorial ceremony lasted nearly an hour. Unfortunately, the overcast sky did not shed a single tear of rain as one might expect. Once the rites concluded, the crowd gradually dispersed. Only Shin remained, departing at a leisurely pace. He noticed Orochimaru still standing alone amidst the gravestones. Was Lord Orochimaru feeling remorseful? Orochimaru, catching Shin's presence from the corner of his eye, glanced sideways and observed that they were indeed alone in this desolate area. He scoffed, mourning for the deceased is utterly futile. If death holds any significance, it is only in its utility. The demise of these individuals has paved my way. Naturally, I shall repay them by guiding Konoha towards greater strength. Such absurd and grandiose rhetoric emanating from him was profoundly ironic. Shin retorted, "Does Lord Orochimaru believe this will allow him to ascend to the position of Hokage without worry?" At this, Orochimaru's eyes narrowed slightly. "What do you mean?" Currently, he was hailed as Konoha's savior, enjoying unrivaled prestige within the village. Even if Minato were revered, Orochimaru doubted that he could ascend to power in this moment. Despite Sarutobi Sensei's unwavering support for Minato, Orochimaru still had the backing of the daimyo. Shin continued, "Has Lord Orochimaru forgotten why Konoha suffered such a devastating defeat against the IWA ninjas?" Orochimaru was momentarily taken aback, then suddenly enlightened. Before relinquishing the position, the Hokage would undoubtedly seek to expose the traitor among them, ensuring a brutal end. Until this matter was resolved, Konoha would never know peace. Lord Orochimaru, there is a saying, the higher one stands, the harder one falls. You are currently in a position of great prominence, making you a potential target for those with ulterior motives. The autumn breeze grew colder, rustling Orochimaru's garments. Shin's words struck him like a thunderclap. He had believed himself fully prepared, merely awaiting the crown to be placed upon his head. Should this matter come to light, his downfall would surely be the most tragic of all. The graveyard before him was both a staircase to his peak and a potential abyss that could consume him with a single misstep. Orochimaru's mind raced with thoughts of how to break the deadlock. "What must I do?" he inquired. Shin replied calmly, "Naturally, you must eliminate the traitor." Orochimaru's gaze flickered with interest. "Elaborate." Shin spoke deliberately. "The traitor is the bane of every heart in Konoha. They must be eradicated without fail and with great swiftness. There must be no opportunity for anyone to exploit this situation. It is best if the traitor cannot utter a word, leaving no ties. Most importantly, after you have accomplished this commendable deed, you must promptly report it to the daimyo, ensuring that he too shares in the joy." Silence enveloped them. Orochimaru cast a sidelong glance at Shin, locking eyes with those inky depths. To the casual observer, those eyes appeared ordinary, yet in this moment, they seemed to conceal an abundance of secrets. This young man is remarkably adept at concealing himself, aside from himself. It seems no one else is privy to his other side. Indeed, Orochimaru spoke slowly. "You are more ruthless than I anticipated. Lord Orochimaru, you jest. This matter is not of my doing. It bears no relation to me. Not a single one shall escape." The chill in the air grew increasingly palpable. heralding the onset of winter. Shin, unable to resist, donned an additional layer of clothing, lamenting that Ayari no longer wore skirts, thus obscuring the sight of her long, graceful legs. The two strolled through the market, with Shin trailing behind, carrying a bag and reflecting on his thoughts. Shin, can you cook eggplant? Yes. What about fish? Yes. How come you can do everything? Ayari suddenly turned around, one hand clutching an eggplant, the other gripping a writhing fish. Shall we have these two for dinner? She inquired with a smile. Sure, Shin replied with a faint smile. After having the vendor prepare the fish simply, he placed it along with the other ingredients and seasonings into his bag. Ayari appeared quite at ease. She even darted to the roadside to purchase 2 cans of soda. Opening one and taking a refreshing sip, emitting a delightful sound, she tossed the other can to Shin, forgetting that he had no hands free to catch it. Realizing just in time that it had slipped from her grasp, Shin, watch out. The soda can hurtled accurately towards Shin's head. A metallic can filled with liquid could easily cause a sizable bump. However, just before it reached his forehead, something seemed to impede its trajectory, causing it to descend directly into the bag he was holding. Ayari, astonished, exclaimed, "What just happened?" "A bit of chakra control," Shin replied. "If you're interested in learning, just call me teacher, and I shall instruct you." Ayari shot him a disdainful glance. "Dream on." With that, she turned and resumed her walk ahead, one hand comfortably clutching the soda, occasionally stepping with seriousness on the pavement, while at other times bouncing and humming a tune, performing a twirling motion as if dancing on the spot. It was a pity she wasn't wearing a skirt, otherwise, her movements would have been utterly enchanting. Shin, do you know what it feels like to get married? A life filled with trivialities and chaos. Ayari chuckled, "You little brat," pretending to understand. Shin did not retort but simply remarked, "If you know I don't understand, why ask me?" Ayari smiled and fell silent, her gaze drifting far into the horizon as she strolled leisurely. After a moment of contemplation, Shin queried, "Are you thinking of getting married?" Ayari glanced back at him. "I am about to get married." "To Lord Nichi?" Ayari laughed. "Who else could it be?" "You?" Shin nodded. "All right, I wouldn't mind." However, Ayari displayed an expression of disdain. "You, a little brat, think you can marry me?" Shin remarked, "Lord Rizu and Lady Ayano have yet to wed." Ayari responded, "Thus, I must hasten to marry before them, so that my child with Rizu may safeguard the future of our clan." With that, her gaze drifted ahead, seemingly filled with a tinge of melancholy. Shin suddenly recalled the words Rizu had shared with him that day in the hospital. The brothers Rizu and Ayari, along with their sisters, had grown up together. Despite their differing destinies, the bond they shared ought to be profoundly deep. "Do you wish to marry?" he inquired once more. "Why ask again?" Ayari chuckled lightly. "You didn't answer earlier. It is not a matter of wanting or not wanting. It has long been decided." Ayari continued walking as she spoke. "Lord Taigiai informed Rizu and me yesterday that we should begin preparations for our wedding within the Hinata clan. Maintaining the purity of bloodlines has always necessitated intermarriage, and for those of more distinguished status, their unions are determined directly by the clan. Moreover, given the dwindling numbers of the Hinata, procreation is of utmost importance." Ayari suddenly turned her head to glance at Shin, who was also looking at her, and she asked with a smile, "What is wrong?" Shin replied, "It is nothing. I simply don't wish for you to marry." Ayari laughed softly, then fell into a brief silence before teasingly saying, "I believe Natsu has little interest in Hiraman. You still have a significant chance, so seize the opportunity. By the way, have you finished those books? Once you have, I shall assist you in finding more. All right, let us head home. I'm feeling a bit hungry and eager to taste your cooking again." "Sure." The empty soda can was tossed into a nearby trash bin as Ayari walked ahead, feeling somewhat uneasy, as if Shin were watching her. She had felt that way moments ago. Yet, whenever she glanced back, she found Shin's gaze was merely fixed on the distant sunset. As night fell, after dinner, Shin prepared to rest when Rizu unexpectedly paid a visit. "Is there something you wish to discuss, Lord Rizu?" At this late hour. Since their conversation in the hospital, Shin had little inclination to maintain a facade of respect towards Rizu. On the sofa, Sibi also observed this seldom-seen man. "Ayari and I are to be married," Rizu stated. "I am aware. My marriage has long been arranged. Beyond my control, Jin replied. Have you come to explain something to me, Lord Rizu? Jin remarked with a wry smile. How flattering. Rizu furrowed his brow slightly. That day. I truly appreciate what you said to me. Grateful that I have kept you in this cage? Jin retorted. Remaining in this cage is better than being a wild dog, Rizu said slowly, his self-deprecating demeanor taking Jin by surprise. Jin approached the sofa and sat down, gesturing to the seat beside him. As Richa walked over and took a seat, he watched the young man before him pour himself a cup of water. Unable to contain his curiosity, he inquired, Jin, do you despise this system? Jin placed the teacup in front of Richa and replied, somewhat indifferently, have I ever mentioned such a thing? Furrowing his brow, Richa pressed on, do you not wish to break free from these shackles? I have already freed myself, Jin asserted. What you have escaped is merely a curse. The clan still exists, and it will inevitably brand you like a caged bird once more. In due time, I shall have my own methods, Jin responded. Richa, taken aback by his retort, hesitated before replying, do you, Lord Richa, harbor a hatred for this system? Without a moment's thought, Richa answered, of course, I. Yet his words faltered, for if he truly loathed this system, why had he previously pursued the clan's favor so eagerly? To utter such sentiments in front of Jin seemed absurd. He fell into a contemplative silence, eventually raising the cup to his lips and draining it in one go. With a heavy sigh, Richa confessed, Jin, you have seen right through me. What I detest is my father. Despite being born of the same mother as my elder brother, he has bestowed everything upon him. I loathe my brother for lacking a shred of fraternal affection. He has so shamelessly relegated me to the status of his servant. It is not the system I abhor, it is merely my lack of freedom. If I were placed in the clan's position, I would not seek to alter anything. But the reality is, I am not of the clan. I am of the branch family, and thus I must devise ways to change this situation. As he uttered the last words, his expression darkened. Yet Jin remained composed, responding, your answer, Lord Richa, is quite unexpected. To so freely divulge your shadows and desires signifies a surrender to oneself, or perhaps a submission to Orochimaru, who is destined to succeed as Hokage. Richa was disinclined to engage in such trivial discourse and spoke directly. Jin, I understand your grand ambitions. You surely wish to transform everything, to restore this family. Let us embark on this endeavor together, regardless of what you and Lord Orochimaru intend to pursue. I can assist you. As long as I can shed these chains, whether it be Ayaka, Natsu, or the identity of the clan, it shall all be yours. Jin, however, remained unmoved, even perceiving Richa's eagerness as somewhat foolish. Even without his intervention, what rightfully belonged to him would not escape his grasp. Since you, Lord Richa, are so earnest, why not establish a pact of allegiance? Following the conclusion of the war with Iwagakure, neither Konoha nor Iwagakure expressed any intention of proposing a peace treaty. Iwagakure was preoccupied with managing the restless Kumogakure, while Konoha needed to address the persistent disturbances from Kirigakure in the east. Discussions of peace were matters best left to the daimyos of the two nations. The two nations exchanged correspondence and discussed terms, subsequently dispatching representatives to sign an agreement within the territory of the Grass Country, with Konoha and Iwagakure each sending a delegate to serve as witnesses. In gratitude for the Wind Country's assistance, the Fire Country presented a lavish gift to express their appreciation. Although this conflict left Konoha village in a weakened state, it did not impede the Fire Country's vast resources and wealth. The daimyo also extended various forms of support to Konoha, funding the employment of several renowned ninja factions within the territory to aid in confronting the Mist Village. In this world dominated by the martial prowess of ninjas, the strength of a ninja village is a vital component of national power, and the daimyo hoped for Konoha's swift recovery. Currently, besides the issue with the Mist Village, Sarutobi was also troubled by internal matters within Konoha. Since his return to the village, he had been overwhelmed with an accumulation of administrative duties, which seemed to bury him under the papers on his desk. Suddenly, a ninja knocked and entered. Lord Hokage. Sarutobi replied without lifting his gaze. There has been progress regarding the death of Hyuga Hino. Startled, Sarutobi momentarily paused, having pushed this matter to the back of his mind. He set down his pen and turned his attention to the ninja, who he had initially dispatched to investigate the Hyuga family, but who had also subsequently gone to the front lines with him. What progress? The ninja stepped forward and presented a dossier. Saratobi took it, opened it, and read carefully. His expression thoughtful. You have done well. You may leave now. Yes. Once the ninja departed, Saratobi refrained from resuming his paperwork, instead sitting in contemplation. Not long after, another entered Danzo. Saratobi casually closed the dossier and set it aside, saying, What brings you here? I came to inquire about the situation in the mist. There should be a commanding officer. Saratobi maintained a neutral expression. Who do you think would be suitable? Without hesitation, Danzo replied, Orochimaru. You hold such faith in your former subordinate? It is not merely faith. Orochimaru is currently the people's choice, as you must understand, Saratobi. This matter is mine to decide. And you need not concern yourself with it, Saratobi stated calmly. Danzo, somewhat displeased with Saratobi's demeanor, shifted the conversation. What of the traitor within? As soon as he spoke, the office fell into a heavy silence. Saratobi fixed his gaze on Danzo, and after a long pause, he replied, I have yet to find them. Danzo then asked, Do you require my assistance? Saratobi responded, If you have any leads to provide, I would appreciate it. As Danzo turned to leave, he suddenly heard Saratobi's cold voice. Rest assured, I will not allow any traitor to remain in this world. After Danzo exited the Hokage building, a root ninja waiting outside approached him. Where is Orochimaru? Danzo inquired. Orochimaru was engaged in conversation with Jiraiya and Tsunade. The root ninja replied, and Danzo furrowed his brow upon hearing this. This individual is remarkably unperturbed. Is he not afraid of his secrets being unveiled? Seek him out again, and instruct him to come to me once he emerges. Meanwhile, at the Hyuga clan's compound, Hayashi was diligently attending to clan affairs at his desk. Following a significant decline in the clan's population, many of their enterprises were left unattended, stagnating in their operations. These businesses included those within the village as well as those beyond its borders. Without external income, the lavish expenditures of such a grand family could not be sustained solely on the salaries of the clan's ninjas. Certain responsibilities could be delegated to the elders of the clan, while others necessitated hiring professionals for oversight. The Hyuga clan was now faced with a lengthy period of recovery. At that moment, Ian entered with a tray of tea, placing it gently upon his desk. Hayashi, you have been working for quite some time. Perhaps you should take a break. Hayashi, however, paid her no mind, engrossed in the documents before him. Hayashi. Ian spoke softly. Only then did Hayashi furrow his brow and respond, I understand. You may leave now. Ian hesitated, her words caught in her throat, standing there in silence. Hayashi, what are you still doing here? His cold dismissal brought a look of disappointment to Ian's face. With a heavy heart, she picked up the tray and exited quietly. Ian had previously explained to Hayashi that she was compelled to act under Lord Taigue's orders, yet he seemed to have made up his mind about her. And his demeanor had turned frosty. As she stepped out of the living room, she encountered Hizashi entering. Lady Ian, Hizashi greeted respectfully. Ian's face brightened with a gentle smile. Ah, Hizashi, are you looking for Hayashi? Hizashi lowered his gaze and replied, Yes, I have some matters to report to Lord Hayashi. Ian nodded, he is in the study. Hizashi bowed once more and prepared to enter the living room when he suddenly heard Ian call out to him. Hizashi, you are to wed Hinata, correct? Yes, he affirmed. Though Hinata is of age, she often still behaves like a child. You must be patient with her. Hizashi understood. He stepped into the living room, while Ian remained behind. Watching his retreating figure, her expression tinged with complexity. The four of them had grown up together, their relationships once intimate and warm. In their childhood, Hizashi had always preferred playing alongside her. However, ever since Hayashi was designated as the head of the clan and their betrothal was arranged, everything had changed. Hizashi and her sister bore the burden of an unsightly curse mark, and their parents had imparted many truths to her. In the future, she would become the wife of the Sun Foot and the matriarch of the Hinata clan, her status elevated far above others. It was imperative for her to maintain a distance from Nichijitsu and foster a closer bond with Sun Foot. For over a decade, she had adhered to this principle until recently, when Lord Taigu informed her of the list of 5 individuals. Panic seized her. If she were to leave the village with Nichijitsu, how would she navigate her existence? Furthermore, Lord Taigu implied that both she and her sister were to be entirely given to Nichijutsu, which filled her with humiliation. Yet, at that moment, it appeared to be the only escape. Remaining in the village would merely mean awaiting death, destined to traverse the path to the underworld in search of Sunfoot. She was unwilling to embrace death. Unexpectedly, the village triumphed, and Sunfoot and the others returned, a whirlwind of joy and sorrow that struck without warning. Simultaneously, within the study of Sunfoot, he was processing the information just relayed by Nichijutsu. Are you suggesting that the death of Jinxiong might be connected to an insider? Indeed. Those stolen Byakugan are likely the work of a traitor. Quick, the cushion. Ayari rushed in from the kitchen, cradling a pot. Jin swiftly placed a cloth beneath it on the table for her to set the pot down. With a sigh of relief, Ayari rubbed her hands together. At that moment, Sibi leaped onto the table to inspect the contents of the pot, but was promptly shooed away by Jin. Ayari lifted the lid, and a rich aroma of instant noodles wafted through the air. It looks quite delightful, she remarked with satisfaction. Jin, who was fetching bowls and chopsticks, was left speechless. After Ayari had labored in the kitchen for so long, she wouldn't even let him near to see what she was preparing, leading him to believe she would create something exquisite. What kind of look is that? Ayari shot him a glare. You summoned me here to cook for you. And all I get is instant noodles? Jin queried incredulously. This is my personal culinary creation. Others would envy this privilege, she retorted. Jin, resigned, took his seat and set down the bowls and chopsticks. Try it quickly. I even fried 3 eggs. Why 3? There's also Sibi. Woof. The boiled noodles tasted rather ordinary, but Ayari had added salt when frying the eggs, and they were unevenly spread, nearly choking Jun with the first bite. As Ayari savored her fried egg, she seemed to notice something amiss, taking small bites for a while before placing her egg in Sibi's bowl. Sibi, you can have mine too, she offered. After finishing the noodles, Ayari joined Sibi on the sofa to play, leaving the dishwashing duties squarely on Jin. She showed no regard for the fact that he was a guest. Once Jin tidied up, he casually retrieved a can of drink from the fridge. Get me one too. Ayari called from the sofa. Jin tossed a can her way, which landed gracefully on the coffee table, making a soft sound as it settled. Upon witnessing this, Ayan was momentarily taken aback. How remarkable. How did you accomplish that? She inquired, genuinely intrigued. She then took a seat directly opposite him and added, It's a technique for controlling chakra. Ayan reflected for a moment, recalling a similar incident that had occurred when they had gone shopping together earlier. She rose slightly, grasping a can of beverage in her hand, and with a sudden fling, hurled it towards him. It seemed as if he had anticipated her action. When the can flew towards him, it abruptly halted midair before descending gently into his grasp. Astonished, Ayan exclaimed, How did you do that? He casually tossed the can onto the coffee table, reclining on the sofa, and remarked nonchalantly, Just call me teacher and see. Ayan pouted in response, Say it if you want. She then turned to embrace Spy once more, addressing him. Some people simply do not know how to express gratitude. I wonder who provided him with all those books to read. He replied with a hint of resignation, It's the vibrations. Ayan paused, bewildered. What? The vibrations of chakra. He clarified, extending a finger. To her astonishment, a small cluster of blue chakra flickered to life at his fingertip, dancing like a flame. Intrigued, Ayan leaned in closer for a better view, catching a whiff of the fragrance wafting from her. He positioned his finger beside the can on the coffee table, leaving a gap of about 1 centimeter between them. The flame-like blue chakra manifested once more, and the can was propelled a full meter away across the table. Are you using chakra to push it away? She queried. No, that's too elementary, he replied, leaving her somewhat perplexed, sensing that explaining the nuances of physics might be cumbersome. He stated, to put it simply, I can use the vibrations of chakra to alter the motion of various objects. Ayan remained in a state of confusion. Suddenly, he spread his palm, and to her astonishment, the can, which was over 2 meters away, began to slide towards him on its own accord. As it reached the edge of the table, it leapt into his hand effortlessly. Ayan gasped in amazement, unable to contain herself. That's incredible. How did you do that? Did I not mention it earlier? He replied, arching an eyebrow. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Ayan stumbled over her words. I meant, what do you mean by vibrations? I don't quite understand. Is this explained in the books I gave you? He responded, No, I figured it out myself. The world's technological advancements had deviated so much that even those who studied physics could not reach the level of knowledge he had acquired through 9 years of compulsory education. Ian stared at him in awe. You are truly impressive. I think so too, he acknowledged. Ian's fleeting admiration quickly shattered as she asked, So, what are the applications of this vibration technique? Quite a few, he replied. As I just threw something at you, would a kunai or shuriken be able to block it? Yes. Can ninjutsu defend against it? Theoretically, yes. After pondering for a moment, Ayari inquired further. Beyond blocking and controlling objects, what else is there? Truly replied, Use your Byakugan to take a look. Ayari nodded and activated her Byakugan, instantly transforming her perspective of the world around her. At the same time, she noticed a surge of chakra pulsating within the arm that truly raised, a delicate layer of chakra enveloping his palm. Snap! As Truly snapped his fingers. Ayari was startled to see that the chakra on his palm suddenly coalesced into a brilliant flame. Fire. Is that fire release? She uttered, still shaken. It was merely fire generated by the intense heat from friction. Without combustible materials, it extinguished quickly, Truly explained, observing Ayari's expression and realizing she perceived nothing. The frequency of chakra vibrations was exceedingly high. She could not see it, nor could she detect anything outside of the chakra within the human body. Ayari remarked, Why do I feel increasingly bewildered? Truly stated, the Byakugan can only perceive the chakra within the human body, not what lies beyond it. Ayari, perplexed, asked, Beyond the human body, what exists? The book on perception you provided describes that outside the human body, there exists an energy beyond human control, drifting throughout the world, known as natural energy. Natural energy is omnipresent. From birth to death, humans are surrounded by it. Yet only highly skilled sensory-type ninjas can truly perceive it. It is said that mastering natural energy grants one the status of a sage, with the power to move mountains and fill seas, to alter the world. Unable to contain her curiosity, Ayari immediately questioned, Can you harness it? Truly replied, No. I can merely set it in motion, akin to how you can create a gust of wind by waving your arm. Ayari seemed to grasp a semblance of understanding. Truly continued, When a person performs a technique, they inevitably consume a portion of their chakra. This chakra is, in fact, transforming into natural energy in the external environment, creating an illusion of disappearance. The so-called sensory ninjutsu involves perceiving chakra before it transforms into natural energy. You may view natural energy as a medium for transmitting chakra. If an excessive amount of chakra is released, the time taken to convert it into natural energy will be longer, and eventually, even without sensory abilities, one will be able to perceive it. Conversely, if less is released, the time will be shorter. This explains why you can sense the size of chakra, akin to the difference between the area soaked by a cup of water spilled on the ground and that of a basin of water. Ayari scratched her head, uncertain whether she comprehended it. It feels so chaotic. Weren't we discussing vibrations? How did we end up on sensory ninjutsu? Indeed, Shin remarked. The chakra I release into the external environment transforms into natural energy. However, its state of motion remains unchanged. Thus, I can manipulate natural energy through my own chakra. Observing Ayari's lingering bewilderment, he continued, You may comprehend it as my ability to control air and wind. With a gentle wave of his hand, a powerful gust of wind suddenly surged toward Ayari, awakening her senses and causing her long hair to flutter chaotically. I seem to understand a bit, she responded. I don't expect you to fully grasp it, he replied. Can you teach me? Certainly, but first, review the books you gathered for me. Perhaps not. As Ayano arrived at Ayari's residence, she found two individuals engaged in lively conversation on the living room sofa. The atmosphere momentarily hushed for a brief pause upon her entrance. Ayano-ne, Shin stood up to greet her. You are here too, Shin, Ayano replied with a smile. I was just about to leave, Shin stated. Ayano-ne must be here to discuss matters with Ayari-ne, so I shall not intrude. Ayari, feeling slightly disheartened, pouted slightly and refrained from exchanging farewells with Shin as she watched him carry Sibi away from her home. She then opened a beverage can from the coffee table and took a sip. What brings you here? Ayari inquired of Ayano. Just came to see you, Ayano answered. I'm not an invalid. What is there to see? Ayari expressed her reluctance to spend time alone with her sister, especially in private, as Ayano often lectured her from the vantage of being the elder sibling. Does he frequently visit you? Ayano inquired, settling onto the sofa. Jun? Yes. I also visit him. Ayari replied. Ayano remarked. Ayari, you are soon to be married. Ayari shrugged nonchalantly. I am aware. Ayano furrowed her brow slightly. Regardless, Jun is still a male. Ayari found this amusing and deemed Ayano's concern excessive. Him? He's just a little brat. Reflecting on her time with Shin, she realized he displayed none of the immaturity typically associated with children. He's not a child anymore. Ayano insisted. You must understand your position. What position? Aren't we both from separate branches? Ayari countered. Of course, you are different. You are about to become Nishi's wife, and Nishi is the brother of Nizoku, Ayano asserted. Ayari scoffed. Isn't that still a division? Ayano, now somewhat irritated, retorted. Ayari, you. Not wishing to engage in further argument, Ayari interrupted with mild annoyance. Did you come to discuss such matters with me? Amidst her frustration, Ayano felt a sense of helplessness, for Ayari's disinterest in her words had persisted for quite some time. She slowed her tone and said, I have come to discuss the wedding arrangements between you and Nichisha. I have consulted with others to select a few auspicious dates for the ceremony. Ayari reclined on the sofa, gazing down at the drink in her hand. I have no particular preference. You may choose as you see fit. If Nichisha has any objections, let him voice them. As for the wedding attire, I have arranged for the white shiromuku style that you favor to be custom-made. Anything is fine, Ayari replied. Ayari's indifferent attitude prompted Ayano to call her name with a hint of exasperation. Yet, Ayari suddenly smiled at her and remarked, in any case, it's a marriage to Nichisha. Not someone unfamiliar. It matters little to me. You needn't consult me about the procedures or the attire. Just decide as you wish. After a moment of silence, Ayano inquired, Do you not wish to marry? Ayari tilted her head slightly. Did I ever say that? Ayano pressed on. Is it that you do not want to marry? Or that you do not wish to marry Nichisha? Ayari replied, What difference does it make whether I want to or not? Does the outcome change? She casually tossed the empty drink can into a nearby trash bin and shifted to a more comfortable position on the sofa. Does the outcome change? Ayari's question left Ayano at a loss for words. How could she possibly oppose the decisions made by their clan? Regardless, she would inevitably marry Nichisha. She bore him no ill will, and he felt the same. If marriage was to occur, then let it be so. There was no one in the clan more admirable than Nichisha, she thought. Ayari, however, flashed a mischievous smile. What about Lord Yatsuzuki? Ayano couldn't help but chuckle, recognizing the jest. If you wish to marry him, I can convey your sentiments, she responded. Ayari pouted, placing her hands beneath her head as she said, Forget it. Compared to Lord Yatsuzuki, I would prefer to marry Nichisha. As she spoke, her gaze drifted off, lost in thought. Marriage. It was something she had always believed to be entirely unrelated to her life, yet now it loomed before her, and she felt utterly unprepared. Reality offered her no time to ready herself. But even if she were prepared, what would it matter? She would still be marrying Nichisha. You mentioned the style of the wedding attire, didn't you? Did you bring any illustrations? I would like to see the options available. In a dimly lit underground chamber. This was a secret research facility located outside of Konoha, filled with an array of peculiar instruments. When Danzo arrived, he found Orochimaru tinkering with something. You seem to have quite a bit of leisure, Danzo remarked from behind him. Orochimaru, holding a test tube, replied, What do you mean, Lord Danzo? Danzo continued. Sarutobi is about to uncover the identity of the person who informed the rock ninjas. Are you not concerned about the potential exposure? With a calm smile, Orochimaru responded. What is there to fear? Is this not all the work of Root, under your command, Lord Danzo? Tuanzong chuckled coldly. What? Do you think you can distance yourself from this matter? Orochimaru placed the test tube back onto the metal rack, turned, and smiled faintly at Tuanzong. Lord Tuanzong. You jest. I am currently in the same boat as you. How could I possibly abandon you? Moreover, I am quite reliant on you. Tuanzong frowned. It is best that you understand this. What are your plans moving forward? Orochimaru countered with a question. Might I inquire if Lord Tuanzong has any suggestions? Tuanzong replied, Find a scapegoat and shift all the blame onto him. I already have someone in mind. Orochimaru laughed once more. Your thoughts align perfectly with mine. Lord Tuanzong, once this matter is resolved, both of us can rest easy. Observing Orochimaru's ambiguous smile, Tuanzong pondered for a moment before saying, It is best that neither of us make an appearance in this matter. I will introduce this person at the appropriate time. I appreciate your assistance, Lord Tuanzong. However, you must also take the initiative with the Mist Village. Defeating the Mist Ninja will facilitate your ascent to the position of Hokage. Upon hearing this, Orochimaru deftly avoided the topic and remarked, In truth, I am not particularly eager for the Hokage position. Tuanzong was taken aback and then furrowed his brow. What do you mean by that? He had orchestrated so much to elevate himself to the position of Hokage. Orochimaru slowly replied, I have been contemplating that perhaps I am not suited for this role. If Lord Tuanzong were to take on the Hokage mantle, would you not perform better than Lord Hiruzen? Silence ensued. Both men regarded each other. Yet the serpentine gaze of Orochimaru rendered even the astute Tuanzong unable to discern his true intentions. He stated coolly, This is a critical moment. You must not falter. Orochimaru, the Hokage position is yours by right. In the conference room of the Hokage building, the village's upper echelons had gathered. Heads of prominent clans, such as Hyuga Hizashi, Uchiha Fugaku, and Nara Shikaku, alongside notable jonin like Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Minato Namikaze, were present. To the left and right of the Hokage sat two advisors and Shimura Danzo. These individuals convened to discuss the ongoing incursions by the Mist Ninja at their borders. The ongoing war among the ninja world had not concluded. It had merely entered a lull. Both Konoha and Iwagakure were severely weakened, while the remaining 3 of the 5 great shinobi countries still possessed reserves of strength, leaving the future uncertain. Who do you believe should be responsible for the Mist Ninja? Sarutobi, seated at the head, surveyed the assembly. The attendees exchanged glances, with none daring to speak up. The so-called candidates were merely 2, Minato and Orochimaru, a fact known to all present. Yet, at this moment, no one was willing to be the first to voice their support. Noticing the silence, Sarutobi turned his gaze to his right, where Jiraiya sat with his arm in a sling. Jiraiya, what do you think? Upon hearing this, Jiraiya felt a twinge of awkwardness. Naturally, he wished to support his disciple. However, with Orochimaru seated directly across from him, memories of past events weighed heavily on his conscience, rendering him uncertain in his response to Sarutobi's inquiry. Perhaps I could go? He stammered. Sarutobi, somewhat exasperated, replied, Enough, don't just sit there in silence. Jiraiya forced a nervous laugh. I said I wanted to go, yet you refused to let me. Sarutobi, unwilling to engage further with Jiraiya's evasiveness, turned his gaze towards the others. Fugaku and Hayashi sat in their respective places, eyes closed in meditation, seemingly oblivious to their surroundings. I propose Minato, suddenly declared Kushina. Everyone was well aware of Minato's performance in the battles against the Rock Shinobi. It was precisely because of him that they achieved victory time and again. In this upcoming war against the Mist Shinobi, Minato would undoubtedly lead them to triumph. Sarutobi nodded approvingly, scanning the room for any dissenting opinions, with Kushina taking the lead. Several others voiced their support for Minato. Orochimaru remained impassive, yet his gaze sharpened with each person who spoke in favor of Minato. I believe Lord Orochimaru should take the lead. Finally came a different voice from the room. This individual cited Orochimaru's timely reinforcement during the battle with the Rock Shinobi, claiming that had Orochimaru been at the helm from the start, victory would have been assured. His words garnered a considerable following. As the voices in support of Orochimaru grew louder, Danzo couldn't help but smirk. Fortunately, the advocates for Minato and those for Orochimaru refrained from conflict, merely articulating their perspectives. While each had their supporters, there was mutual respect for the other candidate. Sarutobi sighed inwardly at the scene, having anticipated such a division. He intended for Minato to assume command, but was aware that this could provoke discontent among some, given Orochimaru's past salvation of the village, which everyone acknowledged. His gaze met Orochimaru's, who was likewise observing him. After a moment of contemplation, Sarutobi spoke. Orochimaru, what do you think? I believe it would be best for Minato to lead us into battle, Orochimaru interjected, interrupting Sarutobi's thoughts. The room erupted in astonishment. Was this truly a statement from Orochimaru? Danzo's brow furrowed, his expression darkening. He had previously urged Orochimaru to vie for this position, yet now he was relinquishing it. Minato sat in stunned silence, and upon regaining his composure, quickly replied, "No, I am still lacking compared to you, Orochimaru." "Minato, there is no need for such modesty," Orochimaru said with a faint smile. "You have consistently stood alongside everyone on the front lines, earning the trust of your comrades in the village, who firmly believe in your ability to lead them against the Mist Ninja. Sarutobi, Jiraiya, and others acquainted with Orochimaru now seemed to view him in a new light, their expressions filled with astonishment. After much contemplation, Sarutobi remains unable to fathom the schemes Orochimaru might be concocting. At this moment, Orochimaru turns to Jiraiya and inquires, "What do you think, Jiraiya?" Jiraiya, snapping out of his stupor, responds, "I concur with your thoughts." Orochimaru's gaze then sweeps across the gathering. "Compared to Minato, I am ill-suited for this position. You need not nominate me, for I believe Minato can perform far better." The attendees exchange glances, their curiosity barely contained due to the constraints of the situation. Sarutobi clears his throat, subsequently making a decision. Since Orochimaru has expressed this sentiment, it is only fitting for Minato to handle matters concerning the mist. Upon hearing this, Minato rises and bows, declaring, "I shall exert my utmost effort." Once the meeting concludes, Orochimaru disregards Danzo's chilling glare and departs. Observing the small clusters of individuals whispering amongst themselves, Orochimaru feels a sense of disdain. These people will never truly comprehend his intentions. They occupy high positions, yet their political acumen, in his view, is woefully lacking. In this regard, he utterly eclipses them. While harboring such thoughts, he has already excluded himself from their circle. Orochimaru considers himself above such trivialities and finds sufficient counsel in Shin. Meanwhile, Minato departs the Hokage building alongside Ino Shikacho. Kajaka remains deep in thought, pondering Orochimaru's enigmatic behavior earlier that day. It is well known that Orochimaru covets the position of Hokage. What could have prompted such a change in demeanor? Suddenly, Kajaku appears to have an epiphany, murmuring to himself. "What is it?" Minato inquires. Kajaku's expression shifts as he quietly confides in Minato. "Do you recall why we suffered successive defeats during our battle against the Rock Ninja?" This remark causes the others to change their expressions simultaneously. Minato furrows his brow slightly and responds, "Kajaku, if you think this way, you are suggesting that the matter of an insider is somehow linked to Orochimaru." Kajaku's implication is clear. Orochimaru's decision to relinquish this position to Minato is likely a ploy to orchestrate some covert machinations from the shadows, intending for Minato to stumble on the front lines. At that moment, he can once again assume the role of the savior and reap all the rewards. "Minato," Kajaku asserts, "this is an urgent matter that demands our utmost caution." Watergate remarked, "If it is truly the doing of Orochimaru Senpai, evidence must be presented. In due time, Lord Hokage and all our comrades in Konoha shall adjudicate this transgressor. Absent evidence, all we possess is mere conjecture, which cannot be used as a foundation to speculate on others' intentions. Having ascended to this position, I shall employ every conceivable means to secure victory for our village." Upon hearing this, Jinja could only manage a wry smile. Such eloquent words were the province of Watergate, while the burden of action still lay with them. Presently, Konoha's military strength was severely diminished, with over 500 shinobi dispatched to combat the Mist Ninjas, thus depleting a third of Konoha's overall forces. However, with the addition of some hired shinobi, Konoha's total military presence remained adequate. After Watergate led his troops away from the village, Jinju found a pretext to leave Rin under Orochimaru's care, stating simply that Rin had once saved his life, and he could not bear to place his benefactor in peril on the battlefield. Orochimaru, upon learning this, teased Jinju, remarking on his unexpected gratitude. Such matters required no intervention from them. Orochimaru merely communicated with the Konoha hospital, which was currently understaffed, thus justifying Rin's assistance there. Rin's comrade, Kakashi, upon hearing this, readily agreed, wishing to spare Rin from the battlefield, and even persuaded his own teacher. Initially reluctant, Rin ultimately consented under Kakashi's and the hospital's encouragement, as their legitimate rationale spared Watergate any discomfort. The forces from Kirigakure crossing the sea were not numerous. indicating their lack of fervor for combat with Konoha. The skirmishes they engaged in were merely minor encounters, far less brutal than their previous confrontations with Iwagakure. Logistical support from the daime flowed steadily, alleviating any concerns for Konoha. The odds of victory in this conflict appeared significantly favorable. Otherwise, Danzo would not have considered assigning Orochimaru the position of commander. Yet, Orochimaru's actions incited immense fury within Danzo. Following that meeting, he sought out Orochimaru for a confrontation, only to receive the curt reply, "Rest assured, I have my own plans." Danzo felt dismissed, but then realized in a sudden moment of clarity that his former subordinate possessed a far deeper intellect than he had assumed. Everyone aspired to be the cunning sparrow, and Danzo now understood that Orochimaru had seen through this folly and was no longer under his control. This realization filled him with rage. He believed he had bestowed upon Orochimaru everything, having elevated him to this esteemed position. What had Orochimaru possessed prior to this? Merely the title of one of the legendary Sannin, cast aside by Sarutobi, content to dabble in secret jutsu experiments. He had orchestrated the masquerade of a Iwagakure shinobi attacking the daime, engineered public opinion within the village, and discreetly relayed information to Iwagakure. Every one of these actions had been facilitated by his hand. Was Orochimaru now plotting to usurp him? Had this individual not been Orochimaru, Danzo would have possessed a myriad of methods to swiftly bring about his demise, casting all prior transgressions upon him while exonerating himself. Yet, he was indeed one of the legendary Sannin, a figure of formidable prowess whose renown resonated throughout the ninja world. Danzo found himself unable to eliminate him, for turning against him would only entangle himself, leading to mutual destruction. This realization shattered Danzo's aspirations of elevating a puppet to power and subsequently seizing control of Konoha. Orochimaru was a person Danzo had watched grow since childhood. He had once believed he could easily manipulate him, only to discover he had underestimated his capabilities. Suddenly, he received an invitation from Hyuga Taikei, conveyed by a servant. Upon arriving at Taikei's residence, he was taken aback by the elderly man's visibly frail condition compared to previous encounters. In the past, Taikei exuded the commanding presence of a clan leader, but now he leaned on a cane, resembling an aged man on the brink of demise. Shin, Taikei greeted him with a bow. Reflecting on Taikei's state, Jun comprehended that the list of 5 names had indeed been issued by this elderly man. With such knowledge reaching Hinata's ears, it was inevitable that a rift would form between father and son. "Ah, you have come," Taikei remarked, his Byakugan gazing at Jin, his voice frail and weary. "I previously mentioned that you could come here to read. Why have you not visited?" Startled by the question, Jin replied, "Lord Taikei, I have been preoccupied with my training and have not found the time to come." Taikei nodded, then instructed, "Follow me," as he turned unsteadily towards his study. The study was indeed home to an extensive collection of books, meticulously arranged on shelves, with several calligraphies adorning the desk. It appeared that both father and son shared similar pastimes. Upon closer inspection, Jin noted that Taikei's calligraphic skills surpassed those of Hinata. Rather than taking the seat of honor, Taikei chose a nearby chair, resting on his cane. "Feel free to browse. Are there any books that pique your interest?" Taikei said softly. "Thank you, Lord Taikei." Jun pondered the true purpose of his summons. He approached the bookshelf, casually selecting a volume on gentle fist techniques. After returning it, he picked another that detailed the application of the Byakugan. A glance towards Taikei revealed him with his eyes closed, seemingly in a deep reverie. Among the numerous tomes in the study, Jin discerned several worthy of his attention. However, the current atmosphere rendered him unable to concentrate on reading. "Jun," Taikei suddenly spoke. "Yes, Lord Taikei?" Jin responded. "What are your thoughts on family?" Taikei inquired unexpectedly. "Family? Is it not simply my home?" Jin replied, momentarily taken aback. Such inquiries seemed devoid of significance, prompting Jin to feign ignorance. "And the village?" "The village is a collective home where everyone gathers, a dwelling for many." Taigua let out a sigh and slowly raised his gaze towards Jun. "Have you found the book you were looking for?" He might have felt it inappropriate to pose such a question, so he swiftly changed the subject. "I found it, Lord Taigua." Jin indicated the book in hand, his face lighting up with joy. Taigua nodded, saying, "You may take it home to read." Should you wish to find any other books in the future, feel free to come to me directly. Understood. Thank you, Lord Taigue. At that moment, Taigue suddenly inquired, Jean, about your eyes. Shin's expression darkened immediately, forcing a smile as he replied, I understand. Lord Rizu is quite busy now, and there are many matters to address within the clan. There is no need to delay because of my situation. I can wait until Lord Rizu is less occupied. Taigue observed Shin's dejected demeanor, and his gaze shifted slightly. It was evident that this was not an act. If the child's words were mere fabrications, the cunning would be alarming. Yet, that was evidently not the case. There were indeed some elders in the clan harboring ulterior motives towards the main family. However, these old fellows were not foolish. They recognized that approaching Shin at this juncture would be unwise. The boy's dark eyes shone like a spotlight, drawing attention in all clan matters. And attempting to manipulate him would lead to certain failure. As long as the caged bird remained, the main family could perpetually control the branch family. Once this child received new eyes, the farce would conclude. Rizu could continue to lead the Hyuga clan towards revival. Rizu. Taigue tilted his head back and sighed silently. He now found himself isolated, a consequence of Rizu's actions, and he had neither resisted nor expressed any discontent. The decisions made in the past had led to this outcome, and he had to accept it. Yet, in the end, both of his sons loathed him. Jun, Rizu will assuredly provide you with new Byakugan. You need not worry. I know, Lord Taigue. After leaving Taigue's residence, Jun was soon summoned to Rizu's abode. Did you visit Lord Taigue merely to peruse books? Rizu regarded Jin with an impassive expression. He was aware that Jin was on Taigue's list, which only deepened his disdain for the boy. Lord Taigue also inquired about several matters. What matters? Jin recounted everything that transpired at Taigue's dwelling, as there was nothing to conceal. Moreover, if Taigue had any of Rizu's spies present, there was even less reason to hide. Upon hearing Jin's account, Rizu fell into a sudden silence, and then spoke to Jun in a flat tone. Lord Taigue's health is currently poor and requires rest. Do not disturb him in the future. Understood, Lord Rizu. After Jun turned to leave, Rizu's gaze followed him, revealing a glimmer of coldness. Indeed, nothing suspicious transpired in Taigu. Yet, upon reflection, this individual has only brought me trouble, and now I must await my father's demise to facilitate a change of his eyes. Until then, I must remain vigilant against any unusual actions from the elder members of my clan. A person of mediocre talent and strength, one who nearly betrayed me. Does life or death truly matter? The daimyo has arrived, has he not? The curtains of the carriage were lifted, revealing a middle-aged man adorned in opulent attire. This was an extraordinarily luxurious procession, with hundreds of attendants surrounding it, and 12 individuals clad as ninjas, each sporting a fiery belt. The middle-aged man descended from the carriage using a footstool, surveying the entrance of Konoha, which indeed appeared grander than a typical town. Lord Jin, the third Hokage, accompanied by a group of ninjas, had long awaited his arrival. Upon seeing this dignitary, Sarutobi promptly stepped forward to greet him. It has been a considerable time since we last met, third Hokage, the middle-aged man replied with a gentle smile. The daimyo's visit to Konoha enhances its splendor. This man was the current daimyo of the Land of Fire. Sarutobi was taken aback by the news of the daimyo's visit to Konoha. Yet he promptly prepared for the reception. There is no need for such formality. Lord Jin waved his hand, holding a folding fan. He turned to the entourage that accompanied him. Given Konoha's current financial constraints, we shall not entertain you all here. Please rest in the nearby town. Sarutobi felt a touch of awkwardness upon hearing this. Apart from the 12 guardians, the accompanying procession altered its course and departed. Come, third Hokage. You must show me around Konoha, the daimyo insisted. Of course, Sarutobi replied. The news of the daimyo's visit swiftly circulated throughout Konoha, igniting curiosity among many. Why would such a distinguished figure venture to a remote corner like Konoha, claiming to pay homage to the heroes who sacrificed for the nation? Such an occurrence was unprecedented. Aside from the Hokage and a select few high-ranking officials, the various clans of Konoha rarely had the opportunity to engage closely with the daimyo. Their sentiments towards him were complex, viewing him as a sovereign ruler of the vast Land of Fire, governing such a nation. However, gaining proximity to the daimyo was undoubtedly beneficial for Konoha, especially in these trying times. At the daimyo's request, the third Hokage led him directly to the memorial stone. Observing the surrounding graves and the multitude of names inscribed upon the stone deeply moved Lord Shin. He stood quietly, hands clasped behind his back, opening and closing the fan in his grasp. Third Hokage, he began, I have heard that Konoha held the advantage in the war against the Rock Ninja. Upon hearing these words, Sarutobi was suddenly taken aback, a sense of foreboding creeping into his heart. He could only respond, Lord Yuan. You must understand that the situation on the battlefield is ever-changing. A momentary victory or defeat signifies little. Is that not so? Lord Yuan turned to face Sarutobi, a cryptic smile playing at the corners of his mouth. I have heard that it is due to the treachery of an internal traitor that Konoha has suffered so many defeats. Sarutobi could no longer discern any goodwill in this statement. He steeled himself and replied, Your insight is truly remarkable, Lord Yuan. Lord Yuan pressed further. Third Hokage, tell me, how do you think those who sacrificed their lives would feel if they knew their deaths were in vain? Who shall bear the responsibility for this? A heavy weight settled in Sarutobi's heart as he replied, It is due to my lax governance. Thus, I must take full responsibility. Once we have repelled the mist, I shall resign from the position of Hokage, and at that time, I will accept your judgment, Lord Yuan. Lord Yuan observed Sarutobi as he took upon himself all the blame, and after a moment, he suddenly chuckled. Third Hokage, you are being overly harsh on yourself. The emergence of a traitor is something no one wishes to witness. We cannot punish ourselves for the schemes of others, for that would only play into the enemy's hands. Konoha still needs your leadership, and the war with the mist relies upon you as well, Third Hokage. Thank you for your understanding, Lord Yuan. Sarutobi bowed deeply. Lord Yuan stepped closer to Sarutobi, his face still adorned with a benevolent smile. However, this matter concerning the traitor must be resolved promptly. Otherwise, should it affect our war with the mist, the consequences could be dire. Rest assured, we are conducting a thorough investigation into the traitor's identity, Sarutobi assured him. That is good to hear. Lord Yuan nodded in satisfaction. He stood observing the surroundings, the cemetery enveloped by a lush, dense forest, and beyond it, the red torii led to the main road of Konoha. Third Hokage, I plan to stay in Konoha for a few days. What do you think? Lord Yuan jested. You need not ask my opinion. Konoha is also under your jurisdiction, and you may stay as long as you wish. I merely worry that our humble village may not be worthy of your esteemed presence. Ha ha, it is settled then. The arrival of such a distinguished figure in Konoha filled Sarutobi with profound unease. He could not fathom why the daimyo would abandon his national affairs to visit this small village, and he could not afford to show any negligence, as the war with the mist depended heavily on Lord Yuan's support from behind. Regarding the traitor, Sarutobi had little to go on. All he could ascertain was that this individual held a significant position within the village, and all traces had been meticulously erased, leaving him at a loss. He had sifted through the list of high-ranking officials in his mind countless times, placing and removing various names from his suspicions. Some had even hinted at certain individuals being involved, but without any evidence, he was reluctant to believe them. Now that the daimyo himself was applying pressure concerning this matter, he knew he must produce results swiftly. News from the front lines indicates that the forces of the Hidden Water Gate have encountered the Mist Ninjas, albeit only a small contingent, which they swiftly dispatched. Watergate took the initiative to seek out the enemy. Yet the Mist Ninjas cleverly evaded direct confrontation with Konoha, engaging in a game of cat and mouse. Unlike the Rock Ninjas, the Mist Ninjas are sheltered by the vast sea, hindering Watergate's ability to penetrate their territory. Despite their evasion tactics, the elusive Mist Ninjas have posed significant challenges, particularly the renowned Seven Swords of the Mist, who have repeatedly thwarted Watergate's encounters. Ordinary squads that crossed paths with them faced dire consequences, proving no match for the formidable Seven. This predicament left Watergate feeling powerless. He penned a letter back to the village, expressing his intention to establish a temporary camp at the border and requesting support from the village. The letter reached the hands of the daimyo, who immediately dispatched aides to prepare supplies without hesitation. This prompted Sarutobi to reflect on the situations. Perhaps the arrival of the daimyo was a fortuitous event. Previously, he had felt reluctant to ask for resources in his correspondence, but now he could directly communicate the circumstances. The daimyo refrained from involving himself in Saratobi's strategic decisions or the village's internal affairs, serving merely as a financial benefactor and a symbolic figure. Occasionally, out of boredom, he would summon theatrical troops or geishas to the village, sometimes inviting Saratobi to partake in the performances, which led Saratobi to occasionally lament the decadence of the ruling class. "Why are we suddenly being assigned a mission?" Ayano inquired, observing Nichizu clad in a full ninja combat uniform. "Some supplies need to be transported to the front lines. It is of utmost importance. The Hokage has designated us from the Hyuga clan," Nichizu replied with a detached demeanor. His servant had already prepared his belongings, and Nikarashi awaited him outside. "How long will this take?" "If all goes smoothly, we should return in 2 or 3 days, he stated matter-of-factly. Ayano, standing nearby, displayed concern, but refrained from expressing her worries further due to Nichizu's indifferent attitude. As Nichizu entered the living room, he encountered Nikarashi and Hiraman in the courtyard. The Hyuga clan was dwindling, with few adult ninjas remaining, and among the younger generation, only Hiraman stood out. Nichizu paused momentarily and turned to Ayano, asking, "Is Makoto at home?" Surprised by the question, Ayano replied, "You should be at home now. Call him over." "Eh? Go get Makoto." "Oh, right away." Ayano hurriedly departed toward Makoto's residence. At that moment, Makoto was at home engrossed in a book. Upon hearing the knock, he initially assumed it was Ayano. "Ayano? Nichizu is asking for you," Ayano stated directly as she entered. Makoto was taken aback. "Now?" Ayano confirmed. "Nichizu is waiting for you." After a moment of contemplation, Shin turned to Ayano and said, "Sister Ayano, please wait for me a few minutes." Before Ayano could respond, Shin had already turned and closed the door behind him. This caused Ayano to furrow her brow in concern. She wanted to knock on the door, but hesitated, raising her hand only to let it fall again. After a moment of contemplation, she activated her Byakugan to see what Shin was doing inside the room, but the first sight that greeted her was Shin removing his clothing. Startled, she quickly retracted her Byakugan. Indeed, the few minutes Shin mentioned were just that. When she finally opened the door again, Ayano discovered he had changed into the standard green ninja battle attire of Konohagakure, complete with a forehead protector, leg bindings, and all the necessary ninja gear. Ayano was momentarily stunned, realizing that she had only mentioned to him that Hizashi was looking for him. How did he end up dressed like this? She pondered Hizashi's intentions. Calling Shin over at this moment implied that she wanted him to accompany her on a mission. How could he have guessed that? "Let us go, Sister Ayano." As they arrived at the gathering place, both Hizashi and Hiramaru were quite taken aback by Shin's attire. Hizashi, in particular, never anticipated that Shin would be participating in this mission. Was this Hizashi's decision? Shin had not been on the battlefield during the village's direst moments. So why was Hizashi now bringing him along? What could it mean? After much contemplation, Hizashi could not arrive at a conclusion and could only silently observe Shin from Hizashi's side. "Lord Hizashi," Shin said, bowing respectfully. "It seems you are ready," Hizashi replied, assuming that Ayano had informed him about her intention to bring him along. Shin remarked, "I have always wished to contribute to my clan and village. I am grateful for this opportunity from Lord Hizashi and hope not to hinder our mission." Hizashi nodded. "It is commendable that you possess such determination." He then turned to Hizashi and Hiramaru. "Let us depart." Meanwhile, Orochimaru returned home after meeting with the daimyo, only to find Danzo sitting in his living room. "Lord Danzo, invading private residences is not a commendable habit," Orochimaru remarked. "You are highly regarded, summoned specifically by the daimyo," Danzo replied, his tone indifferent. Hearing Danzo's unremarkable words, Orochimaru smiled faintly as he took a seat beside him. "After all, I once saved his life. Have you forgotten, Lord Danzo? You facilitated everything at that time." Danzo chuckled. "I thought you had forgotten. I assumed you, Orochimaru, had risen solely on your own merit." Orochimaru's laughter was soft but raspy, lending it an eerie quality. "It seems, Lord Danzo, you harbor some dissatisfaction with me." Danzo retorted with a cold smile. "How could I dare to be displeased with the future Hokage?" Yet, Orochimaru sighed. "It appears there has been a misunderstanding, Lord Danzo. Everything I have is a gift from you. I have never entertained the thought of burning bridges." Tuanzong remained indifferent to these words. Orochimaru continued, Lord Tuanzong. It seems that teacher Saratobi has already grasped some clues. Upon hearing this, Tuanzang's eyes flickered slightly. What clues? Naturally, it pertains to the deeds we once committed. Tuanzong frowned. How do you know this? During my conversations with teacher Saratobi, he has tested me on multiple occasions and has begun to harbor suspicions about me. Tuanzang's brow furrowed as he began to contemplate his recent dialogues with Saratobi. Suddenly, he recalled Saratobi's words when he recommended Orochimaru as the Mizukage, stating that he would not allow traitors to live. Could that have been directed at him? This line of thought indeed seemed plausible. Orochimaru sighed. Lord Tuanzong, we find ourselves in a precarious situation. Retreating wisely is the key to preserving our safety. Our immediate priority should be to address the issue of the traitor, eliminating all loose ends and evidence, and then presenting a scapegoat. If I were to head to the front lines at this moment, everything in the village would slip beyond my control. In such a case, communication between us would become difficult, and should one of us falter, both our fates would be sealed. A mere victory in the war against the Mist Ninja could be conceded to Minato. What do you think, Lord Tuanzong? Tuanzang's gaze flickered as he pondered the credibility of Orochimaru's words. Orochimaru smiled calmly, adding, Lord Tuanzong, we are currently inseparable. I could never abandon you, after all. All my leverage rests in your hands, does it not? Tuanzong then spoke coolly, you know best. Observing this, Orochimaru's smile broadened, his serpent-like eyes becoming even more inscrutable. He remarked, Lord Tuanzong is well aware of my character. I am solely interested in researching forbidden techniques and am utterly ignorant of political affairs. Even if I were to become Hokage, in the future I shall still rely on your assistance to govern the village. Tuanzong was uncertain about the truth of this statement, merely responding, the matter of the traitor must be resolved swiftly. I will present a scapegoat during this time. Orochimaru agreed outwardly, yet inwardly, he scoffed. In such a uniquely sensitive period, how credible could a traitor who voluntarily reveals themselves be? It might not only fail to dissipate the suspicions of others, but could very well become a threat for the Hokage to grasp. Ah, Tuanzong. It is no wonder you remain under Saratobi's thumb for a lifetime, considering yourself cunning while treating others as fools. Your vision seems limited to this extent. A traitor has emerged, and the Mist Ninja have launched an attack. The new encampment was established not far from the sea, significantly smaller than the one erected during the battle against the Rock Ninja. After all, there were only about 500 individuals in total, and with many away on missions. The number was even fewer, as the mercenaries did not reside within the camp. When they escorted the supply convoy to this location, they sensed a distinctly different atmosphere. The ninjas here appeared considerably more relaxed. They were greeted by Shikaku, as Minato had once again taken the initiative to lead a mission. What's the current situation? Hayashi asked Shikaku, who sighed deeply in response. The enemy keeps evading us, and the 7 ninja swordsmen have been causing significant trouble for our forces. I suspect their base is at sea, but that's the Mist territory. We can't recklessly advance. Not to mention, Konoha lacks sufficient strength to engage water-style specialists in their own domain. It would be sheer folly. Hayashi and Hizashi followed Shikaku into the main tent, while Shin and Hamura remained outside. Noticing Shin scanning the camp, Hamura asked with a faint smile, looking for someone? Just seeing if I recognize anyone, Shin replied. Hamura nearly suggested using the Byakugan, but stopped himself upon seeing Shin's ordinary dark eyes, realizing how thoughtless that remark would have been. Let's walk around, he said instead. The camp bustled with idle chatter amongst small groups, while others hurried about their duties. Unfortunately, Shin recognized no one. The gap between anime and reality was vast. Apart from unmistakable figures like Kakashi or Might Guy, most faces remained unfamiliar even if they stood right before him. Their stay in the camp was brief. Once their mission concluded, they would return to the village. As they wandered, a shinobi dashed into camp, heading straight for the main tent, drawing curious glances. Soon after, Shikaku, Hayashi, and the others emerged. Hamura and Shin approached, but Hayashi instructed, stay here for now, before leaving with Shikaku and Inoichi. What happened, Hizashi-sama? Hamura inquired. Hizashi frowned. They've captured a suspicious individual. His gaze flickered briefly toward Shin, who remained expressionless. About half an hour later, Shikaku's group returned with a heavily bound prisoner. His body covered in sealing jutsu. Hamura gasped. This person, he noticed the man wore Konoha's combat uniform. Traitor, Hizashi stated bluntly. Onlookers tried to gather, but Shikaka ordered them to disperse. Inoichi remarked, his mind is shielded by a mental barrier. Breaking through won't be easy. Best to leave it to the Hokage and the interrogation team. Though capable of dismantling the barrier himself, it was clear this prisoner had powerful backing. This matter was best handled by the Hokage. At this moment, Rikuju felt a profound sense of astonishment. The returning ninja had reported that a solitary figure had been spotted near the seaside, seemingly engaged in some unknown endeavor. Upon further inquiry, the individual had been evasive, and a meticulous search yielded a clandestine letter containing detailed information about the Konoha camp. Realizing that his scheme had been uncovered, the man attempted to flee but was swiftly apprehended. Undoubtedly, he was the traitor. Yet, Rikuju instinctively sensed something amiss. It was peculiar, too peculiar. The traitor, who had previously eluded them, had now inadvertently revealed his true colors. Haichi proposed extracting intelligence from the man's mind, but Rikuju halted him, suggesting it would be best to escort the captive back to the village for the Hokage to handle. Nijitsu, I entrust this task to you, Rikuju said, indicating that he wanted Nijitsu to accompany the return journey. Rest assured, I will personally deliver this individual to the Hokage. With that, the party of several individuals responsible for transporting supplies reassembled, led by Nijitsu, retracing their steps while escorting the traitor. After their departure, Haichi remarked to Rikuju, with this, the matter of the traitor should be thoroughly investigated. Rikuju merely replied, one can only hope. Haichi inquired, who do you suspect is behind this? Rikuju furrowed his brow in silence, a shadow of suspicion flashing through his mind. It was hard to say. The journey back was relatively uneventful. They encountered no enemies. The absence of supply carts made their return considerably lighter, and their pace through the forest quickened. However, the tranquility of the journey left Nijitsu, who had initially harbored ulterior motives, feeling somewhat disheartened. He cast a glance back at the unhurried figure of Shin, who maintained a steady pace in the middle of the group. Upon reaching a river, Nijitsu instructed everyone to halt and take a moment to rest and replenish their strength. The guards remained vigilant on the perimeter while Shin sat beneath a tree, casually eating. Should we offer him something to eat? We wouldn't want him to starve, Nijitsu asked, referring to the captured traitor. It hasn't been long enough for him to starve, Rikuju responded. Perhaps some water then. Nijitsu unfastened his water canteen and approached the bound man, who lay motionless on the ground, appearing as if he had succumbed to unconsciousness. His hands and feet were bound, sealed with intricate jutsu, and black bags obscured his eyes and mouth, leaving only his nostrils exposed for breathing. Suddenly, Firegate rushed back with alarming speed. Lord Nijitsu, a squad of mist ninjas is approaching, numbering 24. The revelation sent shockwaves through the group. Nijitsu immediately activated his Byakugan, his expression turning grave. Eradicate any traces and retreat swiftly. The team disregarded any notion of rest and swiftly gathered their belongings, while Nijitsu hoisted the traitor onto his back, trailing behind the others. Nevertheless, the mist ninjas, as if endowed with supernatural vision, relentlessly pursued the Konoha team, closing the distance with each passing moment. They have us targeted. There must be perceptive ninjas among them, Hinata remarked. His gaze flickered as he contemplated the subsequent strategy. The enemy numbered 24, while they had 17. Engaging them in battle might still yield a chance of victory, yet they were burdened with a mission at hand. Just as these thoughts occupied his mind, a thick fog suddenly enveloped the forest, an unusual sight for the afternoon. A great rumble echoed from the nearby winding river, where a water dragon surged with astonishing speed. Without hesitation, Hinata executed a palm strike infused with Bagua, directly striking the water dragon and shattering it into a spray of water droplets. Withdraw from the river. Prepare for battle, Hinata commanded, rousing his team. The fog thickened, and Jin approached, whispering, Jin, focus on what you must do. Do not concern yourself with me. Jin calmly replied. A shuriken whizzed past, nearly grazing his cheek, yet he remained unfazed, his gaze fixed ahead. Jin, carrying the traitor, gradually vanished into the dense mist. The wind howled, causing the branches of trees to sway violently. Before them lay an expanse of white fog, within which concealed peril seemed to loom closer. On the Konoha side, some attempted to disperse the fog with wind techniques, but the mist quickly reformed, indicating that it was beyond the capabilities of ordinary wind jutsu. A sharp whoosh pierced the air as an unseen kunai hurtled toward Jin's nape. Just as it was about to strike, the kunai veered off course, orbiting around him as if drawn by an unseen force, before landing steadily in his hand. From within the fog, murmurs of confusion began to emerge. The kunai spun lightly in his grasp, and in an instant, Jin froze, the scenery before him crystallizing in that fleeting moment. Perched atop a high branch, he unleashed the kunai, sending it slicing through the fog with a sharp whistle. A thud followed, signifying someone had fallen to the ground. Amidst the mist, devoid of Byakugan, Jin's visibility was severely limited, yet he discerned the positions of those around him with crystal clarity. Familiar and unfamiliar chakras pulsed like flames in the night, conspicuously vivid. He had perused countless texts on sensory techniques and never ceased his training. Jin then caught the sound of rushing water, a torrent surging forth from the fog, spinning like a sharp spear, aimed directly at him. The force of this water technique was not as grand as the earlier water dragon, yet Jin stood still, exhibiting no intent to evade. As the torrent reached mere inches from him, it was abruptly halted by invisible barriers, causing the water to splatter harmlessly aside. With a serene expression, Jin gazed at the flowing water before him, not a trace of dampness upon his person. He silently sensed the depletion of his chakra. Suddenly, Jin leaped into action, charging towards the oncoming current, an invisible barrier seemingly protecting him from the water's assault. The enemy, taken aback by Jin's unconventional method of locating him, felt a wave of panic as his water technique proved utterly ineffective. In that fleeting moment of distraction, he found himself unable to escape. Within the thick mist, the mist ninja glimpsed a pale, indifferent visage before feeling a vice-like grip on his throat. He struggled fiercely, his face reddening, but could only emit a series of gasps. To his horror, he felt his chakra spiraling out of control, wreaking havoc within his meridians. At last, a dull thud resonated, and the figure before him fell silent, unceremoniously discarded to the ground. Jin cast a glance at the lifeless body beneath his feet, his brow furrowing slightly before he diverted his gaze. It was tragic. He resolved not to employ this tactic again. In the forest, someone unleashed a fire technique, the intense heat dissipating the fog, only to be swiftly extinguished by a countering water technique. The clash of weapons echoed amidst the chaos, explosive tags detonated, and cries of agony and shouts intermingled in a cacophony. Jin continued his relentless pursuit through the dense mist, engaging in battle with the next adversary. However, this skirmish did not endure for long. The fog began to lift, and visibility gradually improved. The prowess exhibited by Nikaritsu and Nichishia surpassed the expectations of the mist ninjas, rendering their techniques nearly ineffective and instead numbing their own senses. The combined assaults of numerous mist ninjas not only failed but resulted in their complete annihilation at the hands of the duo. As the clamor subsided, the mist finally dissipated, leaving a chill in the air. 24 mist ninjas lay lifeless on the ground or hung from tree branches. The area bore the scars of jutsu and explosive tags, shallow puddles accumulating upon the ground, and deep craters formed by earth techniques. The situation on the Konoha side was equally grim. Many were gravely injured, receiving treatment from their medical ninjas. One had even perished, with a somber gathering forming around his body in silent tribute. The supply convoy consisted of seasoned, exceptional ninjas who demonstrated remarkable adaptability in the face of such ambushes. Nikaritsu's gaze fell upon Jin, who appeared unscathed save for a few bloodstains, a flicker of intrigue crossing his eyes. Logically, Jin, devoid of the Byakugan, should have been the weakest among them. Feeling Nikaritsu's scrutiny, Jin offered a subtle bow. Nikaritsu averted his gaze and began to approach the body of their fallen comrade. Lord Nikaritsu. Suddenly, Nichishia's urgent voice pierced the air. He was beside the traitor they had been escorting. A jolt of alarm surged through Nikaritsu's heart, and in an instant, he teleported to Nichishia's side. On the ground lay the traitor, bound tightly and lifeless, his body punctured by numerous shurikens, blood pooling around him. Riju's expression darkened instantly. How could this happen? Richa, upon hearing the commotion, immediately knelt in penance. I apologize, Lord Riju, it is my fault. I was meant to carry him. But I saw you besieged by numerous attackers. Riju's face was ashen, his pale eyes glinting with cold light. Richa was his guardian. Regardless of the mission, Richa always remained by his side. For Richa, nothing was more paramount than safeguarding Riju. Riju was acutely aware of this. It was Richa's duty and responsibility to protect him, and thus he could not reproach Richa. Silence enveloped the surroundings. Their temporary mission was to escort this traitor. Yet he had perished along the way. Riju understood the implications of this traitor's demise. The mastermind behind him was a heinous criminal from Konoha, and their purpose in escorting him back to Konoha was to unearth this individual. How could he report this to Lord Hokage, to Riku, and Minato? He had once made a solemn promise to Riku before departing. Riju stood still for a long while until Huamin hesitantly approached and called out, "Lord Riju?" With a heavy sigh, Riju instructed Richa, "You may rise." Such an incident was unwelcome to all. Surviving an encounter with the enemy was a stroke of fortune, and the failure of the mission lay solely on his shoulders as the captain. Richa quickly insisted, "How can you bear this alone, Lord Riju?" "It was my mistake." The others echoed that it was a collective responsibility, not one to be shouldered by their captain alone. Riju felt a surge of frustration and stated, "Enough. Tend to the battlefield, bring Lian Xi's remains, and let us return to the village." His gaze drifted to Shin, standing a short distance away, seemingly detached, quietly observing the corpse of the traitor. 41. The truth draws near. "In the Root organization, you say Wu is dead?" Danzo was taken aback by the report from his subordinate. Wu was the traitor captured by Riku, a mere decoy he had set up, an individual of unblemished origin, with no ties to them. Who killed him? When Hinata, Riju, and the others returned, they were ambushed by Mist Ninja, and in the chaos, he was slain. Danzo's brow furrowed deeply. This was entirely unforeseen. Wu's mind was shielded by mental barriers, and those adept in mental intrusion, upon breaching these barriers, would fall victim to another illusion, perceiving fabricated information. This false information was precisely what Danzo intended to convey to the third Hokage, as well as to Minato and Riku. Danzo was acutely aware of the credibility of merely a traitor disseminating intelligence. Upon hearing of Wu's demise, his immediate thought was that he had been slain by Rugio and his companions. If that were the case, it would be fortuitous, as he could directly inform Sarutobi that Rugio sought to obliterate evidence and harbored malicious intent. Regardless of Sarutobi's belief, the blame would be redirected. However, the reality was that Wu had perished at the hands of the Mist Ninja. Thus, his schemes would be rendered utterly futile. Should another opportunity arise, it would be exceedingly conspicuous. Inside the Hokage's office, Sarutobi, with a pipe perched between his lips and smoke swirling around him, obscured his visage. Hizashi stood before him, continuing, "The failure of this mission rests upon my shoulders. I implore you, Lord Hokage, to mete out punishment." Sarutobi gently tapped his pipe and replied, "There is no need for such lamentation. You were merely ambushed by the enemy, resulting in this unfortunate outcome." He then inquired, "You mentioned that when capturing this traitor, Hachi failed to extract any intelligence from him. Is that correct?" After a moment of contemplation, Hizashi responded, "Hachi stated that he had a mental barrier technique in place, necessitating the interrogation department's involvement." Sarutobi's gaze flickered with intrigue. Such matters were not necessarily within the interrogation department's expertise compared to the Yamanaka clan. Hachi could have derived results before presenting them to him. What was the rationale behind his actions? Was Rugio hinting at something? After considerable reflection, Sarutobi found himself burdened with numerous thoughts yet refrained from reaching any hasty conclusions. He remarked, "You have all endured significant hardship. Your initial task was merely to transport supplies. The traitor, having met his end, is of little consequence now. You may return and rest." Hizashi bowed and expressed gratitude. "Thank you for your understanding, Lord Hokage. Our Hyuga clan is equally committed to eradicating traitors from the village. Please do summon us when a mission arises." Once Hizashi departed, Sarutobi's expression darkened with concern. The precious lead had been severed, and the timing of the Mist Ninja's appearance was indeed troubling. Were they, perhaps, after this traitor, intent on silencing him? As Sarutobi's thoughts swirled, a knock at the door interrupted him. Entering was a member of the medical team clad in a white coat. "Lord Hokage, we have an issue with the body." Not long after returning home, Jin was soon visited by Ayari. Why did you not inform me before embarking on a mission?" Ayari questioned, her expression one of displeasure. "It was a sudden summons from Lord Hizashi, and I had no time to notify you," Jin replied. Ayari then approached Jin. scrutinizing him thoroughly. I heard you encountered the enemy. Are you injured? Jin reassured her. I am unscathed, merely mourning the loss of a comrade. Are you truly unhurt? Ayari remained apprehensive, doubting Jin's words, while dismissing the latter part of his statement. Shall I disrobe to prove it to you? Hearing this, Lingli could not help but kick him lightly on the calf, reproaching, how unrefined. She then inquired, is the mission perilous? Jin replied, there were casualties. What do you think? Lingli then recalled Jin's earlier mention of a fallen comrade. How come you are unscathed? I am quite formidable. How formidable? The exceptionally formidable kind. Noticing Jin tidying up some ninja tools on the table, Lingli asked, what are you doing? Jin explained, I was in such a rush when I left yesterday that I couldn't bring many things. I'm just organizing them now for future use. Are you going on another mission? Having already undertaken one mission, I shall naturally respond when the village requires it. Lingli nodded thoughtfully. Remembering that ever since Jin lost his Byakugan, he had not ventured on any missions. This period of companionship had almost caused her to forget that Jin was, indeed, a ninja. He had changed significantly compared to before, but this transformation had become something Lingli had grown accustomed to over time. Suddenly, Jin tossed something her way. Sitting on the sofa, Lingli quickly reached out to catch it, discovering it to be an exquisitely crafted short blade. I found it among the bodies of those missed ninja. I thought it looked quite nice, so I brought it back for you. Lingli examined the blade closely, upon drawing it from its sheath. The gleaming edge reflected a cold light. She chuckled, you truly know how to give gifts, presenting me with a dead man's weapon. And who gives a girl a blade? It looks good on the table. If you dislike it, you can return it. Yet, Lingli placed the blade against her chest, asserting, once something is given, it should not be taken back. I shall reluctantly accept it. With that, she began to play with the knife in her hands. In the afternoon, Xia also arrived. Once again, it was Lingli who opened the door, surprised to see Xia standing outside. Xia's reaction mirrored her own. Xia, are you here to see Jin? Lingli asked, her face lighting up with a smile. Internally, she mused about how impressive Jin was, managing to attract a girl to seek him out. Xia appeared somewhat awkward, replying, Lingli Jia. I heard that Jin returned from a mission, so I came to check on him. Lingli smiled and said, well, you two have your chat. I was just about to leave. She turned to Jin and said she was departing, then picked up the short blade from the sofa and exited. Jin rose and walked to the door, welcoming Xia inside. It was Xia's first visit to Jin's home, and after a quick glance around, she noted it was tidier than she had anticipated. Once seated on the sofa, she asked the same question Lingli had posed earlier. I heard you encountered Mist Ninja on your way back. Are you all right? Were you injured? No. The mission must have been quite dangerous. I heard a comrade sacrifice themselves. Yes, the mission upon our return was also unsuccessful. Well, as long as you're unharmed. Xia exhibited a certain reticence, a stark contrast to her usual poised demeanor. A subtle yet palpable distinction that did not escape notice. Her presence here might not have been entirely by her own volition. The two exchanged a few idle pleasantries. And before long, Xia took her leave. On the following morning, Nichizu unexpectedly received a mysterious parcel delivered by a servant who had found it in the courtyard. Upon opening it, he discovered a bloodied kunai and a pair of byakugan encased in a glass vessel. This revelation sent a tremor through his spirit. He utilized the byakugan to scrutinize the entirety of the Hyuga clan's territory, yet found no suspicious figures. A stark realization dawned upon him. The bloodied kunai and byakugan embodied the demise of Rinxiang and the theft of the byakugan. Who had left this ominous offering? Who dared to challenge him so audaciously? Fury surged within Nichizu, for the parcel also contained a note inscribed with a time and place, summoning him to a meeting outside the village that very night. In the midst of ongoing turmoil, in a tea house situated over 10 kilometers from Konoha, several geishas were performing songs and dances for the gathered audience, while musicians played melodious tunes nearby. The man seated at the head of the table appeared to be relishing the performance. What troubles you, Third Hokage? You seem rather discontent. Is the program not to your liking? Inquired a nobleman. Lord Minamoto, you misunderstand. I merely recall that I have unresolved matters in the village that momentarily distracted me. Saratobi responded. He felt a twinge of discomfort. This was not the first time the daimyo had invited him to revelry. Initially, it felt refreshing, but with each subsequent invitation, He perceived it as a descent into indulgence. Though he could not refuse the daimyo's invitations, each time he reluctantly attended, caught in a bittersweet cycle of joy and torment. Truly, your dedication is commendable, Third Hokage. Under your governance, I trust Konoha will soon regain its former glory. Lord Minamoto remarked with a smile. You overstate my abilities, Sarutobi replied modestly. Present alongside them were Midogate-in, Shimura Danzo, Uchiha Fugaku, and Hyuga Nichizu. The 12 guardians were not present in the room, but were concealed elsewhere, providing covert protection. Lord Minamoto continued, however, this is a time for relaxation. So let us not dwell on work-related matters. Observe how Midogate truly knows how to enjoy himself. Midogate-in, engrossed in the performance, felt a twinge of embarrassment upon being suddenly mentioned, uncertain whether the daimyo was praising him or subtly mocking him. At that moment, Lord Minamoto waved his hand, signaling the geishas to pause. Is there perhaps a more splendid performance to lift the spirits of our third Hokage? The performers retreated, and soon several alluring women entered, clad in revealing attire, their beauty and grace remarkable. Sarutobi inwardly lamented, should this scene reach the ears of Biwa Lake, he would undoubtedly face reproach. Nichizu and Fugaku exchanged glances, their expressions a mix of embarrassment and discomfort. They are ninjas, belonging to a prestigious clan in the village. Yet they are not truly of noble birth, making such occasions quite overwhelming. Lord Minamoto found the expressions of the crowd amusing. At that moment, Sarutobi spoke up. Lord Minamoto, we ninjas have certain codes of conduct that we must adhere to, so I kindly ask you not to put us in a difficult position. Upon hearing this, Lord Minamoto was momentarily taken aback, then recalled the 3 prohibitions of ninjas: wealth, lust, and alcohol, elements that corrupt the heart. Feeling disenchanted, Lord Minamoto waved his hand dismissively. Very well, you may all take your leave. The crowd finally breathed a sigh of relief. Suddenly, one of the women lunged forward, brandishing a sharp blade aimed directly at the Lord. Lord Minamoto gasped in shock, but fortunately, 2 figures moved faster, interposing themselves before him. The woman was swiftly subdued by Fujiwara and Nichizuki. The guardians of the 12 rushed in, swiftly pinning all the women to the ground. Some screamed but were promptly knocked unconscious, while half of the group exited to seal off the venue. Lord Minamoto, are you all right? Fujiwara inquired of the noble behind him. But the woman they had subdued suddenly spat blood, convulsed violently, and fell lifeless. Upon inspection, Fujiwara discovered she had poisoned herself, causing his expression to darken. Lord Minamoto, still shaken, surveyed the room and the deceased woman. Rising in a fit of rage, he demanded, who is this person? One of the 12 guardians examined the woman's body and found a forehead protector from the Hidden Mist village. This revelation caused the color to drain from the faces of the Leaf villagers present. How foolish could this woman be to wear her village's emblem during an assassination attempt? Given the ongoing conflict between the Leaf and the Mist, was she attempting to frame them? Moreover, despite her agility, she was hardly a true ninja, which explained why none of the attendees had noticed her peculiarities at first. She had attempted to assassinate the Lord and then taken her own life, clearly targeting them. The Leaf. Sarutobi felt a chill run down his spine. The method was far too ruthless. He turned to look at the Lord, only to meet his icy gaze. Lord Minamoto. The Lord sneered, Third Hokage, what is the meaning of this? Sarutobi hastily replied, it is our negligence that has caused you alarm, my lord. Lord Minamoto retorted with sarcasm, so, the Third Hokage was unaware of this matter? Sarutobi felt a shiver of dread. I do not comprehend what you mean, Lord Minamoto. One of the guardians questioned, how did the Mist ninjas learn of Lord Minamoto's presence here? Sarutobi could not respond. This woman was certainly not a Mist ninja, but rather an impersonator. Yet, how could he convey this to the Lord? Even if he were to clarify this point, it would sound preposterous to outsiders and would merely appear as an attempt at self-justification by the Leaf. Midodori then spoke. Lord Jin, you have misunderstood. Our Konoha has always been unwaveringly loyal to the Land of Fire. However, Lord Jin interrupted him. Are there those who lack loyalty? Hearing Mido's words, Sarutobi let out a silent sigh. The feudal lord had been waiting for this very statement. Lord Jin turned to Sarutobi and questioned, have you identified the traitor? No. Lord Jin continued with a cold sneer. Sarutobi Hiruzen, you are truly doing a splendid job as Hokage. Do you believe that I, as your feudal lord, am hindering your work? I dare not, Saratobi replied. Lord Jin approached Saratobi, his gaze sweeping across the room, including the subdued women. He commanded, "Arrest everyone and conduct thorough interrogations. Apprehend all suspicious individuals in this town." One of the 12 guardians received the order and promptly left the hall to relay the message to the local officials. The women were taken away, and Saratobi spoke. "Konoha will assist in the investigation. We must uncover the true mastermind behind this. I implore you, Lord Jin, to proceed to Konoha village where we can enhance your protection." Lord Jin mockingly responded, "Protection? This Adolf Street is not far from Konoha, is it? Even the Mist Ninja can traverse the land of fire to reach here. Can I still trust in Konoha's capabilities?" Saratobi immediately assured, "Our Konoha ninjas will vow to protect you with our lives. And we shall not allow you to suffer even the slightest harm." Lord Jin merely snorted coldly and departed the room, with the 12 guardians following suit. Among them were also those from Konoha, who found themselves in a dilemma but could only follow the feudal lord out. Mito Dorien then approached Saratobi, Hiruzen. "We." He too hesitated to continue. Danzo then remarked, "Until the traitor is eliminated, Konoha will never know peace. This matter should be entrusted to the root." Saratobi remained silent for a long while before finally speaking. If this individual is not eradicated, it is only a matter of time before they bring Konoha to its knees. As the sun set, Hisashi slowly exited the Hokage building, only to be struck by the blinding light, causing his vision to momentarily darken. Gradually, his sight returned, like vivid ink spreading across a dark canvas. He stood there motionless for a considerable time, his mind in turmoil. "Hey, Hisashi," a familiar voice called from a distance. Turning to look, he saw someone from the village he knew well. A fleeting look of discomfort crossed his face as he took a deep breath and forced a smile. "It's you, Haru." Haru approached him and casually inquired, "I heard you encountered enemies during your mission yesterday." Hisashi replied, "Yes. I came across some Mist Ninja on the way back, and Renji also sacrificed himself." The mention of death cast a heavy pall over the conversation. Haru sighed and gently patted Hisashi's shoulder. "Renji's sacrifice will not be in vain. We must avenge him." "We certainly will," Hisashi affirmed. Subsequently, Nichi, with an air of curiosity, inquired, "Do you have business here?" Qinglong responded with a smile. "I have come to report to Lord Hokage." "Then you should hurry along. Do not delay," Nichi urged. "Very well, until we meet again." After parting ways with Qinglong, Nichi could not help but glance back at the Hokage building, where it seemed someone was observing him from the lofty office. Without employing his Byakugan, he silently turned away and departed. However, after a few steps, he encountered a familiar figure. He promptly approached and bowed. "Lord Orochimaru." "Nichi," came the reply. A surge of emotion stirred within Nichi, yet he feigned composure and asked, "Have you come to see Lord Hokage?" Orochimaru, with an enigmatic smile playing at the corners of his mouth, replied, "I believe I have gleaned some insights regarding the traitor. I am here to confer with Teacher Saratobi." "This is indeed a significant matter," Nichi remarked. "Yes," Orochimaru affirmed. "It concerns the future of the village. Nichi, are you prepared?" Nichi paused, momentarily puzzled by what Orochimaru meant by prepared. However, after a brief contemplation, he responded, "Lord Orochimaru, I have always been ready." Orochimaru merely smiled faintly and continued past him without further comment. Nichi felt his heart racing, bowing once more to Orochimaru before hastily departing. As night fell, Nichi arrived at the forest 10 kilometers outside of Konoha, as anticipated. The sound of rushing water from a nearby river filled the air, and Nichi's Byakugan remained activated, vigilant to everything around him. Suddenly, a burst of flame illuminated the darkness. A figure emerged from the forest, brandishing a torch, causing Nichi's expression to shift slightly. Prior to the appearance of the fire, his Byakugan had detected nothing. In the ninja world, few possess the ability to obscure the vision of the Byakugan. "Nichi, who are you waiting for?" The figure slowly spoke, and the familiar voice, along with the recognizable face, made Nichi's pupils constrict sharply. Orochimaru. He was dragging a motionless figure, resembling a corpse adorned with the forehead protector of a Wagakure. A sense of foreboding washed over Nichi. Instinctively, he sensed something was amiss. "Lord Orochimaru," he stammered, attempting to speak. "Nichi, why have you betrayed Konoha?" Orochimaru queried, a smile still gracing his lips. A cold wind swept through the quiet forest, carrying a bone-chilling air. Nichi's countenance shifted dramatically. Lord Orochimaru, such words should not be spoken lightly. Panic began to rise within him. He even contemplated turning back to the village. Yet the figure before him was Orochimaru. Oh? Orochimaru's smile widened. Did you not come here to conspire with this IWA ninja? It is fortunate that I caught you. Upon realizing your plot had been uncovered, you wished to resist. Alas, I am left with no choice but to eliminate you. As the sun-footed one gasped in astonishment. I came here. His words abruptly halted midway, a cold sweat instantly trickling down his brow. The memory of that note, the shuriken, and those pale eyes flashed through his mind. It was a trap, a cunning trap. The veins at the corners of his eyes throbbed violently. He could distinctly hear the rapid beat of his heart and his labored breaths. The pale-eyed gaze was employed to its utmost, swiftly scanning the surroundings in the darkness. There's no use in trying. The air here is infused with my specially crafted chakra dust, rendering your Byakugan ineffective, Orochimaru declared, uttering words that filled him with despair. How could he possibly escape? After all, his opponent was Orochimaru. The sun-footed one forced himself to regain his composure. Orochimaru-sama, why must you do this? With deliberate calmness, Orochimaru replied, because the endeavor I am pursuing requires your life as a stepping stone. The sun-footed one inquired, the traitor in the village, is that you? Oh ho, you've guessed correctly, Orochimaru responded, feigning surprise, followed by a chilling, raspy laughter. Then you certainly cannot be allowed to live. Desperately, the sun-footed one pleaded, Orochimaru-sama. I can keep the secret. Orochimaru's smile turned sinister. Of course, you will keep it. No one else but me could make the dead speak. A heavier weight settled in the sun-footed one's heart, yet he persisted. What is it that Orochimaru-sama desires? Those pale eyes can be your gift. Whatever you need. The Hyuga clan will do its utmost to fulfill it, and we will fully support you in succeeding the fourth Hokage. He knew he stood no chance against his adversary, and the prospect of escaping was dismally low. Thus, he sought to buy time and negotiate terms. However, his words only elicited a more unrestrained laughter from Orochimaru. Everyone is the same, isn't it, sun-footed one? Orochimaru's voice, gravelly and mocking, continued. Why fear death so? Do not consider it the end. You shall live in my shadow. Perhaps one day, I shall even summon you back from the netherworld. Listening to Orochimaru's mad ravings, the sun-footed one grasped but one truth. His opponent was resolute in his intent to kill him. Was there any need to continue this conversation? Just as his thoughts spiraled in desperation, another voice suddenly echoed through the forest. A slight figure emerged from the darkness, illuminated by the torchlight held by Orochimaru. Revealing the identity, it was Hinata Jin. The sun-footed one's eyes widened in horror, an overwhelming sense of regret flooding his heart. For a fleeting moment, he contemplated unleashing the caged bird, but upon seeing Jin's bare forehead, devoid of a forehead protector, his heart plummeted into despair. A significant variable. This was the very variable. He should have eliminated him. Previously, he had believed that Jin would perish at the hands of the Mist Ninja, thus refraining from intervening. And now he was consumed by an endless tide of regret. Orochimaru chuckled darkly once more. Do you not wish to speak with your former clan leader? Truly indifferent. He remarked, I have no interest in conversing with the deceased. He gazed upward at the moonlight that hung solitary in the night sky. The villagers should be arriving soon. Accepting the torch offered by Orochimaru, he turned and ventured once more into the enveloping darkness. Without further hesitation, Hisashi swiftly fled towards the direction of the village. Orochimaru's smile gradually faded, his form dissolving into the shadows of the night. The trees cast long, slanted shadows. The night deepened, the forest grew quieter, and the wind turned colder. As dawn approached, the meeting room brimmed with individuals. All the high-ranking officials and elite ninjas of Konoha gathered in one place. Before Sarutobi lay 3 documents. One was an autopsy report concerning the traitorous ninja dispatched from the front lines, besides the wounds inflicted by shuriken. A fatal blow had struck his heart, executed with the precise technique of the Hyuga clan's gentle fist. The second document contained several letters detailing vital secrets of Konoha. Troop deployments on the front lines of the battle against the Mist, and correspondence with wealthy merchants, indicating that after the destruction of the village, they would financially support the Hyuga clan in establishing a new village. Additionally, one letter outlined the recent movements of the feudal lord. The final document was a death note left by Hyuga Rinhu, alleging that Hyuga Hizashi had conspired with the Rock Village ninjas to overthrow Konoha. He had attempted to dissuade Hizashi but was subjected to severe torment by cursed seals. Hyuga Rinhu was now deceased. Silence enveloped the room as the attendees absorbed the shocking revelations. Sarutobi was flanked by Tsunade, Mito, Shimura Danzo, and Orochimaru. All had been summoned early by the Umbu. And upon learning that Hizashi was a traitor and had already met his demise, they found themselves engulfed in an unimaginable shock. The clan leader of the Hyuga, someone they had all interacted with and who had generally been amicable, was indeed a traitor, and had conspired in such malevolent schemes against the village. Each individual felt the absurdity of it all, including Uchiha Fugaku, Mito, and Tsunade. Yet, the evidence laid before Sarutobi was irrefutable. Any single allegation could warrant Hizashi's execution 1,000 times over. Following the initial shock, a wave of intense anger and hatred surged forth. In the ongoing war against the Rock, Konoha had truly been driven to the brink, losing countless comrades. How could Hizashi's life ever atone for such devastation? At that moment, a knock echoed at the meeting room door. Enter. Sarutobi felt perplexed. All expected guests had already arrived. To his astonishment, it was the feudal lord of the Fire Country, Lord Yun, accompanied by the 12 guardians. Lord Yun, Sarutobi exclaimed, rising immediately. What brings the feudal lord here? An inexplicable sense of foreboding filled his heart. The assembled ninjas, upon recognizing the lord's presence, also rose in respect. I apologize for interrupting your meeting, Lord Yun remarked. No, I simply did not anticipate your arrival. Lord Yuan, Sarutobi remarked. Had you informed us in advance, we could have made appropriate preparations for your reception. Lord Yuan, however, did not indulge in such pleasantries. Instead, he addressed the matter directly. I have heard that the traitor has been identified. Sarutobi discreetly scanned the faces of those present, responding, indeed. Lord Yuan continued. Would you mind if I listened in on the details? Sarutobi promptly replied, Konoha is under your dominion. We are your subjects. You may proceed as you wish. He made way for the esteemed guest, who seated himself without hesitation. The individuals on his left promptly shifted to make room for Sarutobi to join them. Last night, Hinata Hizashi's suspicious departure from the village was detected by Orochimaru, who followed him and discovered a clandestine meeting with an IWA ninja. Upon confronting them, Orochimaru was met with resistance, resulting in the demise of both individuals. Sarutobi recounted the events of the previous night to the daimyo, with all evidence pointing towards Hinata Hizashi. Now deceased, the dead cannot speak. All information is relayed by the living, creating a murky distinction between truth and falsehood. One individual's belief in the information is a personal matter, but when such knowledge becomes common, one's skepticism becomes inconsequential, failing to alter its status as an established fact. Sarutobi then conveyed the contents of the 3 documents to the daimyo. Upon concluding his review, Lord Yuan remarked, So, the mist ninja who attempted to assassinate me yesterday was also orchestrated by Hinata Hizashi? Sarutobi nodded in affirmation. Lord Yuan smirked. This individual possesses remarkable audacity, daring to seek the overthrow of Konoha. His gaze shifted towards Sarutobi. Third Hokage, is the Hinata clan not a prestigious lineage in Konoha? The tone of inquiry intensified Sarutobi's unease. The Hinata clan had been a cornerstone of Konoha since its inception, renowned for their unique Byakugan, a significant bloodline limit, marking them as elders of the village. Lord Yuan pressed further. Is this a dilemma singular to him, or does it extend to the entire clan? Suddenly, an individual rose from the assembly below, Hinata Hayashi. Sarutobi introduced him. This is Hinata Hayashi, the younger brother of Hinata Hizashi. Prior to the incident last night, he approached me to confess all the transgressions of his brother. Lord Yuan narrowed his eyes slightly, a noble act of fraternal justice. Hinata Hayashi bowed his head and stated, Lord Yuan, our Hinata clan is distinct from others, divided into the main and branch families. From a young age, all branch family members are marked with a curse seal known as Cage Bird, ostensibly to protect our bloodline as ocular technique from theft, but in truth, the fates of the branch family members are entirely controlled by the main family. He began to recount how Hyuga Hayashi had always held his life and death in his grasp, forcing him into servitude. He had contemplated revealing the truth to the Hokage, but had never found the opportunity. It was only today, upon discovering Hyuga Hayashi conspiring with the hidden Mist Village, seeking to plunge Konoha once more into the horrors reminiscent of the war against the Rock Shinobi, that he dared to approach the third Hokage and confess everything. He mentioned that among the entire Hyuga clan, only he and Ninja were aware of this matter, the rest remained oblivious. Otherwise, they would not have sacrificed so many of their kin to protect Konoha. The audience fell into a profound silence. Lord Jin, upon hearing this, scoffed derisively, remarking on the remarkable nature of Hyuga Hayashi, praising Konoha for producing such an extraordinary ninja. Sarutobi sighed inwardly, bowing his head and acknowledging, Lord Jin. The fault lies with me, I failed to discern character. At this moment, Lord Jin scanned the assembly and spoke with fervor. When I first arrived in Konoha, my initial act was to visit the memorial stone, that sacred resting place of heroes. Gazing at the names engraved upon the stone and the surrounding tombstones, I felt an overwhelming sense of grief and indignation. I have heard of the fierce battles you fought against the Rock Shinobi, the countless lives sacrificed to protect your homeland. The existence of such loyal subjects fills me with immense pride. I have long been convinced that no matter the adversary, we shall prevail. Yet now, should I return to that hallowed ground, standing before the memorial stone, I would be engulfed by shame, questioning my heart. Did those who perish truly meet their fates justly? Who has sullied the honor that rightfully belonged to them? Who shall bear responsibility for this? As he spoke, Lord Jin's voice grew stern. Sarutobi remained calm, having already understood the purpose of the Lord's visit. Observing the sorrowful expressions around him, he silently lamented, recognizing his own culpability for the thousands of comrades lost in vain. Sarutobi rose and declared, I shall take responsibility. Lord Jin's tone softened. Third Hokage, those are thousands of lives. How will you take responsibility? Sarutobi replied slowly, I shall resign from the position of Hokage. The room was taken aback by this proclamation. Third Hokage. Hokage-sama. Voices of disbelief arose, but the third remained unmoved. The Lord remarked coolly, Third Hokage, you are aging. It is time to make way for the younger generation. Younger generation. Sarutobi reflected. Memories of Minato flashed in his mind. Minato. 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 Suddenly, Sarutobi's eyes widened in alarm as an unsettling realization struck him. Minato was not in the village. Not only was Minato absent, but also his supporters. The likes of Kakashi and Inoichi were all missing, fighting valiantly on the front lines against the Mist Shinobi. His gaze swept across the assembled individuals once more. Shimura Danzo, Orochimaru. What is happening? Why are only Orochimaru's supporters present here? Where are the supporters of Minato? Where is Jiraiya? Sarutobi recalled the scene from that day when the decision was made regarding the commander of the Mist operation. Orochimaru's humble words had genuinely led Sarutobi to believe that he had come to terms with his fate. At this moment, Lord Yato calmly inquired, Fourth Hokage, do you have a suitable candidate? Danzo finally opened the eye that had remained shut. I nominate Orochimaru. Once these words were uttered, the meeting room erupted in a chorus of agreement. Sarutobi turned his gaze toward Mitokaze and Tsujikaharu, his eyes seeming to pierce through them. Yet the two remained silent, heads bowed. Orochimaru, who had not spoken a word throughout, finally revealed a faint smile. Observing this smile, Sarutobi felt as though his heart had plunged into an icy abyss. It's over. All is lost. Autumn rain fell gently, like silk, mist, and smoke. A cold breeze swept into the living room, sending a chill through the air. Ayano knelt in her place, silent, her head bowed as she gazed at the steaming teacup on the low table. To her right, Ayari's eyes scanned the assembly hall anxiously, perplexed as to why he had not yet arrived, despite having notified him. Suddenly, a clan member hurried in, announcing that Lord Taiguei was ill and unable to attend. An uproar ensued, with the noise buzzing in everyone's ears. How could today's meeting proceed without the main family present? Is Miss Ayano not considered part of the main family? She is yet unmarried, so how can she be counted? Without the main family, how could the meeting continue? Perhaps they should wait for Nichiha's return. Ayari beckoned to the young boy Takuma, who stood nearby, and he promptly approached her. She whispered, Go see what Nichi is doing. Why hasn't he arrived yet? Today's clan assembly gathered all members of the Hyuga clan, with several esteemed elders seated on either side, while the dwindling number of young adults stood alongside the younger generation represented by Kaido and Natsuki. The seat of honor remained empty, reserved for Hyuga Taiguei, yet he had yet to appear. And even sending someone to fetch him had yielded no results. Besides the absence of the main seat, the leftmost position was also vacant, designated for Nichiha. In past gatherings, if Taiguei was absent, Ayano would occupy the leftmost seat, yet now she sat behind Nichiha's designated place. Before long, Takuma, who had been dispatched by Ayari, hurried back, bursting through the door while exclaiming, "Nichiha Dano has returned." The bustling assembly hall instantly fell silent, and Takuma quickly approached Ayari, whispering, "Nichi has also come." All eyes turned toward the entrance, where the stillness of the room contrasted with the intensifying sound of rain from outside. A figure appeared at the doorway. It was Hyuga Nichiha. A glance cast over her shoulder revealed no true figure, leaving Ayano with a sense of bewilderment as she blinked in confusion. At that moment, Nichi spoke. "The choice for the fourth Hokage has been decided. It is none other than Lord Orochimaru, one of the legendary Three Sannin." The assembly was taken aback, for they had only known that Nichi had gone to the Hokage building for a meeting. Nichi continued, "The sinner, Hyuga Hayashi, has been found guilty and executed. In light of our Hyuga clan's valiant efforts against our enemies, both the Hokage and the daimyo have chosen not to pursue the matter further regarding Hayashi." Upon hearing this, Ayano closed her eyes. Many truths had been unveiled to them in the dead of night, leaving numerous individuals sleepless. She had felt panic and helplessness, pondering various solutions, even seeking out Hyuga Taiguei. Yet now, all had culminated into an irreversible reality. An elder spoke up. "Nichi, now that the sinner has perished, what shall become of our Hyuga clan?" Another voice chimed in. "Indeed, Nichi, who will lead us henceforth?" With a calm demeanor, Nichi responded, "With the clan leader deceased, our Hyuga clan is in need of a new leader." Hearing him refer to a clan leader rather than the head family, the elders present beamed with hope, believing they had glimpsed the dawn of change that could liberate the Hyuga clan from its confines. Lord Taiguei is advanced in years, and the main family line has no heirs. I believe Nichi should assume this role. Nichi is indeed from the main family line. He is the one destined for this position. Yes, Nichi ought to be our new clan leader. Some, filled with fervor at the prospect of success, stood up, their faces flushed as they expressed their support. Nichi held considerable esteem within the Hyuga clan, having once been the brother of the clan leader, and being among the most talented youths in the clan. When the incident of the stolen Byakugan had unfolded, whispers had suggested that Nichi might seize this opportunity. Yet, as the voices of support surged around him, Nichi remained impassive. He glanced towards Ayano, who sat silently with her eyes closed in meditation. "No, I am not the new clan leader," he suddenly declared, resolutely rejecting their proposal. The hall fell into a brief silence before erupting into an even more fervent uproar. "Nichi, there's no need for modesty. No one is more suitable than you. Nichi, you must bear this burden. Step forward and lead us." It is often said that the will of the people is hard to oppose. Ignoring the impassioned calls that echoed in his ears, Nichi made his way to an empty seat in the council chamber. Just as everyone anticipated, he would reluctantly ascend to the position of leadership. Nichi chose instead to sit beside Ayano. If Nichi will not take the role of clan leader, then who shall? Hyuga Taiguei? He had just refused to come out when summoned, likely sensing that the situation had spiraled beyond his control. Hyuga Ayano? As long as she does not acknowledge her ancestry. What waves can a woman, who has yet to master the cage bird, possibly stir? At this very moment, he stands beneath the corridor, observing the rain. He recalls a gathering of the clan held a month or two ago. Under similarly dreary weather, the ancient tree in the courtyard stripped bare of its leaves, swaying in the tempest. At that time, the fate of his life was being deliberated by those within the confines of the room. But now, things have changed. He turns slowly and steps into the living room. "Is that you?" Ayari, spotting the figure at the doorway, is momentarily taken aback. Dressed in an all-black casual attire, with raven hair and eyes, he stands before the Hinata clan like an outlier. She remembers the words spoken by Nichika moments ago, her pupils dilating in disbelief. Could it be? Ayano, hearing Ayari's gasp, also opens her eyes wide, an indescribable absurdity swelling within her heart. Suddenly, an elder springs from his seat, confronting Nichika with indignation. Nichika, do not jest with us. Are you suggesting that he should become our clan leader? A mere child? The incredulity resonates among the assembly. Yet aside from a few venerable elders, no one dares to voice their thoughts. Lord Make, is it? Nichika remains unfazed, and it is True who speaks next. His expression stoic as he regards the elder. Do you believe I am unworthy? Make's brow furrows, his face betraying a flicker of fury. This is not your place to speak. Yet, in an instant, True forms a sword-like gesture with his hand, conjuring an aura that instills terror in all present. Make freezes, his cane clattering to the ground, as he clutches his head in anguish. His eyes wide with a pain that defies description, collapsing to the floor in a wretched howl. The chilling scream sends shivers through the hearts of all witnesses. True dispels the ominous presence, observing the fallen Make, now rendered senseless by torment, while none dare to assist him. The shadow of the clan looms ominously once more over their hearts, extinguishing the faint glimmer of hope. True walks calmly past the assembly and slowly takes his seat at the head of the table. He states, "There is no need to fear me so." No one utters a word, each face etched with terror, the intimidation of the caged bird quelling any spark of rebellion within them. Why does Nichika support True's ascendance to leadership? Is he also under the sway of the caged bird? What means does he possess to control it? Has it been bestowed upon him by Taigi? At this moment, True continues, "Nichika, let everyone see." Nichika, understanding the cue, promptly removes the headband from her forehead, revealing her smooth brow. The green sigil, once destined to be branded there, has now vanished. From this day forth, no child born after 3 years will bear the mark of the caged bird. As for you, depending on your future conduct, the curse marks may be considered for removal. Upon hearing this, hope ignited in the eyes of those present, particularly among the younger clan members, who saw freedom beckoning them. Jin smiled lightly and reassured, "Rest assured. My temper is quite amiable and I am easy to converse with." On the ground, Hinata Manzo lay there, still unconsciously emitting cries of lament, and someone had tactfully lifted him away. The clansmen exchanged glances, bowing down in reverence. Our esteemed clan leader. On the left, Ayano and Ayari, after a moment of hesitation, also lowered their heads in unison with the others. End of this volume. The succession ceremony was convened on the third day. The third Hokage had announced the transition to the entire village the previous day, also relaying information to Minato and Kakashi, who were still battling on the front lines. Kakashi found it perplexing why he and Minato were risking their lives at the front while the village was undergoing a change of leadership. Moreover, Hinata Hazashi had surprisingly turned traitor. He wished to return to Konoha immediately to confront the third Hokage. However, the message from the third Hokage commanded them to remain on the front lines, emphasizing their indispensable role in the current situation and urging them to focus on their battle, assuring them that they could voice any needs. All was lost. During the Hokage succession ceremony, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, with a complex expression, handed the Hokage hat to his student before him. He found it all too surreal. The Orochimaru he remembered was certainly not one skilled in political maneuvering. Yet upon reflection, every event that had transpired was interlinked, meticulously calculated, and frighteningly cunning. Now, he no longer possessed the power to reverse the tide, only hoping that Orochimaru would truly live up to the Hokage title. Otherwise, he would risk his very life to eradicate this menace. Do not wear such a dreadful expression, Sensei, Orochimaru remarked with a faint smile. You are now entrusting the future of the village to me. Sarutobi simply replied solemnly, Orochimaru, Konoha is in your hands. Orochimaru gently donned the hat and turned to the edge of the Hokage building's rooftop, gazing down at the jubilant villagers, whose cheers echoed in the air, calling his name, filling him with an unprecedented sense of liberation. He could finally act as he pleased within this village. Behind Sarutobi stood Mito Kaminari, Tokiwa Koharu, Shimura Danzo, and others. Jiraiya and Tsunade were also present. Tsunade was astonished that Orochimaru had indeed become the fourth Hokage, yet she felt no resistance to this development. Jiraiya's emotions were far more complicated. Meanwhile, Uchiha Fugaku, the head of the Uchiha clan, and the newly appointed leader of the Hyuga clan, Hinata Makoto, stood nearby. Fugaku was puzzled as to why the head of the Hyuga clan was merely a youth, and he didn't even possess the Byakugan. Yet, Observing the absence of any markings upon his forehead, it was conjectured that he must indeed be the new head of the clan. In his eyes, the Hyuga family was a distorted lineage. Not only was he perplexed, but all present, including Danzo, found the situation rather bizarre, even absurd. After the ceremony concluded, Fugaka took the initiative to engage in conversation with Shin. Shin-kun, Fugaka remarked with a gentle smile, "It is truly admirable that you, at such a tender age, have assumed the mantle of the Hyuga clan leader." Shin responded, "As a younger generation, I often feel anxious, fearing I may not be adequate. The Uchiha clan, as the foremost noble family of Konoha, will require my diligent study under your esteemed guidance, Fugaka-senpai. Your commendation is greatly appreciated, yet I dare not claim such distinction. Both the Uchiha and Hyuga clans are pillars of Konoha. It is imperative that we advance hand in hand." Indeed, Fugaka-senpai speaks wisely. "You are always welcome to visit the Uchiha clan. My wife and I shall receive you with open arms." Certainly, their exchange was merely a matter of courtesy, revealing that the youth was far more astute than Fugaka had anticipated. After parting ways, Shin returned directly to the Hyuga clan estate. Along the way, the clan members he encountered bowed respectfully to him. In any family outside of the Hyuga, an individual of Shin's stature would not possess such an imposing presence. Only within the confines of the caged birds that constituted the Hyuga clan could Shin enjoy such an unassailable position. His residence had changed. He had moved from his previous abode to the courtyard designated for the clan leader, which had been the former residence of Hizashi. This was only fitting, otherwise clan members would visit him in a space devoid of a proper reception area. His household was staffed with numerous servants, overseen by an elderly steward. Many items had been replaced with new ones, and the space had been simply rearranged to reflect Shin's preferences, such as relocating most of the clan's library to his study. Regrettably, he found that he was now farther from Ayari. Upon his return, Hayashi awaited him in the courtyard. "Shindano, what brings you here?" Hayashi hesitated momentarily before stating, "Lord Hizashi has decreed that I shall serve as your personal guard henceforth." Indeed, the Hyuga clan had such a custom wherein each head of the clan was accompanied by a personal bodyguard, selected from a young age. Hayashi, being of similar age to Shin, was the most suitable candidate. Among his peers, Hayashi was also exceptionally talented, while he may not rival Kakashi. He was certainly only a step behind. "I lack the strength and fear I may not adequately protect you, Shindano, but I shall strive diligently in my training." Aspiring to fulfill this role, as Hayashi spoke, his demeanor revealed a hint of discomfort. 2 days had elapsed, yet he had yet to acclimatize to Shin's new status. "You need not feel such immense pressure," Shin replied calmly. "Let us return for now." "Understood, Shindano. I take my leave." The Hyuga clan faced sudden upheaval, with numerous matters requiring Shin's attention, including those left unresolved by Hizashi. Shin meticulously examined each issue, which primarily revolved around 2 critical matters. Firstly, there are the clan's enterprises. The previous wars have claimed countless lives, leaving the properties that once belonged to the Hyuga clan unattended. These ventures are largely outside the village, and if left unchecked, they are destined to fall into the hands of outsiders. In life, Hizashi had no viable solutions for this predicament. Just yesterday, an elder from the clan approached Shin, raising this concern and inquiring if he had any suitable methods to address it. However, asking a mere boy such questions seemed more like a spectacle for their amusement. Secondly, there is the issue of reputation within the village. Hizashi has become a traitor. Although he claimed before the Hokage that he was not involved with his clan, and despite his noble intentions of sacrificing family ties for the greater good, such narratives inevitably become distorted when relayed by the populace. Shin had not yet contemplated the first matter in depth, but the second was far simpler to resolve. The 4th Hokage, Orochimaru, could step in to clarify matters publicly, subtly guiding public opinion to soon portray the Hyuga clan as a valiant entity, enduring humiliation and risking lives to protect the village. Yet, Shin had other considerations. Unlike before, he now stood in the spotlight, and there was no need for subterfuge in his actions. In the evening, Hizashi came to visit. "I am preparing to dissolve the engagement with Ian," he stated. "Very well," Shin replied, unfazed, and readily agreed. Hizashi continued, "I must remind you that you should also have a fiancée, and currently, Natsu is the most suitable choice within the clan. If you wish to marry Iane, no one would dare oppose you, but the gossip it may generate would be less than favorable. The age difference between Shin and Iane was significant, and such news would undoubtedly become fodder for villagers' discussions outside the village, which, in Hisashi's view, would tarnish both Shin's and the Hyuga clan's reputation and image. Shin remained silent, having anticipated such matters. He had painted a vision for his clansmen, one that would liberate them from their metaphorical cages, ensuring that the clan's dynamics would shift from what they had been before. Many believed that Natsu would be Shin's future fiancée, primarily because there were no other girls of suitable age among his peers. Thus, it was inevitable that Natsu would be the next to be freed from her confinement, leading to numerous connections being forged with her family in recent days. After much contemplation, Shin suddenly asked, "How is Iane doing? Have you visited her?" Hisashi paused. Then his expression shifted to one of peculiar intrigue. "So, you prefer older women? Iane and Iane are sisters. Did Shin harbor such a preference at such a young age?" Shin rolled his eyes in response. "I merely inquired. What are you imagining?" Hisashi pondered for a moment. "Not well. She was once Hisashi's fiancée. You can imagine her current state." Shin nodded, saying, "You need not worry about my marriage. I have my own plans." After Hisashi departed, Shin remained at home, lost in thought for a long while before finally setting off to visit Iane. The door to his former residence next door was tightly locked. He had been quite busy in recent days and had not sought out Iane, leaving her with Sibi. As the night deepened, the door to the Ayari household was firmly shut. Jin approached and knocked gently. "I'm asleep," came Ayari's voice from within. Amused, Jin called out, "Open the door quickly. I've come to fetch Sibi." "Sibi is asleep too." "Woof?" With a sigh of exasperation, Jin softly called, "Sister Ayari." A rustling sound ensued, and the door opened a crack, casting a warm golden light upon Jin standing outside. Ayari, clad in her nightgown, sat on the sofa, and upon seeing Jin, Sibi eagerly attempted to leap into his arms, only to be tightly embraced by Ayari. Jin seated himself on the opposite side of the sofa and inquired, "Weren't you asleep?" Ayari averted her gaze, replying, "You woke me." "And Sibi?" he pressed. "He was awakened by your noise as well." Ayari cast a sidelong glance at Jin, who was pouring himself a drink from the teapot on the coffee table. "I wonder what brings the esteemed clan leader to visit at such a late hour," she remarked, adding, "If there is nothing of importance, please leave. I need my rest." Jin candidly responded, "I simply missed you after not seeing you for 2 days." Ayari was taken aback, standing abruptly, causing Sibi to seize the moment to escape her grasp and nuzzle against Jin's leg. Ayari remained frozen, her head lowered, lips pressed together in silence. After a prolonged pause, she uttered, "Please refrain from saying things that could be misinterpreted." Jin replied calmly, "What is there to misunderstand? The words are quite clear." Ayari, unable to meet his gaze, slowly returned to her seat, crossing her legs, her posture reminiscent of someone who had erred. Forcing a smile, she said, "Please don't play games with me, esteemed leader. I am quite tired and have to look at wedding attire first thing in the morning. Your engagement has already been annulled." Ayari was momentarily stunned. "On what grounds do you take such action?" she exclaimed. Although shocked, she felt little displeasure, save for the realization that his behavior was excessively domineering. Jin replied indifferently, "I am the clan leader. My word is final." He then asked, "Besides, didn't you express a desire not to marry?" Ayari was at a loss for words, feeling a tumult of emotions as Jin's tone suddenly turned aggressive, leaving her no room to maneuver, as if he sought to shatter the delicate barrier between them. This treatment left her feeling wronged, as if her dignity were disregarded, yet she could only suppress her feelings. Taking a deep breath, she implored, "Jin, please do not take actions that are inappropriate." Silence followed on Jin's part, and after a moment, Ayari thought her words had made an impact, prompting him to temper his demeanor. She could not help but raise her head, only to meet his penetrating gaze. The warm, golden light of the room cast a gentle glow upon him, outlining his intricate features, and the depth of his obsidian eyes sent a shiver through Lingli's heart. With an unruffled tone, he declared, "What I desire cannot be thwarted by anyone, and what I seek shall ultimately be mine." At his words, Lingli instinctively clenched her fists. "You should comprehend my intent. Reflect upon it carefully." I shall grant you time to persuade yourself, for even if you refuse, it will be of no consequence. After his departure, Sibi continued to pry at the closed door, bewildered as to why Jun had not taken it with him. Lingli sat there, spirit shattered, utterly motionless. She understood Jin's thoughts all too well. She had from the very beginning, but she had never contemplated it in that light, having always regarded him as a mere child. However, upon his return from the battlefield, it was as if he had transformed into a different person. With the intention of comforting him, she had sought to draw near, yet gradually found that their interactions became increasingly pleasant, as this fellow had suddenly matured significantly. Yet, his recent demeanor at the clan meeting left her feeling profoundly alienated. How had he transitioned from a disregarded middle ninja to the clan leader? Lingli could not fathom or visualize it, realizing how little she truly knew him. The ambition and ruthlessness he exhibited filled her with trepidation. He was no longer the neighborhood boy who had trailed behind her in childhood, but had become the formidable leader of the Hyuga clan, instilling fear in all its members. The ultimatum he had just delivered weighed heavily on her, leaving her feeling helpless. Was she destined to fall into his hands? But considering their ages, how would outsiders perceive their relationship if this were to become known? Lingli spent the night in restless turmoil. Meanwhile, Jin bore no psychological burden. Sleeping soundly, he perceived women with remarkable clarity. He merely needed to take that step forward. The following day, in the morning, Orochimaru dispatched his umbu to summon Shin. Upon arriving at the office, Jin found Orochimaru reclining in his chair, the desk overwhelmed with stacks of documents. Did the Hokage call for me? Jin approached him, to which Orochimaru casually handed him a file. Its contents detailed the village's financial expenditures. Orochimaru then passed another file, this one containing the villagers' letters of opinion. Jin found this amusing, remarking, "This is the fundamental duty of the Hokage." However, Orochimaru countered, "It is a waste of time. I have no leisure to attend to such matters." He continued, "I am preparing to establish a dedicated research institute to study the Byakugan." Jin gestured to the financial document in his hand. "The village lacks surplus funds." To which Orochimaru replied, "The daimyo will provide." The daimyo had departed from Konoha after Orochimaru's succession, returning to his own domain. "The daimyo will support you now, but you must also yield some political achievements in return." Orochimaru felt a surge of irritation and directly inquired, "Can you handle this?" Jun's gaze subtly shifted as he replied, "I can." Orochimaru then decided to delegate the responsibilities entirely to him. Jin, surveying the pile of pending affairs, remarked, "Lord Hokage, there is a matter that requires your attention." As Orochimaru was about to rise, he cast a glance at Jin and asked, "Speak." "You currently have no capable subordinates at your disposal. Even the umbu are remnants from the third Hokage's era. Many matters are best kept from their knowledge. One cannot ascertain the extent of their connections with the third. Thus, you will have to rely on Danzo's influence, am I correct?" Orochimaru found himself at a loss for words. Although Minato still had the likes of Kakashi and Hiruzen to assist him, Orochimaru, prior to assuming the title of Hokage, held little power beyond a mere reputation. He had never given this much thought until he began strategizing with Jin for the Hokage position. Nearly every endeavor he undertook was facilitated by Danzo, leaving him devoid of his own strength. This was the very reason he had refrained from confronting Danzo. He needed him. Otherwise, it would not only be Hisashi who would perish bearing the name of a traitor. Jin addressed Orochimaru, "Lord Hokage, you ought to contemplate cultivating your own influence. At the very least, to cleanse the umbu surrounding you." Orochimaru pondered this, acknowledging, "You are right." Jin continued, "May I assist you in this endeavor?" Orochimaru queried, "How would you assist me?" "I could temporarily integrate members of my Hyuga clan into the umbu, with the caged bird seal in place. They would become your most loyal subordinates, allowing you to act without reservation in their presence." Orochimaru's eyes narrowed slightly as he suddenly asked, "Loyal to whom, exactly?" Jin maintained his composure, responding, "Loyal to me, which translates to loyalty to you, does it not?" He then added, "Could it be that Lord Hokage harbors doubts about my fidelity?" Orochimaru's gaze flickered, and he replied with a faint smile, "How could that be, Jin? You are my most trusted subordinate." In the village, many began to take an interest in the seemingly out-of-nowhere figure known as Shin. Within the Hokage building, numerous ninjas, preoccupied with their duties, found that upon entering the Hokage's office, they were met not by the fourth Hokage, Orochimaru, but rather by the youth named Hinata Shin. Just days into his new role, Orochimaru contemplated relinquishing control, while Shin adeptly managed the village's internal affairs. In a mere 2 days, he had resolved all the backlog of tasks that Orochimaru had accumulated, encompassing military, financial, and civil disputes. Even the third Hokage could not resist the urge to meet Shin. Sarutobi recalled the Hyuga clan member who had lost his Byakugan on the battlefield. It had not been long since Hisashi's incident, yet Shun's status had risen dramatically, prompting him to suspect there was more to this than met the eye. 2 advisors to the Hokage proactively approached Orochimaru, advising him that if he felt overwhelmed by his duties, he might consider appointing a secretary or assistant. However, they cautioned that this individual should not be the current head of the Hyuga clan, as granting him such unchecked authority could lead to disaster. Orochimaru, dismissing the concerns of these 2 old men as mere paranoia, believed that everything he possessed was a result of his own efforts. Were it not for him, he would have long been ensnared by the cursed seal of a caged bird, now subjected to the tyranny of Hyuga Hisashi. The truth was that Hisashi could not do without him. Given his capabilities, he harbored no rebellious sentiments, merely assisting in Orochimaru's tasks. The entreaties of Mito Gate Inn and Teakok Hamachi only served to irritate Orochimaru further, prompting him to contemplate ways to eliminate them. Hisashi selected 10 young members from his clan and incorporated them into the Umbu, intending for them to serve as Orochimaru's personal guards once they became adept in their roles. Naturally, this initiative was executed under Orochimaru's direct orders. However, Hisashi's conspicuous actions attracted the ire of some individuals. Danzo had initially anticipated that with Orochimaru's ascension, his disinterest in governance and lack of trusted aides would compel him to seek assistance from Danzo, thus allowing Danzo's subordinates to infiltrate various positions within the village. Yet, the current Hyuga Hisashi thwarted his meticulously laid plans. Hisashi was aware that eyes would undoubtedly be drawn to him, yet he remained unfazed. Orochimaru was the Hokage now, and his actions were of little consequence. As the front lines suddenly reported a victory, Minato, during a mission, finally encountered the 7 ninja swordsmen. After an intense battle, the 7 swords of the mist were sent back to Konoha as spoils of war by a messenger from Kakashi. This battle dealt a significant blow to the mist, causing its shinobi to refrain from revealing themselves along Konoha's eastern borders, leading to a period of relative calm. Minato's reputation soared, spreading throughout the land of water, instilling fear in all who heard his name. Everything seemed to be progressing favorably. In the evening, Hisashi emerged from the Hokage building and encountered a group of injured personnel returning from the front lines, seated in a cart. His gaze swept across the individuals, noting their severe injuries, which warranted their return to the village. He approached them abruptly and inquired, "Are you headed to the hospital?" The leading ninja, having just returned from the front, did not recognize Hisashi and merely nodded in response. Inside the Konoha hospital, Rin completed her duties and, feeling utterly fatigued, made her way to the changing room. After a long day of relentless work, she finally had a moment to rest. The workload in a wartime hospital was exceedingly demanding, with new critically injured patients arriving daily. The hospital's capacity was overwhelmed, necessitating the construction of temporary wards adjacent to the hospital, and the village had recruited numerous doctors from outside. As her colleagues left for the day, bidding her farewell, she found herself alone in the changing room. Gazing out the window, her thoughts drifted far away, wondering how Kakashi was faring on the front lines. Rin stretched her aching shoulders, took a sip from her water bottle, and began to remove her uniform. "Hey, who are you?" "This is the women's changing room. You cannot enter." Suddenly, a commotion erupted outside the door, and an imposing figure barged in. "Ah!" Lin gasped in shock, hastily using her recently discarded uniform to shield herself. Though she was not entirely exposed, she still wore form-fitting garments beneath. "You, truly, Jean?" As Jean stepped into the changing room, he advanced without hesitation, lunging towards her with outstretched hands. Lin heard a chilling scream near her ear and turned to find a ghastly, pale humanoid creature had inexplicably appeared behind her. Yet, this abomination was swiftly seized by Jean, who tightly clasped its neck, extinguishing its breath in an instant. The onlookers outside, witnessing this scene, gasped in horror, prompting Minnie to rush towards the changing room. Jean merely raised a hand, and the door slammed shut. He discarded the lifeless entity onto the floor and turned to Lin, saying, "Please, get dressed." Still reeling from the shock, Lin suddenly remembered her predicament, her cheeks flushing crimson. "Why you?" Jean turned his back to her. In a flurry, Lin donned her clothing just as the crowd outside broke through the door. "What is this thing? Is it human? A monster?" Jean gazed at the white Zetsu corpse on the ground, lost in contemplation. What was inevitable had come to pass. This creature had attached itself to an injured villager, mimicking the chakra of that individual to evade Konoha's sensory barriers. Jin's perceptive abilities were more refined, allowing him to detect an anomalous chakra frequency emanating from the injured villager, which aroused his suspicions, prompting him to follow. He could not ascertain the nature of the threat until the white Zetsu had detached from its host. "Jean?" Lin softly called from the side. "Yes? Did you come specifically to rescue me?" In a manner of speaking, Lin exhaled in relief. "Thank you, Jean." She then inquired, "How did you discover this creature?" "I was completely oblivious. I possess a modicum of sensory ability." Jean dispersed the curious onlookers and reassured the hospital's administration, summoning the Umbu to transport the white Zetsu's corpse to Orochimaru. "What was that thing?" Lin could not help but ask Jean again. "I am uncertain," he replied, somewhat troubled, offering a perfunctory response to her query. Keeping Lin in the village was not entirely safe. Even with round-the-clock protection, Uchiha Madara would undoubtedly devise alternative strategies. A means to eliminate this menace at its root was imperative. "Thank you once more, Jean." Lin earnestly expressed her gratitude. "Haven't you already thanked me? But you just saved my life." "You have saved me as well. We are even." "How can such matters be deemed even?" Lin chuckled softly. After a moment of contemplation, she suggested, "Allow me to treat you to a meal." He simply replied, "Perhaps another day." Upon leaving the hospital, he did not return to his clan but instead proceeded directly to Orochimaru, as he had certain thoughts that required validation. "Lin, have you been assigned a task?" Lin looked at the mission scroll handed to her by the ninja before her with surprise. Ever since she had been retained in the village, she had not anticipated receiving another assignment. "The front lines are in need of a new batch of medical ninjas, and you have been selected for this list. You will depart tomorrow morning. Please prepare today." "Understood," she responded. Once the ninja departed, Lin took a deep breath. Another journey to the front lines. She would have the chance to see Kakashi and Minato-sensei, as well as Hong, Asuma, Guy, and Zuankian. Having experienced the IWA Ninja War, Lin felt no aversion to returning to the battlefield. She believed it was her duty as a Konoha ninja. After returning from the hospital, she altered her course to the Hyuga clan's territory. It had been quite some time since her last visit, and she still found the grandeur of the Hyuga family's entrance impressive. However, the area felt desolate, ever since the incident involving Hinata. The villagers had been reluctant to pass by the Hyuga compound. "Hello, I am here to see Lord Jean," Lin addressed the Hyuga clan member who opened the door. The individual was taken aback by her request to see Jean. He did not recognize Lin and, after a moment of thought, replied, "Lord Jean is currently not in the clan." "Lord Jean?" she inquired cautiously. "May I ask where he might be at this moment?" "And you are?" "My name is Uwara Lin, and I am a friend of Lord Jean." Lord Jean should be at the Hokage's office. As she departed the Hyuga compound, Lin felt a sense of disbelief wash over her. She recalled that Jin's standing within the Hyuga family had not seemed particularly elevated during her previous visits as a guest. She distinctly remembered the clan members' indifferent attitude towards him. How had he suddenly become Lord Jean? Moreover, that person had to be considerably older than Jean. Pondering this, Lin recalled Minato-sensei's advice to limit her interactions with Jean, though she felt no animosity towards him, especially after he had saved her life just the day before. Arriving at the Hokage building, she hesitated momentarily before deciding to wait outside for Jean. However, this wait stretched on for nearly an hour. As the sun began to set, Lin found herself questioning whether she had been misled. "Are you waiting for me?" A familiar voice suddenly resonated beside her, prompting Lin to turn around. "Lord Jean." "I was just busy with some matters," he said. Lin quickly responded, "It's fine. I came by on a whim. I just visited your home and heard you were here." She offered a slightly shy smile. "About that meal I mentioned yesterday, do you have time?" I will be heading to the front lines tomorrow, and I am uncertain when I will return. What shall we eat? Jinjuan pondered. How about Ichiraku ramen? Ramen? Lin thought it somewhat inappropriate to dine on ramen in such a formal setting. Jin smiled gently. What is wrong? Lin laughed lightly. Nothing, since you wish to eat it. Let us go to Ichiraku ramen. After all, it's your request, and you should eat what you like. At that moment, Jin suddenly called her name. Hey? I've called you that before. Haven Ti? Lin looked at him in confusion, not comprehending his words. If you believe our relationship is amicable, then there is no need for honorifics. Lin awkwardly chuckled. All right, Shin. As they chatted idly, they arrived at the entrance of Ichiraku ramen. Lin felt a surge of complex emotions, recalling the time she had visited with Kakashi and Obito, who always arrived late, much to Kakashi's annoyance. Welcome. What would you like to order? The signature ramen, please, Jin said, glancing at the menu on the wall and noticing no new items. I'll have the same, Lin added. The chef turned and busied himself at the counter. Do you really enjoy ramen that much? Lin inquired. I appreciate good food, Jin replied. And I find this place quite special. Naturally, the chef interjected, my skills are indeed unique. Lin smiled and added, yes, the ramen crafted by you is exceptionally delicious. The chef squinted his eyes and chuckled. It's been a while since you last visited, Lin. What about Kakashi and Obito? Lin's smile faltered, revealing a hint of sorrow. Kakashi is on the front lines, Jin answered for her. Upon seeing Lin's reaction, the chef sighed, understanding the situation. That spirited little brat who always claimed he would become Hokage. I've taken quite a liking to him. Before long, 2 steaming bowls of ramen were served. Their aroma wafting through the air, and the chef generously added 2 extra slices of pork. Noticing Lin's continued melancholic demeanor, Jin spoke up. Lin. He slightly turned to face her. Let me show you something interesting. Lin composed herself. What is it? Jin extended a finger and, with a gentle motion, the ramen in his bowl began to levitate, slowly making its way towards his mouth. Lin was utterly astonished. How did you do that? She even reached out to shake Shin's bowl, ensuring there were no invisible strings. Jin smiled lightly. Would you like to try? Lin hesitated. I can't do that. Then, Jin manipulated the ramen once more, causing strands to float toward Lin. Open your mouth. Lin widened her eyes in disbelief, unconsciously parting her lips. The ramen effortlessly found its way into her mouth, and after a brief moment of chewing, she swallowed it down. A warm sensation coursed through her body, which she attributed to the heat of the ramen, completely unaware of its true implications. Taking a deep breath, she realized the portion was too much to consume in one sitting and decided to bite off a piece. As she watched the severed noodle return to the bowl, she was about to express her admiration when it suddenly struck her that the bowl was indeed real, and she had just bitten into it. How is it? Jin asked with a faint smile, demonstrating a skill he had mastered with ease. Lin's cheeks flushed with embarrassment and shyness, not from disgust, but from the unsettling realization of the situation. That's impressive. I'll eat from that bowl, she said, pointing to the real ramen, her voice tinged with bashfulness. Jin, slightly taken aback, understood her hesitation. The girl before him was so innocent, much like many others in this world. In his previous life, sharing a drink or meal with someone of the opposite sex was commonplace. Finding the situation amusing, he replied, I've already eaten from this bowl. Lin felt even more awkward and flustered. I just ate from it too. It wasn't intentional. I haven't touched this bowl, so you should eat from mine. As she spoke, she pushed her ramen towards him and brought his bowl closer. Let us eat, Lin said, burying her face in her meal. The steam made her cheeks itch. Yet she dared not look up at Jin. He noticed that while she feigned calmness, the tips of her ears glowed crimson, along with the fine hairs at the nape of her neck. When are you leaving tomorrow? Jin decided to change the topic, no longer teasing her. In the morning. Be careful on the front lines. Ah, I know, Lin replied with a smile, unaware that her mission had been assigned to her by Jin. In the evening, an invitation arrived at Jin's home, delivered by Fuyue, inviting him to visit the Uchiha clan the next day. Jin was in the living room discussing clan matters with some elders. Many issues could not be resolved solely by his authority and required the cooperation of the clan members. Suddenly, a clan member hinted that he should consider his own marriage. The abrupt cancellation of the engagement with Nichi and Ayari raised suspicions, especially given Jin's previously close relationship with Ayari. If the anticipated rumors were to spread, it would not bode well. Shin had previously stated that his marriage was not a concern for them, and they could not openly discuss it. They subtly suggested that with the dwindling population of the Hyuga clan, it was imperative for the head of the family to take the initiative. Beyond marriage, there were inquiries about when he planned to undergo eye replacement. The act of replacing one's eyes, particularly the white eyes, is deemed quite peculiar by the clan members, especially for someone like Jin, the leader of the Hyuga clan, who lacks such a vital attribute. Previously, Jin had sought to prevent this change due to feeling caged. But now that concern has dissipated, making the restoration of the white eyes a matter of course. After all, the white eyes are not merely ordinary eyes. They bestow Jin with countless advantages. Although all the white eyes are currently in Orochimaru's possession, should Jin desire a pair, he is confident that Orochimaru would not refuse. However, Jin is not in a hurry regarding this matter, as the absence of white eyes does not significantly impact his current situation. He reassures his clansmen that there is no rush. Orochimaru, on the other hand, remains at a standstill in his research on the white eyes. He had privately inquired about Jin, to whom Jin had previously promised assistance in this endeavor upon their first meeting. Jin refrains from divulging any information regarding the Rinnegan, as even if they were to succeed in their research, the odds are exceedingly slim, if not impossible. The information concerning the white eyes remains Jin's most potent trump card, and before he relinquishes it, he must swiftly augment his strength and influence. Early the following morning, Jin receives a summons from Orochimaru's Umbu. But this is not a summons to the Hokage building or Orochimaru's residence. Rather, it is to his newly established temporary research facility. Orochimaru has relocated his secret base from outside the village to within it, having commissioned the construction of this research facility with funding from the daimyo. The facility is still in its initial stages, with numerous materials and equipment housed therein. Yet even Orochimaru's closest Umbu are not permitted inside and must remain outside to guard the premises. Apart from Orochimaru, only 2 individuals are allowed entry, Jin and Akai. Upon Jin's arrival, he encounters Akai, who is delivering breakfast to Orochimaru. Observing Orochimaru's face, which is barely concealing an expression of excitement, Jin surmises that he might have spent the night without sleep. "Jin, you have truly brought me something remarkable," Orochimaru exclaims, pacing around the dissecting table that holds the body of a white Zetsu, his eyes gleaming as if gazing upon a rare treasure. Jin, seizing the opportunity, inquires, "Have you made any discoveries, Lord Hokage?" Instantly invigorated by the question, Orochimaru replies, "This body is no ordinary human. I suspect it may be a life form engineered through some method. Its cells exhibit an extraordinary level of vitality, granting it formidable regenerative abilities as well as exceptional adaptability, allowing for transplantation onto any organism or human body." Jin is taken aback, wondering how Orochimaru has achieved such results in just 2 days. Orochimaru continues, almost to himself, "If I could mass-produce this life form, it would provide perfect specimens for any experimental research I undertake. Moreover, I believe the cells of this body surpass those of ordinary humans, perhaps enabling me to create a flawless human form. This could perfectly complement the forbidden techniques I have been inspired to develop through my research into the spiritualization technique. The truth lies in a reliable application. Could it be utilized in the village's medical technology to provide prosthetics for those who have lost limbs in the war?" Orochimaru, slightly taken aback, nodded after a moment of contemplation. It is indeed possible. He had not considered this aspect. His thoughts were solely occupied with his future research. While the villagers seemed of little consequence to him, nearby, Karui, finding their conversation incomprehensible, sat disinterestedly consuming Orochimaru's breakfast. "Lord Hokage," Jin suddenly remarked, "the day before yesterday, when I encountered this monster, I heard a peculiar name from its mouth." Orochimaru, his gaze still fixed on the corpse of white Zetsu, casually inquired, "What name?" "Uchiha Madara." Orochimaru was momentarily startled, casting a glance at Jin. "Uchiha Madara? A man who died decades ago?" He redirected his attention to white Zetsu's body, his eyes flickering with intrigue. "Are you certain?" he questioned. Jin continued, "The creature seemed to believe it could easily kill me. When I pressed it about the esteemed Madara, it directly claimed he was the Uchiha who co-founded Konoha with the first Hokage. Jin spoke slowly, aware that this could all be fabrications, but at the time, there were no witnesses besides Rin. As a student of Minato, would Orochimaru confront her to verify this? What else did it say? Orochimaru probed. Nothing more. It seemed to have a specific intent in attacking Rin. Orochimaru fell into a contemplative silence, finding the notion absurd at first glance. If Uchiha Madara were still alive, he would be at least 70 or 80 years old. What could an elderly man, even one of great power, do against the ravages of time? Yet, the corpse of White Zetsu lay before him, presenting an uncharted path of human experimentation. He envisioned other possibilities, a potential he had been relentlessly pursuing. What about Noera? Orochimaru asked abruptly. She has gone to the front lines. Upon hearing this, Orochimaru furrowed his brow. Since the target was Rin, how could it be that? He gazed at Jin's calm demeanor and quickly regained his composure. Surely, Jin could not have overlooked this? Karui, observing the two locked in a silent exchange, was perplexed as to how Rin was implicated in this matter. After a prolonged contemplation, Orochimaru, intrigued by Uchiha Madara, speculated that possessing White Zetsu indicated mastery over profound human techniques. His own research into human anatomy was still in its nascent stages. Motivated by the idea of achieving immortality through the soul replacement technique, a concept akin to future reincarnation without the decay of death, Orochimaru inquired, "What are your thoughts? Shall we lure the serpent from its den?" The truth is, if the other party were truly Uchiha Madara, a cunning and ancient figure who has lived for many years, he would undoubtedly be far more scheming than we could imagine. What he reveals may not necessarily be a serpent, but it will ultimately lead to a clue. With no conflict on the front lines, Minato will likely take action. The Uchiha clan's residence is markedly different from that of the Hyuga clan. While the Hyuga can be likened to a grand estate, the Uchiha exudes the essence of a village within a village. The Uchiha do not possess the rigid hierarchy seen in the Hyuga. The atmosphere felt while strolling through their streets is considerably more inviting. Currently, the Uchiha have not yet migrated to the outskirts of the village, and they are far from the exclusionary tendencies depicted in the original narrative. To the villagers, they are merely perceived as a somewhat proud group. The home of the Uchiha clan leader is quite ordinary, featuring a modest courtyard that lacks the lavishness one might expect from a residence of prominence. "Please, enter, Mr. Jin," Fujitake warmly invited. "I apologize for the intrusion, Senior Fujitake." In the living room stood a graceful and elegant young woman alongside a small boy. "This is my wife, Makoto, and this is Itachi, my son." Jin greeted them with a smile. After exchanging pleasantries, Makoto retreated to the kitchen, presumably to prepare lunch. Fujitake and Jin conversed in the living room, while Itachi sat quietly, displaying remarkable understanding. He couldn't help but steal glances at Jin, as his father had mentioned inviting the clan leader of the Hyuga, not anticipating such a youthful visitor. "Itachi, Mr. Jin is quite young to have assumed the role of the Hyuga clan leader and serves as the right hand of Lord Hokage. He can certainly be regarded as a role model among the youth," Fujitake remarked. "I understand, father. I will learn from Uncle Jin," Itachi replied obediently. Uncle Jin. Jin found the term peculiar, pondering whether it was appropriate for someone merely 14 years of age to be called uncle. He humbly responded, "Senior Fujitake, you flatter me. I am simply fulfilling the responsibilities entrusted to me by Lord Hokage." Fujitake chuckled, saying, "I do not flatter. Many have recognized your capabilities, Mr. Jin, and you are certainly on par with the third Hokage in your abilities. The Hokage's reliance on you signifies that he regards you as an invaluable ally. I believe that under your leadership, the Hyuga clan will swiftly regain its former glory, and in the future, we Uchiha will also seek your support." Jin, taken aback by the praise, displayed a mixture of surprise and pride, attributing his contributions merely to serving Lord Hokage and performing his duties. Fujitake, observing Jin's inability to maintain composure under flattery, felt a slight sense of condescension. He mused that any adult in Jin's position could easily lose their way, let alone a mere youth. The two continued discussing the situation on the front lines. Although Konoha's military strength was limited, with Minato present, the 7 ninja swordsmen had all fallen, likely leading the Mist Village to reconsider their approach. Jin refrained from offering any opinions, merely affirming Fujitake's assertions and echoing his sentiments. Fugaku sighed. realizing that once the war with the Mist Village concluded, the great ninja conflict would likely reach its definitive end. However, deep down, he understood that after dealing with the Mist, Konoha would still face a formidable challenge, the battle at Orange Ridge, which was depicted in the original narrative, where the conflict reached Konoha's doorstep. The current state of Konoha was far more vulnerable than portrayed in the original tale, should war indeed erupt. It would become a battle crucial to the survival of the village. At this moment, Makoto began to serve dishes from the kitchen, prompting Itachi to rise and assist her. Before long, Makoto approached with a smile, announcing that it was time for dinner. She wore an apron over a simple, comfortable long dress. Her face adorned with a serene and gentle smile, exuding the aura of a dignified and virtuous housewife. The table was laden with a sumptuous feast, meticulously prepared, after all. She was the matriarch of the Hyuga clan, and Makoto was acutely aware that she could not afford to be negligent. Such a lavish spread, one might exclaim. I never expected Mrs. Makoto to possess such culinary prowess. Makoto smiled softly in response, saying, I merely threw together a few dishes, and I am unaware of your preferences or dietary restrictions. Her view of Naruto differed from Fugaku's. To her, he was merely a youth of 13 or 14. A child despite his lofty position. After washing their hands, they took their seats, Fugaku at the head of the table, with Naruto sitting opposite Makoto and Itachi. During the meal, Fugaku suddenly inquired about the police force, asking, what are Lord Hokage's plans? The police force had always been under the full responsibility of the Uchiha clan. However, following the battle with Iwagakure, the Uchiha had suffered significant losses, akin to the Hyuga, leading to numerous vacancies within the police force. And the Uchiha could not replenish their ranks from within. Lord Hokage was evidently troubled by this situation. Naruto spoke, though his thoughts wandered to how Orochimaru had never concerned himself with such matters. He had contemplated this issue himself. Do you have any suggestions, Senior Fugaku? Fugaku sighed lightly, replying, the Uchiha can no longer bear the full responsibility for the village's security. I intend to suggest to Lord Hokage that we should recruit talent from within the village, regardless of their lineage. Naruto marveled. Senior Fugaku possesses a broad-minded perspective. Indeed, Fugaku had such thoughts and had previously broached the subject with his clan. Only to face vehement opposition, the Uchiha viewed the police force as an honor and were reluctant to relinquish it easily. While the police force granted the Uchiha considerable power, it also burdened them with a tarnished reputation among the villagers, who often harbored resentment towards those who judged wrongdoers. I can convey this matter to Lord Hokage on behalf of Senior Fugaku, Naruto offered. Fugaku nodded. Then I shall trouble you with this, Naruto. Naruto smiled gently. It is all for the village. There is no trouble in that. Noticing a pause in their conversation, Makoto seized the opportunity to encourage Naruto to eat more. Truly, one cannot help but praise Makoto's culinary prowess, which surpasses even that of their household chef. There was a sense of envy expressed towards Fugaku for having such a wife, who daily prepares such delectable meals. Hearing this, Makoto beamed with delight and began serving food to Makoto, casually inquiring whether he had any betrothal. Makoto, visibly embarrassed, admitted that he had not yet contemplated such matters. At this juncture, Fugaku interjected, remarking that as the clan leader, marriage is not solely a personal affair and should be given more serious consideration. They were all acutely aware of the strict bloodline regulations imposed by the Hyuga clan, and thus believed that Makoto would only marry within the clan. While Makoto feigned concern over this issue, he displayed an air of nonchalance, reminiscent of a child. After lunch, Fugaku and Makoto retreated to a corner for a leisurely chat, while Makoto and Itachi busied themselves with tidying up. When the time was right, Makoto announced his intention to take his leave, suggesting that he would invite Fugaku's family to visit the Hyuga clan in the future. Fugaku responded with a smile, accepting the proposal. Once Makoto had departed, Fugaku turned to Makoto, inquiring about her impression of him. After a moment of contemplation, Makoto described him as mature beyond his years. Fugaku countered, asserting that his maturity is merely a fade. Occupying such a position necessitates the appearance of adulthood, yet he remains merely a teenager. He may possess some capabilities, but his temperament is far from that of a true adult. In a decade, he might evolve into a competent or even exceptional clan leader. But currently, in his position, he risks straying from the right path. This encapsulates Fugaka's entire impression of Makoto, a child who is easily influenced. In the eastern camp of the Land of Fire, following the mysterious disappearance of the Mist Ninjas, the Leaf Village ninjas found themselves with little to occupy their time aside from routine reconnaissance and patrol duties. However, on this day, a patrol team stumbled upon a trace of Mist Ninjas, prompting Minato to lead the charge personally to eradicate the threat. Shortly after Minato's departure, the medical ninjas sent by the village arrived, but their condition appeared dire. A crowd had gathered at the camp entrance, and when Kakashi arrived, he observed that the individuals looked disheveled, collapsed on the ground, panting as if they had traveled a great distance. He quickly inquired, "What happened? Did you encounter the enemy?" Recalling the earlier message transmitted via Ninja Hawk, Kakashi noted that the medical team was supposed to consist of 12 members, yet only half remained. "We encountered a squad of Mist Ninjas while resting at the Kiri River, and some of our comrades perished in battle. Rin has been captured by the enemy." The mention of Rin sent a jolt through Kakashi's heart, for the only Rin on the list was none other than Noera Rin, Minato's student. "The Rin you speak of, is she Noera Rin?" A white-haired boy stepped forward from the crowd, his face masked, his voice hoarse and low. "Yes," replied one of the seated medical ninjas. "There were too many enemies. We could only flee from the scene." Before he could finish, Kakashi surged forward from the crowd, racing towards the camp's exit. "Kakashi!" Dirgio shouted from his position but failed to summon him. He cursed under his breath, having anticipated such an outcome, and issued an order, "Morning team, follow them." After giving the command, Dirgio addressed the medical ninjas, saying, "Do not blame yourselves. Combat is not your forte, and it is already commendable that you have returned." However, he remained somewhat uneasy. At that moment, a ninja from the Hyuga clan stepped forward and said, "Allow me to lead a team to assist." Dirgio, in agreement, nodded and replied, "I appreciate your help, K-Shur." In the dense forest, Kakashi was racing through the underbrush, his mind in turmoil upon hearing the news of Rin's predicament. Memories of past comrades entrusting him with their hopes flashed through his mind. Kakashi. Someone was pursuing him. It was K-Shur and Bayun, each leading their own teams. "Kakashi, you are being reckless. The enemy outnumbers you significantly. It is too dangerous for you to go alone. We shall rescue Rin together." Kakashi glanced back and took a deep breath, saying, "Thank you both." The Kiri River, flowing through the eastern region of the Land of Fire and leading to the sea, was named for the mist that rose each morning. "How is it, Pakin?" Kakashi asked, slightly agitated as he looked at the numerous summoned ninja dogs before him. "We have picked up the scent. Lead the way." Bayun reminded him to remain calm, cautioning that such agitation could lead to problems should they encounter battle. Guided by the ninja dogs, the team from Konoha continued their pursuit of Rin and the Mist Ninjas, eventually reaching a low mountain near the border. Concealed in the shadows, K-Shur activated his Byakugan to survey the area. After a moment, he reported, "There are 37 enemies. Rin is in a cave, and the chakra there is unusual. As if some ritual has just taken place." "What ritual? How is Rin?" Kakashi inquired urgently. "I cannot ascertain. She is merely bound, and her condition seems stable." Bayun replied, "Let us consider a strategy for combat, K-Shur." After some contemplation, K-Shur proposed, "Bayun will lead a feigned attack, while Kakashi and I will wait for the opportune moment to infiltrate and rescue her." The plan was straightforward, although they were outnumbered. A single experienced Jonin should not be underestimated. The team was reorganized. K-Shur, Kakashi, and one Chunin would form one unit, while the remaining members would follow Bayun to create a diversion. With K-Shur's Byakugan, they would not lose their way in the cave. They agreed that upon completing their mission, they would signal each other with flares, and thus their operation commenced. Bayun seized the moment, leading his group in a large-scale ninjutsu assault, catching the Mist Ninjas off guard, who shouted in alarm at the enemy's approach. Meanwhile, Kakashi and K-Shur silently dispatched the guards at the cave entrance and slipped inside, guided by the disdainful gaze of Hinata Keiji. The trio swiftly navigated through the winding and rugged cavern, evading several foes along the way. When confronted with only one or two enemies, they swiftly and decisively dispatched them. At last, they arrived at the location where Rin was situated. In stark contrast to the cramped and narrow paths elsewhere, this area opened into an expansive space. dominated by a colossal circular platform, seemingly designed to hold something, surrounded by intricately carved sigils. What purpose does this serve? Keiji mused aloud. Observing the area where the chakra had nearly dissipated, Kakashi dispelled the illusion cast upon Rin. Kakashi! Rin exclaimed in surprise upon seeing him, then glanced down at her hands. Sensing something was amiss. It appears the enemy has done something to Rin, Keiji remarked suddenly. I can feel something within me, Rin added, bewildered. Kakashi interjected. We must escape first. Keiji nodded in agreement, agreed. The four retraced their steps, emerging from the cave without further incident. Outside, Bayun and his team were still engaged in fierce combat with their adversaries. Noticing the situation, Keiji drew a signal gun and fired a green flare into the sky. Back to the camp. Rin's face was etched with worry. She was oblivious to the changes that had befallen her since being abducted by the Mist Ninja. This is troublesome. More Mist Ninjas have appeared from somewhere. Keiji suddenly frowned. Why are they showing themselves now when they were previously elusive? I wonder if Bayun and the others can escape unscathed. The four hastened toward the camp, with Bayun's enemies failing to pursue them. Suddenly, Keiji halted and gazed skyward at a soaring eagle. Kakashi and the others paused as well. In an instant, Keiji leaped onto a branch, and the eagle swooped down. Landing on his arm, Keiji retrieved a message tube bound to the eagle's talon and opened it. Upon returning to the ground, Kakashi inquired, Is it a message from the ninja eagle? Keiji nodded, his expression turning somber. The village intercepted a secret letter from the enemy. The three-tailed beast from the Mist Village is sealed within Rin. The Mist Ninjas intend to unleash it upon Rin's return to the camp or the village. At these words, the faces of the three darkened. Rin finally recalled the peculiar events that had transpired, the enormous circular platform in the cave, and the strange ritual. Kakashi clenched his fist in anger. Rin. Trembling, Rin gritted her teeth and resolutely turned to the trio, declaring, Kill me. If you kill me, everything will be fine. Kakashi retorted angrily, What nonsense are you speaking? Keiji glanced at the two and calmly stated, There is no need to worry. Reinforcements from the village are on their way. In the depths of the dense forest, a figure clad in a black cloak was racing swiftly. Beneath the hood, a head was enveloped in a white substance. The left eye was tightly shut, while the right half of the face bore irregular scars. Damn it, of all times, he muttered, as distant thunderous sounds heightened his anxiety. Obito, my companion has sent word. They are not far from here. Another voice echoed from within him. Obito gazed at the colossal waves erupting in the distance, sensing the intensity of the battle, which weighed heavily on his heart. Since receiving the alarming news of Kakashi and Rin's peril, he had rushed here without pause, only to find that Master Minato was absent, much like during their previous mission. Obito, the upcoming battle. The white Zetsu on his body spoke, but at that moment, a shadow darted past him with astonishing speed. The darkness enveloped him before he could react, leaving him unaware of the assailant's identity. He felt a sharp prick at his neck, and his consciousness swiftly faded. Sleep now, dear child. This was the last voice he heard. Orochimaru, wielding a syringe, plunged it into Obito's nape. As the liquid within the syringe coursed through him, Obito's body stiffened, and from him emerged two ghastly pale, humanoid creatures. Orochimaru granted them no chance for speech or movement. Two serpents erupted from his form, sinking their fangs into the necks of the white Zetsu. The serpents clutched the lifeless bodies in their jaws. Beneath the forest canopy, a team of individuals gradually appeared, bearing several white Zetsu corpses. Lord Hokage, we have completed the task? Orochimaru descended from the branches, placing Obito gently on the ground. The sounds of battle in the distance began to wane. Lord Hokage, how did you detect these creatures? Our Byakugan failed to reveal their presence. The group was comprised of Umbu members brought by Orochimaru, all of whom were from the Hyuga clan, previously selected for the Umbu. Orochimaru merely smiled at the inquiry, glancing at his right hand. His already pale skin was starkly contrasted by his pinky, which had taken on the exact same ghastly hue as the white Zetsu. As long as I become like them, I can uncover their existence. Before arriving, Orochimaru had grafted a portion of the white Zetsu onto his own body. The unique physiology of the white Zetsu led him to believe that if he entirely transformed into one, he could manipulate chakra into any form and meld seamlessly with the natural environment. Their foremost task upon arriving in this dense forest was to unearth each hidden white zetsu. Ordinary sensory ninjutsu and the Byakugan could not detect their presence. However, Orochimaru could sense them. This was not merely a result of sensory ninjutsu. It was as if he could connect with the very essence of the flora and fauna around him, effortlessly revealing the hiding places of these white zetsu. Orochimaru bent down to examine the unconscious Obito on the ground, his fingers brushing over the scarred right side of his face. A flicker of intrigue crossed his eyes as he pried open Obito's left eye socket, revealing its emptiness. He then proceeded to tear open Obito's clothing. And upon observing his stitched-together body, a glimmer of satisfaction illuminated his features. Indeed, he had not been mistaken. The mere existence of such a body technique justified his journey. Orochimaru found himself unable to suppress the desire to take Obito back to his laboratory for further study. Before long, Obito regained consciousness, and the first sight that greeted him was Orochimaru's cold, unyielding visage, startling him into a jolt. Master Orochimaru? He questioned, doubting his own vision, and shook his head. Is it really you, Master Orochimaru? Orochimaru let out an enigmatic chuckle. It has been a long time, Obito. Indeed, it is Orochimaru. Obito paused momentarily before urgently exclaiming, Please, Master Orochimaru, save Rin. His mind raced, unable to comprehend what had transpired or why he had lost consciousness. Do not worry, Rin is safe, Orochimaru reassured him. To Obito. The words of one of the legendary three held significant weight. Obito quickly inquired, Where is Rin? Has she been rescued? What about Kakashi? A member of the Hyuga Umbu interjected, Reinforcements have arrived from the village. They are all safe. Upon hearing this, Obito breathed a sigh of relief, repeatedly murmuring, That's wonderful. That's wonderful. Rin and Kakashi were safe, and he had encountered someone from the village. Truly, the best outcome. Moreover, he would soon see Rin again. He wondered if his current appearance would frighten her. And that guy Kakashi, he pondered how well he was utilizing his Sharingan. As Obito attempted to rise, he belatedly realized his right arm was missing, and the white zetsu that had been hovering over him had vanished. Why is my clothing undone? He suddenly noticed several white zetsu corpses scattered on the ground, leaving him momentarily stunned. Master Orochimaru, they. Obito's throat tightened as he tremulously asked, Did you kill them? They? Orochimaru replied, a hint of surprise in his tone. They are not human. They are merely humanoid life forms. Not human? Obito retorted, unable to contain his disbelief. They may look peculiar, but how can they not be human? They possess their own thoughts. The Hyuga Umbu beside him furrowed his brow and cautioned, Uchiha Obito, standing before you is our fourth Hokage. Orochimaru is the fourth Hokage? The revelation struck Obito with overwhelming shock, leaving him momentarily speechless. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes and asked, Obito, are you mourning their deaths? Oblivious to the malevolence of these white zetsu, Toby found himself inexplicably comforted by their presence, despite their incessant mockery. Over the past few days, it was these very beings that had engaged him in conversation, alleviating his solitude, and even relayed messages to him during critical moments, assisting him in his escape from dire circumstances. At this juncture, Orochimaru interjected. What if I told you that one of them infiltrated Konoha the day before yesterday and attacked Rin? Toby's eyes widened in disbelief. A chill coursing through him as the haunting visage of the sinister old man flashed through his mind. How could this be? The barrage of information overwhelmed him, rendering him momentarily speechless. Orochimaru remarked, It seems you remain unaware that you are ensnared in a conspiracy. With his head bowed, Toby appeared despondent. Lord Orochimaru, what should I do? Orochimaru's lips curled into a sardonic smile. Toby, come help me with a task. A significant one. Upon arriving at the location where Uchiha Madara was believed to be concealed, Toby and Orochimaru were met with an empty cavern. Not a soul remained. Yet remnants of habitation lingered, garments and weapons adorning the walls. After a thorough inspection, Orochimaru realized he had arrived too late. Their adversary had sensed the impending danger and vacated the premises. On a stone chair, he discovered a pool of blood alongside 3 desiccated tubes resembling the white zetsu's composition. The other end of the tubes led to a vast, dark pit, void of substance. Orochimaru lowered 2 serpents into the abyss to investigate. Adjacent to the pit lay several corpses of white zetsu, grotesquely drained of flesh and blood, leaving only their outer skin, a chilling sight. I recall there being a peculiar plant here, Toby remarked from behind. What plant? Orochimaru inquired. It was called the Outer Path Demon Statue. Those white Zetsu are birthed from that very plant. So, it is named White Zetsu. Orochimaru mused, contemplating the revelation. Shortly thereafter, the serpents returned from the depths, coiling around Orochimaru's shoulders, exhaling softly. Such a pity, Orochimaru murmured, his gaze fixed upon the empty shells of the white Zetsu and sweeping across the cavern. But it matters not. The unknown is what intrigues me. It was as if he conversed with the serpents, or perhaps he was merely lost in his thoughts. Toby stood before the stone chair, scrutinizing the blood and tubes. He recalled Madara mentioning that had it not been for the Outer Path Demon statue supplying him with chakra, he would have perished instantly. Could Madara truly be dead? After an extensive search in the cavern, Orochimaru indeed uncovered some invaluable artifacts, blood and flesh cells of the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, along with pertinent documentation. In addition, he discovered several pairs of damaged eyeballs, which, upon further investigation, were identified as the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan. However, after a meticulous examination, Orochimaru concluded that they were indeed irreparably harmed. Nevertheless, he treasured these artifacts, carefully sealing them within a scroll, which he subsequently allowed to be swallowed by a serpent. Having lingered in the dim confines for an extended period, he emerged to find that twilight had enveloped the outside world. The Umbu awaited them outside and approached promptly upon seeing Orochimaru and Obito. Lord Hokage, ensure that all recoverable items are transported back to the village, Orochimaru instructed. Obito, still appearing somewhat lost in thought, walked alongside them. As they departed, Obito inquired about Rin and Kakashi's whereabouts, but Orochimaru, having completed his tasks, was disinclined to delve into further matters. Obito persisted in requesting a brief meeting with them, which irked Orochimaru, who contemplated simply knocking him out and transporting him back to the village for thorough examination. However, recognizing Obito's Uchiha lineage and wishing to witness the effects of Madara's body techniques firsthand, he reconsidered. After some contemplation, he decided that it was reasonable for the Hokage to visit the front lines to offer encouragement. He promptly redirected his course to the eastern camp of the Land of Fire, instructing the accompanying Umbu to return the items procured from the cave to the village. Upon hearing that the fourth Hokage had arrived, Kakashi and Minato gathered all the ninjas within the camp to greet him. We pay our respects, Lord Hokage. The assembled crowd knelt before him. Most had not attended Orochimaru's succession ceremony, thus they honored the new Hokage with the proper formalities. Orochimaru observed Minato, who knelt before him on one knee, and smiled faintly, saying, "No need for such formalities. Rise. It has been a long time, Minato. You must be weary from your time on the front." Minato, bowing his head, replied, "For the village, it is nothing but my duty." Orochimaru then stated, "I have brought you a gift." Minato, intrigued, watched as a small figure emerged from behind Orochimaru, clad in a black cloak with a wide hood obscuring most of their face. The figure appeared somewhat familiar. As the cloaked individual lifted the hood, a beaming face emerged. "Teacher Minato." "Obito?" Suddenly, a figure surged from the crowd, racing towards Minato. "Kakashi, your new look is quite impressive," Obito remarked, pleased as he greeted them, observing their expressions of disbelief. He had imagined that their reunion, after such harrowing separations, would be filled with emotional embraces. But that seemed overly sentimental for him and Kakashi. Just as this thought flitted through his mind, Kakashi lunged at him. "Ouch! That hurts. I'm still injured. Kakashi, you're going to strangle me. I can't breathe." The anguished cries of Obito echoed within Kakashi's arms, a sight that gradually soothed Minato's agitated emotions, prompting a faint smile to grace his lips. Minato turned to Orochimaru, inquiring, "Lord Hokage, what exactly is happening with Obito?" Orochimaru replied, "Explaining it in full would be rather complicated. It would be best to let Obito elucidate when the time comes." He understood that Obito would likely be more forthcoming with Minato, and when questioned, would certainly reveal all that was necessary to his mentor. Initially, Orochimaru had no intention of concealing the matter. Even if Minato learned of it, he remained indifferent. "Kakashi, your arm." Kakashi suddenly interjected. Obito, with an air of nonchalance, responded, "It was merely damaged by a rock." Kakashi fell silent, gazing at Obito's tightly shut left eye and the scarred visage of his right side, engulfed by an overwhelming sense of guilt. Eagerly, Obito pressed on, "Kakashi, Minato-sensei. Where is Rin?" Minato pondered for a moment. "Rin, you say?" He glanced at Orochimaru. "I was just about to discuss Rin with Lord Hokage. Let us go see her first." The group dispersed, and Orochimaru, Minato, Kakashi, and Obito proceeded into a tent within the camp. Rin, upon witnessing the scene before him, Obito gasped in surprise, attempting to rush forward only to be restrained by Kakashi. The tent's floor was inscribed with a sealing array, with Rin seated at its center. Eyes closed, flanked by 4 ninjas engaged in a complex technique. "What has happened to Rin?" Obito inquired anxiously. Kakashi recounted their ordeal. From Rin's abduction by the Mist Ninjas to becoming the Jinchuriki of the Three Tails, and how Minato had arrived just in time to rescue them, applying the 4-symbol seal on Rin to suppress the tailed beast and bring her back to the camp. Minato stated, "The tailed beast issue is relatively straightforward to resolve. However, I have discovered that an enemy curse mark has been placed on Rin, which I have been unable to remove. These skilled sealing experts have been assisting me in attempts to dispel the curse, but thus far, we have made little progress." Orochimaru expressed mild surprise. "You cannot remove it." Minato? Minato's sealing techniques were renowned, inherited from the land of whirlpools, where mastery of sealing arts was unparalleled. Minato reflected. "The chakra left by the curse is excessively potent and interlinked with the tailed beast chakra, continuously supplied by the Three Tails, rendering my efforts futile. Converting the tailed beast's chakra for personal use is indeed feasible within sealing arts. For instance, the dual 4-symbol seal on Kushina creates a Bagua seal that can transform the chakra emanating from the 9 tails into her own." Orochimaru nodded. "Let us return her to the village. I will devise a solution." The fact that Rin was the Jinchuriki of the Three Tails, now to be under the purview of Konoha, struck Orochimaru as intriguing. It was indeed a strategy, albeit one born of serendipitous circumstance, yet in Orochimaru's eyes, it was nothing short of a stroke of fortune. Toby could not help but speak up. "Lord Hokage, you must save Rin." Minato reassured him. "Rin is fine. This seal will not harm her. We just do not yet know its exact purpose." Orochimaru smiled faintly. "Do not worry. I am the Hokage. How could I abandon a comrade from my village?" Shin felt a twinge of regret upon learning that Orochimaru had missed his target. Kurizetsu had managed to escape. He did not concern himself with Uchiha Obito at this moment, as he was merely a dying man. Whether Orochimaru could eliminate him was of little consequence. Nonetheless, the outcome was not entirely unfavorable. The intelligence he had provided to Orochimaru was already the maximum he could divulge, having refrained from mentioning Kurizetsu to avoid raising suspicion about his sources. Kakashi returned alongside Toby and Rin. Minato stated that the front lines would likely remain stable for the foreseeable future and instructed Kakashi to head back to the village directly. Following this skirmish, the Hidden Mist village had suffered significant losses. In addition to the deaths of the 7 ninja swordsmen and the loss of their 7 swords, they had also lost the Three Tails. Jun did not believe that the Hidden Mist had any intention of continuing hostilities with Konoha, and without the Uchiha's control, they were eager to reorganize their village. However, with Toby no longer causing trouble, the blood mist would also dissipate, which could be seen as a silver lining for the mist. The 3 young ones accompanied Orochimaru to the Hokage building, where Shin and they had a brief meeting. The Umbu summoned Uchiha Fugaku. "Lord Fugaku." Toby greeted him upon seeing Fugaku. Fugaku was taken aback to see Toby alive after having been dead for several months. How could he not be astonished by such a sight? Yet, amid his surprise, he felt little joy. Toby had once been a link between the Uchiha and Minato, but now that Orochimaru had solidified his position as the 4th Hokage, Toby had lost much of his significance in Fugaku's eyes. A child of mediocre talent. No one-armed man, he no longer held much value for cultivation. His only remaining merit lay in the modest achievements he had made, entrusting his Sharingan and aspirations to his dear friend, so that his friend might perceive the world clearly and protect the village. Fugaku mused that this tale would serve as an excellent story for the villagers, enhancing the Uchiha's image in their eyes. Additionally, he now had a reason to reclaim Kakashi's Sharingan. "It is good that you are alive. It is good that you have returned," Fugaku said with a serene expression. Your clansmen will be delighted to know you are still alive. After Fugaku departed, Jin discussed the arrangements for Toby and Rin, suggesting that Toby should first visit the hospital for a health check. The sealing team would also do their utmost to assist Rin in removing the seal. Shin did not mention that he could help Rin with the removal of the seal. Subsequently, Obito, adhering to his true intentions, visited the Konoha hospital for a health examination. The results, however, were disheartening. His bodily functions were significantly weakened, and the wound where his right arm had been lost exhibited peculiar characteristics. Despite appearing untreated, the wound did not bleed, leaving the medical staff perplexed about its nature. Ultimately, the physician concluded that he might no longer be able to serve as a ninja. This revelation cast a heavy pall over the hearts of the trio. Rin and Kakashi were at a loss for how to comfort Obito, yet he insisted that he would surely recover. He asserted that the full power of the Uchiha's Sharingan could only be harnessed when both eyes were intact, without his own. Kakashi could not fulfill his role, and they must protect Rin together. He even expressed aspirations of becoming Hokage and saving the world. Obito's optimistic demeanor only deepened the unease in Rin and Kakashi's hearts. After the hospital visit, they were informed by Shin that the sealing team was prepared, and the next course of action would involve addressing the sealing issue afflicting Rin. The trio arrived at the designated location, where they discovered not only the sealing team but also Kushina present. Although Kushina had mentally prepared herself, she could not contain her emotional response upon seeing Obito alive, rushing forward to embrace him. After a moment of struggle, Obito extricated himself from her embrace, feeling a twinge of embarrassment as he gazed at Kushina, apologizing. "I'm sorry for not keeping our promise." Kushina paused, then replied softly, "It's all right. It's wonderful to see you back." Regarding Rin's predicament, the sealing team had deliberated extensively, and with Kushina being the host of the Nine Tails and an expert in the sealing arts of the Uzumaki clan, they had attempted a preliminary solution, albeit to no avail. The seal was situated on Rin's heart, an exceedingly sensitive and vulnerable area, which severely constrained the sealing team's capabilities. Kushina contemplated severing the connection between the tailed beast chakra within Rin and the seal. Yet the only current method to achieve this was to extract the tailed beast, a fate that spelled disaster for the host. Minato had reinforced the seals on Rin, but it did not prevent the tailed beast chakra from leaking out. While this situation seemed beneficial for Rin, amplifying her chakra reserves, it inadvertently solidified the seal within her. Both Kushina and the sealing team found themselves at a loss. Although the precise function of the seal remained unclear, its persistent presence within Rin, particularly on her heart, instilled a sense of unease. "I'm sorry, Rin. I am currently unable to help you remove it. Please grant me some time to further investigate," Kushina expressed apologetically. "It's all right, Kushina. You need not apologize. I'm just glad you're able to assist me," Rin responded hastily. Upon leaving the sealing team, Rin's spirits were not particularly low. Despite the grim circumstances surrounding both her and Obito, they were still alive, were they not? From the Kanabi Bridge to the subsequent battles with the Rock Ninja, and later being captured by the Mist Ninja, there had been countless moments when she believed her demise was imminent. The worst outcome is nothing more than death. Rin regards death with a sense of detachment. The mere reunion of their small team fills her with immeasurable joy. In stark contrast to their optimism, Kakashi bears a heavy heart, tormented by the thought that the bonds he has painstakingly regained might slip away once more, leaving him to loathe his own powerlessness. 2 days passed in silence. Suddenly, Kakashi received a summons to the Hokage's office, where he discovered the presence of Jin. Since returning to the village, Kakashi had sensed that Jin now held a significant position. No longer just the ordinary nin he had rescued on the battlefield. Jin cut straight to the chase. "There has been no progress with Rin's condition, has there?" Kakashi was momentarily taken aback, then nodded in affirmation. Jin continued, "I can help her." Kakashi's eyes widened in disbelief. "What did you say?" Jin spoke calmly. "I have been researching over the past 2 days and found a method to remove the curse seal." Kakashi was momentarily stunned. Then his emotions surged. "I will go find Rin right away." However, at that moment, Jin called out to him, "Kakashi." With a tranquil tone, Jin inquired, "Are you interested in serving in the Yambu?" Though phrased as a question, it was, in truth, a proposition. Kakashi was no fool. He turned to see Jin reclining in the Hokage's chair, gazing at him with an unsettling calm. Those dark eyes inexplicably stirred a pang of anxiety within him. In a resting room within the Hokage building, Obito observed Jin, who had come unprepared, with a hint of skepticism. Could this fellow truly be up to the task? The room was occupied by their 5-member team. Besides Kakashi and Rin, Kushina was also present, all summoned by Kakashi to witness the event. Jin directed Rin to sit on the couch facing him, as he positioned himself beside her, grasping her wrist gently. "Do you feel anything?" Jin asked. Rin, astonished, replied, "I can feel my chakra moving within me, and I cannot control it." Jin instructed, "Relax and do not worry about it." He slowly closed his eyes, meticulously sensing the vibration frequency of Rin's chakra, guiding it to move according to his will. Placing his hand on Rin's abdomen, he sensed that he could even manipulate the sealing technique that Minato had imposed. It might be troublesome, but if he so desired, it would merely be a gradual process akin to a slow floodgate breach. As he continued upwards to her chest, Jin felt the chakra he had previously left within Rin, clinging to her heart. Beside them, Obito couldn't help but feel a pang of jealousy at this display, muttering under his breath about Jin's actions. Aware that Jin was focused on serious matters, he restrained his annoyance, while Kakashi reminded him to keep quiet and not disturb the two. As the resonance of the chakra began to gradually remove the chakra mark imposed on Rin's heart, the process unfolded slowly. Kakashi, Obito, and Kushina stood to the side for an extended period, their eyes fixated on the two, yet they could only see the genuine hand resting on Rin's chest, unaware of the transformations occurring within her body. Eventually, a blue chakra illuminated the genuine hand, dissipating into the air as if extracted from Rin herself. "It is done," he declared. Kushina, momentarily taken aback, inquired, "Is that all it takes?" Rin, attuned to her body, indeed felt the prior sensation of restraint had vanished. "I feel much better." She smiled at the others. Kakashi and Obito immediately approached, with Obito still harboring concerns, asking, "Rin, are you truly all right? Apart from the seal on your heart, I have also removed the sealing techniques imposed during the mist sealing of the tailed beast, leaving only the dual 4-symbol seal," he explained. Kushina approached him, asking, "How did you manage that? You didn't even form any seals." He simply replied, "I have my methods. If you remain uncertain, you may conduct another examination on Rin." Rin, smiling, interjected, "There's no need for that. I feel absolutely wonderful now." "Thank you, Jin." The Mist Ninja's sealing technique for the 3 tails was an odd-numbered seal, intentionally unstable to allow for distant release, enabling the tailed beast to rampage and attack Konoha through Rin. Although Minato's dual 4-symbol seal restrained this possibility while converting the chakra of the 3 tails into Rin's own strength, the Mist Ninja's sealing technique affected this process. Jin smiled lightly, saying, "It was a mere trifle. Our bond does not necessitate such formalities." This remark prompted Obito to scrutinize Jin closely. Kakashi also expressed his gratitude. And seeing this, Obito bowed in acknowledgement as well. Jin glanced at Obito, saying, "When I find the time, treat me to a meal. Ichiraka Ramen's owner has been inquiring about you." Obito paused, scratching his head with a sheepish grin in response. This fellow saved Rin. He's rather decent. After a short while of light conversation, filled with gratitude towards Jin, he encouraged them to take their leave. Jin had matters to attend to that afternoon. After concluding his official duties, he accompanied Hokage and a member of the Hyuga clan's Umbu to a secluded orphanage at the village's edge. His newfound concern stemmed from having reviewed a document requesting funding from the orphanage during his administrative tasks. The orphanage's director, a gentle-looking blonde woman, was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Jin and the Umbu behind him. I am Hyuga Jin," he introduced himself. "Here to discuss the funding issues of the orphanage." "Hello. I am Yukushina Noya, the director here. Please, come in." Yaoshiryu Nayu was quick to welcome the benefactor, Jin, into the orphanage. The prolonged warfare had resulted in a significant increase in the number of children at the orphanage, straining its already limited resources. The institution had repeatedly petitioned the village for assistance, yet due to the financial troubles plaguing Konohagakure, the third Hokage had been unable to address their plight, leaving Jin to confront this issue upon his ascension. As Jin entered the orphanage, he surveyed the environment. Although the facility was modest, it brimmed with children, Some engaged in games indoors, while others frolicked in the yard. This year, the number of children had doubled, pushing the institution to its limits. Yao Shi lamented, "We have made numerous appeals to the village, but perhaps due to the military's focus on the ongoing war, we have received no response. A few staff members and I have sought donations from nearby towns, and there have been some kind-hearted benefactors." Jin's gaze wandered around the room until it settled on a silver-haired boy, clad in armor and spectacles. The child's name was Do, and like many others, he had only recently arrived at the orphanage, exhibiting a rather reclusive demeanor. Noticing Jin's interest, Yao Shi took the initiative to introduce the boy. Jin nodded gently and then remarked, "The village's finances are also quite strained. There are no surplus funds available for the orphanage." A look of disappointment crossed Yao Shi's face, a sentiment understandable given the dire circumstances wrought by years of conflict. It was, however, the children who bore the brunt of this hardship. Unable to contain herself, a staff member at the orphanage seemed poised to speak, yet Jin abruptly shifted the conversation. "I can petition the daimyo for additional funding to ensure the orphanage's future operations are secure." "Are you serious?" Yao Shi exclaimed, her surprise evident. "Thank you. Thank you so much." She bowed repeatedly in gratitude, despite Jin's youth. Jin added, "Moreover, I intend to select a number of these children to train them as shinobi." Yao Shi inquired, "Will they be attending the ninja academy?" "Not quite," Jin replied. A moment of realization struck Yao Shi. Grasping the implications of Jin's words regarding these war orphans, Jin continued, "In addition, you will be responsible for their instruction." He intended to transform these orphans into his own assets, with Yao Shi akin to a maternal figure, serving as the means of their guidance. Controlling an individual was undoubtedly easier than managing a multitude. Lowering her gaze, Yao Shi confessed, "You have mistaken your choice." "I have already." Jin cast a sidelong glance at her, noting that she towered over him, her loose work uniform concealing her figure. But one could still envision the physique of a once-elite ninja. With adequate funding and a highly capable new director at the helm, the orphanage's future challenges would be alleviated. And these children would have the opportunity to receive education at the village's school when they reach the appropriate age. This is the condition, the wandering priestess. 57. The solitude of the true adult. The young maid gently knocked on the study door and softly called out to the person inside, "Dinner is ready." The person in the study responded in a bland tone, prompting the maid to retreat on her own. Jin sat in the chair, feeling a hint of fatigue, with a book on the table that deeply explored the 7 chakra attributes. Looking out the window, the moonlight shattered the shadows of the trees, casting a silvery glow. He stepped out of the study. The large living room was eerily quiet, as the servants vanished when not summoned. He glanced at the exquisite dishes on the dining table but felt no appetite. Eventually, Jun left the room and made his way along the family's corridor to Ayaka's residence, where the light still shone. He knocked on the door, and upon seeing him, Ayaka's expression immediately tensed. Why are you here?" Jun retorted, "Am I not allowed to come?" Without waiting for Ayaka to invite him, he entered the room directly. "Have you eaten?" Jun inquired. "Yes, I'm hungry. Could you prepare something for me?" Jun said, taking a seat on the sofa. Ayaka sighed. "Didn't you eat anything?" "I've finished and cleaned up. There's only instant noodles left." "Instant noodles will do." Ayaka watched as Jin played with Sibi on the sofa before heading to the kitchen. Everything in the living room felt familiar. Jun even spotted the short knife he had given her placed there. In less than 10 minutes, Ayaka emerged from the kitchen with a bowl of cooked instant noodles, topped with a fried egg. Jin immediately began to devour it, the sound of slurping filling the room. Ayaka sat beside him, gently stroking Sibi's fur, saying, "Finish eating and hurry back. It's late. I need to sleep." Jin finished the noodles in a few bites, leaving no broth behind, and sighed contentedly as he wiped his mouth with a tissue. "Do you really not want to see me?" Jin asked. Ayaka looked down, avoiding his gaze. "I never said that." Jin observed her charming figure under the light and asked, "How have you considered what I mentioned last time?" Ayaka's breath hitched, and her hand that had been petting the dog instinctively stopped. I haven't figured it out." "What is there to figure out?" Jin slowly reached for her hand, but Ayaka stood up as if shocked. Ayaka's chest rose and fell rapidly, her voice trembling. "Do you have to bully me like this?" Jin sighed softly and leaned back on the sofa, while Ayaka turned her back to him, still holding Sibi. Jin asked, "Are you unwilling?" Ayaka stammered in response, I haven't figured it out. How much longer do you need to consider?" "I don't know." Silence engulfed them. As Sibi and Ayaka's arms let out a whimper, seemingly tired, Jin said, "Give me a hug, Sibi." Upon hearing this, Lingli turned around to hand the dog in her arms to him, but was abruptly pulled back by Shin, who was seated on the sofa. "Ah!" Lingli exclaimed in surprise. Falling against Shin, her face instantly flushing red as she struggled to rise. "Don't move," Jin said, holding her waist tightly, drawing her closer to himself as he whispered, "Jin." Lingli's eyes were filled with fear. "Don't act recklessly. You're still young. It's not allowed." Jin chuckled. "What is not allowed?" Lingli's eyes welled up with tears, and she finally could not suppress her quiet plea. "Jin, please don't do this." It seemed she truly found it hard to accept. Yet Jin's power and status rendered her unable to refuse. Jin felt a wave of irritation. He had not intended to go this far, merely to tease her. However, Lingli before him had entirely lost her usual demeanor, wearing an expression of deep distress. Indeed, he had a knack for bullying her. Jin reached out, brushing his fingers at the corner of her eye, feeling a few warm droplets. "This isn't like you, Lingli Jia." Lingli wiped her eyes with her arm. "Jin, do you still think you are like yourself?" Jin fell silent. Suddenly, Lingli noticed that Jin had released her, and she promptly stood up to adjust her slightly disheveled clothing and hair. She glanced back at Jin, who remained quietly reclined on the sofa. The words of dismissal were caught in her throat, swallowed back. At that moment, Sibi leaped onto Jin's chest, finding a comfortable spot to settle. "You know," Jin suddenly spoke, "Sibi spends every day with us, yet it has no kindred spirit to converse with, no one to understand it. Does it not feel lonely?" Before Lingli could respond, Jin placed Sibi on the sofa and stood up. "What am I being so sentimental about?" he mused inwardly, then turned to Lingli and said, "I am leaving." He walked towards the door, and Lingli, momentarily stunned, hurried to follow Jin. Upon reaching the door, hearing Lingli's voice, Jin glanced back and remarked, "If you wish for me to stay, I would not refuse." Lingli's face flushed crimson as she retorted, "Stop saying foolish things." Then, she hesitated, stammering, "You said before that you would give me time." Jin was slightly taken aback, pondering whether she felt guilty or something else. "Then you should kiss me first, Baka. What nonsense are you spouting?" Lingli, immediately flustered, retorted angrily and slammed the door shut. Leaning against the door, she found herself unable to calm her turbulent emotions. Outside, Jin let out a long breath. His attitude towards women quite straightforward. Was it not acceptable to skip the romantic entanglements? Yet, he remained reluctant to cause any harm to Ayari, for she had indeed treated him well. If she desired time, granting it to her was no burden. He cast a longing glance at the solitary moon in the night sky, paused for a moment, then resumed his walk along the corridor back to his residence. As he approached his dwelling, he encountered a figure. Lord Makoto, the person greeted him with a bow. "Haruka." The moonlight illuminated the figure clearly. "What brings you out so late?" Makoto inquired casually. "I was just about to return," Haruka replied. Makoto recalled that the woman before him was the elder sister of Natsuki, and also Ayano's servant. After Makoto succeeded as the clan leader, Ayano was no longer considered part of the main family. However, he had never paid heed to this matter. He had not seen Ayano again, and she had remained exceedingly compliant within the clan. Ayano's residence was not far from his, and Haruka must have just come from there. "Are you still with Ayano?" Makoto asked again. "Yes," Haruka responded to his question, but appeared to hesitate, as if she had more to say. "What is it?" "It's nothing." "Lord Makoto, if there's nothing else, I shall take my leave." Haruka bowed once more and departed. As he watched her silhouette gradually fade into the night, Makoto found himself lost in thought. The night deepened, and the rising wind carried a chill, yet he altered his course toward Ayano's residence, where the light still glowed. When Ayano saw Makoto, her reaction was akin to that of Ayari, her demeanor becoming somewhat awkward. However, a gentle smile soon graced her face. "Makoto, what brings you here at such a late hour?" she inquired, addressing him as she always had. "Am I not welcome?" Makoto teased. "Of course not. Please, come in," she replied hastily. She sensed the shift in Makoto's attitude towards her, perhaps feeling that he no longer felt the need to disguise his feelings. Such a young man had suddenly ascended to the highest echelons of power within the Hinata clan, and no one seemed to comprehend the events that had transpired. Before that day, Ayano had regarded Makoto as merely an ordinary branch family youth. This sudden transformation in status took her by surprise. Makoto settled onto the sofa as Ayano turned to pour him some tea. The room was enveloped in silence, interrupted only by the distant sounds of nocturnal insects and birdsong. Makoto's gaze lingered on Ayano's silhouette. Although she wore a simple home dress, her bending posture accentuated her curvaceous figure. Unlike Ayano exuded a far more feminine charm. When Ayano approached with the tea, she inadvertently met Makoto's unreserved gaze, causing her to momentarily stiffen. Flustered, she averted her eyes, lowered her head, and placed the tea on the table before him. "I encountered Haruka on my way here," Makoto remarked. Ayano immediately tensed. "Did she say anything to you?" Junwon's gaze flickered slightly. He ceased his dialogue and delicately lifted his teacup to take a sip. Ayano, unable to restrain herself, settled beside him and urgently implored, "Shin, please do not heed her nonsensical words." It seemed she wished to defend herself, yet her words faltered at the precipice of utterance. With a bitter tone, she confessed, "I understand that my current status is no longer that of the clan, and I should not retain my previous privileges. Haruka must also perceive this as inappropriate." In recent days, Ayano's life had undergone a tumultuous transformation. Once revered as the future matriarch, her circumstances had abruptly shifted, rendering her an object of disdain. Even Haruka, who had always attended to her, had altered her demeanor, inciting profound resentment within Ayano, who seized upon an opportunity to scold her harshly. That wretched woman must have longed to distance herself from me, and upon encountering Shin, how could she refrain from reporting my plight? Shin, listening to Ayano's lamentations, remained unmoved, calmly placing his teacup back upon the table. From Haruka's earlier reactions, coupled with Ayano's current demeanor, he surmised the unfolding narrative. Discontent with her present situation, yet powerless to effect change, she had turned her servant into a vessel for her frustrations. Internally, Shin scoffed, his expression remaining impassive as he remarked, "You are correct. You are no longer part of the clan, and should no longer enjoy privileges. Haruka shall no longer attend to you henceforth." Ayano bowed her head, lips pursed in silence. She dared not contradict Shin, for his current status allowed him to dictate her fate. Moreover, this was indeed the abode befitting a future matriarch. Taking a deep breath, Ayano tremulously replied, "I shall move out tomorrow." Shin replied nonchalantly, "You may relocate to my residence. My daily life lacks a servant." Ayano felt a sudden constriction in her breath, her voice quavering as she inquired, "Shin, are you suggesting that she serve you, attending to your daily needs, just like any other servant?" The thought alone threatened to drive her to madness. How would the clan perceive her henceforth? Furthermore, she was familiar with those servants at the clan leader's residence, having previously commanded them with an air of superiority. Would she truly be joining their ranks? Since her childhood engagement to Nichizuki, her surroundings had been exceedingly opulent, enjoying the veneration of her clan, with all who encountered her compelled to bow in deference. She had never imagined that such a day could come to pass. Shin cast a glance her way. "What is it? Are you unwilling?" Ayano felt a tremor in her heart as she endeavored to envision a future devoid of dignity, concluding that death would be preferable. Yet, if she truly feared death, she would have outright rejected the list proposed by Nichizuki Teij when it was first presented. "Shin, does Eri know of this?" Ayano suddenly pondered aloud. Yes, she had a younger sister, Eri. Given Eri's close relationship with Shin, he would surely take that into consideration, would he not? What concern is it of Eri's? However, the truth was spoken, abruptly severing her thoughts. A sense of despair welled up within Ayano. Yet more disheartening than this was the outcome of rejecting Makoto, a prospect she dared not confront. A strained smile reappeared on her face. I understand. I've never done this before, and I'm afraid I won't take care of you properly. Makoto replied with a gentle smile. It's all right. Take your time to learn. Who is born knowing how to serve others? After saying this, he leisurely raised a leg and rested it on the coffee table. His arm propped against the sofa's armrest. chin resting on his hand as he gazed at her. Ayano froze in place, at a loss for what to do. Makoto remained silent, simply observing her, as if awaiting her next move. With her head bowed, her hair cascaded down, obscuring much of her face. After what felt like an eternity, she slowly rose from the sofa, kneeling before Makoto, her trembling hands gently resting on his thigh as she began to knead his leg. It was evident that she had never engaged in such acts of servitude before, for Makoto could feel no strength in her touch. Considering her past as the matriarch, it was likely that she had only ever been on the receiving end of such attentions. Yet, Makoto did not find fault or cast blame. It was a significant feat for this self-proclaimed noble woman to kneel before him willingly. Observing the fall of this beautiful woman was a profoundly exquisite experience, akin to crushing fragrant petals in one's palm. Bathed in the soft glow of the light, Makoto scrutinized the exquisite woman before him. As the mother of Hinata and Hanabi, her beauty was undeniably remarkable. Had her character mirrored Hinata's, he would not treat her as he currently did. Perhaps she had masked her true self too well in front of her children, allowing Hinata to inherit her gentleness. Suddenly, Makoto reached out to tuck a loose strand of hair behind her ear. The contact caused Ayano to shiver slightly, yet she continued to bow her head, focused on her task. "Has Hayashi ever told you how beautiful you are?" Makoto inquired abruptly. After a moment of silence, Ayano rose without a word and walked to the front door of the living room. Outside, the night was thick with darkness, and the courtyard was desolate. The moon hung in the sky, encircled by a hazy glow that was mesmerizing. Behind her, the room was illuminated by warm yellow light, accompanied by the sound of Makoto sipping from his teacup. She extended her hand and closed the door. Morning arrived, with rays of sunlight streaming through the partially opened window, casting a bright glow that reddened her eyes, bringing her back from the realm of dreams to reality. The clock on the wall ticked steadily, while the wind whispered outside, causing the curtains to sway gently. The entire bedroom was enveloped in silence. Ayano, unaware of when she had opened her eyes, lay still, perhaps restless in her sleep, leaving the tatami in disarray. Sounds emanated from the living room, and as her peripheral vision caught the time displayed on the wall, she slowly pulled the blanket away and rose, finding a nightgown to wear. In the living room, Haru was tidying up the space. After she left last night, she remained oblivious to the events that transpired. A heap of shattered glass from cups lay scattered across the floor beside the coffee table. The sound of a door creaking open from the bedroom caught her attention, and she turned to see Ayano emerging with her hair in disarray, clearly just awakened. Haru was somewhat taken aback. It was the first time she had witnessed Ayano in such a disheveled state, and it was rare for her to indulge in a late slumber. "Haru, you need not come anymore," Ayano stated, not glancing back as she turned to head towards the bathroom, leaving Haru standing there in a daze. The previous night, she had conversed with her sister Natsu, contemplating whether she could ask Natsu if it was truly possible for her to cease attending to Ayano. Had this woman reached a moment of clarity or simply come to terms with reality? Meanwhile, the Hidden Mist Village had dispatched a peace proposal, sent by Kuki from the front lines. The essence of the message was a desire for mutual cessation of hostilities, the establishment of a peace treaty, and an offer to compensate Konohagakure with a specified sum for war reparations, while requesting the return of the 7 ninja swords and the 3 tails. After reading the document, Shin presented it to Orochimaru, who responded with his usual indifference, merely instructing Shin to handle the matter as he saw fit. Recently, Orochimaru had immersed himself in his research, engrossed in his experiments and neglecting all village affairs, delegating the responsibilities entirely to Shin. At first, Shin would occasionally visit the lab to update Orochimaru on significant matters and seek his guidance. However, this soon became a source of annoyance for Orochimaru, who ultimately declared that he need not be consulted on village affairs any longer, allowing Shin to make decisions independently. Even Shin couldn't help but marvel at Orochimaru's audacity. Yet this outcome aligned with his own desires. He promptly drafted another letter, sending it alongside the peace proposal to the daimyo. The victory over the Hidden Mist Village had been anticipated by many. Although the daimyo was not surprised, the triumph in war was undoubtedly a commendable feat, and thus he rewarded Konohagakure with honors. He also approved Shin's subtly proposed requests mentioned in the letter, bestowing additional rewards upon the village. Subsequently, Shin informed the front lines to prepare for negotiations with the Hidden Mist village. Typically, such matters would require the Hokage's presence. However, given Orochimaru's demeanor, it was evident that was not feasible. Thus, the responsibility fell entirely to Minato and Kuki. If the Hidden Mist offered an agreeable price, the 7 ninja swords could be returned. This agreement would be favorable for Konohagakure, but whether the Hidden Mist would accept it remained uncertain. As for the 3 tails, Shin had omitted any mention in the letter, knowing well that Minato would never part with his student. Furthermore, the significance of tailed beasts transcended monetary value. However, shortly after sending out the letter, Minato Namikaze and Tsunade Haruno arrived at the Hokage's office together. Upon truly encountering them, one could discern that the newcomers bore ill intentions. Nevertheless, I rose from my seat and respectfully greeted Lord Yin, Lord Xiaochun. Mito Gate Yin directly inquired, "Has Kiri submitted a letter of surrender?" I responded, "It is a peace proposal. It has just arrived from the front lines." Juanshin Xiaochun then queried, "What does the 4th Hokage mean?" I replied, "I have already conveyed the Hokage's intentions to the esteemed Senpai Minato and Senpai Kushina at the front." Juanshin Xiaochun frowned and remarked, "Why did you not consult us?" I promptly stated, "The Hokage deemed this matter urgent and insisted that I inform Senpai Minato immediately. It is likely he is also considerate of your advanced age and wishes not to trouble you with such matters." I deftly shifted the blame onto Orochimaru. It was evident to me that these 2 venerable figures had come with intentions directed at myself. If it were truly about Kiri, they could have approached Orochimaru directly. Juanshin Xiaochun cast a sidelong glance and asked, "What? Do you also perceive us as aged?" I quickly expressed my distress. "Lord Yin, you misjudge me. I am merely assisting the Hokage. How could I dare to entertain such thoughts?" Following this, I lavished them with compliments, recognizing both advisors as invaluable contributors to the village's governance alongside the 3rd Hokage. The prosperity of Konoha was undoubtedly linked to their efforts, and I had always regarded them as my role models. This left Juanshin Xiaochun momentarily speechless. Mito Gate Yin continued his interrogation. "You have arranged 10 members of the Hyuga clan into the Umbu?" I acknowledged, "Indeed, that is the case." Mito Gate Yin immediately expressed his displeasure. "The Umbu has stringent reviews. Such actions cannot be taken lightly." I continued to deflect responsibility. It was the Hokage's explicit request, stating that our Byakugan capabilities would be of immense value to him. I too had concerns regarding their suitability, yet I could not oppose the Hokage's wishes. Mito Gate Yin found himself momentarily at a loss for words, realizing this young man was adept at evading accountability, consistently invoking the Hokage's name. The underlying message was clear: "Do not hold me accountable. I am merely a subordinate." Both advisors felt a mix of anger and helplessness, while I suddenly adopted a woeful expression, lamenting my trepidation in my current position, fearing that any misstep could jeopardize the village's interests. It was evident that my actions had indeed drawn the ire of Lord Yin and Lord Xiaochun. I declared my intention to resign from this position, suggesting that the Hokage appoint someone more capable and heed the counsel of the 2 esteemed advisors. Hearing this, Mito Gate Yin and Juanshin Xiaochun felt overwhelmed. Their tones softened. "Jean, we did not mean to accuse you." I looked up with a pitiful expression and asked, "Really?" This demeanor, combined with my youthful visage, easily elicits sympathy. However, Mito Gate Yin and Juanshin Xiaochun were acutely aware that I was merely performing. Orochimaru's elevation of me was evidently not a decision made lightly. "We merely wish for you to contemplate your actions with greater deliberation. Should you find yourself uncertain, do not hesitate to seek our counsel. However, I am not the one making decisions. It is the esteemed Hokage who determines everything. The matters I can decide upon are merely the disputes among villagers." Mito Gate 1. Tsujikoha. Speaking of which, there has been a conflict between Heiji and Gotaro over their stalls on West Street, which I have been delaying addressing. Would you 2 esteemed advisors lend a hand? Mito Gate In and Tsujikoha, filled with indignation, snorted in unison and turned away, sweeping their sleeves as they departed. Once the office door closed, Jin reined in his smile. These 2 old fellows truly seemed to wish for a longer life. That afternoon, Ayano arrived. Jin arranged for her to stay in a side room, keeping her apart from the other servants. However, her presence was not intended for leisure. Jin assigned her a multitude of tasks, compelling this woman, accustomed to a life of ease, to alter her daily habits. The household staff were taken aback upon seeing Ayano engaging in hushed discussions. Ayano anticipated their reactions and ignored them, focusing solely on her work. Yet, her clumsiness and household chores often resulted in a cacophony throughout the room. Observing this, a kind-hearted maid stepped forward to assist, but Ayano did not express her gratitude. Only when she irritated Jean, who was reading in the study, did she kneel in apology. Ayano entered the study, carrying tea, and found Jin deeply engrossed in his book. The atmosphere here had changed significantly. The number of books had increased, and the previously present calligraphy scrolls were nowhere to be seen. It had been some time since Ayano last visited. Her previous visit was to deliver tea to Nichitsu, who had treated her with marked indifference. She noticed Jin making annotations in the margins of his book, reminiscent of studying during school days. He was indeed learning, absorbing new knowledge daily. He had ceased his training at the dojo, opting instead to stimulate his muscles through the vibrations of chakra within his body, aiming to enhance his physical abilities. This method, however, proved to be far more arduous than sweating it out on the training grounds. It felt as though he were striking directly at the muscle groups beneath his skin. Jin often found himself on the verge of collapse and dared not train for too long, as it was exceedingly grueling. The results were remarkably evident. Jin could distinctly feel his body growing stronger, with well-defined muscle lines visible when he shed his outer garments. "Wait," Jin called out to Ayano, who was about to leave after setting down the tea. "Go to the kitchen and prepare something for me to eat. No main course, just some pastries or light snacks." After speaking, Jin received no response and glanced up to find Ayano standing awkwardly, her hands fidgeting with the hem of her garment. "What is it?" I cannot cook," Ayano replied softly. Jin found this puzzling. "Did you not bring me food before?" Ayano blushed even deeper. "That was made by Haru." Jin inquired once more. "Can you cook?" Ayano promptly replied, "I can learn." Jin felt a sense of exasperation, reflecting on how these two sisters were remarkably similar. "Very well, have Akiri do it." In the present Konoha, who truly holds the authority, Ayari hurriedly arrived at Jun's residence, and upon entering the living room, she spotted Ayano tidying up. Their eyes met, and without a word, Ayano remained silent while Ayari, filled with anger, stormed into the study. Jin, engrossed in his reading, glanced at her and remarked coolly, "Why didn't you knock?" Ayari slammed her hands on the table, exclaiming, "Jin." With a sigh, Jin set his book aside and asked, "What is the matter?" Ayari, visibly irate, demanded, "What on earth is wrong with my sister? What has happened to her? Don't play dumb. Are you truly treating her like this?" She leaned forward, almost pressing against the desk as she questioned him. Jin replied calmly, "She is no longer part of the main family. If she continues to enjoy the privileges of the clan, others will have objections." Ayari countered, "That does not mean she should become your servant. Can she even handle those chores? If not, she can learn gradually, and besides, she is willing." "She is hardly willing. This is clearly your intention. Does she dare to refuse you?" Jin leaned back in his chair, unhurriedly stating, "She would not dare refuse me. In this clan, aside from you, no one else would dare oppose me." Seeing him divert the conversation, Ayari, unwilling to engage further, promptly turned and exited the study, grabbing Ayano's hand as she intended to leave. "Where are we going?" Ayano inquired. "To my place," Ayari declared, but Ayano halted, releasing Ayari's grip. Ayari was taken aback. Ayano softly reassured her, "It's all right, Ayari. I am quite content here." Ayari stared at her in disbelief. "You?" Ayano smiled and continued, "Thank you, Ayari. You need not worry about me." Ayari stood in place for a moment before retreating into the study and closing the door. Jin casually remarked, "Did you threaten her?" "Am I that kind of person?" Ayari retorted, her face flushing. Jin sighed and slowly replied, "Are you not aware of your sister's current predicament?" Ayari paused. "What is wrong with her?" Jin inquired, "Do you know how the clan perceives the main family?" Ayari pondered this, and then it seemed she grasped the implications. After Hayashi's death, Ayano would become a target. More than one person had approached me regarding her fate, and some had even accused her of complicity in Hayashi's demise. After a prolonged silence, Ayari finally said, "So you are doing this to protect her?" In a moment of rhetorical questioning, she mused, "What else could it be? What do you think?" Lingli cast a wistful glance at her, mumbling, I thought you were simply. Never mind. She shook her head vigorously and then inquired, Can she come stay with me? You may move in, was the reply. Lingli scoffed, dream on. Then, she issued a warning to Jin, she is my sister. You must not bully her. Jin chose to ignore this remark, picking up a book and resuming his reading. Close the door on your way out, he added. Upon observing his demeanor, Lingli suddenly made a face at him before exiting the study. Approaching Lingni, she whispered, If you ever feel wronged, just tell me, and I will handle him. Lingni felt a sense of helplessness, thinking to herself, Can you really manage Shin? He would likely be the one to handle you. Just as this thought crossed her mind, she seemed to recall something and fell silent. Sister? It's nothing. Lingni snapped back to reality, smiling once more. If you have no other matters, you may return. Do not worry about me. Lingli hesitated, then ultimately nodded. Very well, I shall visit often. Unsure of what to say to Lingni, she feared that too many words might hurt her sister's pride. If she agreed to Jin's proposition, would Lingni's status as her sister be altered as well? As these thoughts lingered, her cheeks flushed. On her way home, Lingli unexpectedly encountered Xia. It had been several days since they last saw each other, and both were taken aback. Lingli Jie, Xia greeted. Lingli's expression shifted, becoming somewhat awkward. What brings you here? Xia replied, I have some matters to discuss with Lord Shin. Upon hearing Xia's formal address, Lingli remarked, You are friends, no need for such titles. Xia blushed slightly. Jin is now the clan leader. He may be the clan leader, but he is still Jin, Lingli countered. Their conversation was brief before parting ways. But Lingli's gaze followed Xia's retreating figure, her expression turning complex. Besides having previously played matchmaker for Xia, there were countless rumors in the village suggesting that Xia was the most suitable girl for Jin. With ages so close, and Xia's beauty and character so remarkable, Lingli felt a pang of bittersweet longing. By day, the generous gifts of gold and supplies from the daimyo arrived. Jin examined the documents with satisfaction, realizing the funds were ample enough for Konoha's indulgences. The land of fire was vast and bountiful, with a strong national power that could easily sustain a small village like Konoha. However, what was lacking were people. Konoha was currently short on personnel. The recent conflict with the Wagakure had cost them dearly in shinobi, and future battles might not reach the scale of the one with Kirigakure. Moreover, the mercenary groups outside would not commit fully to their costs. After much contemplation, Jin penned a confidential letter, dispatching his own Umbu ninjas to Sunagakure in the Land of Wind. The content of the letter is quite straightforward. It mentions that a ninja from their clan encountered the rogue ninja Sasori from Sunagakure in a small nation. The puppets he employed bore a striking resemblance to the missing third Kazekage of Sunagakure. Given that Sunagakure had recently assisted Konohagakure, it is only natural for Konohagakure to respond in kind. This also eliminates any pretext for Sunagakure to wage war against Konohagakure in the future. Although it is merely a pretext, should they choose to go to war, they would undoubtedly act without hesitation. It is imperative to find ways to mend relations with Sunagakure during this interim. As for Kumogakure, there is little that can be done at the moment, as the entire Land of Lightning is thoroughly dominated by a martial faction. Any overtures towards them might be perceived as weakness. The funds designated for the orphanage have been delivered as promised, and Yakushi Nanoyu personally visited the Hokage's office to express her gratitude. I have already identified a new director for the orphanage, who possesses a commendable level of management expertise, so you can rest assured about the future. Thank you, Lord Jin. I have prepared new accommodations and a mentor for those children, and I will notify you when the time comes. Subsequently, Jin suddenly inquired of Yakushi Nanoyu. You were once a member of the intelligence division of Root, correct? Yakushi Nanoyu hesitated, responding, I have been away from Root for quite some time. Jin replied, Open your mouth, let me see. Taken aback, Yakushi Nanoyu complied, parting her lips and revealing her tongue. On her tongue lay a black curse mark, the tongue of destruction seal. She understood that this was what Jin wished to inspect. Jin gazed thoughtfully at the black seal and stated, I can assist you in removing this curse mark. However, Yakushi Nanoyu did not immediately acquiesce after a moment of silence. She said, This curse mark does not affect me in any significant way. Whether it is removed or not is inconsequential, and you need not trouble yourself with it. Jean narrowed his eyes, realizing that this woman was quite astute. The seals safeguarded numerous secrets, and she was aware that the revelation of these secrets could pose a danger to her, secrets pertaining to many of Danzo's nefarious actions. Jean bluntly declared, "No. The information protected by that seal is precisely what I need you to divulge. Yukushi no Noyu, you must understand your current position and whose side you are on." Taking a deep breath, she recognized the inevitability of the situation and softly replied, "I understand. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave." Jean added, "In the coming days, someone may approach you. I would advise you that regardless of what threats they may pose, I can ensure your safety. And no matter what promises they may offer, I can dismantle them. I hope you comprehend who currently holds the reins of power in Konohagakure. The Tongue of Destruction seal is one of the methods employed by Root to suppress its subordinates, compelling those afflicted to remain tight-lipped about any information regarding Danzo. However, all sealing techniques fundamentally revolve around a singular principle, utilizing the practitioner's own chakra to influence the chakra of the subject being affected. In essence, it is as simple as peeling tape from its seal. The distinction lies solely in the varying degrees of adhesion exhibited by different sealing techniques. Yet, the process of unbinding the curse was somewhat excruciating for the apothecary, Nanayu. She was compelled to keep her mouth agape, her tongue protruding, ensnared between the fingers of the practitioner, Jean. After a prolonged duration, this position led to an uncontrollable secretion of saliva from her mouth, accompanied by a peculiar sensation of acidity and numbness in her tongue. Nanoyu could indeed perceive a faint chakra lingering upon her tongue. After half an hour had elapsed, Jean finally released her, reaching for a nearby tissue to wipe his damp fingers. Nanoyu felt as if a great burden had been lifted. She too seized a tissue to dab her mouth, then approached the trash bin to expel the saliva, letting out a long, relieved sigh. "The curse has been lifted," Jean declared. Nanoyu did not sense any significant change. She attempted to whisper something regarding Danzo, only to find her body in perfect condition. "Prepare yourself, organize the records, and bring me what I desire." "Understood." Nanoyu bowed in acknowledgement and returned to the orphanage, where a group of children eagerly surrounded her, animatedly recounting how a number of adults had visited that day, bestowing upon them an abundance of gifts, clothing, snacks, toys, and books. Observing the radiant smiles on the children's faces softened her heart. Nanoyu responded to each child's exuberant chatter, hearing one call her mother director, which inadvertently brought a smile to her lips. Yet, contemplating her future, a bittersweet feeling washed over her. Jin's earlier mention of a new director had indeed come to pass. A middle-aged woman had arrived, exuding an air of rigidity. Nanoyu had reviewed her credentials, noting that she had been hired from outside the village and had previously worked as a teacher. The two exchanged greetings and engaged in conversation for an extended period, primarily with Nanoyu detailing everything about the orphanage and the personalities and preferences of the children. The middle-aged woman concluded, "Rest assured, Miss Nanoyu, I am quite adept at caring for children." With a tumult of emotions, Nanoyu exited the office, only to catch sight of a solitary figure, D. She approached him and inquired, "D, Director, why are you here all alone?" D appeared troubled, silently shaking his head in response to her question, gently stroking his hair. Nanoyu spoke softly, "If something is troubling you, you can confide in me. After all, I am your mother, am I not?" D, hugging his knees, buried his head in his arms. "Director, are you going to leave us?" Nanoyu was taken aback. "Why would you think that? I've noticed that every time you return from outside, you seem quite unhappy. Moreover, there's a rather intimidating woman who has come to the institute, and both Grandpa Yashaharu and Aunt Haraheim seem to fear her." Yano was taken aback by Do's keen observation. After a moment of contemplation, she gently replied, "Rest assured, Do, I would never leave you." Do lifted his gaze, eyes filled with anticipation, and asked, "Really?" Yano smiled and nodded. "At the very least, I will not abandon you." She then turned her attention to the other children, a shadow of melancholy crossing her features. In Orochimaru's laboratory, Danzo found himself barred from entry by two members of the AMBU. He scrutinized the two before him, recognizing them as members of the Hyuga clan. During the third Hokage's reign, the AMBU under Saratobi would never have dared to obstruct him, and he could enter Orochimaru's secretive laboratory outside the village at will. Soon, Orochimaru emerged, a cheerful smile gracing his face. What brings you here in person, Lord Danzo? Surely, you could have sent a subordinate to inform me. Danzo replied coolly. I feared my subordinates would be met with the same obstruction as I. Orochimaru chuckled. I happen to be in the midst of dissecting a corpse. I worry that Lord Danzo might find it unsettling. He then suggested, why not step over to my place instead? Danzo countered, I sought you out for a serious matter. Is there no place for official discussions in the Hokage building anymore? Orochimaru's eyes flickered momentarily, yet his smile remained undiminished. Whether business or personal, matters concerning Lord Danzo are equally significant to me. Would it not suggest a closer relationship if we were to meet at my residence? If you do not share this sentiment, the conference room at the Hokage building will suffice. Danzo regarded Orochimaru with a penetrating gaze, recognizing his growth. He had learned the art of moral persuasion. I was merely jesting with you. Orochimaru laughed. Am I not also jesting with Lord Danzo? Accompanied by their respective guards, the two men made their way to Orochimaru's home. These two must be new additions to the Anbu, Danzo remarked, indicating the two behind Orochimaru. Indeed. They are from the Hyuga clan, Orochimaru admitted, knowing that such matters were not easily concealed from Danzo. Danzo continued, if you need more personnel, just let me know. There are plenty of elite ninjas at the root. Ordinary ninjas often struggle to adapt swiftly to the demands of the Anbu. Orochimaru smiled. I believe in giving the youth a chance. I see great potential in them, hence their placement in the Anbu for practical experience. Upon entering the Hokage residence and proceeding to the living room, Danzo inquired, Fourth Hokage, why the sudden decision to send envoys to Sunagakure? Orochimaru paused at the question. Noticing his reaction, Danzo calmly pressed on. Is it possible that the fourth Hokage is unaware of this development? Orochimaru quickly regained his composure, a faint smile returning to his face. Sunagakure has rendered us significant assistance. It is only natural for us to maintain correspondence. My intention in sending them is to preserve the relationship between Konoha and Sunagakure. He had discerned the true purpose of Danzo's visit, dissatisfaction with the current occupant of the Hokage office. Tuanzo remarked softly, I did not anticipate that the fourth Hokage could balance the intricacies of village governance while remaining engrossed in his research. Orochimaru replied, he is merely assisting me with trivial matters concerning village disputes. For significant political and military affairs, he invariably seeks my counsel. Is that so? Tuanzo cast a sidelong glance. I fear there are decisions he has made that you are oblivious to. Orochimaru chuckled lightly. Is Lord Tuanzo expressing dissatisfaction with the truth? Tuanzo stated, as the Hokage, it is one thing to neglect duties, but to allow a child to occupy the Hokage's seat, meeting various individuals daily, do you not find that somewhat absurd? Over time, the villagers may come to believe that Hinata Makoto is the true Hokage. Orochimaru smirked inwardly, thinking, do I need Makoto, or do I require you? His face retained a smile, but his mind suddenly recalled Makoto's words spoken to him. Lord Tuanzo, you are overstating matters. He lacks the audacity for such a role. I just remembered something I intended to discuss with you. Observing Orochimaru diverting the conversation, Tuanzo furrowed his brow slightly. What is it? It pertains to the Konoha police force. Tuanzo was taken aback. The Uchiha clan? Orochimaru spoke slowly. Following the battle against the Rock Shinobi, the Uchiha clan has suffered significant losses. Their numbers are insufficient to fully uphold the responsibilities of the police force. Fugako had previously approached me regarding this matter, and I plan to supplement the ranks with ninjas from the village. Tuanzo tightened his breath. Orochimaru's gaze flickered. Perhaps, Lord Tuanzo, you could oversee this matter? The Konoha police force is essentially the lifeblood of the entire village. Did Orochimaru intend to cede this position to him? Tuanzo pondered whether Orochimaru had lost his senses or was attempting to show deference. After much contemplation, he concluded that Orochimaru's foundation was shaky, and he lacked the courage to confront him directly. Thus, he was compelled to demonstrate sincerity to placate him. Given this, if Tuanzo were to reject the offer, it would be a disservice to Orochimaru's goodwill. This unexpected turn of events delighted Tuanzo, elevating his spirits. Orochimaru smiled. Lord Tuanzo, the village will rely on you in the future. I hope you will be more tolerant of the younger generation. Tuanzo nodded in agreement. I believe Makoto is indeed a commendable young man. With proper honing, he shall become a pillar of our village. In the early morning, the cold wind swept through the deserted courtyard, a layer of frost coating the flowers and leaves, heralding the approach of winter. Ayano arose, donning an additional layer of clothing, as a restless night had left her feeling unwell. Just as she grasped the broom position nearby, she noticed a figure hastily entering. It was Nachika. Upon spotting Ayano, Nachika paused momentarily before stating, "I have come to find Makoto." His hurried arrival at such an early hour signified the urgency of his business. Ayano replied, "Lord Makoto has not yet risen. He retired quite late last night." Riz said, "Go call him. I have something of great importance to discuss." Upon their meeting, not a word of idle chatter was exchanged. After the demise of Rizuko, when the clan distanced themselves from Ayano, Riz had once visited her. Yet their relationship now seemed even more remote. Riz silently observed Ayano as she entered the living room, then followed her inside. Ayano approached the true Master's bedroom and gently knocked on the door. "Master Jin, Riz has arrived." Moments later, a voice from within replied, "Come in." Riz stood in the living room, watching Ayano enter Jin's chamber. This bedroom was unlike the one Rizuko had occupied. It was aromatic, filled with a delicate fragrance. Jin, who disliked sleeping on tatami mats, had replaced them with a large bed. The room was sparsely furnished, containing only a wardrobe and a bookshelf. Ayano noted that Jin was indeed fond of reading. Although the bed was spacious, it was only Jin who lay upon it. He was unaccustomed to having anyone beside him in this world. "What brings you here?" Jin had already sat up on the bed, rubbing his sleepy eyes. "I'm not sure. I was merely informed that it was of great importance." Ayano retrieved a garment from the wardrobe and began assisting Jin with dressing, an act that only she performed, as the former maid, Aki, had never done such things. Jin yawned and stretched lazily. "Are you very tired?" Ayano suddenly asked softly. Jin lifted his gaze to her. "What do you think?" Ayano lowered her head, standing close to him as she fastened his buttons. "If you're tired, you should go to bed earlier from now on. You're still young. It's not good for your health." She seemed to sense Jin's scrutinizing gaze, and her head dipped even lower as she finally uttered, "I'm sorry for my impertinence." Jin stepped out of the room and addressed Riz in the living room. "Let us go to the study." The two settled in the study, with Riz closing the door behind them. He handed a small booklet to Jin. Jin opened it to find it filled with densely packed information. Riz slowly began to explain. The Akatsuki organization of the Rain Country is currently employed by the Earth countries Iwagakure, gaining a modest reputation within both nations. Their leader, Yahiko, is quite well liked. Jin merely regarded the booklet Riz had presented, remaining silent. Riz continued, "The Akatsuki has developed rapidly. The internal relationships among its members transcend mere interests, resembling a gathering of like-minded individuals who willingly follow their leader, Yahiko." Jin suddenly inquired, "What do you believe is the attitude of a Wagakure towards the Akatsuki?" Riz, taken aback by the question, lowered his head and said, "I apologize. I had not considered that. I have failed in my duties." "That's all right," Jin replied. "Such matters can be anticipated. How could a Wagakure possibly remain indifferent to the emergence of such a group under their very noses?" He nodded at Riz, saying, "Thank you for your efforts, Riz." Riz responded, "It is merely my duty. There is no need to speak of hardship." Jin suggested, "You should take a break for a while. Afterward, I will arrange a significant position for you." Richa, taken aback, inquired, "What position?" "You will find out in due time," replied Shin. Richa appeared contemplative, hesitating to speak further. Observing his demeanor, Shin asked, "What troubles you?" After a moment's reflection, Richa began, "Ayano is currently my servant here." Shin interjected, "Oh? Are you feeling sympathy for her?" Richa chuckled, "What do I have to feel sympathy for? This arrangement is quite good. It allows me to protect her." Shin then queried, "By the way, Richa, what are your plans regarding marriage? If you have someone in mind, feel free to share." Even if they are from outside the clan, Richa replied that he was currently disinterested in such matters and preferred to set them aside for the time being. He then expressed his intention to take his leave. Upon exiting the study, he encountered Ayano, who was tidying up the courtyard. It was evident that she was unaccustomed to such tasks, her movements somewhat clumsy. Richa lingered in the living room until Ayano noticed him. She smiled, "Have you finished your discussion?" "Yes." "Is Lord Jin still in the study?" "Yes." "Then I must prepare breakfast," Ayano said hurriedly, setting aside her broom. Are there no other servants? Richa inquired. There are. I am currently learning to cook while observing from the side, she replied, hastily departing. Watching her flurry, Richa exhaled deeply and left as well. In the morning, Jun arrived at the Hokage building as usual, when Fugaku approached him unprompted. Do you have something to discuss, Senior Fugaku? Jun asked, surprised as he rose from his seat. Fugaku locked eyes with Jun and inquired. Jun-kun, what is the situation regarding the village's police force? In response, Jun stated, Are you referring to Lord Danzo? This is the Hokage's directive. I conveyed your intentions to the Hokage during our last discussion, and mentioned that we could select outstanding personnel from the village's ninjas to supplement the force. Fugaku asked, Did the Hokage then specify that Root would be supplemented into the police force? Jun shook his head. The Hokage merely indicated that it would be considered. I was unaware of the subsequent developments regarding Root members joining the police force. Fugaku's expression darkened slightly, fully aware of the nature of Root. Allowing Root members into the police force would tarnish the Uchiha clan's reputation. He had been contemplating how to persuade his clansmen to accept outsiders. But now he found himself the first to refuse. Noticing Fugaku's demeanor, Jin remarked, The members of Root under Lord Danzo are elite ninjas. I trust they will be capable of fulfilling this duty. It is my hope that your clansmen and the ninjas from Root can coexist harmoniously. However, these words were highly irksome to Fugaku, prompting him to ask, Where is the Hokage now? I need to speak with him. Jin nodded, certainly, and proceeded to inform him of Orochimaru's research facility's location. Fugaku departed hastily, yet returned to the Hokage's office by noon. Upon seeing him, Shin inquired with a smile, Did you meet with the Hokage, Fugaku-senpai? With a calm demeanor, Fugaku replied that he had indeed seen the Hokage, but was unable to accomplish his task. He had requested Orochimaru to rescind the order, but the latter had engaged in idle chatter, ultimately stating it was impossible. Orochimaru suggested that if Fugaku found it unacceptable, he could approach Danzo instead. Stepping closer to Shin, Fugaku took a deep breath and said, Shin, I need your assistance. Surprised, Shin asked, What do you require of me, Fugaku-senpai? Fugaku continued, I am willing to co-manage the Konoha police force alongside the Hyuga. Upon hearing this, Shin shook his head, stating, Such matters are within the expertise of your Uchiha clan. The Hyuga are not suited for this. Fugaku laid his cards on the table. Shin, name your conditions. I am willing to meet any reasonable demands you may have. As dusk approached, Fugaku exited the Hokage building, gazing at the crimson sky, his emotions tumultuous. Captain. The 8th and Inuzuka, who had been waiting outside, rushed over. Captain, what happened? Inquired Uchiha Hakudai. After a moment of silence, Fugaku slowly replied, Let us return. Convene a meeting with the clan members tonight. He turned to glance back at the Hokage building. Contemplating the unpredictability of fate, who would have thought that a mere youth from the Hyuga clan could ascend to such heights? It seemed that aligning with Orochimaru had elevated their status. Yet, he recalled that Hyuga Hayashi had previously been quite close with Minato. Most clans within the village, including Nara Shikaku, the leader of the elite J-Nin, were supporters of Minato. The source of this situation rested with the 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was evidently intent on promoting Minato to the position of Hokage. Who would dare voice dissent? In Fugaku's view, Sarutobi's misstep had ensnared the Uchiha in this predicament. Inquiring further, Inuzuka asked, Captain, are we truly to allow those from Root to join our Uchiha police force? Fugaku, slightly agitated, replied, This is the Hokage's decision. Upon returning home, his young son Itachi rushed over, exclaiming, Father, when can we practice shuriken together? Looking at his son, Fugaku felt a wave of relief wash over him. He ruffled Itachi's soft hair and smiled. Let's wait until tomorrow. It's too late today. Makoto emerged from the kitchen, apron-clad, and cheerfully announced, Dinner will be ready soon. Just a little longer. Later that night, at the Uchiha shrine, during the clan meeting, the members were fervently expressing their discontent, proclaiming that outsiders should not be permitted into their police force, urging Fugaku to convince the Hokage to retract the order. Fugaku, however, argued that the Uchiha were no longer capable of sustaining the entire police force. This was a matter of the village's security, and thus, the Uchiha must make concessions. Fugaku's words carried significant weight. Once uttered, the opposing voices swiftly dissipated, yet the expressions of the clan members still revealed their discontent regarding the matter. He sighed inwardly and subsequently offered some words of reassurance to the assembly. Following this, he issued several mandates. Henceforth, those responsible for security patrols were strictly prohibited from employing forceful measures and were required to don the Uchiha armband. Moreover, he urged the clan members to actively assist the villagers with their tasks, no matter how trivial, and to do so with utmost dedication. He aspired to distinguish the Uchiha from the villagers in their eyes and endeavored to restore some semblance of the Uchiha's reputation. At present, this was the only solution he could conceive. Fugaku witnessed the children selected from the orphanage, all of whom exhibited a certain cleverness in their daily lives, numbering around 20. These children merely possessed the potential for development. It was not guaranteed that they would be the final selections. The children gazed curiously at Shin, pondering the identity of this unfamiliar older brother beside Nanao. Among them, Shin recognized Kabuto, who initially displayed a rather solitary demeanor and had not been included among these children, but was specifically mentioned by Shin. Shin chose not to elaborate further. Instead, he instructed Nanao to inform the children that they would receive an education and become ninjas, serving the village. When one child inquired if they could return to the orphanage in the future, Nanao replied that they were chosen for their intelligence, and if they performed well, they could indeed return. The children, lacking comprehension of Nanao's words and uncertain of what their future lives would entail, understood only to heed the matron's guidance. The living conditions provided for these children were far superior to those in the orphanage, and they soon joyfully rushed to select their own rooms. "What troubles you?" Shin inquired, noticing a look of concern on Nanao's face. "Many of the children from the orphanage will inevitably become ninjas. We are merely altering the process. Although the village may be strict with them, it is with the intention of molding them into elites." Nanao remained silent in response. Shin continued, "Are you worried that I will turn them into ninjas akin to those from the root? Fear not. I have my own methodologies. After all, I am no demon." Nanao indeed harbored such apprehensions, for Root, known as the Umbu Training Department, was in reality an exceedingly ruthless and brutal organization, functioning as Danzo's private army. Shin recognized the necessity of having his own faction, yet a group of tools was far inferior to a community of devoted followers. The growth of these individuals required time, and Shin was more than patient enough, as he himself was still quite youthful. The initial results of the negotiations with the Hidden Mist were conveyed from the front lines. After a series of haggling between both parties, the Hidden Mist agreed to pay a considerable sum in exchange for the return of their 7 prized ninja blades. Gazing at the documents nestled within the envelope, I found them to be well within my acceptable range. The inhabitants of the Mist Village likely comprehend that without shedding blood, it would be impossible to reclaim the 7 ninja swords. If it were merely a matter of warfare, Mist could easily withdraw its forces and return to the land of water, without the necessity of signing any treaties with Konoha, separated as we are by the vast ocean, with Konoha traversing these waters to engage in battle with them. However, now that their possessions have fallen into the hands of Konoha, they are left with no choice. Mist wishes to repurchase the Three Tails, yet their request has been denied. Aside from official matters, I received a personal letter penned by Minato, expressing gratitude for my assistance in freeing Rin from the curse. He assured that upon his return to the village, he would personally come to express his thanks. Subsequently, I wrote a letter to convey to Kakashi and Minato, instructing them to refuse Mist's overtures and to prepare for a second round of negotiations, while increasing the price for the 7 ninja swords. I also urged them to inform Mist that if they cannot meet our terms, Konoha is capable of cultivating its own group of 7 swordsmen, suggesting that perhaps we may encounter each other again upon the battlefield. Konoha is not lacking in funds, nor is the Land of Fire, as the costs incurred during the war cannot be compensated merely with currency. Yet if Mist is willing to offer a greater sum, Konoha may consider selling the swords to them. I found myself engulfed in a whirlwind of tasks, both within and beyond the village, and even within the Hyuga clan, while still finding time in the afternoons to delve into books and further my understanding of chakra manipulation. This busy yet fulfilling life rekindled within me the sensation of striving for success that I had felt in my previous life. Alas, there was little companionship to share in the joys and sorrows of my experiences. Progress in Orochimaru's research finally emerged, and he eagerly summoned me to share his findings. In the laboratory, I beheld a glass petri dish containing a floating arm, the pallor of which was unsettlingly ashen. My mind had already conjured an answer, yet I feigned ignorance and asked, "What is this?" Orochimaru replied, "This is a product combining the body of White Zetsu with the cells of the first Hokage." I immediately inquired, "Is this intended for Obito?" Orochimaru responded, "He serves as an excellent subject for experimentation. His progress regarding the study of Hashirama's cells far surpassed that of the original narrative, primarily due to his possession of White Zetsu." Orochimaru had attempted experiments on various small animals, all of which met with failure. Obito would become the first human subject for this experimentation. I felt a twitch at the corner of my mouth. "So you have no successful cases to speak of. And yet you were eager to experiment on a human?" I could not help but voice my concern. "Aren't you afraid Obito might also perish?" Orochimaru replied, "He already possesses the cells of the first Hokage, and there appears to be no rejection. I suspect that non-human organisms cannot withstand Hashirama's cells." I found myself at a loss for words regarding Orochimaru's rigorous scientific approach. "You intend to leap directly to the final stage, bypassing many steps, do you not?" Orochimaru replied, "Obito is a unique case. There are no alternative subjects available, thus we must proceed as such." He confidently declared, "Rest assured, theoretically, there are no issues. I will not let him perish." In the bathroom, Jin leaned against the wall, gasping for breath as the shower's water cascaded over him, flowing along the contours of his muscular physique. At that moment, every inch of his skin trembled gently, as if something within his flesh were writhing. Jin was employing his chakra to stimulate the muscles throughout his body, striving for the utmost perfection in his training, a feat achievable only by him, who could induce high-frequency vibrations within his chakra. Yet, the process appeared excruciating, as pain subtly etched itself across Jin's face, prompting him to tilt his head back and draw in sharp breaths. Were it not for the remarkable results of such exertion, he would never subject himself to such torment. After a considerable duration, the tremors in his body ceased, though the sensation of pain lingered, and he leaned against the wall, panting heavily. Unsteadily, he approached the sink. Gazing into the mirror at his reflection, the ghastly scar across his chest had faded significantly compared to before. A sudden realization washed over him. He felt transformed, not in body, but in the hardened visage that stared back at him, far more severe than he recalled. Was this truly how he appeared to others? He tugged at the corners of his mouth, suddenly breaking into a gentle, sunny smile, resembling an amiable neighborly boy. Yet, as that smile faded, it was as if he had become a different person altogether. His dark eyes shone with an unsettling emptiness that sparked inexplicable trepidation in those who met his gaze. It was a pity he had never pursued acting in his previous life, he mused. "Towel," he called out towards the outside. As soon as he spoke, the bathroom door swung open, and Ayano entered, cradling a white towel in her hands. Her eyes flickered with emotion at the sight of him, and she instinctively lowered her gaze. Jin stretched his body, emitting a sound of satisfaction. Ayano began to wipe the water from his skin. But as she beheld his physique, so unlike that of an average teenage boy, she found herself unable to resist reaching out to touch the warmth and firmness of his back. "What are you doing?" Jin inquired suddenly. Ayano, startled, quickly withdrew her hand and resumed her task. "Dinner is ready," she said softly. "I also prepared a dish. It's something I've just learned." Noticing Jin's silence, Ayano felt a twinge of disappointment, then knelt on the bathroom floor, continuing her work with the towel. Dressed in loose-fitting attire, Jin emerged from the bathroom, feeling refreshed. Autumn had set the table, and upon seeing Jin, she quickly bowed in greeting. Jin glanced at the array of dishes laid before him and instantly recognized which one Ayano had prepared. The unfortunate-looking fish, lying dismally on the plate, seemed out of place among the other exquisite dishes. In the autumn, Aki gazed silently at the fish, and then explained, "This was prepared by Ayano. She has only recently begun to learn cooking, yet her progress has been remarkable." Jin inquired, "Why didn't she start with something simpler?" Aki felt a twinge of embarrassment. "It was her wish to prepare fish, so I guided her." Jin picked up his chopsticks and took a bite, only to spit it out the next moment. Noticing this, Aki hurriedly approached to remove the fish. "I apologize, Lord Jin. I will ensure Ayano learns to cook properly from now on. With a resigned tone, Jin replied. Just take it away. It was perplexing. In the original work, the devoted Hinata appeared to be a model housewife. Yet both Ayano and Ayari seemed utterly devoid of culinary talent. Aki took the fish away, leaving Jin to dine alone at the table, where he now had an impressive appetite, consuming 3 to 4 bowls of rice by himself. Ayano emerged from the bathroom, gently wiping the water from the corners of her mouth as she approached the dining table, momentarily taken aback. Jin bluntly stated, "The fish was inedible, take it away." With her head bowed, Ayano responded, "I'm sorry, I will strive to improve." Jin understood that Ayano was seeking his approval. She was acutely aware that he was her only ally now. He advised, "Start with something simple." Ayano continued to apologize. After Jin finished his meal, Ayano took the initiative to tidy up the remnants. Compared to her arrival, she had grown more conscientious, recognizing her situation and position. However, apart from Jin and Aki, she was reluctant to converse with anyone else. The household servants looked at her with a mixture of disdain and schadenfreude. Once the esteemed future matriarch, who had once commanded them, now found herself in a similar plight, it was a source of satisfaction for them. No, she was even more wretched. She was the fiancée of that sinner, Nichi. Ayano could sense their thoughts, yet she scorned the idea of stooping to their level. Instead, she silently endured the daily humiliation. She believed that once Jin's perception of her changed, she could reclaim her rightful status. For now, her sole duty was to serve Jin well. Ayari would often visit, typically when Jin was absent, and their encounters had become more frequent than ever before. Ayano recognized that Ayari was concerned for her, which prompted her daily visits. During their conversations, Ayano asked if Ayari was aware of Jin's affection for her. Upon hearing this, Ayari exhibited a shy demeanor, neither confirming nor denying. Ayano then inquired about Ayari's feelings towards Jin. Ayari remained reticent. Ayano remarked, "When I previously mentioned Nichi, you didn't even blush." Since the annulment of Ayari's engagement to Nichi, many within the clan speculated whether it was related to Jin, particularly given the closeness between Jin and Ayari. Outsiders have been speculating, yet Ayano could discern the truth at a glance. Ayari merely remarked, "I am uncertain. I have never contemplated this before. I merely perceive him as someone rather special." Ayano inquired, "Isn't Nichi also special?" Ayari replied, "Nichi is indeed special, but the two are different." She could not articulate why, although she and Nichi had grown up together as childhood friends, bound by a betrothal established from a young age. Their relationship was exceedingly close. However, perhaps it was this very closeness that rendered her heart untroubled in Nichi's presence. She had long accepted him as her destined partner, and the feelings and experiences associated with it felt rather mundane. Yet, everything changed. Ever since that day when Ayari broached the subject of marriage, Nichi had candidly expressed his desire for her not to wed, leaving Ayari's heart in disarray. Subsequently, when encountering Nichi, it became increasingly challenging for her to regard him as the boy who had trailed her since childhood. Ayari felt a twinge of irritation. "Nichi, this fellow is particularly bothersome." Suddenly, Ayano addressed her. "Ayari, why not agree to Nichi?" Ayari looked at her in astonishment. "How could you?" Ayano, with a serious demeanor, insisted, "I mean it. Agree to him." Ayari then fell silent, choosing not to respond further. As for Obito and Kakashi, the effects of anesthesia were gradually waning. Obito felt as though he had enjoyed a profoundly restful slumber, awakening still upon Orochimaru's operating table. However, this time, he distinctly sensed the presence of his right arm. Orochimaru was nearby, concocting some elixir. Obito attempted to rise, scrutinizing his right arm. Unlike the one he had while with Madara, this arm exuded a sense of strength. "Do not move," Orochimaru cautioned, turning to hand him a vial filled with a verdant liquid. "Drink this." Obito gazed at the green liquid within the vial, finding it peculiar, yet resolutely tipped it back. Swallowing it whole, it bore no bitterness and lacked flavor, save for a slight thickness. Obito exhaled deeply and queried, "Lord Hokage, what has become of me?" Orochimaru replied, "What? Cannot you perceive it yourself?" Obito glanced at his arm once more, clenching his fist tightly. "My arm. Fear not, it will surpass your original arm in quality." At last, Obito's anxious heart settled. and he felt a surge of joy as he vigorously swung his fist, stirring the air. He then asked, "Am I able to continue my training and pursue my path as a ninja as before?" Orochimaru retorted, "Who is preventing you from being a ninja?" Obito chuckled, scratching his head, before descending from the operating table and bowing deeply to Orochimaru. "Thank you, Lord Hokage." Orochimaru smiled faintly, presenting him with a roll of bandages and a scroll. "Obito, you are indeed unique. Make good use of this arm, and do not squander the efforts I have invested in you." As Obito unrolled the scroll, he was taken aback to discover it contained several secret techniques of wood release. He was filled with astonishment. Orochimaru remarked, "This is an additional gift from me." Upon exiting Orochimaru's laboratory, Obito's newly regenerated right arm was wrapped in bandages, appearing less conspicuous. Mimicking Kakashi, he tilted his forehead protector to conceal his empty left eye. Casting aside all his confusions, Obito eagerly set off to find Rin and Kakashi. The three gathered at Ichiraka Ramen for a celebratory meal in honor of Obito's recovery. They had visited this place together shortly after Obito returned to the village, and the ramen chef once again laid eyes on the resilient youth. Although during their last visit, Obito had been one-armed. "Now, we can embark on missions together once more." Rin chuckled. "I will request the Hokage to allow us to go to the front lines," Obito declared. "Obito, the battles at the front have already concluded, and Minato-sensei is about to return," Rin informed him. "Is that so?" Obito scratched his head, having not kept abreast of recent events. Kakashi remained silent, quietly savoring his ramen. "Kakashi, why are you so quiet?" Obito inquired. His eyes twinkled mischievously as he added, "Kakashi, are you feeling a sense of crisis, fearing I may surpass you soon?" Kakashi's expression remained calm. "You should find another teammate." Both Obito and Rin were taken aback. Obito questioned, "Kakashi, what do you mean?" Kakashi replied nonchalantly, "I am joining the Umbu. I will no longer undertake missions with you." Obito and Rin exchanged glances, perplexed. Obito asked, "Kakashi, why the sudden desire to join such a place?" Kakashi simply stated, "The Umbu is a place that hones one's skills. I wish to become stronger." He then addressed Obito, "If you wish to protect those around you, strive to grow stronger as well. Currently, you are incapable of achieving anything." Obito felt a surge of anger. "I do not need your guidance on such matters. I am well aware." He had once envisioned fighting alongside Kakashi in the future, their Sharingan making a formidable name for themselves. Even fantasizing their titles would be as renowned and impressive as Minato-sensei's. However, Kakashi's sudden decision to join the Umbu shattered that dream in an instant. "Kakashi, does Minato-sensei know about your joining the Umbu?" Rin hesitated to ask. "This is my own decision. It has nothing to do with Minato-sensei," Kakashi replied. "I'm already a Jonin and fully aware of my actions. Perhaps, Kakashi, you should wait for Minato-sensei to return before." "I said this has nothing to do with Minato-sensei." Rin wished to persuade Kakashi further, but he interrupted her coldly. Obito, feeling a surge of anger, exclaimed, "What is with your attitude? Rin is concerned about you too." Kakashi retorted, "Obito, if you wish to lecture me, first earn the rank of Jonin." With that, Kakashi departed alone, leaving Obito seething in his seat. Has he lost his mind? Obito muttered under his breath. Rin, gazing at Kakashi's retreating figure, felt a pang of worry. Her intuition suggested that Kakashi was grappling with something significant, opting to face it alone. Though outwardly furious, Obito found his thoughts lingering on Kakashi's earlier words, become stronger. Did Kakashi perceive himself as inadequate? Could he, who was even weaker, truly protect Rin? Obito believed he understood Kakashi's sentiment. Perhaps the recent events had profoundly affected him. He glanced at his own right arm, wrapped tightly in bandages, and clenched his fist resolutely. "I must become stronger." Kakashi arrived at the Hokage's office within the tower, where serious matters of the village were being attended to. "I am here to report," he announced. Jin, lifting his gaze briefly, responded, "Follow Haramaru." Suddenly, a ninja clad in Umbu attire appeared before them. Jin instructed Kakashi, "Accompany Haramaru to your report." Kakashi nodded and left with the Umbu. They descended the stairs and entered a room on the second floor. "Haramaru," he said, as they entered what resembled a lounge, where 3 individuals were present. Upon their arrival, the others greeted them warmly. Haramaru removed his mask, revealing a face similar in age to Kakashi's. This is our new member, Hatake Kakashi, assigned to our squad by Lord Jin. Kakashi then noticed that all present were members of the Hyuga clan, each possessing the Byakugan. So this is the illustrious Kakashi, one of them remarked, drawing everyone's attention as they scrutinized him. Hiramaru opened a nearby storage cabinet and retrieved a uniform and mask. Your registration has long been completed, and these have been prepared for you in advance. Hiramaru introduced the 3 individuals present, explaining that their squad, including Kakashi, comprised 12 members. Some were assigned to work alongside the Hokage, while others were stationed within the Hokage Tower. Kakashi found it somewhat astonishing. This Umbu squad seemed quite unique. Hiramaru continued. Our squad is distinct. We do not require code names, and we may address each other by our names directly. Kakashi pondered this for a moment before posing his first question. What tasks do we typically undertake? Hokage stated, the missions are personally assigned by Lord Shin and Lord Hokage. When there are no missions, we serve as their personal guards, rotating among 12 individuals. Personal guards. Hokage chuckled. What? Are you somewhat disappointed? Kakashi did not deny it, nodding in agreement. I had presumed that the work of the Umbu would be far more perilous than that of ordinary ninjas. At this moment, a member of the Hyuga clan burst into laughter. Why the urgency? Your wish shall be fulfilled, Hokage remarked, when accompanying Lord Shin, aside from errands and delivering messages. There isn't much else to do. However, being by Lord Hokage's side, rest assured, the dangers you seek will certainly be present. Soon, Minato and Jiku returned. Accompanied by hundreds of ninjas who had been on a mission, villagers flocked to the main street to welcome their triumphant return. In such occasions, everyone was present, including Orochimaru. Clad in the Hokage robe and wearing a fire symbol hat, standing before the crowd. The scene was both grand and festive, with lanterns adorning the streets and numerous banners displayed, while people cheered exuberantly on either side. At Minato's side stood Jiku and Hachi, who respectfully bowed to Orochimaru. With a smile, Orochimaru approached Minato, assisting him to rise and offering words of consolation. Jiku's gaze quickly scanned the crowd behind Orochimaru. Both advisors to the Hokage were present, as well as Jiraiya. Yet there was no sign of a third Hokage. Minato also brought with him the substantial war reparations paid by the village hidden in the mist, which could be deemed as the price for acquiring the 7 ninja swords. After reviewing it, Orochimaru felt quite satisfied, as it meant he could expand his research facility. The celebration continued in high spirits for quite some time, and eventually, the senior officials gathered at the Hokage building, where Orochimaru publicly praised Minato and Jiku, rewarding them generously. Following this, he spoke many formalities, with Shin present throughout. Jiku occasionally cast glances at the remarkably youthful boy amidst the crowd. He had heard much about this individual, the new clan leader of the Hyuga, who was currently managing the village. Orochimaru then suggested that everyone, having endured a long day, could return home for a brief respite, as a celebratory banquet was prepared for the evening. Upon exiting the Hokage building, Minato bid farewell to everyone, returning to the village with a somewhat complex state of mind. He had thought the position of Hokage was within his grasp, only to find that someone had ascended to it before him. Waiting outside were Rin, Obito, and Kushina, who immediately approached him. After exchanging pleasantries, Minato noticed Obito's right arm with some surprise. Obito explained that Lord Hokage had reattached it, mentioning the cells of Hashirama and the wood release technique. After a moment of contemplation, Minato admitted his unfamiliarity with such matters, but remarked, since Lord Hokage has said so, you must work hard and not let the reputation of wood release fade. Obito responded with a smile, that is assured, I intend to become Hokage in the future. Minato merely smiled and gently patted his shoulder. What about Kakashi? He inquired. Kakashi. Rin and Obito exchanged glances, hesitating to speak. What happened to Kakashi? Minato pressed. Kakashi has joined the Umbu and is currently on duty, Rin replied. Minato was taken aback and glanced at Kushina, who remarked, Kakashi mentioned it was his decision, believing he could gain better training in the Umbu. Minato fell silent for a moment, then smiled at Obito and Rin, saying, come on. Let's south head to my place first. On the way back, Minato contemplated whether to stop by the third Hokage, but after some reflection, He concluded that the absence of the third today had already conveyed much. The evening banquet was not merely for the Hokage and high-ranking officials. It included all the ninjas of the village and was set in the clearing above the Hokage Rock, having been arranged well before the frontline personnel returned. The gathering started a bit late, with every table already filled. Youngsters sat together, as did the adults, engaging in lively conversation and toasting one another. The older generation boasted of their heroics on the battlefield, depicting the mist and rock ninjas as lost dogs. As spirits rose, some waved their arms exuberantly, while others laughed and cried amidst the emotion. The unending wars had brought only sorrow and suffering to Konoha, and everyone desperately needed such an occasion to release their pent-up feelings. Makoto. Suddenly, he heard someone calling his name. Turning around, he found it was Anko, who was seated with Rin, Obito, and other peers, with Kakashi among them. A quick glance revealed familiar faces: Might Guy, Nara Shikaku, Asuma, Shizune, and others. These youths, unable to drink, gathered to share a meal and converse. Makoto, will you join us? Obito cheerfully invited. No, you all have fun, Makoto replied with a gentle smile, declining the invitation. After he left, someone asked who he was, as he seemed somewhat familiar. Kakashi interjected, his name is Hyuga Makoto, the new head of the Hyuga clan, and also the Hokage's assistant. A few youths were taken aback, finding it hard to believe that he appeared to be of similar age. Rin. He is the one you saved on the battlefield, right? Anko suddenly asked Rin. Rin nodded affirmatively, adding that it was indeed Makoto who helped dispel the curse on her. Makoto proceeded to the innermost table where Orochimaru sat, surrounded by the heads of various clans and notable ninjas, including Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Minato. Makoto, why are you so late? Orochimaru asked with a faint smile from his seat of honor. Makoto internally rolled his eyes, thinking, you've left all the affairs to me and still have the audacity to call me late. I apologize, Lord Hokage, some matters held me up. So, this is the esteemed Makoto, Kakashi remarked with a smile. Elder Kakashi, Makoto greeted him warmly. Jinjun is indeed a valuable aid to Hokage-sama, Fujitake remarked with a smile. Fujitake-senpai, you flatter me, Jin replied modestly. The gathering consisted entirely of adults, each holding a prominent position within the village, which made Jin feel somewhat out of place. Drawing numerous curious glances, he greeted everyone in attendance with utmost courtesy, maintaining the demeanor befitting a junior. Unlike other settings, this table was devoid of genuine emotional exchanges. However, they refrained from discussing official matters, instead reminiscing about past events. Though these individuals may have differing political views within the village on the battlefield, they were comrades who entrusted each other with their lives. Aside from Shin, most of them were roughly of the same age, and the atmosphere during the gathering was quite congenial. Jiraiya, having indulged a bit too much, suddenly began recounting tales of his youthful escapades, inciting the ire of the only woman present, Tsunade, who seized his collar, ready to deliver a reprimand. Sensing the impending conflict, Minato hurried to intervene. The others could hardly contain their amusement. Such antics were unthinkable for them, and only individuals like Tsunade and Jiraiya could afford to be so carefree. Or perhaps one might say, unrestrained. Jin found it difficult to interject into the conversation, so he attentively listened while savoring the food. After a day filled with duties, he was genuinely hungry. Observing others exchanging drinks while he held only a beverage, he felt a twinge of envy, yet he remained mindful of his status as a minor. In the world of Japanese manga, minors could bring about cataclysmic events and take lives without hesitation, yet were prohibited from consuming alcohol. As the meal progressed, Jiraiya excused himself, making several gestures indicative of nausea. Minato promptly assisted him to the edge of the cliff to relieve himself. Tsunade expressed her disdain for Jiraiya's behavior, commenting that having Minato as a disciple was truly a blessing from his previous life. The festivities continued late into the night, until villagers arrived to call their families home for rest. The area was thick with the scent of alcohol. Some had already succumbed to slumber atop the tables, while others rambled incoherently. As the revelry gradually subsided, the atmosphere atop the Hokage Rock became tranquil, leaving only disarray in its wake. Jun remained behind, perched atop Orochimaru's statue, enjoying the evening breeze. Under the streetlights, groups of departing villagers stumbled along, humming rhythmic melodies, their laughter and banter merging into the serene night. The waning moon hung solitary in the sky, casting its gentle glow upon the peaceful village below, punctuated occasionally by distant barks, resembling a faint, elusive dream. In the Hokage's office, Shin glanced at the documents in his hand before looking at the middle-aged man standing before him, clad in a striking green jumpsuit. He was hard to miss. Might Guy, is it? Shin inquired. Indeed, Lord Shin, the man replied, flashing a broad smile that revealed a row of gleaming white teeth. His bushy eyebrows twitching slightly. Shin felt a bit speechless. Facing such an eccentric individual, he sensed his own aesthetic sensibilities recoiling at the sight of the man before him. The individual's background is rather unremarkable. He remains a low-ranking ninja, possessing little talent beyond taijutsu. In his youth, he participated in several Nin exams but was ultimately eliminated due to his lack of versatility. When asked if he had teammates to apply for a B-rank mission, Might Guy replied with a hearty smile, "Not yet. I hope you, Lord Shin, can assist me with a recommendation." B-rank missions are anticipated to involve potential confrontations with enemy ninjas, varying in strength from rogue ninjas to renowned figures. Typically, these tasks are led by seasoned Nin, while solo execution is generally reserved for Nin. Guy's record predominantly consists of D-rank tasks, such as menial labor and retrieving lost items, with C-rank missions being a rarity. Shin inquired about the response from the mission office. Guy scratched his head and replied, "They said it's fine as long as I can find a teammate." Shin quickly deduced that Guy likely came to him because he was unable to secure a companion. "Why do you wish to undertake a B-rank mission?" he asked. "Nothing much. Just hoping to earn a bit more compensation," Guy responded. Shin opened a drawer and sifted through a file, eventually identifying a suitable candidate. He then perused the recent mission list. There's an intelligence-gathering task. Are you capable of handling it? Upon hearing this, Guy's spirits lifted instantly. "I will give it my all." Shin, feeling exasperated, remarked, "Just don't wear that outfit during the mission. You'll surely be recognized." Guy chuckled awkwardly, acknowledging the advice. Shin then produced a blank sheet of paper, penned a note, affixed a seal, and handed it, along with a file, to Guy. "Seek out this individual. The two of you will form a team for this mission." Guy, glancing at the document, was immediately taken aback. Maruksen Gyuk, a low-ranking ninja? Shin waved his hand, signaling him to leave. With a heart full of trepidation, Guy pondered how he was assigned a teammate who appeared to be the same age as his own son. It seemed rather unreliable. Nevertheless, he reassured himself that as long as it was a mission, he would strive to complete it. With that thought, he exited the office with renewed enthusiasm. Not long after Guy departed, another youth, strikingly similar in appearance to him, entered the office. Shin sighed inwardly, realizing that where the father had left, the son had arrived. "Shin, please allow me to join the Umbu," Might Guy exclaimed eagerly as he burst through the door. Shin was taken aback, thinking, "Even his father addresses me as Lord, yet this young man dares to call me by my name?" He could not help but rub his forehead in exasperation. "Why do you harbor such thoughts?" Might Guy, brimming with excitement, declared, "Kakashi is my destined rival. He has entered the Umbu. How can I fall behind? I never anticipated encountering such a remarkable scene. In the end," I remarked, "the Umbu is not suited for you. It would be wiser to contemplate how to become a Jonin." However, Might Guy persisted, exclaiming, "No, I will strive with all my effort." With a sigh, I replied, "You should take a look at who is standing at the entrance." Upon hearing this, Might Guy was momentarily taken aback, then rushed to the office door to scrutinize the Umbu on duty. He exclaimed, "This person resembles Kakashi." Kakashi responded with silence. After a brief pause, Might Guy exclaimed, "You can't possibly be Kakashi, can you?" Kakashi could not help but mutter under his breath, "Fool." Indeed, it was Kakashi. Might Guy, now even more exhilarated, hurried back to me, saying, "Please let me join the Umbu." I then stated, "If you cannot even discern Kakashi's obvious features, your observational skills are lacking. The Umbu often engages in covert intelligence operations, and yet your proficiency in the basic transformation technique is barely passing. Do you believe you are fit for this role?" The Umbu consists of elite ninjas, and a Chunin aspiring to join must undergo rigorous selection. Might Guy stood there, speechless. Kakashi, stationed outside, quietly listened to their exchange. deeming Guy's behavior reckless and foolish, yet he had become intrigued by the idea of joining the Umbu after hearing about it the previous night. Guy appeared somewhat disheartened, as the disparity between him and Kakashi seemed vast in my eyes. Observing the determined boy before me, I contemplated briefly and said, "If you can defeat Kakashi, I might reconsider." Upon hearing this, Guy instantly perked up. "I will certainly do it." At that moment, I called out, "Kakashi." Kakashi, clad in his Umbu attire and wearing a mask, entered coolly and stood by. "You heard everything," I remarked. "Indeed," Kakashi replied succinctly. I continued, "Take a half day off, and just report the results to me later." Kakashi and Guy exited the Hokage building together. Kakashi had removed his mask, now dressed in a sharp vest. Guy confidently grinned, saying, "Kakashi, let us commence our duel. This is a battle fueled by the fervor of youth." Kakashi's response was rather nonchalant, perhaps accustomed to such enthusiasm. Glancing at the sky, he felt it was still early and suggested, "Let us grab a bite to eat." Guy paused for a moment, then hurried to catch up with Kakashi, asking, "Why the sudden craving for food? Are you hungry?" "Yes, my stomach is empty, and I cannot exert my full strength," Kakashi replied. "Well then, Kakashi, make sure you eat plenty," Guy exclaimed. "Eating too much before intense exercise might lead to a stomachache," Kakashi cautioned. "Then you should eat a lot while also moderating your intake," Guy suggested. The two of them made their way down the street, with Guy chattering animatedly beside Kakashi, full of exuberance. Standing silently before the floor-to-ceiling window of the office, he gazed at the retreating figures of two individuals, a sense of inexplicable sentimentality swelling within him. He pondered the fact that he had no friends at all. His eyes wandered to the mountain of documents cluttering his desk, and a wave of irritation washed over him. In the evening, Kakashi returned, surprised to find him leaning back in his chair, idly swaying. He inquired, "Aren't you off work yet?" To which he retorted, "Do you think I would be here if I had finished for the day?" Kakashi replied, "I thought perhaps there was a chance you hadn't clocked out." He merely smiled faintly in response. An awkward silence enveloped them, until Kakashi finally spoke. "Guy has won." He calmly countered, "I do not believe it." Realizing his deception had been uncovered, Kakashi refrained from further argument, stating, "Guy is exceptionally talented. You might want to consider it." He asked, "In which aspect?" Kakashi recalled their battle earlier that day, where, under the twilight, Guy had been knocked down countless times, yet still struggled to rise. He had scolded Guy then, asserting that the Umbu was not his rightful place, and that such tenacity was misguided. "He is indeed remarkable. I will consider it. You may return now." Kakashi nodded, turning to leave the office. As he reached the door, he glanced back inside. The spacious room was empty save for him, sitting alone. The desk devoid of any remaining paperwork, surely all official matters had been settled. Was he waiting for him? Kakashi pondered, uncertainty gnawing at him. As night fell, he returned to the Hyuga clan compound, bypassing his own residence to stand before Ayaka's home. He found his actions somewhat peculiar, continually visiting a young woman's house late at night. Despite this thought, he raised his hand and knocked on the door. With the sound of approaching footsteps, the door swung open. Ayaka appeared, freshly bathed, her hair still damp, clad in a simple nightgown, the scent of shampoo wafting toward him, distinct from that of Ayano. Seeing him at her doorstep, Ayaka pressed her lips together, asking, "What brings you here?" He smiled lightly. "What? Am I not welcome?" One stood outside while the other lingered within, both simply standing there. Ayaka contemplated whether inviting him in would lead to a repeat of that fateful night. "Please come in." As he stepped into the warmth of her home, he felt a noticeable comfort. The air was growing colder. Winter was approaching. "Why are you dressed so lightly?" Sibi, in his usual exuberance, dashed over to him, wagging his tail. Ayaka poured him a glass of water. He fixed his gaze on her and suddenly asked, "What do you do during the day?" I mean, what activities do you typically engage in?" Eri found it rather peculiar and, after some contemplation, remarked, "There is no fixed pattern. Sometimes I lie at home. Other times I venture out with friends to shop and dine." "Do you still have friends?" Shin inquired. Eri scoffed. "What do you mean by that? Who doesn't he have friends? Why should my friends feel the need to meet you?" She pouted slightly, lifting her teacup and gently caressing it. Upon reflection, it seemed that Eri indeed lacked companions. This woman was truly unfortunate. Suddenly, Shin recalled the deceased Irubo. who often sought him out. What are you thinking about? Eri interrupted his reverie. Jin smiled. Thinking of you. Eri's cheeks flushed slightly, and she retorted, how inappropriate. Jin did not linger long, as their conversation merely grazed the surface of mundane matters before he rose to leave. The events Eri had anticipated did not transpire. As she accompanied him to the door, Jin turned around with a smile. Aren't you going to give me a farewell kiss? Eri, her face reddening, replied, dream on. Jin departed, gradually vanishing into the night along the corridor. Eri felt a pang of melancholy, pondering why Jin, the fool, could not be a bit more persistent. The evening breeze caressed her, and Eri, clad in thin garments, felt a chill. With no one in sight, she lowered her head and slowly turned to close the door. By day, Jin was occupied with official duties when he unexpectedly received a report from a subordinate. Members of Root had clashed with the Uchiha on the streets. After a moment's thought, he inquired if Fugaku had arrived. The Umbu responded that Fugaku had yet to appear when they returned to report. Approaching the floor-to-ceiling window, Jin utilized his sensory abilities to investigate and confirmed Fugaku's presence. He then conveyed to the Umbu, I understand, before resuming his work. Meanwhile, on the streets of Konoha, Fugaku was bowing an apology to two Root ninjas. Bystanders whispered among themselves, while the Uchiha behind him displayed visible anger. Fugaku seemed oblivious to the commotion around him, accepting all blame for the incident on behalf of the Uchiha. The Root ninja before him was a man named Y Ninja Rima, whom many, including Fugaku, recognized as a significant figure under Danzo's command. Captain Fugaku, you exaggerate. It is not solely the Uchiha's fault. We share some responsibility, Rima stated. Regardless, we should not have resorted to violence, Fugaku replied. I will ensure to properly reprimand my clan upon my return. Rima remarked, Captain Fugaku, since we are now working together, it is inevitable that we will interact daily. Mutual understanding is imperative. Fugaku smiled. You are right, Rima-san. The parties then parted ways. Though the Uchiha behind Fugaku remained discontented, Fugaku sighed and remarked, I have already cautioned you all against clashing with those from the Root. Captain, why must we show such forbearance towards them? Indeed, it is they who act unreasonably. It was only after being provoked that we resorted to violence. Unable to provide a satisfactory explanation, Fugaku ultimately stated, in any case, you must heed my words. I shall not permit those from the Root to remain in the security team for long. In the Hokage building, Kakashi escorted Guy to his Umbu team. Guy held in his hands a newly received Umbu uniform, mask, and standard short blade. Kakashi observed Guy clad in his green jumpsuit and said, Did I not instruct you to change into different attire? You possess no concealment whatsoever in that. Guy, however, beamed as he produced another outfit from his bag, stating, I will simply wear an extra layer on top. Kakashi frowned, replying, Wearing something so bulky will hinder your movements. Guy confidently chuckled, Not at all. This set is specially designed to be ultra-thin. It can serve perfectly as an underlayer. As they entered the room, two individuals were resting inside. Kakashi called out Hayashi, who then turned to the man beside Kakashi and said with a smile, This must be Might Guy. The esteemed Hokage has already mentioned you. Guy displayed his signature grin, gave a thumbs up, and introduced himself. Indeed, I am the proud Azure Beast of Konoha. Might Guy. He flashed his 2 rows of gleaming white teeth. Hayashi's smile faltered as he glanced at Kakashi, who remained silent and subtly distanced himself from Guy. Might Guy, undeterred, greeted Hayashi and the others with enthusiasm. We shall be teammates from now on. I look forward to working with you. Hayashi offered a forced nod, pondering whether the esteemed Hokage had lost his mind by admitting such an eccentric into the Umbu. Kakashi introduced, This is Hyuga Hayashi, and that is Hyuga Shinki. Guy cheerfully exclaimed, Hello to you all. Kakashi, with a hint of exasperation, urged, First, let us get you into your uniform. We are to report to the Hokage today. Guy immediately perked up, thrilled that this was his inaugural mission since joining the Umbu. He swiftly donned the outfit he had brought, while Hayashi and Shinki observed with blank expressions as Guy layered his new uniform over the green jumpsuit. All set, Kakashi. Let us depart. Once the two had left, Shinki could not help but ask Hayashi, Is this fellow perhaps lacking in intellect? As I recalled, Huamin suddenly remarked that during our time at the Ninja Academy, there was an individual who, despite failing all subjects except for physical training, would diligently exercise on the playground every day. He set himself an array of seemingly unattainable goals, justifying it as self-discipline. Qingxi expressed her astonishment. Is there really such a person? Huomin replied, Kakashi and I are not from the same class. I have only heard of him. However, since he was arranged here by the esteemed leader, there must be a reason behind it. The first snowfall after the onset of winter blanketed the entire village in pure white. Jin walked along the unshoveled, snow-covered streets, the crunch of his boots resonating with each step. He realized he was not as resilient to the cold as the locals, having donned thick clothing early on. After a discussion with a group of merchants, he was on his way back, reflecting on how the village was steadily returning to normal under his governance. I could really go for some hot pot, Jin mused aloud. His loyal attendant, Huomin, promptly reminded him, there are hot pot restaurants in the village. If the esteemed leader wishes for some, we can certainly go. Jin merely shook his head, for the local hot pot was the traditional Japanese style. While he craved one brimming with red oil, visibly adorned with chili peppers, a group of children frolicked in the street, and a snowball unexpectedly struck Shin. Kinji, you threw it at the wrong person, he exclaimed. I'm sorry. Jin gently brushed the snow off his clothes, smiling lightly as he reassured them that it was no trouble, watching as the children scampered away in laughter. Suddenly, he recalled a plan concerning these children. Next year, the Ninja Academy would need to significantly increase its enrollment. Otherwise, the number of ninjas in Konoha would take a long time to recover. However, with the war just concluded, not all villagers would be willing to send their children to the academy. Jin realized he needed to devise a way to persuade them. Let us go for some barbecue, Jin suggested abruptly. He then led Huomin to a barbecue restaurant on West Street. The business was noticeably livelier in the snowy weather, and upon entering, they were greeted by a bustling atmosphere. A server informed them that there were no available seats and they would need to wait. That's quite all right. We can wait, Jin replied. Huomin quietly advised, your esteemed status could easily persuade the owner to clear a spot for you. Jin shot him a glance, retorting, would that not make me a tyrant in the village? It is perfectly normal to wait in line for a meal. A little delay can even heighten one's appetite. However, he noticed that several people were already seated on the benches outside, and he wondered how long they would have to wait. At that moment, a figure peeked out from the restaurant. Jin. Turning at the call, Jin couldn't help but chuckle. Hongdo, is that you? Hongdo smiled brightly, her eyes crinkling at the corners. I just saw someone at the entrance who looked a bit like you. We are having a gathering inside. Would you like to join us? Jin inquired. You all? Red Bean directly tugged at Jun's arm and led him into the shop, saying, I can introduce you. Huomin quickly followed suit. They took a seat in a private booth, and upon lifting the curtain, Jin discovered a considerable number of patrons within. Jin. Kakashi immediately rose, inadvertently kicking Might Guy, who was engrossed in his barbecue. Jin, along with Obito and Rin, was equally surprised to exchange greetings. Red Bean had not disclosed her purpose for leaving earlier. The gaze of everyone in the booth converged upon them, as they recalled having seen Jun at the celebration, and they were puzzled by Kakashi's demeanor. Asuma, the youngest son of the third Hokage, suddenly remembered that Jun had been seated at the same table as the Hokage that day. This is Hyuga Jun, Red Bean introduced to the group. And this is Hyuga Huomin. You may have heard of him. Huomin, as a close aide to Orochimaru, frequently encountered Red Bean while delivering meals to him. As a prodigious ninja of the Hyuga clan, he may not rival Kakashi among his peers, yet he possessed a notable reputation. Hello, Jin greeted with a gentle smile, casually gesturing for Kakashi and Guy to take their seats. Present were Kakashi, Obito, Rin, and Red Bean, along with Asuma, the charming girl with red eyes, Yakumo, and the short-haired girl, Shizen. The individual with the toothpick was Nara Shikamaru, while the one wearing sunglasses might be Yamanaka Ino or Ebisu. All gathered were the youthful generation of the village, the future foundation of their community, providing a perfect opportunity for camaraderie. Jin pondered this as Shizen quietly remarked to Red Bean, this person seems familiar. I feel like I've seen him somewhere. Upon noticing Shizen's peculiar expression, Red Bean immediately understood her thoughts. I'm serious, don't overthink it, Shizen retorted. Red Bean, with a smile, replied softly, I haven't said anything yet. Red Bean then proceeded to introduce the remaining members present to Shin and Huamin, subsequently requesting the owner to add a few more seats. It was evident to everyone that Shin, Red Bean, and Kakashi shared a close bond. After settling in, Yakumo suddenly smiled and said, "Junkuin, Shizen mentioned you look quite familiar. It seems like we've met before." Such words, spoken aloud, caused Shizun's face to flush crimson as she subtly nudged Red Bean under the table. Jun, maintaining his calm demeanor, replied, "Indeed, we have met. It was in the hospital, and we were both in a hurry, nearly colliding." Shizen then realized why Jin seemed somewhat recognizable. Red Bean chimed in, "I also met Jin at the hospital, similar to Shizen." She then recounted how Jun had inadvertently tricked her into treating him to barbecue, omitting the details regarding Orochimaru, which elicited laughter from the group. Jin countered, "It should have been your responsibility to make amends. How could it be a trick? Besides, you ate most of the barbecue." Huamin sat quietly beside them, remaining silent, and only moved his chopsticks when Jin did. Some individuals have discerned that this truly should be the main branch of the Hyuga clan. While the Hokage is merely a branch family, however, the absence of Byakugan in the main family appears rather peculiar. The conversation shifted towards the topic of Kai's involvement in the Umbu, with Ebisu lamenting that Kai managed to join the Umbu, suggesting that the person in charge must be either blind or mentally impaired. Madara leaned against the wall, interjecting in agreement. "Indeed," Firegate remarked. Kakashi, casting a glance at Ebisu, found his cues unrecognized. Firegate struggled to suppress his amusement, while Ebisu voiced his sentiments, firmly believing that his collaboration with Kai over the past few days had solidified his conviction that Kai was utterly unsuited for the Umbu. He pondered what Lord Jean might be thinking. Jean cleared his throat and remarked, "I believe Kai possesses his own unique strengths." Upon hearing this, Kai perked up, flashing a wide grin at Jean. "You truly understand me." Kakashi added, "Kai is also making progress. He learns something new every day." While this statement ostensibly defended Kai, it also subtly supported his superior. Kai nodded vigorously in agreement. Asuma inquired about their work in the Umbu, to which Kakashi replied, "It's manageable. Sometimes it's quite busy, and other times rather relaxed." The busy times referred to being alongside Orochimaru, while the relaxed moments were spent in Jin's company. Though he refrained from elaborating further, Kai chimed in, expressing his grievances about the peculiar tasks assigned by the Hokage, which Firegate wholeheartedly acknowledged. This elicited discontent from Mikado, who remarked that having the honor to serve Lord Orochimaru should be seen as a privilege. Observing Kakashi and Kai becoming the center of attention, Madara felt conflicted about whether he should also attempt to join the Umbu. Initially, he believed that Kakashi's entry would separate him from them, yet it appeared otherwise. The primary reason was that Jin's Umbu team was rather unique, lacking even code names, as they were simply addressed by their names. Jin sought not mere nameless tools, but a cadre of elite ninjas with potential influence in the village. While the group engaged in lively discussions, they also touched upon the ongoing wars with Iwagakure and Kirigakure, with most having seen the battlefield. Madara began to elaborate on his aspirations of becoming Hokage, asserting that he had changed from his former self and was currently undergoing secret training that would undoubtedly astonish them all. Gunma mockingly quipped about his theatrics, recalling how during the Chunin exams, he had been bested by a kick from Kai. This incited Madara's frustration while the others erupted in laughter. Jin found himself quite fond of this atmosphere, choosing not to speak much throughout the gathering. Once the meal neared its conclusion, the group prepared to disperse, splitting the bill evenly, with Jin covering the expenses for himself and Firegate. Jin had official duties to attend to in the afternoon, thus he departed with Firegate. After their exit, Asuma turned to Kakashi and inquired, "Is this Hyuga Jin the direct superior of you and Kai?" Kakashi nodded helplessly, expressing his desire to remind Hibiki to refrain from speaking indiscreetly. The group fell into a state of astonishment, with Hibiki rendered utterly speechless. Kai chuckled nonchalantly, assuring them that the individual in question possessed a genuinely amiable temperament, unconcerned with trivial matters. Yui Kurenai could not help but interject, noting, "He appears to be of our generation." Asuma remarked, "During the last celebration, I saw him seated at the table with Lord Hokage, surrounded by the heads of various prominent clans, including Lord Jiraiya." Akado understood the situation, exclaiming, I assumed you all were aware. He is indeed Lord Orochimaru's assistant. He handles the village's administrative affairs, and during your special missions, you may encounter him in the Hokage's office." The revelation left everyone astounded. It dawned on Obito that this individual might possess considerable status, leading him to ponder the implications of joining the Umbu, which would require him to address Kakashi as Lord as well. Upon returning to the Hokage's office, he received reports from his subordinates, revealing Kakashi's recent close interactions with certain Uchiha clan members. This led him to contemplate the potential ramifications concerning the Sharingan. In the original narrative, due to Minato succeeding as the fourth Hokage, the Uchiha clan had refrained from reclaiming Kakashi's Sharingan. However, with the fourth now being Orochimaru and Obito's return, the Uchiha had ample justification to retrieve Kakashi's eyes. Deep in thought, he resolved that a visit to Orochimaru was necessary. Orochimaru's research facility had been completed, significantly larger and appearing far more formal and professional than before. Yet it remained a top-secret area. Without Orochimaru's consent, no one could enter. The only individuals permitted unrestricted access were Jin and, apart from him, Akato. Orochimaru presented Jin with a cage containing a small white mouse, stating, "This is the latest development, the surviving test subject." Jin inquired in surprise, "You have transplanted Hashirama cells into it?" "Not just that," Orochimaru replied. "The vitality of Hashirama cells is extraordinarily potent, allowing for infinite division and proliferation, which provides remarkable regenerative capabilities, provided it can be adequately suppressed. Recklessly transplanting them into another organism would only disrupt its existing cellular structure." Listening to Orochimaru's explanation, Jin perceived a resemblance to cancer cells. He asked, "How can one suppress it?" Orochimaru produced a vial of reagent, stating, "This is the cell of White Setsu, which bears some similarity to Hashirama's cells and can completely encapsulate them." He further elaborated, "I have numerous hypotheses that require validation. Thus I am preparing to conduct experiments involving Hashirama's cells on human subjects." Jin's interest was piqued. Adults? However, Orochimaru dismissed the notion, asserting, "The physiology of adults has ceased developing, rendering the observations less significant. They may be useful in later stages of experimentation." In profound silence, Shin remained quiet, his gaze fixed upon Orochimaru. The research facility was enveloped in an extended stillness, until Shin finally spoke. "Lord Hokage, are you fully aware of your identity?" Yet Orochimaru, narrowing his eyes, retorted, "Shin, do you comprehend my motives for occupying this position? At the orphanage within the village, many children were taken in this year. It would be all too easy to suppress the disappearance of a few." Shin calmly replied, "These children represent the future backbone of the village. I believe it would be prudent for Lord Hokage to consider other avenues." Orochimaru responded with a faint smile. "Then, Shin, I shall entrust this matter to you." With lowered eyelids, Shin did not refuse. Orochimaru continued, "Shin, I have only just realized how fortunate it is to have someone I can trust by my side. You may take charge of any village affairs, and should you encounter difficulties, do not hesitate to seek my assistance." He reached out, gently patting Shin's shoulder. "Shin, please do not betray my trust in you." Upon leaving the research facility, Shin sensed a chill in the air. Orochimaru was poised to commence human experimentation, an inevitability given his current power and status. Thus, Shin too must inevitably plunge into this murky endeavor. This was also Orochimaru's subtle warning to him. Everything Shin undertook was likely under Orochimaru's watchful eye, yet he tacitly approved, believing he understood Shin completely. Shin's every ounce of power was contingent upon his position as Hokage. Without him, Shin was nothing. Would Hyuga Hayashi truly defer to a child like him without Orochimaru's influence? Could he confidently assume the role of the Hyuga clan leader? Shin understood that, ultimately, he was simply too weak, both in personal strength and in influence. Strengthening oneself is a gradual process, as is establishing one's own power. Until he became sufficiently formidable, he would remain Orochimaru's most loyal subordinate, tasked with all the dirty and arduous work. In the afternoon, while Kakashi was on duty, Shin summoned him to the office. "Uchiha seeks you, presumably regarding the Sharingan?" Shin stated directly. Kakashi nodded silently. "Do you wish to return the eye to Obito?" Kakashi nodded again. "Obito is unaware of this matter, is he? Why not inform Obito?" Is it fear of his refusal? Each of Jin's words echoed Kakashi's own thoughts. Kakashi's Sharingan was a gift from Obito. He originally intended to carry on Obito's will. However, now that Obito was alive, and given the compelling reasons presented by the Uchiha clan, Kakashi felt it was his duty to return the eye. Yet, if Obito were to learn of this, that fool would certainly protest vehemently. It would be entirely unworthy if this led to discord between him and his family. Jin inquired further, why do you think Obito would refuse? Kakashi fell into a moment of silence before stating, isn't this a matter of my own freedom? Though he felt inclined to dissuade himself, his heart had already made a resolute decision. Jin nodded slightly and suggested, then let Obito persuade you. Kakashi immediately furrowed his brows, feeling that Jin was meddling in affairs that were solely between himself and Obito, questioning why Jin felt the need to interfere. Jin then added, I can persuade the Uchiha clan to abandon their intention of reclaiming your Sharingan. Kakashi pondered for a long while before inquiring, why would you do such a thing? Because you are unaware of the true potential of your eyes. If Obito were to awaken the Mangekyou Sharingan one day, who in this shinobi world could possibly stop him with two Kimui? Jin thought to himself, while verbally expressing, as my subordinate, I naturally wish for you to grow stronger. This reasoning felt rather flimsy to Kakashi, who retorted, without the Sharingan, I would not weaken. At times, I feel that this Sharingan is a burden to my strength. Jin pressed on, without the Sharingan, can you still utilize Chidori? Kakashi hesitated, realizing that Jin was aware of even the specifics of Chidori. Jin continued, I believe Obito secretly hopes you can wield this eye effectively. Kakashi remained silent for a moment before finally stating, if the Uchiha clan wishes to reclaim the Sharingan, I shall not refuse. Jin nodded in agreement and subsequently dismissed him. As night fell, Jin made a visit to the apothecary, Nanu, to check on how the children were adapting, relieved to find no significant issues had arisen. Ayano had already prepared dinner and was waiting for him at home. Her culinary skills had improved noticeably, and her meals were now quite palatable, evidence of her earnest effort to learn. Ayano suddenly brought up Ayari, mentioning that during her visit to chat today, Ayari had spoken extensively about Lord Jin. While she did not explicitly state anything, her words hinted at Ayari's concern for Shin. Jin chose not to respond to this. The evening air was somewhat chilly. After dinner, Jin took a warm bath. Upon returning to his bedroom, he found Ayano lying in his bed, warming it for him. She only got up to leave the room when Jin entered, prompting him to reflect on how he had somewhat fallen into a state of indulgence, though he found pleasure in it. Ayano seemed to have used perfume, as the bed was imbued with her scent, though it was not overpowering. Alone in the warm embrace of the blankets, Jin's mind wandered to the figure of Ayari. What was she still being so reserved about? In another scene, Ayano approached the study, carrying tea and snacks. Upon pushing the door open, she was astonished to find everything in the room floating as if gravity had ceased to exist. Countless books and various ornaments hovered in midair, while the massive bookshelf swayed a dozen centimeters above the ground. The chair beneath Jin's body lifted into the air, resembling a solitary boat adrift upon the vast sea. Ling Nai stood frozen at the doorway of the study, hesitant to enter. At that moment, Jin cast her a glance and beckoned, come in. Upon hearing this, Ling Nai cautiously stepped forward into the study, only to feel as though she had stepped into nothingness. An invisible force subsequently lifted her, and the sensation of weightlessness left her disoriented, prompting an involuntary gasp as she soared towards Jin. Mr. Jin, she uttered, a hint of trepidation in her voice. Approaching Jin, her body tensed, fearful of a sudden plummet. Do not be afraid, Jin reassured her. The bookshelves returned to their rightful places, as volumes and ornaments floated back onto the shelves. Gradually, both Jin and Ling Nai descended to the ground, allowing her to regain a sense of solidity beneath her feet. Jin exhaled deeply, a hint of fatigue etched upon his features. The chakra within his body was limited. The thought of plummeting mid-flight due to insufficient chakra was rather amusing. Relying solely on his chakra was inadequate. Mastering natural energy would be ideal. However, no precedence for such mastery existed in any tomes, leaving Jin to navigate this path alone. With his perceptive abilities sharpening, he could now distinctly sense the boundless ocean of natural energy surrounding him. According to the original text, Chakra is a product of an even blend of physical and mental energy. Thus, if one could harmonize physical, mental, and natural energies, one could produce Sage Chakra. Yet, Jin surmised that such training would carry significant risks, as evidenced by Naruto's transformation into a stone frog when he miscalibrated the proportions during his training. If he were to improperly introduce natural energy into his body, would he be able to expel it? He had never dared to attempt it lightly. Jin picked up a piece of cake and remarked, "I am hungry. Let us prepare some food." "Oh, certainly." Ling Nai snapped back to reality and hurriedly agreed. As she stepped out of the living room, she realized it was only a little past 10 in the morning. And they just had breakfast? How could she be so hungry so soon? After eating, Jin felt his energy replenishing significantly. When Ling Li arrived and saw Jin still at home, she expressed her surprise. "What are you doing here?" Jin replied with exasperation, "This is my home." Ling Li inquired, "Aren't you going to work?" "I will go later," he responded. Ling Li pouted. "Had I known you were here, I would not have come." Jin thought to himself that her words had an oddly sulky tone. As he prepared to leave, he exchanged no further words with her and departed. While strolling through the streets, he suddenly encountered members of the security team apprehending individuals. A crowd had gathered, watching as two ninjas escorted away two inebriated men. Listening to the accounts of those around him, it appeared that two intoxicated men had engaged in a physical altercation due to a verbal dispute, prompting the security team to intervene with somewhat excessive force. Bystanders murmured among themselves, questioning the necessity of such severity for mere drunken fools. Intrigued, Shin asked a nearby observer if these individuals were from the Uchiha clan. The passerby replied in the negative, explaining that the Uchiha members adorned their attire with clan insignias, while these were merely new recruits of the security forces. Known for their strict demeanor, instilling a sense of fear in the populace. Reflecting on this, Shin contemplated the effectiveness of Fugaku's methods. Within the borders of the Land of Rain, the once ascendant Akatsuki organization now exuded an air of ease. Another missive from a Wagakure? Yahiko frowned at the letter delivered by Conan. He needed to convey that for a stable partnership to flourish, adherence to their principles was paramount. The Akatsuki would not aid in military expansion. Iwagakure seemed quite taken with their strength, having approached them multiple times regarding collaboration. The Akatsuki had accepted several contracts from Iwagakure, but these were merely routine tasks. Gradually, the assignments from Iwagakure took a more extreme turn, including invasions of other nations. Although the compensation was substantial, Yahiko had consistently declined. With a sigh, he mused, "These powerful nations are solely focused on their interests. Instilling in them an understanding of our shared suffering is no simple endeavor." Conan interjected, "We will succeed." Yahiko chuckled softly at her words, confident in this belief. Everyone within the Akatsuki had endured the ravages of war, and it was this shared conviction that inspired their loyalty. Suddenly, a member burst in from outside. "What is it?" Yahiko inquired. "There are ninjas from Konoha here, requesting to see you." "Konoha?" Yahiko exchanged a glance with Conan, both registering their surprise. Yahiko laughed lightly. "It seems our reputation has grown to such an extent that even Konoha seeks us out." He and Conan stepped outside to find a youthful boy clad in Konoha's umbu attire, his striking white eyes betraying a depth that belied his age. The Byakugan of the Hyuga clan. Yahiko was momentarily taken aback, intrigued to compare the boy's eyes with Nagato's. As Nagato observed Yahiko's approach, he instinctively stepped aside. However, Nagato's gaze towards the Konoha ninja was anything but amicable. "Are you the leader of the Akatsuki, Yahiko?" the Byakugan youth inquired. Yahiko nodded, "Indeed. What brings you here?" Hinata Hayashi produced a scroll and tossed it directly at him, which Yahiko caught effortlessly. The scroll bore no seals and could be unfurled without issue. Yet, as Yahiko perused its contents, his expression darkened significantly. He handed the scroll to Nagato standing beside him. Yahiko inquired of H-Men, "Have you come solely for this matter?" H-Men replied calmly, "This is the will of our Hokage. If you have no messages for me to convey, I shall take my leave." After a moment of contemplation, Yahiko responded, "Inform your Hokage that I shall consider it." H-Men nodded and promptly turned to depart. At that moment, Nagato and Conan approached, both having perused the scroll. Nagato frowned and asked, "Yahiko, do you find this information credible?" Yahiko replied, "We have no conflicting interests with Konoha. They would not travel such a distance merely to deceive us. Conan expressed her concern. What about Hanzo? Yahiko took a deep breath, removing the forehead protector from his brow, gazing at it intently for an extended period. Nagato asserted, Yahiko, we do not need to rely on anyone's power. We cannot trust those from the great nations. Yahiko remained noncommittal, fully aware of Nagato's resentment towards Konoha. He stated, I need to think this through. In the hidden village of Amigakure, within the chamber of its leader, Hanzo of the Salamander, shadows flickered from the candlelight as he examined a letter handed to him by a subordinate, a missive from Shimura Danzo of Konoha, urging him to act according to plan. From behind Hanzo, a figure cloaked in black materialized, its hood obscuring a pair of sinister eyes. In a low, gravelly voice, it queried, another messenger from Konoha? Hanzo replied, Shimura Danzo wishes to enlist my aid in eradicating the Akatsuki organization. The cloaked figure responded slowly. Danzo is a cunning and treacherous man. There must be ulterior motives behind his actions. Hanzo pondered this in silence. The figure continued, however, collaborating with them for the time being could benefit us in our quest to destroy the Rinnegan. Hanzo countered, have you not considered that Danzo may also covet the Rinnegan? The shadowy figure replied, Danzo is not the Hokage. How many shinobi can he bring? This is the land of rain, and it is you who holds the power here. If Danzo were to turn against us, Amigakure could easily accuse Konoha of conducting military operations in our territory. Konoha is presently weakened and would surely refrain from engaging in conflict with us, allowing us to dictate the terms. Hanzo fell silent, and the black-cloaked figure timely added, the Rinnegan signifies the heralding of destruction. Lord Hanzo, you must thwart its master to save the world. The room remained quiet for a moment before Hanzo slowly rose and exited. As he opened the door, a gust of cold wind extinguished the candles within, dislodging the hood from the figure's head. The being clad in black was revealed to be an odd creature, its body divided into contrasting shades of black and white. In the stillness of the room, White Zetsu spoke. This Hanzo of the Salamander has become a pawn of the era. Is he truly worthy of our use? Black Zetsu remarked. The more such individuals exist, the greater their inner desires will swell. He is likely still devising ways to seize the Rinnegan. White Zetsu replied, his ambition is indeed considerable. Black Zetsu scoffed coldly, yet without commensurate power, it is all in vain. Hidden Leaf Village Danzo stated. Should the Uchiha relinquish their ancestral land? Orochimaru gazed at Danzo with a hint of surprise. Danzo, with a stoic expression, declared, the Uchiha are now but a dwindling clan. Occupying such vast territory is a waste and should be returned to the village. Observing Danzo's grave demeanor, Orochimaru felt a chuckle bubbling within. He inquired, have you considered that this may provoke the Uchiha's ire? Danzo retorted, for the sake of the village, their compliance is only natural. Orochimaru remained silent. Danzo continued, Fourth Hokage, you have only recently assumed your position and are unaware of the intricacies at play. Orochimaru asked, what intricacies? Danzo explained, the Uchiha are filled with ungrateful individuals harboring malice. They must be suppressed, and now presents an opportune moment. This has been the doctrine since the second Hokage's era. Orochimaru questioned, have you forgotten that the Uchiha perished on the battlefield fighting valiantly to protect the village? Danzo scoffed, a ninja must embrace self-sacrifice. It is their duty and responsibility. Orochimaru found it increasingly difficult to communicate rationally with Danzo. The old man's mindset was utterly alien, imposing his own standards upon others. Why did Sarutobi-sensei permit him to ascend to such a rank? Or did this old coot consider himself Sarutobi? After contemplating, he smiled faintly. Perhaps you should consult with Shin regarding this matter. Danzo immediately furrowed his brow. Why must I seek him out? Can you not decide? He harbored a certain distaste for Hyuga Shin, looking down upon collaborating with such a young lad. Orochimaru replied, my research is at a critical juncture. I shall leave all decisions to you, Danzo. Your insights will surely guide Shin in cooperation. Hyuga clan residents Fugaku paid a visit, and Shin received him in the living room. Fugaku's primary concern revolved around the matter of root. The dissenting voices within the clan had grown increasingly vocal, making it difficult for Fugaku to quell the unrest. He feared that one day, the situation might spiral beyond his control. He sought out Orochimaru, but this time was met with dismissal, sent directly to Shin. Shin sighed, Senior Fugaku, This matter is equally challenging for me. Fugaku responded, Shin-kun, since the members of Root joined the security team, their conduct has been tyrannical. I cannot believe you have not received complaints from the villagers. Shin displayed a troubled expression. I, too, am grappling with this issue. Fugaku then spoke, Jinjuin. Many matters require only your nod of approval. Lord Hokage trusts you immensely and has entrusted you with this power. After a moment of hesitation, Jin replied, Very well. I shall personally approach Lord Danzo and persuade him to temper the conduct of his subordinates. Upon hearing this, Fugaku felt a surge of frustration after expending considerable effort. Jin offered such a dismissive response. He forced a smile. Jinjuin, if this is truly the case, our Uchiha clan may have to consider withdrawing from our duties. We can no longer tolerate the current actions of Root, nor do we wish to continue collaborating with them. To Fugaku's surprise, Jin nodded in agreement, saying, If you can withdraw from the security team, it would be beneficial, as it would prevent any conflict with Lord Danzo, should the villagers raise concerns. I will bear that burden. Jin adopted a posture of righteous resolve. Fugaku, upon hearing these words, struggled to suppress the urge to strike Shin. He too wished to withdraw from the security team. However, doing so would lead to discord with his clansmen. At such a critical juncture, voluntarily stepping back would be an act of cowardice, something utterly intolerable in a clan like the Uchiha, which held honor in the highest regard. His teeth ground together as he asked, Jinjuin, do you truly intend to treat the Uchiha in this manner? Jin sighed. You are aware that Lord Hokage once served under Lord Danzo. If even the Hokage finds it difficult to confront him, the complexities of the situation are beyond my comprehension. Senior Fugaku, I cannot make any promises. Fugaku emitted a heavy huff, his patience wearing thin, and he rose to depart, recognizing that Jin had no intention of assisting him. Senior Fugaku, please do not be so hasty to leave, Jin called out to him. Is there anything else, Jinjuin? Fugaku replied curtly. Jin offered a bittersweet smile. You must understand my predicament, Senior Fugaku. I am truly powerless, but he suddenly shifted his tone. I may be able to show you a path. Fugaku's interest was piqued. He turned slightly to catch a glimpse of Jin, eager to discover what this young man had been alluding to for so long. If even the Hokage finds it challenging to face Lord Danzo, why not seek out someone capable of standing up to him? Fugaku stood in contemplation, his gaze shifting as thoughts raced through his mind. Finally, he inhaled deeply and bowed to Jin. Farewell, Jinjuin. As Fugaku arrived at the Sarutobi residence, Sarutobi Hiruzen expressed surprise at his visit, quickly discerning that Fugaku had come with a request. Fugaku, what brings you to this old man? Sarutobi greeted with a warm smile. Lord Third, you jest, Fugaku replied respectfully. After the war, my clan is beset with numerous challenges that require my attention, and thus I have found the time to pay you a visit. Sarutobi let out a sigh, reflecting on the immense toll that the war had taken on Konoha. The village would require a substantial period of recuperation. However, with the fourth Hokage at the helm, he felt relieved of his burdens. Fugaku remarked that while the fourth had indeed organized the village efficiently, there remained many matters that still required the esteemed guidance of the third Hokage. The two took their seats in the living room, where Fugaku also encountered the third Hokage's wife, Bawako. Engaging in polite conversation with Sarutobi, they reminisced about the past, evoking memories of Sarutobi's long and tumultuous life. Ultimately, Fugaku broached the subject of their bloody confrontation with the Rock Shinobi, to which Sarutobi acknowledged that Konoha's victory was largely attributable to Fugaku and the Uchiha clan's remarkable contributions. Fugaku stated that the Uchiha had been part of Konoha since its inception, and the village was inherently their home, a responsibility they could not forsake. Sarutobi chose not to pursue this line of conversation further, opting instead to address a more pressing concern. He had heard that the current police force had incorporated many individuals beyond the Uchiha clan. Fugaku nodded, explaining that due to a shortage of personnel, the Uchiha could no longer shoulder the responsibilities of the police force alone, prompting the Hokage to involve members from Danzo's Root division. Sarutobi remarked on the fourth's ingenuity. But Fugaku's expression turned somber as he expressed his discomfort with the distinct operational styles of Danzo's subordinates, which had proven challenging not only for them but also for the villagers. Sarutobi conceded that those individuals, being former Umbu, might indeed adopt rather ruthless measures. Fugaku continued. Third Hokage, we aspire to consider the greater good, prioritizing the village's welfare, yet I believe it was ill-advised for the fourth to allow root members into the police force. Upon hearing this, Saratobi's demeanor shifted to one of calmness. Fugaku, such matters should be discussed with the fourth Hokage. If he agrees, what need have I to intervene? Fugaku pressed on. Third Hokage, do you intend to remain passive in this matter? Saratobi sighed. I am no longer the Hokage. Should war erupt, I could still take up arms, but I find it inappropriate to meddle in the village's internal affairs. Fugaku insisted. Third Hokage, many still cherish your legacy. No one would dare voice dissent. Moreover, this decision stems from the fourth's reluctance to confront Danzo directly, hence he sent me to seek your counsel. The mention of Orochimaru's involvement startled Saratobi. It was evident that the integration of Root into the police force had been sanctioned by Orochimaru. And now Fugaku had been dispatched to solicit his input. What was the intention behind this maneuver? After much contemplation, Saratobi reflected on Orochimaru's past actions and sensed that the situation was far more complex than it appeared. This student is by no means a fool. Otherwise, he would not have ascended to the position of Hokage amidst overwhelming support from nearly everyone in the village for the Watergate. Is this a maneuver against the Uchiha or against Danzo? The Uchiha clan has already declined, and Orochimaru has no reason to suppress them. Is this an attempt to undermine Danzo? Saratobi's mind whirled with thoughts. Danzo has been a staunch supporter of Orochimaru, and it can be said that Danzo's contributions are indispensable in Orochimaru's rise to Hokage. Yet, even if Orochimaru becomes Hokage, he will likely still have to rely on Danzo for many matters. Orochimaru is preparing to centralize power. After contemplating for a long time, Saratobi hesitated about whether to assist Orochimaru. His actions are beyond reproach, but as for Danzo, Fugaku felt somewhat restless and spoke up again. Third Hokage. Saratobi cast a calm glance at Fugaku. Fugaku spoke earnestly. If this matter cannot be changed, then the Uchiha clan must withdraw from the police force, and I intend to resign as the captain of the police force. Hearing this, Saratobi remained unperturbed and replied, Fugaku, do you have such disdain for Danzo's root? Fugaku countered, Third Hokage, why not personally inquire within the village about how the villagers currently view the police force? Go to the Hokage building and see how many complaints have been filed against the police force. Saratobi sighed, saying, You are challenging Danzo directly. Fugaku's spirit tightened, instinctively clenching his fists, yet he understood that this matter must be resolved for the Uchiha. If only the clansmen were willing to withdraw from the police force. But if the clansmen could manage this themselves, what purpose would his role as clan leader serve? Lowering his head, Fugaku spoke softly. When the war against the Rock Village first began, the Uchiha dispatched all able-bodied men to the battlefield, totaling over 200, yet upon their return, only 36 remained. When I returned to the clan grounds that day, countless people gathered around me, asking where their loved ones had gone. Surely, Third Hokage, you can empathize with this feeling. Third Hokage, they are heroes, are they not? Indeed, Saratobi replied slowly. The reputation of the Uchiha within the village is not particularly favorable, but we have not reached a point where we are universally reviled. We do not concern ourselves with such matters. The Uchiha has always devoted itself wholeheartedly to the village. However, if those from Root ultimately become the despised villains in the eyes of the villagers, causing the families of those heroes to endure strange glances and pointed fingers as they walk the streets. At this moment, Fugaku's eyes were fixed intently on Saratobi. Third Hokage, when I have passed away, and when you have departed this world, how will you face those former comrades when your souls return to the Pure Land? Will you tell them, your sacrifices were worthwhile, you protected your families well, and your loved ones are living happily in this world? The words left Saratobi in silence. And after a long while, he raised his head and let out a deep sigh. Each power struggle within the village was marred by filth and disdain. Yet during his tenure in that position, he had engaged in such deeds more times than he could count. It was only when he extricated himself from this vortex that he could truly perceive the reality. Orochimaru had merely begun. Fugaku, Saratobi said quietly. The contributions of the Uchiha to the village will never be forgotten by any villager. The police force requires your strength, and it is only right that you continue to shoulder this responsibility. I shall not allow the innocent to suffer injustice. When Danzo was invited to Sarutobi's home, he found not only Sarutobi, but also Tsunade and Mito, along with Akimichi Choza. Sarutobi and Mito were engaged in a game of chess, while Tsunade and Choza observed. It was a rare gathering of old friends, much to Danzo's surprise. Danzo has arrived. Choza greeted him with a hearty laugh. Danzo smiled faintly and remarked, "What brings this gathering? Is Sarutobi treating us to a meal?" Sarutobi glanced at him and retorted, "What? Are you displeased to be treated?" Noticing the busy figure of a servant in the kitchen, Danzo settled down beside the others and looked at the chessboard where Sarutobi and Mito were engrossed in their game. Mito frowned in deep contemplation, while Sarutobi appeared to maneuver with ease. After a lengthy period, Mito moved a piece, eliciting a chuckle from Danzo. Tsunade quipped, "Mito's chess skills remain as abysmal as ever." Unsurprisingly, Sarutobi executed a checkmate, causing Mito to twitch his mouth before helplessly tossing aside his piece. Danzo remarked, "You should refrain from embarrassing yourself with that level of skill." Mito retorted, "In chess, you're hardly better than I am." Sarutobi confidently replied, "Only Kagami could ever match me." "Uchiha Kagami is dead," the others stated with calm acceptance. Danzo commented, "He always let you win. Fearing your defeat would be too severe." Sarutobi protested, "I sometimes let him win as well." 5 men, collectively over 300 years of life, gathered to reminisce. Danzo speculated that Sarutobi, having stepped down, sought them out to alleviate his boredom. The servant prepared food and drink, beckoning them over. As they toasted and exchanged memories, they reflected on their lives of battles in the tumultuous years gone by, perhaps realizing that in their old age, such topics were all that remained to discuss. Danzo spoke little, quietly sipping his drink while observing the others nostalgically. He understood that these men had found contentment and acceptance. Yet he has not. Despite being in his 50s, with more than half of life already passed, he still has not found an appropriate conclusion for himself. At the very least, he should strive to reach a height comparable to Sarutobi. No, he ought to surpass him. "Danzo." Sarutobi's gentle call echoed suddenly. Danzo's expression remained composed. Mito's face had turned crimson from drink, his arm propped on the table as he rested his forehead against it. "I say you." Sarutobi spoke, his words slightly slurred. "It's time to let go. Why cling to certain things so tightly?" Danzo caressed the wine glass in his hand, his mind alert despite the surroundings. Observing Sarutobi's intoxicated state, he could not discern whether it was genuine or feigned. "Unlike you, Sarutobi," Danzo began slowly. "You are revered by all, and even after stepping down as Hokage, you remain beloved by the villagers. However, the ninjas of the village avoid me like the plague. You are the radiant shadow, while I dwell in the obscurity of darkness. You have achieved your success and retired, finding peace with everything, yet for me, I have yet to live my life as I desire." The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, gently tapped his forehead, exhaling a sigh. He glanced at the others nearby, noticing Akimichi Choza had already slumped over the table, soundly asleep, snoring softly. Mito and Tintin appeared to be losing their consciousness as well. Sarutobi inquired, "What is it you desire? The position of Hokage?" Danzo retorted, "Sarutobi, what does the Hokage role mean to you? Is it a responsibility? An honor?" Sarutobi offered no reply to this question. Danzo continued, "Do you remember the wishes of our teacher?" Danzo asserted, "I know you shall not forget. Yet you are powerless to fulfill them. In this vast ninja world, merely being a guardian shadow is your utmost limit. A few wars have stripped you of all your valor and fighting spirit." Sarutobi took a deep breath and said, "Our teacher wished for Konoha to thrive, for the villagers to live in harmony and stability." Danzo scoffed. "Do the people under the feudal lords live in abundance, or are they clothed and fed? Do they require your assurance of a stable life? Sarutobi, you have forgotten the very essence of being a ninja. Has Konoha, under the first and second Hokages, ever faced such humiliation?" At that moment, Bawako approached, serving several cups of tea, calmly saying, "Drink some water, awaken from your stupor." Akimichi Choza, bleary-eyed, lifted his head and asked in confusion, "Have I fallen asleep? What time is it?" Danzo finished his tea and said, "The meal is over, the wine is consumed. It is time to depart." Akimichi Choza swayed as he stood, grinning at Bawako. "Bawako, your culinary skills have improved. I haven't tasted your cooking in quite some time. Biwako replied with a gentle smile. If you wish to eat, you are always welcome to come. As the gentle spring breeze swayed the delicate figure of Xiaochun, she supported the swaying form of Mizuhito and urged him to rise. Biwa Lake stepped forward to assist the two, exclaiming in exasperation, "Why must you indulge in such excess? There will be ample opportunities in the future." One by one, they departed, leaving Daonzo behind as well. Biwa Lake commenced the task of tidying up the aftermath, methodically clearing away the remnants of their meal. She nudged the motionless Sarutobi. "How long will you feign death?" Reluctantly, Sarutobi shifted aside, taking a seat at the threshold of the living room, leaning against the doorframe as he gazed skyward. Memories of past disputes with Daonzo flooded his mind. At that moment, Asuma returned home. Upon noticing his father seated there, he instinctively approached, only to be met with the overwhelming scent of alcohol. "Have you been drinking?" he remarked, wrinkling his nose in distaste. "Yes, Asuma." Just as Asuma was about to step inside, Sarutobi called out to him. "Huh? Go to my study and fetch the envelope with the red seal from the left drawer." "Oh." Shortly thereafter, Asuma returned with a letter in hand, presenting it to Sarutobi. As he drew near, he involuntarily held his breath. Sarutobi opened the envelope, revealing an invitation, a missive from the royal nobility of the Land of Fire. The content was straightforward, merely extending an invitation to visit. It was commonplace for influential families within the village to maintain connections with the officials of the Fire Nation's royalty. Such ties were inevitable. He had initially thought to distance himself from such political matters after stepping down as Hokage, gradually relinquishing his involvement. However, upon reaching this juncture, he realized that when one truly discards everything, it becomes increasingly challenging to prevent unwelcome events from transpiring. He should not abandon his power, not yet. In the Hokage office, Jin scrutinized a row of deep blue reagents on the desk, carefully examining one in his hand. These had just been delivered by Orochimaru, representing a newly researched potion that, once injected into the human body, could temporarily confer immunity to various toxins. While termed immunity, it could also be understood as merely isolating the toxins within a small confinement. The side effect being that once the potion's efficacy waned, the accumulated toxins would erupt all at once. At that moment, Hiraman arrived with a letter, delivered by a messenger from the Land of Rain. Jin glanced at its contents, which indicated that the Akatsuki organization, having received his warning, had become aware of Hanzo the Salamander's conspiracy against them and was willing to collaborate with Konoha. However, the letter did not end there. It continued with a lengthy discourse on the Akatsuki's principles, asserting that they would remember Konoha's kindness but would not engage in any military actions to assist them in the future. Should Konoha find this unacceptable, the Akatsuki would endeavor to repay this favor with monetary and material support. Jin found himself somewhat amused by the straightforwardness of Yahiko from the Akatsuki organization. Such an overly idealistic organization is destined for impermanence. To this day, they have primarily rescued the underprivileged, garnering numerous followers and supporters, thus paving a seemingly smooth path. Yet, how could such actions be tolerated by the upper echelons of this nation, once they reach a certain level of power and attract the attention of the rulers? Their downfall is inevitable. No monarch would desire the emergence of a messiah beloved by the people under their reign. The fate of the original Akatsuki organization in the source material illustrates this, as it was thwarted before it could truly flourish under Hanzo's machinations. However, with genuine assistance now at hand, there is at least a chance for a longer journey ahead. Jin promptly penned another letter, instructing that both the Fire Gate and the blue reagents be sent to the Akatsuki in the Land of Rain. The guarding ninja at the entrance of Konoha delivered news that the third Hokage had left the village. Jin, upon hearing this, felt no surprise. He merely stated that a few umbu should be dispatched to ensure the safety of the third Hokage. Everything was progressing as anticipated. Why the sudden announcement of the Chunin exams? In the dumpling shop, several young boys and girls sat together. Akane, with a bamboo skewer still in her mouth, remarked, "I heard it from Lord Orochimaru. It's likely to take place in about a week. It's quite grand, and they want everyone in the village to come and watch." In response, Nara Shikamaru suddenly chuckled. "It seems like you're the only one among us who isn't a Chunin yet." Akane shot him a glare, feeling mocked. Red interjected. After all, Akane isn't from our cohort. It's only natural for her to be a year or two behind. Asuma considered this for a moment and said, holding the Chunin exams at this time is quite beneficial. It's probably intended to soothe the wounds of war while also selecting some exceptional ninjas. Everyone had not thought of this angle, and their expressions turned contemplative. The process of the Chunin exams during wartime is relatively simple, focusing on individual assessments, while large-scale Chunin exams only occur in times of peace. Aside from Akane, who else is participating in the Chunin exams? Ebisu inquired. Akane replied, Konoha's own Moonlight Night Breeze and Yuzuki Yugao are in my cohort. You've seen them. Nara Shikamaru nodded in understanding. Ah, those two sword-wielding lovebirds. Akane's circle of friends is slightly older, primarily composed of those she met through Red, and they all get along quite well. These individuals have all seen battle and are already Chunin. Only she, who had not set foot on the battlefield since the war began, felt indifferent about it, knowing it was due to Orochimaru's influence. Asuma chuckled. You should prepare well during this time. Otherwise, being eliminated in front of a crowd would be rather unfortunate. Yamashiro Aoi nodded in agreement. Thank goodness I'm not facing such an exam. Red Bean, exhibiting an air of disdain, declared, I am a student of Lord Orochimaru. How could I possibly be intimidated by such trivial matters? A Chunin exam is merely a matter of course. The announcement regarding the Chunin exam swiftly permeated the village, having been thoroughly publicized. This particular exam also extended invitations to the neighboring Sunagakure and several smaller nations. This news ignited considerable enthusiasm among the villagers, particularly in this post-war period, as it promised to be a grand event, fostering high expectations among the populace. Although the Chunin exam appeared to be hastily organized, preparations had been underway for quite some time. Such endeavors were undoubtedly beneficial to both the nation and the village, and thus garnered the support of the daimyo. As per tradition, officials from the country and dignitaries from foreign lands were also set to be invited. The primary overseer of the Chunin exam was Nara Shikaku, the leader of the Jonin class, while the responsibility for maintaining law and order would fall to Uchiha Fugaku, the captain of the security team. Upon meeting Fugaku again, Shin engaged him in discussions regarding the preparations for the Chunin exam. He advised Fugaku that if the root members were to withdraw from the security team at this juncture, the available law enforcement personnel would undoubtedly be insufficient during the exam. Fugaku replied coolly, Am I truly one to disregard the greater picture? Shin smiled and reassured, Rest assured, Senior Fugaku, I shall communicate with Lord Danzo in advance, ensuring that all members of the security team, including those from Root, will be at your disposal during the exam. Fugaku scoffed, Does it truly require another's consent to mobilize the members of the security team? I, as the captain, should be able to do so independently. Shin responded, I kindly ask for your patience, Senior Fugaku. Once the Chunin exam concludes, all grievances will find resolution. At this, Fugaku's eyes gleamed with intrigue. The third Hokage had previously assured him he would intervene in this matter, though no results had yet emerged. With the Chunin exam approaching, it seemed prudent to defer resolution until its conclusion. To confront Root now would result in a mere handful of individuals tasked with maintaining village security, an undeniable farce. Yet, as he regarded Shin, Fugaku felt an unsettling dissonance, as if unseen forces were orchestrating these events. Was the fourth Hokage scheming something? Shortly after Fugaku's departure, Danzo took the initiative to visit the Hokage's office, marking his first encounter with Shin. Lord Danzo. Shin adopted a humble demeanor, rising from his seat and stepping out from behind his desk to pay his respects. However, Danzo did not reciprocate with warmth. Immediately inquiring about the preparations for the Chunin exam, Shin responded that everything was proceeding smoothly and would indeed take place as scheduled. Danzo continued to pose various questions regarding the exam, to which Shin replied meticulously, sensing that his visitor had ulterior motives for being there. Seizing the opportunity, he expressed hope that Danzo's Root operatives would fully cooperate with Fugaku in ensuring the village's security during the influx of guests. The timing of this Chunin exam is most propitious, greatly benefiting the village. After a moment's contemplation, Danzo nodded in agreement. He was not particularly invested in the Chunin exam, as his thoughts were occupied with matters concerning the Land of Rain. However, with the exam approaching, He feared he would be unable to attend to affairs in the land of rain. Subsequently, Danzo conveyed the purpose of his visit to Makoto regarding the issues surrounding the Uchiha clan's estate. Upon hearing this, Makoto was indeed taken aback, silently marveling at the old man's audacity, while Danzo spoke with reason. The numerous responsibilities tied to the Nin exam left Makoto feeling overwhelmed. Might we defer this discussion until after the exam concludes? He inquired. Danzo agreed with a nod. He had no intention of demanding an immediate response from Makoto, but merely wished to give him a heads-up for mental preparation. Danzo then took his leave. Left alone in the Hokage's office, Makoto returned to his seat, gazing at the letters strewn across his desk. Surely, if the Nin exam proceeded without incident, it would be a disservice to the tradition of the Hokage. Standing in the loft, Makoto observed the children below, diligently practicing their taijutsu under the guidance of their instructor. At that moment, Yano came over, holding a dossier. These children had been selected from the orphanage, adapting swiftly to their training and learning at a pace far surpassing that of the Ninja Academy. Reality dictated that they could not afford to lag behind. Yano was uncertain of the fate that awaited these children should they be eliminated from the program. Her affection for them was profound, yet she felt compelled to be stringent, ensuring each child met the required standards. With her roots in the foundation, she was adept at training ninjas. Makoto accepted the dossier she offered and perused its contents, which detailed the children's performances, strengths, and personalities. He noted the information regarding Kabuto, which merely indicated a commendable performance. After reviewing the dossier, Makoto remarked, "It seems progress is quite smooth." Yano responded, "The children are quite diligent." Makoto countered, "I find it more likely that my standards have been set too low. Given their ease in adapting, we must raise the bar. Otherwise, some talents may remain untapped." Yano felt a pang of defensiveness but lacked the courage to argue against Makoto, fearing his wrath might then be directed toward the children. Makoto then inquired, "Have you visited the orphanage recently?" Yano nodded in affirmation. Makoto continued, "The children there hold you in great affection. You should visit them more often. The enrollment for the Ninja Academy will expand next spring, allowing those children a chance to try." Yano replied, "I understand." Upon observing her demeanor, he remarked, "You are merely a ninja. Why resist so fervently? Most of those children's parents sacrificed themselves to protect the village. Would it not be better for the children to inherit their parents' legacy? Moreover, an era of peace has dawned." Yano Yu merely lowered her head in silence. He turned to gaze at her again, after changing out of the oversized orphanage uniform. Yano Yu donned a soft yellow knitted sweater paired with long pants, her simple attire accentuating her curvaceous figure. She was indeed a woman of captivating allure. As evening fell, he returned to the Hyuga clan's estate and headed directly to Ayari's quarters. Ayari had grown accustomed to his sporadic evening visits, occasionally preparing dinner for him. Of course, she would attribute the surplus to mere happenstance, denying it was specifically for him. Yet, her culinary skills had stagnated, falling short compared to her sister's prowess. The two engaged in light conversation over dinner, with Ayari sharing mundane anecdotes, their laughter dispelling the earlier awkwardness. After dining, he reclined on the sofa to rest, and Ayari refrained from making him wash the dishes. When she finished her tasks in the kitchen, she discovered him asleep on the sofa, with Sibi quietly nestled against his chest. How could he fall asleep so quickly? She mused, concerned he might catch a chill. She hurried to her bedroom, retrieving her blanket to drape over him. With nothing else to occupy her, Ayari took a cushion from the sofa, placed it on the floor, and sat beside him, resting her chin on her hand as she gazed at him. In slumber, his features appeared softer, the youthful naivety long faded from his brow. Time slipped away as she remained transfixed, and suddenly, she found herself murmuring, "Do you truly like me?" "Indeed, I do," he unexpectedly replied in a soft voice. Ayari was momentarily taken aback, her heart racing as she saw his eyes flutter open, a smile gracing his lips. Her cheeks flushed visibly. Yui inhaled deeply, savoring the scent of the blanket enveloping him. "It smells delightful." After her initial shyness subsided, anger surged within her. "You creep," she exclaimed, reaching out to scratch his face, only to be firmly restrained by his hand. Fuming, she shouted, "You scoundrel! Pretending to be asleep. How disgusting!" He countered, "I assure you, I was genuinely asleep. Utter nonsense. I suspect you, she retorted. As he deflected her playful assault, he insisted, I speak the truth. What I said earlier was sincere. Upon recalling his earlier confession of affection, her anger diminished significantly, yet an overwhelming sense of shyness engulfed her, rendering her previous composure utterly futile in that moment. How could I utter such words? Leaning comfortably on the sofa, I propped my head on my hand and gazed at Ayaka, smiling gently. Do you not also harbor feelings for me? Ayaka huffed in irritation. Only a dog would like you. I retorted, then why not give a couple of barks? I can have Sibi translate. Ayaka, infuriated yet exasperated by this scoundrel, realized she couldn't physically overpower him. She promptly stood up and yanked the blanket off him, dragging it back to her room. Seeing this, I remarked, I'm cold. Serves you right. Get out of here. Ayaka emerged from her bedroom, her temper slightly subdued, and glared at me sitting on the sofa, demanding, Why are you still here? I sighed in resignation. It's freezing outside, and I was just dozing off. It's unbearable to leave the warmth. Ayaka sneered. What? Do you wish to stay the night? I feigned contemplation. It's not entirely out of the question. Irritated, Ayaka swiftly marched over and seized me, attempting to drag me towards the door. Don't pull me. My clothes will tear. Wait a moment. I protested as she had me cornered at the door, using my foot to block it from closing. Ayaka paused, thinking I had something to say, and halted her movements to look at me. I locked eyes with her and suddenly smiled. Is there to be a farewell kiss? Bang. The door was slammed shut. Outside, the evening breeze picked up, and I, just awakening, felt a chill creeping in. I tightened my thin clothing and knocked on the door. My coat is still inside. Moments later, Ayaka's impatient voice echoed from within. So annoying. Come back tomorrow for it. Tomorrow. I couldn't help but chuckle silently before slowly turning to leave. By the time I returned to my place, the cold wind had left me shivering. The light in my bedroom still glowed. Pushing the door open, I found Ayaka lying on my bed, warming my blankets. Upon seeing me, she lifted the covers slightly, her bright eyes gazing at me quietly, whispering, You've returned. Instantly, the chill I felt dissipated significantly as I closed the door behind me. At Ayaka's home, she had turned off the lights and lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to sleep, her mind replaying the earlier scene. She felt utterly humiliated, a sensation that drove her to the brink of madness, rolling around in bed and pounding her pillow. Eventually, after exhausting herself, she settled down, staring wide-eyed at the dim ceiling. Gently, she lifted the blanket, inhaling deeply the scent lingering within. The aroma left her feeling weak and her heart raced. In the darkness, she fluttered her eyes, taking another breath. A layer of silvery snow blanketed the entire village, having fallen throughout the night. On the streets, individuals wielding brooms and shovels diligently cleared the accumulated snow, while children frolicked and chased each other, their laughter mingling with the enticing aroma of home-cooked meals wafting from nearby houses. Today, ninjas from various villages arrived to participate in the Nin exams, each led by their esteemed jonin and accommodated in the village's guest lodgings. Under ordinary circumstances, Orochimaru would have been the one to greet them. Yet he remained ensconced in his laboratory, reluctant to emerge. Hence, it fell upon the shoulders of Shin to make an appearance. Aware that outsiders might perceive him as a mere youth lacking gravitas, he invited Minato to join him. The renowned yellow flash of Konoha would certainly ensure that the guests felt duly acknowledged. Although Minato was initially disinclined to attend such an event, he could not refuse Jun's personal request, especially considering Jun's past assistance to Rin. Thus, he became Jun's tool for receiving guests. The jonin leading the Sand Village delegation was a strikingly beautiful young woman named Yukura, a skilled user of the Scorch Release bloodline limit, who enjoyed considerable renown within the ninja world. Upon encountering her, Jin recalled that she had been betrayed by Sunagakure, becoming a political pawn. While she still lived, it was likely that her time was running short. The village was abuzz with activity, far more vibrant than usual. Ninjas adorned with foreign forehead protectors could already be seen on the streets, alongside a multitude of merchants who had been previously contacted by Jin, granted a designated street to set up their stalls. Konoha had bolstered its security forces, conducting thorough inspections of every individual entering the village. Preparations for the Nin exams were proceeding smoothly, and Jin found himself quite busy over the next few days, overseeing numerous matters. Meanwhile, within the borders of the Land of Rain and an Akatsuki stronghold, Yahiko perused a letter delivered by a subordinate, penned by Hanzo of the Salamander. The correspondence expressed Hanzo's admiration for Akatsuki's endeavors and extended an invitation for a meeting to discuss the future of their homeland. Had Yahiko received such a letter in the past, he would have been overjoyed, believing that his relentless efforts had borne fruit. In all of the Land of Rain, few did not revere Hanzo, the legendary figure who had propelled the region's military might to its zenith, single-handedly engaging in war against the three great nations. However, following Konoha's warning, Yahiko lamented his naivete and the ruthlessness of Hanzo. Why could Hanzo not comprehend that the vision shared by him and the entire Akatsuki was for the betterment of the Land of Rain? Did he not desire to save this nation? Or had the weight of age dulled his once ardent ambitions, leaving him ensnared by the allure of power? Could such a person continue to lead the Land of Rain? A subordinate approached, reporting, "Lord Yahiko, the ninjas from Konoha have arrived." The letter from Konoha had indicated that they would send ninjas to assist during this tumultuous time. Yahiko, contemplating that the visitors were likely elite ninjas from a major nation, felt a sense of urgency and promptly rose to greet them. To his surprise, the delegation consisted of only two individuals, an elderly man hunched under the weight of cooking utensils and a middle-aged man clad in an absurdly tight green outfit. Had it not been for the forehead protectors of these two individuals, Yahiko would scarcely have believed that they were ninjas, as the image he had previously conjured in his mind shattered in an instant. He turned to Nagato and whispered, "These two." Nagato, with an expression devoid of emotion, replied, "Konoha ninjas." He harbored no fondness for the people of Konoha. Each encounter with their ninjas would evoke the haunting memory of the day his parents were slain by them. Yahiko's lips twitched slightly, pondering whether Konoha was merely indulging them. "Greetings," he said, taking the initiative to address them. Maru Hashikage presented a document. "My name is Maru Hashikage, and this is Might Guy. The village has dispatched the two of us to assist Akatsuki in its endeavors." Upon glancing at the document, Yahiko's expression soured instantaneously. Genin. Both were merely genin. A flicker of anger ignited within him, yet he suppressed it, recalling the assistance Konoha had recently provided. Maru Hashikage, noticing Yahiko's demeanor, remarked with a faint smile, "Mr. Yahiko, it is unwise to judge a book by its cover." Startled, Yahiko regarded Maru Hashikage's calm and composed demeanor with growing suspicion. He inhaled deeply and offered a smile to the two, saying, "Thank you for your efforts in coming such a long way. Please take a moment to rest. We will inform you when the operation commences." His subordinates led Maru Hashikage and Might Guy into the stronghold. At this juncture, Konan could no longer contain her curiosity and asked, "Are these two really reliable? They do not seem quite normal." Yahiko replied, "This is our own affair. Konoha's assistance has already been generous, and we should not impose further expectations upon them." Once Maru Hashikage and Might Guy were ushered into a lounge, Might Guy finally exhaled a sigh of relief. He had been tense, fearful of revealing any sign of weakness. Since his previous application for a B-rank mission, he had often been assigned advanced tasks with Maru Hashikage as his partner. Maru Hashikage was accustomed to such situations, having undertaken numerous high-ranking missions, though both were genin. He differed from Might Guy, who faced disdain and ridicule back in the village. Maru Hashikage had garnered a certain degree of recognition, and many, aside from the youth, treated him with respect. Through recent missions alongside Might Guy, he had discerned his partner's capabilities, noting that he possessed a secret martial arts technique that could unleash immense strength for a brief period, followed by a phase of weakness. What troubled him, however, was that despite being a father, Guy lacked experience in high-ranking missions, necessitating Maru Hashikage to guide him in many aspects. Maru Hashikage speculated that this could indeed be an implicit intention to cultivate Might Guy's skills. "Senior Hashikage, our target for this mission is Hanzo of the Salamander, correct?" Might Guy inquired. "That is indeed the case," Maru Hashikage replied. "He is a demigod." Might Guy exclaimed, unable to suppress his astonishment. The individual in question was once a figure of paramount significance in the ninja world. Even the legendary Sannin of his own village owed their fame to him. Might Guy had never envisioned a day when he would engage in combat with such a formidable opponent. "Rest assured, we are not alone in this. The entire Akatsuki organization is involved," remarked Marahoshi Kogai. Given the esteem in which Lord Shin holds them, they must possess some unique qualities, and besides, Hanzo of the Salamander has grown old. Age, he reflected, is the greatest adversary of a ninja, a truth he understood all too well. He produced a vial of green liquid from his pocket and handed it to Might Guy. This is the antidote that Lord Shin provided us before our departure. It has fewer side effects than the batch given to the Akatsuki, but we only have 2 vials. Hanzo was notorious for his use of poison in the ninja world, and they needed to prepare for any eventuality. Might Guy approached the window, contemplating how his partner, Lee, would react if he were to learn of the mission he was undertaking. A chuckle escaped his lips. In the vicinity a few kilometers outside of Amigakure, Hanzo of the Salamander awaited the arrival of the Akatsuki members alongside his subordinate ninjas. He had received word that Danzo from Kanahigakure was unable to attend, but had dispatched route ninjas to assist him. Lord Hanzo. At that moment, 2 rain ninjas arrived, escorting an individual. Hanzo's gaze shifted as he regarded the captive. One of his subordinates reported, "We apprehended this person while tracking the Akatsuki ninjas. It appears he was engaged in clandestine communication with them." The individual did not appear to be one of the Akatsuki, nor did his attire resemble that of a ninja from their nation. Hanzo gestured for a subordinate to search the captive, and soon they retrieved a forehead protector from Kanahigakure and a letter. Upon seeing the Konoha forehead protector, Hanzo's expression darkened. He took the letter and scrutinized it closely, his demeanor growing even more ominous. To Mr. Yahiko, our village's ninja has gained the trust of Hanzo of the Salamander. We are on the verge of overthrowing Amigakure and seizing control of the Rain Country. Please proceed as planned. 4th Hokage, Orochimaru. His fingers grazed the Hokage seal on the letter before he crumpled the paper into a tight ball. Hanzo approached the captive, tearing away the black gag from his mouth, and inquired, "Is this how confident you are in Yahiko's Akatsuki?" The man merely smirked in silence. "How long until the root ninjas arrive?" Hanzo asked his subordinate. The latter glanced at the sky and replied, "We are nearing the appointed time." Hanzo rolled the paper ball in his hand, a cold glint in his eyes. The conspiracy with Danzo from Kanahigakure was known only to a select few, and he recognized the authenticity of the letter. He cast his gaze upon the captured Konoha ninja and stated impassively, "Take him back to the village and confine him. We will interrogate him thoroughly upon our return." His gaze swept over his own ninjas, and after a moment's contemplation, he decisively commanded, "Akione." "Yes, Lord Hanzo," came the immediate response. "Take a team and eliminate every last one of the arriving Konoha ninjas." "Understood." "Zamura Danzo, I truly underestimated your cunning." On the eve of the Chunin exams, numerous royal officials from the Land of Fire had gathered, expressing their disdain for the lack of entertainment in the Hidden Leaf Village. They chose to remain stationed 10 kilometers away on Adofa Street instead of entering the village. For these dignitaries, witnessing the Chunin exams was merely a funded excursion, and naturally, they wished to indulge in leisure. They were personally hosted by the 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, and their days were filled with revelry, drinking, and enjoying performances. On a bustling street, a group of elegantly dressed individuals emerged from an opulent establishment, all inebriated and relying on their retainers for support. Among them was Sarutobi Hiruzen, who listened to their unsteady proposals for a rematch the following day, assuring them he would certainly attend. With a smile, he acquiesced and watched their carriages depart before returning to the inn where he was staying with his accompanying ninjas. As the hour grew late, and having consumed a considerable amount of alcohol, he found it too troublesome to return to the village at that moment and opted to stay overnight. "Lord Third, you should rest early," suggested a companion. Upon entering his room, Sarutobi let out a long sigh, feeling utterly fatigued. The alcohol had dulled his senses to the cold. On the table lay a cup of tea, which he lifted and drank in one gulp. However, upon setting the cup down, he discovered a letter concealed beneath it. Who could have left this for him? Sarutobi was momentarily taken aback, and as he opened the envelope, clarity returned as dread washed over him. The letter detailed a series of heinous crimes committed by Danzo, each one capable of igniting a tremendous uproar in the Leaf Village, rendering Danzo utterly unredeemable in the eyes of the village. Most alarmingly, every detail was known to him and tacitly accepted. Sarutobi sprang to his feet, feeling a wave of dizziness wash over him, whether from the alcohol or the revelation. His grip on the letter tightened, his hand visibly trembling. Someone was plotting against Danzo. Was it Orochimaru? How could one be so ruthless, aiming for total annihilation? A chill of horror coursed through Sarutobi. But how could this information have leaked? Who was responsible? Only a handful of individuals were privy to such matters, Danzo's subordinates and his most trusted aides. Yet, Danzo's root ninjas were sworn to silence. Bound by the curse mark of secrecy, was there a breach on his end? A whirlwind of thoughts raced through Sarutobi's mind, leading to a state of chaotic confusion. Every item in the letter could implicate him, and should Danzo fall, he would inevitably share in the blame. But why deliver such information to him? If Orochimaru was indeed behind this, what message was he signaling? Gathering his composure, Sarutobi sat at the table, furrowing his brow in contemplation, his expression shifting between light and shadow, a reflection of the turmoil within. Time passed without notice as he burned the letter in the flickering candlelight, the dancing flames casting shadows upon his aged visage. Sarutobi Hiruzen stepped out of the room, and his loyal guard immediately approached. "Third Hokage, do you have any instructions?" he inquired. "Return to the village," Sarutobi replied calmly. The ninja hesitated, concerned about Sarutobi's inebriation. Taking a deep breath, Sarutobi chose not to engage in further discourse. Return to the village. It was already 10 o'clock at night. Jin lingered in the Hokage office, having completed all official duties, now merely seated in reverie. Gazing vacantly at the ceiling, he awaited something, while the clock on the wall ticked steadily, and even Guy, stationed outside, began to feel fatigue. Suddenly, a figure appeared, carrying a booklet. "The third Hokage has returned." Jin accepted the booklet and glanced over it, noting the names of those who had visited Sarutobi shortly after his return home. Some names were familiar, others less so. Undoubtedly, these were all key figures within Sarutobi's faction. Jin meticulously reviewed the list several times before setting it aside. "Thank you for your hard work, Hamura." "It is no trouble at all, Lord Jin," he replied. As Jin exited the office, Kakashi, stationed outside, nudged Guy awake upon hearing the door open. Groggy, Guy jolted to alertness. "All right, we can head back now," Jin informed them. Kakashi bowed in response. "Yes." Guy mimicked the gesture, stretching as he watched Jin depart. "Working so late, Jin truly has it tough," he remarked to Kakashi. Kakashi remained silent. Though he shared a similar sentiment, compared to Jin, Orochimaru, as Hokage, seemed far too preoccupied with his bizarre experiments, as if Jin were the true Hokage. On the day of the Nin exams, Orochimaru finally emerged from his laboratory, representing the village in meetings with numerous individuals. He made an appearance at the conclusion of the first written exam to address the candidates, offering words of encouragement. The written exam assessed the theoretical knowledge, personal character, and team philosophy of the Genin. Following this was the second exam, which tested teamwork, culminating in the third exam that evaluated individual strength. This structure had been a staple of the Nin exams. Despite changes in content over the years, the essence remained unchanged. The first examination eliminated nearly half of the candidates. Many hoped their village's ninjas would excel, while Jin was indifferent to the exams themselves. Content as long as the Nin exams proceeded smoothly. In the second examination, all the lower ninjas from the smaller villages were eliminated, which came as no surprise. Only the members from Konoha and Sunagakure remained for the third round. Jin encountered Yukura from Sunagakure and, amidst polite conversation, inquired about the situation between Sunagakure and Kirigakure. Yukura was taken aback that Jin would directly seek such information from her. Jin continued, offering assistance from Konoha, stating that Sunagakure had once lent a hand during Konoha's time of peril, and Konoha wished to reciprocate that kindness. Yukura pondered for a moment and vaguely asserted that Sunagakure would surely prevail, promising to convey Konoha's sentiments to the Kazekage. Having passed the second round, Akane excitedly approached Orochimaru, eager to hear his thoughts on her performance. Orochimaru merely smiled and offered words of encouragement, gently patting her head. Akane then turned to Jin, asking with pride whether he had noticed her valiant display. Jin, somewhat dismissively, remarked that she was impressive, which caused Akane to feel a twinge of dissatisfaction, prompting her to kick his calf playfully. At the root base, Danzo reflected, "Humph. You will regret this, Sarutobi. Watching Sarutobi leave without a hint of emotion, Danzo felt little turmoil, even considering Sarutobi somewhat foolish. He now controlled half of the police force, firmly grasping the village's lifeblood. Who could challenge him? Orochimaru? With merely a handful of Hyuga clan Umbu under his command, Danzo scoffed at the thought, knowing that once he fully dominated the security team, he could infiltrate every sector of the village at his leisure. A repeat of a palace coup would be a trivial endeavor. It was no wonder Sarutobi was forced to resign. Ultimately, it was due to his excessive timidity. In this world, not everything hinges on who holds the incriminating evidence. Those accusations could be rendered void if Danzo simply denied them. Within the village, who possessed the strength to openly confront him? Sarutobi's haste in warning him was merely a reflection of his fear of being implicated, tarnishing the illustrious image of the third Hokage. Had Sarutobi ever considered the consequences when Danzo assisted him with those clandestine matters? Danzo paid no heed to Sarutobi's words. His mind was preoccupied with the absence of his subordinates sent to the Rain Village, who had yet to return or even send a message. According to the original plan, the Akatsuki should have been eradicated by now. The oil woman Ryoma, dispatched under his command, was among his most capable operatives. Dismantling a minor mercenary organization in the Rain Village should have been a straightforward task. Could something have gone awry? Danzo's thoughts spiraled, landing on the possibility of the Rinnegan. His unease prompting him to dispatch another small team to investigate the situation in the Land of Rain. In the stillness of the night, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had previously been resting, suddenly opened his eyes wide and leaped from his bed, rushing out the window. The cold wind swept past, yet no figure was in sight. On the windowsill, a white note lay pressed beneath a stone. Sarutobi stood still, surveying the area for a considerable time before furrowing his brow and picking up the note. The word Shimura Danzo colludes with the Rain Village with intentions of treason exploded in his mind like thunder, rendering him momentarily speechless, his scalp prickling with unease. "What is it?" asked Hibiki, approaching the window. Sarutobi took a deep breath, quickly regaining his composure. Impossible. Danzo would never do such a thing. He returned indoors, his mind a chaotic swirl. What had transpired? Hibiki, having closed the window, noticed the note in Sarutobi's hand and reached out to take it. But he reflexively clenched it tightly in his palm. Fabricating charges, fabricating charges. Sarutobi muttered to himself. Is it about Azashi? Hibiki furrowed her brow. Sarutobi paid no heed to her gentle inquiry, his thoughts racing. No matter how extreme Danzo's actions might be, he would not conspire with outsiders for treason. Yet, if the adversary intended to act against Danzo, why did they persist in alerting him? What were their intentions? What were their intentions? I need to step out for a moment, Sarutobi informed Hibiki. She nodded, sensing the gravity of the situation from his reaction, and handed him his coat. The winter night was exceptionally cold. As Sarutobi stepped out, he paused, gazing distantly at the 4 colossal stone statues on the cliff. After a moment, he proceeded toward the Hokage residence. The streets were eerily quiet as the elderly man approached Orochimaru's mansion. The door was opened by Anko, who was clad in pajamas, clearly having just risen from her slumber. Lord Third, where is Lord Fourth? Sarutobi inquired. Anko looked at him and replied. Lord Orochimaru usually does not spend the night at home. He is at the research facility. Sarutobi nodded slightly, preparing to leave. Just then, Anko called out to him. Lord Third, Lord Orochimaru instructed me to tell you that if you are looking for him, he is busy with an experiment. If you need anything, please visit Hinata's household to find Niji. Upon hearing this, Sarutobi furrowed his brow. Niji. He departed from Orochimaru's doorstep, casting his gaze in the direction of the Hyuga clan, his emotions swirling within him. Given his status, he could easily summon anyone he wished with a mere message. And the heads of the various clans, even the 4th Hokage, should willingly come to his residence for guidance. Yet, his current predicament denied him this privilege. And he was not the one in control of the situation. Most critically, he was utterly unaware of the adversary's intentions, whether they aimed to overthrow Danzo or sought something from him. Sarutobi found himself alone at the Hyuga compound, where the guards, upon recognizing the 3rd Hokage, were taken aback and promptly escorted him to the residence of the clan leader. This is not his first visit here. He has had profound interactions with both Hyuga Taiyu and Hyuga Hayashi. Saratobi's understanding of the current Hyuga clan has waned since Hayashi's demise, or rather, he never had the opportunity to comprehend it fully before he ceased to be Hokage. He is only aware that the clan now aligns itself with Orochimaru. And the new clan leader, Hyuga Shin, is also a capable subordinate of Orochimaru, spending each day in the Hokage's office, assisting him with various village affairs. He did not wait long in the living room when Ayano approached him with a bow. Lord Shin requests your presence in the study. Saratobi pondered as he regarded the former clan leader's fiancée delivering the message. The master of this place has changed. Perhaps everything has transformed. Following Ayano, he entered the study, which was devoid of any presence. Where is Shin? Saratobi inquired. Ayano's expression turned awkward, and she hesitated to respond. Upon learning of the third Hokage's late-night visit, she hurried to summon Shin, only to receive a reply that the third Hokage should head to the study while Shin resumed his slumber. How was he to respond to that? Should he merely state that Shin was asleep? Observing her demeanor, Saratobi frowned slightly, his gaze wandering around the study's interior. 3 walls were lined with bookshelves, and aside from the books, there was little else in the room. However, the desk held 3 stacks of documents. Saratobi approached contemplatively and picked up one of the files. Noticing this, Ayano quietly closed the study door. The document in Saratobi's hand was a file of Hyuga clan members, detailing the youth of the clan. All individuals listed were ninjas within the village, and Saratobi recognized them. He then picked up another stack of documents, and his expression instantly changed. This was also a file, yet it contained the names of his own clan members. The individuals listed held significant positions within the village. Silently, Saratobi set it down and reached for the final document. This was not a list, but an exceedingly detailed account of all the clandestine dealings he and Danzo had engaged in. His hand trembled slightly as he grasped the implications of this information. When Shin awoke, it was already morning. Ayano informed him that the third Hokage had not lingered in the study for long before departing. Upon arriving at the Hokage building, he found a number of people waiting below. As they saw Shin approach, they bowed in respect to the young man. Lord Shin. Shin responded with a calm acknowledgement, then proceeded to his office, where he summoned Marisuke KG and Might Dai, who had recently returned to the village. This is from Yahiko, the leader of Akatsuki. Marisuke KG said, presenting a sealed box. Shin took it, glancing at the sealed container. It seems the mission went smoothly, he remarked. Marisuke replied. It was perilous, but without fatality. Hanzo the salamander is formidable. Were it not for the antidote, Dai and I would have perished there. The Akatsuki organization has suffered significant casualties, and now the internal situation in the Rain Village has descended into chaos following the demise of Hanzo of the salamander. For Yahiko and his companions, restoring order and ascending to power is no simple task. Jin nodded, stating, this is no longer a concern for us. If the Akatsuki cannot even manage this, their fate is sealed. Noticing that Might Dai seemed hesitant to speak, he inquired, do you have something to say? It was only then that Might Dai spoke up. Lord Jin, I am merely a Jinin. Why do you continually assign me such high-level tasks? Jin replied, wasn't it your intention to undertake such missions when you sought me out earlier? Might Dai, feeling a bit embarrassed, scratched his head. At that time, he merely wished to earn more mission rewards, never anticipating the continuous peril involved. It wasn't that he feared death, but he felt that if he were to perish easily, no one would take care of Kai. Jin continued, since you are aware of your status as a Jinin, why not strive to elevate yourself? I shall grant you a month. After that, I will conduct a Chunin examination for you. Should you fail to meet the theoretical standards, retirement shall be your only option. Might Dai was taken aback, while Marahoshi Kashin could barely suppress a chuckle. Jun smiled lightly. After all, isn't your son already a Chunin? He is capable of supporting you now. Might Dai wished to protest, Lord Jin, but Shin cut him off, waving his hand to dismiss them. He opened the box in his hand, which contained correspondence between Hanzo and Danzo, detailing the former's military actions against Konoha to assist Danzo in securing the position of Hokage. Of course, all of this was fabricated. Jin had arranged for Yahiko to procure this. After Marahoshi Kashin and Might Dai left, another group entered simultaneously. These individuals were all members of the Saratobi clan, led by a middle-aged man named Saratobi Ruji, who Jin recognized and who held considerable respect within the village. The others accompanying him also held significant positions in the village. With their presence, even though Sarutobi Hizashi was not Hokage, he could still command considerable influence in Konoha. Lord Shin, Sarutobi Ruji bowed in greeting. There is no need for such formality, Ruji-senpai, Jin replied with a smile, his words polite, yet he made no move to rise. Remaining seated in the Hokage's position as he regarded those before him, Sarutobi Ruji stepped forward, presenting a stack of letters. Jin casually glanced at the topmost one, which was a resignation letter. He remained composed, refraining from engaging in insincere pleasantries, and directly addressed Ruji. You all have dedicated yourselves to the village. Your contributions will be remembered. Lord Shin, you flatter us, Sarutobi Ruji replied, bowing his head even lower. Such formalities were typically reserved for the Sarutobi clan to convey to outsiders. It was unexpected to hear them from someone so youthful. In the early hours of today, they were urgently summoned by Sarutobi Hiruzen, who issued a command that brooked no dissent, a directive that left no room for opposition or debate. Sarutobi Konohamaru found it incomprehensible that anyone in the village could possess greater power than the Sarutobi clan, a force that could threaten their lineage. Even the fourth Hokage could not. The Uchiha and Hyuga clans were merely renowned for their bloodline limit techniques. While the Sarutobi truly held the reins of Konoha from the shadows, it could be said that Konoha had previously been the private domain of the Sarutobi. How could the third Hokage willingly relinquish all of this? Was it out of nostalgia for the bond between teacher and student? The members of the Sarutobi clan withdrew, and the Umbu were sent to summon Uchiha Fugaku to this place. He glanced over the resignation letters, confirming his expectations. Every position was accounted for. The efficiency of the third Hokage was indeed remarkable. Achieving all this relied heavily on Orochimaru's identity as Hokage. A mere head of the Hyuga clan could not compel Sarutobi Hiruzen to yield. Unfortunately, the current members of the Hyuga clan were far too few. Before long, Fugaku arrived. Is there something you needed from me, Jin? He inquired directly, nudging the box that Maruhoshi Kogetsu had delivered forward. With a sense of trepidation, Fugaku opened the box and extracted the secret letter within, his eyes widening in disbelief. This. He was genuinely astonished, never anticipating such a turn of events. Were these letters authentic or forged? The crime of treason against the village, once uncovered, offered no chance of absolution. It was a capital offense. Fugaku abruptly met Jin's gaze, only to find him calmly observing him. A shiver ran down his spine. The method was ruthless. Jin slowly inquired, Fugaku-senpai, how do you believe we should handle this matter? Fugaku hesitated to respond, feeling a sense of dread. He suddenly recalled the day the third Hokage announced his resignation, the death of Hinata Hizashi. All accusations had been heaped upon a deceased individual. Fugaku-senpai. Jin called softly once more. Fugaku swallowed hard, asking, Jin, where did you acquire this information? Suddenly, many things fell into place, the vigilance of his own guards. The recent Chunin exams. Jin smiled faintly. What? Do you think I fabricated this just to amuse you? I wouldn't dare, Fugaku replied. What do you propose we do with such a criminal? His grip on the letter tightened. If these accusations were true, evading the death penalty would be impossible. Jin smiled again. It seems that Fugaku-senpai shares my thoughts. However, this individual commands a formidable team of elite shinobi, and should unrest arise in the village, innocent civilians may suffer. Would you be willing to assist me in eliminating this grave threat to Konoha? Fugaku's breath was inexplicably rapid. The elite ninja he had once spoken of was now under his command, dispatched to maintain the village's order during the Chunin exams. He had been drawn into this web from the very beginning, with no means of escape. The office was enveloped in an eerie silence, allowing him to hear the sound of his own breathing. Naturally, he awaited the directives of Lord Shin. Shin nodded with satisfaction. In that case, I must trouble you. Senior Fugaku, the matters I previously promised you will come to a conclusion, and the village will not neglect the Uchiha. Fugaku could only manage a strained smile. In serving the village, the Uchiha seek no recompense. As he gazed at the young man before him, whose face bore a smile, a chill crept through his heart, followed by a notion that felt absurd even to him. Was it the youth who ascended through Orochimaru's influence? Or was it Orochimaru who rose to the position of Hokage thanks to him? Morning at Yuin. Numerous carriages gradually entered Konoha, carrying royal ministers and nobles from foreign lands. They had traversed great distances to witness this rare Nin exam. The ninja at the village's main gate diligently verified the identities of these esteemed guests, and specialized ninjas escorted them to the exam venue. Under Fugaku's command, the police force maintained order with precision, blending members of the route with his own clansmen, who formed small teams scattered throughout the village. Within the Hokage building, the Hokage's robe and hat were delivered. Lord Shin, preparations are nearly complete. Donning the expansive robe, Shin transformed into Orochimaru as he exited the room. Kakashi, stationed outside, immediately bowed in respect upon seeing him. Let us proceed. Today marks the third round of the Nin exams, which promises to be the most exhilarating part of the event. The venue for the exam was set in a vast circular arena on the outskirts of the village, reminiscent of a coliseum. When the Orochimaru guys arrived, he could hear the cheers of the villagers who had taken their seats early in anticipation of his presence. Hokage-sama greeted Yukura, rising to pay her respects. This woman always exuded pride in his presence, only to temper it before Orochimaru. In a world where strength reigned supreme, Shin remained unfazed. He simply nodded in acknowledgement and took his place in the Hokage's designated seat. As the time approached, the audience had filled the venue to capacity. Rising to address the crowd, with the support of the Yamanaka clan's ninja, his voice resonated throughout the arena. The third round of the Nin exams shall now commence. Outside the venue, one of the team leaders remarked, "There's no need for you to stay with us. You could easily go in and watch the matches." Hearing the words of his clansmen, Fugaku could only smile wryly. Indeed, entrusting matters of public safety to us is entirely unproblematic. Fujitake remarked, "I am merely concerned that you may clash with those individuals. Today is a momentous occasion." A member of the Uchiha clan responded, "Captain, you underestimate us. In such a setting, we shall exercise restraint, and those ruffians are unlikely to seek trouble." Fujitake replied, "Enough. The skirmishes of mere genin hold little interest. Let us proceed with our patrols." Under normal circumstances, he would not need to personally oversee security patrols, yet today's circumstances were exceptional. The village was hosting a grand event, and unbeknownst to them, further developments were likely to unfold. The streets of Konoha were largely deserted, with the majority having flocked to the venue for the Chunin exams. Suddenly, Fujitake caught sight of a figure hastily darting across the rooftops. His already alert senses heightened. He instinctively leaped forward to intercept the individual. "What is the urgency?" he inquired. "I have crucial information to report to Lord Hokage," the person replied, their expression one of desperation. Fujitake's gaze shifted slightly. The third round of the Chunin exams is currently underway. Lord Hokage is at the venue. Upon hearing this, the individual promptly altered their course and sped toward the exam site. Fujitake and the Uchiha clan members exchanged puzzled glances as they observed the individual's rapid departure. Why the haste? Uncertain. Unable to fathom the erratic thoughts, Fujitake shook his head and dismissed them. "Let us resume our duties." At this moment, Jin was engrossed in watching two genin duel in the arena below Akane and a sand ninja. Both displayed remarkable prowess, and the confrontation was undeniably thrilling. Suddenly, a member of the Umbu, dressed in stealth attire, appeared at his side and whispered a few words. Jin had initially assumed that Orochimaru's affairs had concluded swiftly. Marveling at his efficiency, he then slowly rose to depart. "The match is quite captivating. Where is Lord Hokage off to?" Yukura, seated nearby, inquired. "To the restroom," Jin replied. Yukura responded with a perplexed silence. With that, Jin left under Yukura's curious gaze, accompanied by two Umbu guards, making his way to a room at the back. Lord Hokage, a ninja, already present and appearing weary from travel, immediately knelt upon Jin's arrival. Jin regarded him thoughtfully and asked, "What is it?" The ninja produced a scroll. "On the northeastern border of our country, there are signs of troop movements from the Cloud Village." Jin's heart sank momentarily. So soon he accepted the scroll, broke its seal, and scrutinized its contents, his brow furrowing. In the original narrative, the Cloud and Sand villages had united to assault the Land of Fire. Now, it was solely the Cloud Village, a stroke of misfortune amidst the calamity. The underlying reason may be that Yuin Village, perceiving the decline of Konoha, acted with undue haste and chose to attack prematurely. Meanwhile, Sunagakure was preoccupied with issues concerning Kirigakure, having just established diplomatic relations with Konoha, thus reluctant to sever ties. Jun held the scroll in his hands, pacing back and forth until he regained his composure. "Thank you for your efforts in relaying the message. You may rest now," he said to the messenger. "Thank you, Lord Hokage." The man seemed taken aback to hear such acknowledgement from Orochimaru, stirring a sense of excitement within him. Jin returned to the venue, only to find that H-Mon had vanished from sight. The battle below featuring Akane had concluded, and the next combatants were a Genin named Yuzuki Yuin and another Sunagakure ninja. "What a pity, the Hokage missed witnessing the victory of his student," Yakura remarked. Jin merely smiled faintly in response. Hinata H-Mon departed alone from the CH Nin exams venue and arrived at the route base. Upon pushing open the massive iron door, he was immediately confronted by the sight of two bloodied corpses. His heart tightened, but he pressed on. Fortunately, the scene was not one of carnage. The root ninjas were scarce, most of them engaged in maintaining the village's security outside. "Is that you, H-Mon?" In the dimly lit hall, H-Mon spotted a figure standing beneath two grotesque giant statues not far away. He did not take the time to scrutinize the individual features and immediately bowed in respect. "Lord Hokage, did you summon me?" H-Mon asked, presenting the scroll with both hands. As he bent forward, he heard a faint hiss of a serpent, and the scroll was snatched away by a python. Seizing the opportunity, H-Mon raised his gaze slightly and caught a glimpse of Orochimaru's figure in the distance. His attire appeared somewhat tattered, with a corpse lying at his feet. "It truly never ends," Orochimaru's voice resonated slowly. "Where is Jin now?" "Lord Jin is still at the examination venue," H-Mon replied. Suddenly, Orochimaru materialized right before H-Mon and then strode past him towards the entrance of the hall. H-Mon finally discerned the corpse on the ground, its right eye wrapped in bandages, the aged face soaked in blood. "H-Mon," Orochimaru called. "Yes, Lord Hokage. Take the body to my laboratory." "Understood." In the examination venue, a member of the Sarutobi clan quietly approached Sarutobi Hiruzen and whispered a few words into his ear. "Are you serious?" Sarutobi's complexion changed dramatically upon hearing this. The clan member simply nodded silently. Sarutobi's face shifted between pallor and rage as he cast a distant glare towards the position of the fourth Hokage. His eyes filled with sorrow and indignation. "Third Hokage, what is the matter?" inquired a minister seated beside Sarutobi. Sarutobi slowly rose, forcing a smile as he excused himself from the gathering. He made his way from the back of the venue towards the fourth Hokage, only to encounter Orochimaru along the way. Orochimaru's attire was somewhat tattered, suggesting he had just emerged from a fierce battle. "Sensei Sarutobi," Orochimaru spoke up. Sarutobi scoffed coldly. "I cannot claim such a title, Orochimaru. Am I next on your list?" Orochimaru narrowed his eyes slightly. "What do you mean by that, Sensei Sarutobi?" Aside from the two of them, only Orochimaru's loyal Umbu and Sarutobi's attendant, each trusted confidants, remained present. Sarutobi's expression darkened as he stated bluntly, "Orochimaru, I have already given you what you desired. Yet, you still refuse to spare Danzo? Why must you be so ruthless? He has watched you grow all along." Orochimaru maintained his usual demeanor. "Danzo has colluded with outsiders and harbors treasonous intentions. I have irrefutable evidence and plan to discuss this matter in the upcoming meeting. You are welcome to join, Sensei Sarutobi." Upon hearing this, Sarutobi felt a chill run through him. After Orochimaru succeeded him as Hokage, he had hoped his former student would dutifully fulfill the role, which led him to make repeated concessions and never to sabotage him. After all, he had once been his beloved pupil, and if he could truly elevate Konoha, Sarutobi would have been pleased. "Orochimaru Sensei Sarutobi." Orochimaru suddenly interrupted him. "I have a question that weighs on my mind." Sarutobi regarded him with a cold stare. Orochimaru continued, "Tell me, if Minato had succeeded to the position of fourth Hokage, how would he differ from me?" Sarutobi scoffed derisively, offering not an ounce of leniency. Minato would cherish the people as his own, dedicating everything to Konoha. Orochimaru, with a puzzled expression, inquired, "Is there anything wrong with Konoha under my leadership?" Sarutobi hesitated, if he had to say. Konoha's recovery was indeed progressing faster than he had anticipated, largely due to the support from the daimyo. Yet, It was undeniable that someone had been managing the village with remarkable order. Orochimaru pressed on. Have I wronged the villagers in any way? Sarutobi shot back angrily. You harm your comrades, and you still dare to speak. Orochimaru retorted. Sensei Sarutobi, I have already stated that Danzo seeks to rebel, and the evidence is indisputable. Can such a person truly be considered a comrade, or are you intent on shielding him? Sarutobi trembled with rage. Unable to fathom how Orochimaru could present the death of Danzo so grandiosely, he could not bring himself to believe the absurd justification Orochimaru provided. Having dealt with Danzo for a lifetime, did Sarutobi not understand his character? Orochimaru continued, if Minato had become Hokage and someone sought to usurp his power, what would you do, Sensei Sarutobi? He grinned. I imagine you would clear the obstacles for him, as you hold such affection for him, do you not? And what have you left me besides the position of Hokage? A fractured village? Someone seeks to bring about my demise. Should I not resist? Must I simply submit to their slaughter? After all, no one comes to clear the obstacles from my path. Sarutobi gazed expressionlessly at Orochimaru. Is this how you perceive it? Orochimaru? Do you harbor hatred towards me? Yet, Orochimaru abruptly shook his head, stating, I misspoke. Then, under Sarutobi's scrutinizing gaze, he articulated with deliberate precision. The position of Hokage was not bequeathed to me by you. It is one I have fought for myself. A cold smile crept across his lips. I covet nothing that others offer. I shall remove all impediments myself. Henceforth, this shall be my Konoha, and no one shall dictate my actions. With that, he strode past Sarutobi, who remained rooted to the spot, motionless. The ever-anxious Hayashi hurriedly followed, his heart racing from the tension, as their footsteps faded into the distance. Sarutobi remained immobile. A cautious call from a member of the Sarutobi clan broke the silence. Lord Third. Suddenly, Sarutobi stumbled, his previously stern countenance faltering. The attendant, startled, reached out to steady him. Lord Third. Regaining his composure, Sarutobi exhaled deeply, his aged features softening. He is gone, gone, a fitting end. Danzo. You should have perished long ago, he muttered to himself, only to be interrupted by a wave of jubilant cheers from within the high walls, signaling the conclusion of yet another match. A shadow of anguish crossed Sarutobi's face as he hunched over, swaying unsteadily as he departed. The Chunin exams had concluded splendidly. Konoha and Tsunagakure each celebrated a cohort of genin who successfully ascended to Chunin status amidst the watchful eyes of the crowd, their performances commendable, resulting in mutual satisfaction for both villages. After exchanging pleasantries with the elder, Jin observed as the villagers in the audience gradually dispersed. He instructed the Umbu to notify the heads of various clans and some high-ranking jonin within the village to convene in the Hokage's office. Upon returning to the lounge at the back of the meeting hall, he found Hayashi standing at the door. Jin knocked gently. Come in. Upon entering, he found Orochimaru seated alone on the sofa, holding a teacup. How leisurely you are, Hokage. After closing the door, Jin dispelled his transformation technique and removed the Hokage cloak. With the impending threat of Kumogakure at our doorstep, how can one afford such leisure? Orochimaru chuckled lightly. Are you not equally at ease, taking the time to witness a clash among genin? Jin took a seat across from him and replied, This is a necessary measure to foster goodwill between Konoha and Tsunagakure. Perhaps it will prove useful in our future confrontations with Kumogakure. Orochimaru did not engage with this remark, his gaze fixated on the teacup in his hands, appearing somewhat distracted. Observing his demeanor, Jin deliberated briefly before broaching a serious topic. Hokage, preparations for this war must commence post-haste. Orochimaru, with an indifferent expression, directly inquired, who will lead? As the Hokage, he would not engage on the front lines unless absolutely necessary. He added, it is contingent upon your will. Orochimaru cast a sidelong glance at him, saying, Why not express your thoughts directly? Minato, he is quite suitable. Indeed, I wish to go as well. Very well. Orochimaru caressed the teacup in his hand, nodding in agreement with all of Jin's statements. Jin then asked, Do you harbor any concerns, Hokage? Orochimaru calmly regarded him and slowly posed the question, Jin, if a person lacks even a single trustworthy companion, is that individual not pitiable? Jin chuckled softly. Why has the Hokage become so sentimental? Orochimaru remained non-committal. I am not a deity. Jean responded slowly. It is merely loneliness. Are not the strong often solitary? Orochimaru smiled faintly. It appears, then, that both you and I qualify as strong. In the conference room of the Hokage building, the inhabitants of Konoha finally encountered the typically reclusive Orochimaru. However, upon their first meeting, he delivered shocking news. The head of the root, Danzo Shimura, had colluded with Hanzo of the Salamander from the Rain Village to usurp power, and he had now been eradicated. Orochimaru produced a series of evidences indicating that beyond his treasonous intentions, Danzo had also engaged in numerous unsavory deeds. The attendees, having had limited dealings with Danzo, were nonetheless aware of his significant influence and his past allegiance with the second Hokage. Some suspected ulterior motives behind this revelation but dared not voice their thoughts. Fugaku had anticipated such an outcome and exhibited little reaction upon learning the news. Meanwhile, Jiraiya and Tsunade were visibly incredulous. However, Orochimaru did not afford them much time to process their shock before unveiling another pressing matter. A border ninja had just returned with urgent news. The Cloud Village was amassing troops at the border, and the situation was dire. This announcement sent a greater wave of shock through the room than the previous revelation. What? The Cloud Village? The assembly momentarily set aside their concerns regarding Danzo, redirecting their focus towards the looming threat of the Cloud Village. Was war about to commence once more? Minato and Kakashi exchanged grave glances. Minato, Orochimaru called out. Hokage, once the troops are prepared, you will lead a contingent to the border. Reinforcements will arrive tomorrow. Understood. Orochimaru proceeded to relay his strategic outline for the forthcoming conflict. Minato, Kakashi, and Jiraiya, among others, would initially deploy a vanguard to the border to preempt the Cloud's advance. The daimyo had already dispatched envoys to notify them. The Hidden Leaf Village now faces not only a deficiency in military strength, but also significant shortcomings in various areas during combat. It is imperative that the support from the feudal lord remain stable. The abruptness of recent events caught many off guard during the recent Chunin exam. Some reflected on the hard-won nature of peace. Nevertheless, whether they were prepared or not, they must once again head to the battlefield. Orochimaru has appointed Fugaku and Shin to lead the remaining forces and logistics to the front lines. The announcement left everyone astonished as their gazes swept across the crowd, failing to spot Shin's figure. The villagers were already familiar with Shin, many having interacted with the individual who occupied the Hokage's office daily. Was Shin also to join the battlefield? Was he a civil servant? Once Orochimaru finished issuing orders, the crowd dispersed, each person lost in their own thoughts. The news of impending warfare swiftly spread throughout the village, instilling a sense of unease once more. At this moment, the people of Sunagakure had yet to leave. Upon hearing this news, they exchanged words of encouragement with Orochimaru, as they remained preoccupied with their own troubles regarding Kirigakure, leaving no time to concern themselves with Konoha. At this moment, Shin, accompanied by Nichiraku, returned to the base of Root. Following the conclusion of the Chunin exam, all remaining Root members had been relocated here, and Shin did not treat them as prisoners to be cast into a jail. As the massive iron doors swung open, light flooded into the hall, and dozens of figures stirred, all eyes turning towards the silhouetted figure of Hinata Shin. The members of Root recognized Shin and understood that he was the right hand of the Hokage, a youth poised to dictate their fates. Lord Shin, a leading member of Root, stepped forward, bowing in respect. His astuteness prompted others to follow suit, offering their salutations. Shin's gaze swept over the assembly with an impassive demeanor. The traitor Danzo was dead, and many among them had committed numerous heinous acts against the village under his directive. The atmosphere grew tense at his words. However, I believe that having grown up in this village, you must also harbor love for it. Being under Danzo's control was undoubtedly a matter of necessity. Thus, I have petitioned the Hokage for a decision. The village shall not hold your past against you. Shin regarded the assembly, his voice steady. Are you willing to sacrifice everything for the village once more? The Root members exchanged glances, then knelt in unison, proclaiming, We await your orders, Lord Shin. Shin nodded and declared, From now on, there shall be no more Root. You will remain part of the AMB organization, with Nichiraku as your captain. Greetings, Lord Nichiraku. Following Danzo's demise, these Root members became like unanchored driftwood. Their upbringing diverged significantly from that of ordinary shinobi, making integration with outsiders challenging. In essence, they were a group of tools in need of a new master. Danzo's training methods had merit, and these individuals were indeed exceptional ANBU. Jin once again visited Yena. Observing the progress of the children there, he informed Yena of Tuanzo's demise, which only elicited mild surprise from her, quickly replaced by an air of indifference, as if she were unconcerned by the news. The children, upon seeing Jin, greeted him with respectful bows, a significant change from their previous encounters at the orphanage. Jin also spoke to Yena about the impending war and his imminent departure to the front lines, assuring her that he had made adequate arrangements for the children and the orphanage. Yena sighed at the mention of war, noting that the orphanage would likely see an increase in its young charges. Jin inquired, "Do you harbor a hatred for war?" Yena responded with a perplexed look, questioning whether anyone could possibly enjoy it. Jin found himself at a loss for words. Without Yena's intelligence, his plans would not have unfolded so smoothly. This solidified his conviction that relying solely on emotionless tools could pose significant risks, with Tuanzo serving as a prime example. Upon returning home, Jin met with several elders of his clan to discuss important matters. For this war, he did not intend to send too many from the Hyuga clan to the front lines, as further casualties would leave him isolated. With him as the clan leader, he believed he could quell any discontent. With Nichi present at home, he felt reassured against any potential turmoil. By the time Jin had arranged everything, night had fallen. The bathroom, filled with steaming water, radiated warmth, and Jin, unclothed, felt little chill. After performing his usual physical training, fatigue washed over him, and Eno helped him dry off with a towel. "Are you going to rest immediately?" Eno inquired from behind him. "I'm exhausted and wish to avoid any further exertion," Jin replied. Eno's face flushed. "I didn't mean it that way." Eri, are you going anywhere else?" He realized he would be departing the next day and could bid farewell then. Jin sighed, feeling his energy waning. After emerging from the bathroom, he casually donned a coat and made his way to Eri's quarters. On the eve of battle, the winter wind was frigid. Jin stood outside Eri's door for just a moment before it opened. Eri, cradling Spibby, was clad only in a nightgown, her long hair cascading loosely over her shoulders, appearing as if she had just risen from bed, exuding a sense of delicate vulnerability that stirred a protective affection in Jin. Today, he had come later than usual, and Eri had nearly succumbed to slumber. "It's quite cold outside," Jin remarked, settling onto the sofa and pouring himself a cup of hot tea. "Why come over at such a late hour?" Eri asked, unable to contain her curiosity. "It is precisely at night that I find myself longing for you," Jin confessed. Eri took a seat opposite him, casting her gaze aside. "Could you not speak so flippantly?" After sipping a few mouthfuls of hot tea, the chill that had enveloped him receded significantly, and a sound of contentment escaped his lips. He inquired, "Do you know we are going to war?" Lingli was momentarily taken aback. "With whom?" "Yunin village. It seems they are not yet resigned to the outcomes of the Third Shinobi World War and are making a resurgence." At this, an unsettling thought blossomed in Lingli's mind. "You won't. I am to head to the battlefield tomorrow." Lingli's heart tightened as she observed the flickering light in his eyes. "Aren't you usually occupied with Lord Orochimaru's affairs? Why must you go to war?" "Someone has to," he replied nonchalantly. He regarded Lingli with a smile and added, "What? Do you not wish for my absence?" For once, Lingli remained silent, lowering her gaze. She barely whispered her response, causing him to pause in surprise. Lingli lifted her head slightly to glance at him, then quickly lowered it again, her cheeks flushing. The barrier that had once existed between them had long since vanished. Lingli herself was unsure of what she was holding back. She felt no aversion towards him, yet feared the unpredictable circumstances that might arise should they become closer. "I do not wish for you to come to harm." The teacup on the table continued to emit steam, and the living room was enveloped in silence, save for the rhythmic ticking of the wall clock. Lingli sat quietly, a few strands of hair cascading down, the warm light illuminating both their faces. In that moment, Jean was struck by a breathtaking beauty that emerged from the haze. She roused the slumbering Sibby in her arms, who, sensing something amiss, glanced at the two and hurriedly exited the scene. Jean slowly rose from the sofa and approached Lingli, who was tense and hesitant to meet his gaze. Yet, She mustered the courage to look into his eyes, attempting to convey her emotions through her gaze, urging him to understand and to be aware. She was both waiting and inviting. The lights in the room dimmed. The night sky grew dark, with only a few stars piercing through the galaxy, some gliding into the shadows, trailing red or white glimmers, creating a tumultuous warmth in the heavens and a flickering explosion in the darkness. In the morning, when Jin arrived punctually at the gates of Konoha, a multitude of ninjas had already gathered. The current military strength of Konoha was sparse, totaling no more than 2,000 personnel. Throughout history, Konoha had never been reduced to such a state of weakness, and now it was about to confront one of the 5 great nations, the formidable lightning country, Yunin village. Jin Kuin greeted Fugaku, who had come early to await his arrival. Following Jin were Hiraman, Kakashi, and Guy among others. In addition to the assembled ninjas, numerous carts laden with supplies, weapons, rations, and medical supplies were present. Jin surveyed the mid-level commanders within the ranks, meticulously inspecting the entire formation before they formally set forth from the village. On the main street of the village, numerous villagers spontaneously gathered to bid farewell. A quick glance revealed only the familiar figure of Hongdo. Let us set forth. The troops marched resolutely into the distance, their carts kicking up clouds of dust as the ninjas vanished within it. The village was not far from the northeastern border of the Land of Fire. Their journey would merely take half a day, if not for the limited pace of the carts in their convoy. Otherwise, the ninjas could have that time. When Jin and Fuyue arrived, it was already afternoon, and the advance party from the previous day had prepared their camp well in advance. The army was stationed within the borders of the Land of Fire, guided in by the Konoha ninjas. Arriving even earlier were the supplies from the daimyo. It seems troublesome, Jin murmured to himself. Fuyue nodded gravely in agreement. Nearby, Kai and Kakashi exchanged puzzled looks, with Kai quietly inquiring about the situation, to which Kakashi merely shook his head. The Hidden Cloud Village had breached the border and invaded their territory, indicating that Minato and the others had not managed to catch up yesterday. The Land of Fire and the Land of Lightning did not share a direct border, with several smaller nations lying in between. Konoha's presence within the Land of Fire signified that the enemy had indeed crossed into their domain. The troops led by Jin and Fuyue gradually entered the camp, which had been hastily erected for a single night and would likely require expansion soon. Jin encountered Juku, while Minato was out leading a mission, as diligent as ever. You both have worked hard, Juku remarked to Jin and Fuyue. Jin exchanged pleasantries with him, and upon entering the main tent, numerous eyes turned towards Jin. All present were adults, yet Jin, being a mere youth, seemed out of place, despite his notable status as the head of the Hyuga clan and Orochimaru's right-hand man. Previously, he had overseen all administrative affairs in the village, and many were familiar with his adept handling of governmental matters. However, this was a battlefield. The reason for his presence here remained unclear, especially since he was reportedly only a chunin. Despite their myriad thoughts, everyone wore smiles and respectfully addressed him as Lord Jin or Prince Jin. A few remained silent, but Jin paid them no mind. Juku-senpai, could you elucidate the current situation? Jin inquired. After a moment of contemplation, Juku replied, when we arrived yesterday without pause, all the border ninjas had perished. It seems a contingent of cloud ninjas has entered our territory, but their whereabouts remain unknown. We have reached out to various towns and cities, and any information will be relayed to us immediately. Minato has also taken a team to search for the whereabouts of this cloud ninja squad. Juku gestured for everyone to gather around the map laid out on the central table, indicating several marked locations that could potentially conceal the enemy. What about the enemy beyond the border? Jin asked. How many troops did the cloud ninjas deploy? Diurgius shook his head. This morning, reconnaissance ninjas had just been dispatched and had yet to return. Contemplating earnestly, he estimated there were at least 5,000 ninjas, while Konoha's front line boasted only a little over 1,000. Most critically, Kumogakure had a formidable Jinchuriki, unlike the 2 mascots of Konoha. Should Konoha deploy their Jinchuriki onto the battlefield, the uncertainties would be overwhelming. One could not help but lament the extraordinary difficulties of the situation. Minato returned with his team, unfortunately failing to trace the enemy's whereabouts. However, The reconnaissance ninjas previously sent out had discovered Kuminen within the borders of the land of rice, though they dared not delve too deeply, leaving the complete intelligence on the Kuminen unclear. Upon receiving this news, Minato hastened alone to the Kuminen's encampment, preparing to create considerable chaos while simultaneously gathering intelligence on the enemy. As a ninja of his caliber, adept in space-time ninjutsu, he was nearly impossible to detain if he chose to leave. Minato frequently undertook such missions, yet due to his individual capabilities, he could not always shift the tides of battle. Nonetheless, he could certainly cause significant trouble for the enemy. The unguarded border had not seen reinforcements, merely the placement of some ninjas to monitor the situation. Konoha was seeking the infiltrating Kuminen, while it seemed the latter was also searching for Konoha's encampment, preparing to jointly annihilate Konoha at a critical moment. With the current strength of Konoha's forces, engaging the enemy head-on was akin to striking a stone with an egg. On the day when Fujitake arrived, there had been no fierce battles with the Kuminen, not even a glimpse of their shadows. The ninjas within the encampment were engaged in preparations for war, dispatching reconnaissance teams one after another. As evening approached, a breakthrough finally occurred. Konoha's patrolling ninjas captured an enemy scout. When Minato arrived at the main tent, he found a man tightly bound, while Yamanaka Haichi was attempting to infiltrate his consciousness for intelligence. Shortly thereafter, Haichi opened his eyes, his brow furrowed. It was a mental barrier technique, and of a considerable level. Attempting to breach it could result in the immediate death of the subject. The so-called mental barrier technique specifically targets mental attacks and intrusions, such as those employed by Yamanaka Haichi, typically possessed only by Umbu ninjas. Mastery of this technique requires extensive and rigorous training to endure mental assaults. The cost of acquiring such techniques is exceedingly harsh and brutal. Yet preserving information renders these sufferings trivial. The Yamanaka clan's methods of mental interrogation have proven remarkably effective, instilling fear in espionage personnel from various nations during past conflicts, leading to the rapid development of mental barrier techniques across nations. Consequently, the work of the Yamanaka clan has grown increasingly challenging. Extracting memories from individuals' minds now necessitates navigating through numerous obstacles, some merely serving as walls obstructing exploration, while others counterattack his consciousness, posing a risk of self-harm with the slightest misstep. Recently, the clan in the mountains has been researching methods to counteract the mental barrier technique. Yet no significant progress has been made. Given this, let him return, said Jin suddenly from the side. This statement puzzled the crowd, prompting them to furrow their brows in confusion. Lu Jiao appeared contemplative. Jun, what do you mean? Let this person go back? He's our enemy. The surrounding individuals erupted in a chorus of disbelief, questioning his judgment. Jean, maintaining his composure, replied, the enemy has undoubtedly dispatched more than just this one reconnaissance ninja. If he perishes here, it will surely alert the enemy to search the area for him. Hai frowned and remarked, letting him return would only hasten our exposure. As he spoke, he glanced toward Lu Jiao. The crowd fell silent, turning their attention to Lu Jiao, awaiting his decision. Lu Jiao inquired, is Jun intending to lure the enemy here? Jun shook his head. The exact number of enemies within our territory remains unclear. Should they far outnumber us, it would not merely be inviting a guest into a trap, but rather inviting a wolf into our home. We can use him to locate the enemy's hiding place. The others deemed this line of reasoning to be overly presumptuous until Jin continued, I can ensure that upon his return to the camp, he will be unable to divulge any intelligence about us. Lu Jiao was suddenly taken aback, recalling a secret technique, the tongue calamity severing seal. This was an esoteric technique, rendering the practitioner incapable of revealing any information restricted by the caster. This limitation extended beyond mere speech. Any attempt to disclose such information would result in complete paralysis, and resistance would ultimately lead to death. Gazing at the unconscious Yun ninja before him, Lu Jiao pondered for a long time before stating, it is worth a try. As he spoke, he cast a meaningful glance at Jin, one that was difficult to decipher. As Jin had articulated earlier, even if they were to eliminate this individual, the enemy would undoubtedly become vigilant after losing a reconnaissance ninja and would likely re-examine the area under his responsibility. Exposure was merely a matter of time. Everything seemed rational and justifiable. Then Hai added, I have left my chakra on him, as long as he remains within a reasonable distance. I will be able to sense his whereabouts. As long as the Yun ninja is within the fire country, he cannot stray too far. Lu Jiu then produced a scroll, unfurling it to reveal a familiar emblem inscribed with 4 characters, the Sword of Enduring Love. Isn't this the Flying Thunder God seal of Minato? Shin thought to himself in astonishment. This scroll must have been left for Lu Jiu by Minato. Lu Jiu performed a series of incantations, imprinting the seal upon the ninja. Subsequently, he directed his gaze toward Jun, who approached and applied the tongue calamity, severing seal onto the individual. Once all was completed, Lu Jiu commanded the others to dispose of the ninja where they had found him. This individual returned, burdened with a multitude of debuffs. Under the cover of night, Hai, accompanied by a few adept ninjas skilled in sensory techniques, approached the apparatus he had been provided, commencing his task. This rudimentary device had the capability to amplify Hai's sensory range. It brought to mind the colossal water sphere at the headquarters of the Allied shinobi forces during the Fourth Great Ninja War, which expanded the sensory radius to a scale reminiscent of a satellite. Currently, Konoha lacked such advanced technology. It was likely a product of the amalgamation of techniques from the villages of Kumogakure and Kirigakure. It seemed that only Kumogakure was vigorously advancing in technology within the entire shinobi world, having even developed a planet-destroying cannon. Reflecting on this, Hai contemplated that once the war concluded, he ought to invest more effort into this domain, as the omnipotent chakra available could expedite technological progress significantly. However, events did not unfold as anticipated by the group. Shortly after donning the device, Hai removed it with a grim expression. Casting a glance at Riku and Makoto, he announced, "That individual has committed suicide." The group was taken aback, exchanging startled glances. Riku sighed, acknowledging, "It seems we underestimated our adversary's resolve. It's a pity about the scroll left to me by Minato." Makoto remained silent, his brow furrowed in contemplation. The Cloud Ninja had been in a semi-conscious state, unaware of Konoha's intentions regarding him, and upon awakening, had likely sensed the alterations within himself, leading him to doubt Konoha's leniency towards him. Yet, to end one's life so decisively over such a suspicion, it was rather extreme. Makoto stood in silence, grappling with the perplexing mindset of individuals in this world. A disparity shaped by differing educational backgrounds. Had he foreseen this outcome, he would have sought to extract some intelligence from the individual. Whispers of discontent began to circulate among the group. Indeed, such rashness was unwarranted. The plan was inherently flawed. At this juncture, Riku admitted, "This is my fault. I failed to consider all aspects and missed an opportunity for intelligence." Hai shook his head in agreement, remarking, "The mental defenses of our enemy's mind are formidable. We may not have gleaned any information regardless." Makoto, maintaining his calm demeanor, offered a respectful bow to Riku and the others, expressing his apologies, clarifying that the conception of this plan was solely his responsibility. Riku reassured him, "There is no need for you to bear such guilt, Makoto. Matters on the battlefield seldom unfold as desired." Faik observed the proceedings quietly from the sidelines, refraining from uttering a single word. As Makoto exited the main tent, he could faintly hear murmurs behind him. Now occupying a position of authority and still perceived as a child, he had not demonstrated commensurate strength, prompting the villagers to treat him with utmost deference. At the front lines, even those who respected the Hokage would address him with reverence. However, this was not true submission. It was akin to donning a tiger's pelt. To command both respect and fear, one must truly embody the essence of a tiger. In the stillness of night, the camp was significantly quieter compared to the day. Within the dimly lit main tent, Riku occupied the primary seat, while Makoto sat quietly beside him. "Has the Windhorse squad returned yet?" "Not yet. I've already dispatched personnel from the Inuzuka clan to search the area under their jurisdiction." With a furrowed brow, Riku felt an ominous presence looming. It was prudent to prepare for the worst. In the throes of war, intelligence was of paramount importance. Losing the initiative would be akin to adding insult to injury for the already beleaguered Leaf Village. With Minato currently abroad and Jiraiya leading a team to track down enemy movements, if the Cloud Ninja were to locate them first, Lord Minato has returned. A sudden shout from outside stirred Riku to his feet, and before he could step out of the tent, Minato entered ahead of him. "Minato! Lord Minato!" The others within the tent rose in unison to greet him, a testament to his influence. The golden-haired youth before them commanded respect from all in the village. While partly due to the groundwork laid by the third Hokage, it was more a reflection of Minato's personal charm and formidable strength. With genuine concern, Riku inquired, "Minato, what news?" Minato approached the map, scrutinizing it intently before retrieving a makeshift sketch he had drawn. He made several annotations on the map laid out before him, saying, "This is the location of the Cloud Ninjas' encampment." His expression turned grave as he continued, "Their forces are substantial. I estimate around 7,000 troops, personally led by the 4th Raikage." A heavy silence descended upon the tent at his words. Riku's eyes widened in shock. The disparity in strength was staggering. Hachi interjected, "With such a force, they could easily launch a direct assault." Riku pondered deeply for a moment before articulating his thoughts. "They likely wish to prevent anyone from seizing a share of the spoils." He continued, "In the eyes of the Cloud Ninja, our defeat appears inevitable. Yet, once we are vanquished, it is highly probable that others will seek to intervene." This assertion ignited a wave of indignation among the gathered. How outrageous! These scoundrels are utterly despicable. Riku's mind raced as he contemplated the strategies moving forward, yet no viable solutions emerged. The previous conflict with the Rock Ninja had not presented such a chasm in strength. Despite the prowess of the Leaf Ninjas, it was implausible for any individual to confront 7 adversaries, especially when the enemy boasted the formidable 8 Tails and additional forces within the Land of Fire. Minato added, "I discovered a vast formation within the Cloud Ninjas' camp, sensing a manipulation of space-time. It may be a summoning teleportation array." Suddenly, Riku recalled the secret technique of the Cloud Village, capable of transporting a target to any location, albeit with stringent requirements that only a select few could endure. While the cost of such a technique was exorbitant, a teleportation array operated differently, requiring far less expenditure. Notably, in the original narrative, Hanzo of the Salamander from the Rain Village had also employed such methods to ambush the Leaf Village. Therefore, it was not surprising that the Cloud Village possessed similar capabilities. Watergate remarked, "Such a teleportation array is typically bidirectional. Its other end may well be located within the confines of Yunin Village, allowing for a continuous influx of ninjas." Suddenly, Jean interjected, "Is it possible that the other end lies within the borders of the Land of Fire?" All gazes converged upon him. Jin slowly continued, "A force of 7,000 is more than sufficient to launch an assault on us." Riku, caught in thought, murmured about the Yun ninjas within their territory. A chilling realization swept through the group as they contemplated a dire consequence. Watergate hastily inquired, "Have the Yun ninjas within our territory been located?" Riku silently shook his head. Silence fell upon the tent. Watergate exhaled deeply and pondered aloud, "I shall go and destroy that teleportation array." Riku immediately protested, "That is far too perilous." The enemy's stronghold. With over 7,000 troops, countless upper ninjas, and a raikage to boot, even you, Watergate, would be courting death in such an endeavor. Watergate calmly replied, "I am the commander. My word is final." Riku and Hai found themselves at a loss for words. Jin felt a profound respect for Watergate and spoke, "It is merely a conjecture of mine. There is no need for Watergate-senpai to take such risks." Watergate shook his head, "No, you are quite correct. Upon further reflection, 7,000 is indeed a considerable number, and given that the Yun ninjas within our territory have not yet revealed themselves, it stands to reason." He continued to issue commands. "You must find that group of Yun ninjas and eliminate them." Riku nodded solemnly, while Fujiya cautioned Watergate to exercise utmost caution, advising against haste, and to employ the Flying Thunder God technique at the first sign of danger. Watergate assured him he would be mindful. He then addressed everyone in the tent. "This battle concerns the very survival of Konoha. It is more daunting than our previous confrontation with the Rock Ninjas. I hope you all can prioritize the village's well-being above your own lives." The group solemnly responded, "We shall not hesitate to sacrifice ourselves." Watergate added, "May you all be blessed with martial success." He departed, venturing forth alone once more. The night was tranquil. Aside from the sentinels, most ninjas had succumbed to slumber. Jin lay tossing and turning in the tent, the thunderous snoring of Kai nearby rendering him restless, pondering how Kakashi and Hayashi had managed to fall asleep. In this world, he was unaccustomed to having someone beside him while he slept and never allowed Ayano to stay over in his room. Lord Shin. A soft call echoed from outside the tent. Responding to the voice, Jun rose and stepped out. After his departure, Kakashi, who had been sleeping with a mask, suddenly opened his eyes and glanced at the slumbering Kai, a look of exasperation crossing his face. With a loud clap, Hayashi's hand accidentally landed on Kai's face as he rolled over. Kai remained undisturbed, merely scratching an itch and mumbling in his sleep, "Don't do that, Kakashi." Kakashi, perplexed, could only respond. Kai continued to insist that a true confrontation was necessary, rather than relying on games of chance. With that, he resumed his slumber, snoring softly. Kakashi, relieved, turned away and closed his eyes. Outside, a ninja from the camp called for him, stating that someone had arrived from the village, bearing the Hokage's seal to seek him out. Following the ninja outside the camp, Jin beheld a figure encircled by several sentry ninjas, clad in a dark robe that concealed every part of their being, even their face. Upon sighting the figure, Jin momentarily froze, his eyes widening in surprise. Approaching, he greeted the figure, "Lord Jin." He nodded in response, "It's fine. He is here to see me. Has he not already shown you the seal?" One of the ninjas awkwardly remarked, "This person has remained silent, no matter our inquiries, which struck us as odd." Jin led the figure to an isolated clearing and then lifted the hood. Under the moonlight, a pale visage emerged. Jin's astonishment deepened. "Can you speak?" The figure replied, "Yes." Lord Jin yet spoke with a blank expression, devoid of emotional inflection. He was not human. He was White Zetsu, a product of Orochimaru's research, a brand new White Zetsu. The following day, a bandaged individual appeared beside Jin, wearing a Konoha forehead protector, revealing only a pair of eyes. Their attire was quite peculiar, reminiscent of the second Tsuchikage of a Wagakure. When Kakashi inquired, Jin explained that this was a member of the Umbu, dispatched by the Hokage. Jin voluntarily joined the reconnaissance team, citing his own abilities as a sensory ninja. He had only taken the fire gate and White Zetsu with him, leaving Kakashi and Kai behind in the camp. Kakashi found himself in a quandary as the patrolling ninjas outside had detected enemy scouts. As anticipated, the earlier death of the Cloud Ninja had alerted the adversaries, prompting them to intensify their surveillance of the area. This time, Kakashi refrained from rash actions, instructing the barrier team to conceal the entire camp in hopes of evading detection. However, this was merely a temporary measure. Both sides were engaged in a game of hide-and-seek, striving to gain the upper hand, yet Konoha remained at a disadvantage. After approximately an hour outside the camp, Jin returned, claiming he had located the hiding place of the Cloud Ninjas. This revelation astonished Kakashi and the others, leading to an urgent meeting in the main tent. Under the collective gaze of the assembly, Jin marked a location on the map. The enemy has established a temporary camp here, utilizing barriers to obscure their presence from ordinary sensory techniques. Additionally, there is a teleportation array within, likely connected to the Cloud Ninjas array in the Land of Rice. Fugaku promptly declared, "Time is of the essence. We must act swiftly to annihilate the enemy here." His words resonated with many, igniting fervor within the tent. Lu Jiu gazed at the map for an extended period, then suddenly inquired, "Have we ascertained the number of enemies in the camp?" "Approximately over 1,000, came the reply, which instantly subdued the group. Lu Jiu offered a wry smile. "Has Yuin village mobilized its entire force? This temporary encampment rivals the total strength of our frontline troops. Major ninja villages like Konohagakure and Yuin, at their zenith, could muster over 10,000 ninjas. Although Yuin sustained some losses during the Third Shinobi World War, it did not suffer irreparable damage, largely thanks to the sacrifice of the Third Reikage. The fact that they can still assemble a fighting force of 10,000 speaks volumes about Yuin's current prowess." After a moment of reflection, Lu Jiu issued a command. "First, summon Lord Jiraiya back. This matter requires thorough planning." He then turned to Shin and said, "Shin-kun, you have worked hard. Your efforts have been invaluable." Shin simply replied, "It's all for the village." As noon approached, not only was Jiraiya recalled, but most of the reconnaissance teams from outside were summoned back as well. Lu Jiu also heightened the vigilance around the camp. Inside the main tent, The group congregated to deliberate on their forthcoming strategy. The enemy's strength was formidable. A direct assault would likely lead to heavy casualties on our side, making further confrontation with the external Yuan forces unnecessary, ultimately resulting in surrender. After extensive discussion, Lu Jiao resolved to deliberately expose their camp, luring the enemy into attacking an empty site while his forces would encircle and assault the enemy's encampment. The Yuan forces, recognizing the strength of Konohagakure, would certainly send substantial troops if they were to attack, thus creating an opportunity during the enemy's moment of vulnerability. His resolution was unanimously approved, and he promptly issued orders for all members to prepare. The entire logistics and medical teams swiftly transported supplies to the temporary camp, thereafter instructing the sealing team to open a section of the barrier around the encampment. With the medical personnel and some support staff removed, Konohagakure's fighting strength was reduced to just over 1,000. The scene of these individuals' gathering was not particularly grand, and it was difficult to fathom that the fate of one of the 5 great ninja villages rested upon such a modest assembly. Shin's gaze swept across the crowd, spotting many familiar faces. The leaders present were heads of prominent clans and several renowned genin. Among the younger generation were Asuma, Nara Shikamaru, and Yuhi Kurenai. Obito stood among the Uchiha ranks, and upon noticing Shin's gaze, flashed him a broad smile, exhibiting remarkable composure. Rin, however, had joined the medical personnel at the rear. Among the 1,000, there were combat medics, but the overly youthful Rin did not belong to this group. Kakashi and Guy flanked Shin's side. In the crowd, Shin also spotted Maruho Shikokyu and Might Dai. Konohagakure established lookout points at intervals, utilizing electronic communication devices for relaying messages. Time had passed for more than 3 hours, and the ninjas of Konoha lay concealed in the dense forest, a few kilometers from the camp of the Cloud Ninjas. The barrier team had deployed a barrier to obscure their presence. Rika received information from a ninja carrying a communication device, reporting the discovery of approximately 500 Cloud Ninjas advancing towards their encampment. Rika pondered, this is likely a mere test of our strength, since the enemy possesses a teleportation array. They can replenish their forces at any moment. Taking a deep breath, he declared, the forthcoming battle must be swift and decisive, obliterating the enemy's teleportation array. He could not place all his hopes solely on Minato and had to prepare for the worst. Compared to the hidden cloud, Konoha was currently too weak. Every battle required a do-or-die approach. The camp of the hidden cloud was established atop a cliff, reminiscent of the historical tale of Ma Su guarding Jieting during the Three Kingdoms period. Unfortunately, ninjas were not mere mortals. Each possessed extraordinary abilities, allowing them to ascend and descend the 100-meter cliff with ease. Suddenly, Jin alerted the team of an enemy lookout ahead. Riku's heart quickened, and he immediately commanded the entire team to halt. Hein employed his sensing abilities yet detected no trace of the enemy, turning to Jin with a look of astonishment. His sensing prowess was among the best in the village, yet Jin, lacking the Byakugan, had discerned the enemy's presence. There is a barrier, Jin remarked. The enemy was not detected by him, but rather by the white Zetsu beside him. Jin's sensing ability differed from Hai's. He could perceive more subtle fluctuations in chakra through the frequency of vibrations, but this required diligent attention or proximity. Otherwise, it bore little distinction from standard sensing ninjutsu. Previously, when scouting the enemy camp, he had relied on white Zetsu. White Zetsu could sense through the earth and vegetation and travel undetected to any location using the Shunshin technique. All intelligence regarding the Cloud Ninja camp had been gathered by this white Zetsu sent by Orochimaru. The white Zetsu, wrapped in bandages, slowly sank into the ground and vanished from sight. In less than a minute, a corpse tumbled from a distant tree branch. Hai frowned at the body, realizing that under normal circumstances, such movement would have been detected by the enemy. Riku gazed at the summit of the cliff. Aside from some weeds and trees, there was nothing else. He understood that the barrier concealed the enemy's presence, and a simple jutsu directed at the barrier would expose them entirely. Let us take action. The land of Rice, a small country neighboring the land of fire, was feeble in strength, with its ninja forces scattered, largely comprising mercenary groups. In the original text, the defector Orochimaru established the Sound Village here. In times of war among great nations, it was commonplace for small countries caught in the crossfire to become battlegrounds. unable to resist, with those who dared to oppose meeting dire fates, as the inhabitants of Cloud Hidden Village stationed their forces here. The feudal lord of the land of Rice chose to turn a blind eye to this development. The camp of the Cloud Shinobi was considerably larger than that of Konoha, accommodating over 7,000 ninjas. The fourth Raikage, brought the majority of Cloud Hidden Village's military strength to this location with the intent of completely dominating the Land of Fire. The army from the Land of Lightning was also poised in the rear, ready to mobilize once the battle among the ninjas concluded. In the current state of the shinobi world, both Sunigakure and Iwagakure were in a weakened condition, while Konoha had narrowly escaped annihilation in the previous conflict. The fourth Raikage believed there was no better opportunity than now. He had heard that Konoha had recently held a Chunin exam to celebrate peace. He pondered whether they would be pleased with the gift he was about to bestow upon them. Lord Raikage, someone has entered the main tent. A messenger announced the news that they had detected the presence of Konoha ninjas. Within the Raikage's tent, there was no conference table. Instead, a collection of exercise equipment occupied the space. The Raikage reclined in a large chair, quenching his thirst, his body glistening with sweat as if he had just completed an intense workout. Given that Namikaze Minato was on the side of the Land of Rice, he urged his forces to swiftly assault the Konoha camp. Minato had single-handedly ventured into the Land of Rice, repeatedly harassing them. Ordinary ninjas could not contend with him, and their attempts to pursue him only exacerbated the frustrations of the Cloud ninjas. A voice from outside the tent exclaimed, "Lord Raikage, that golden flash is back." The fourth Raikage, upon hearing this, shattered the cup in his hand in a fit of rage. That damn fellow, like a pesky rat. In an instant, his entire being was enveloped in a surge of lightning, his hair standing on end as he transformed into a bolt of lightning and dashed out of the main tent. Namikaze Minato. Meanwhile, at Konoha Hospital, a group of severely injured patients gathered in the waiting room, eagerly anticipating their turn. Whispers circulated among them, discussing their fates. All of them were disabled, having lost limbs in the war, and were deemed by doctors as unfit to serve as ninjas any longer. At long last, the sound of exultant shouts emerged from the operating room. "Thank you, Lord Hokage. Thank you, Lord Hokage." This uproar instantly filled the waiting room with excitement as the door to the operating room swung open, revealing a middle-aged man who had entered with only one arm but emerged with both arms restored. However, the skin tone of his right arm appeared unusually pale. This scene ignited a wave of enthusiasm among the waiting patients, each yearning for their own turn. A medical staff member stepped out of the operating room. Next, as soon as the words were spoken, a ninja leaning on a cane eagerly rose to his feet, nearly stumbling in his haste. Yet he pressed onward toward the operating room. Tsunade stood in the corridor near the exit, observing the man who had just emerged from the surgery, and she reached out to halt him, meticulously inspecting his right arm. "Lady Tsunade? It is nothing. You may leave," Tsunade declared, her gaze drifting back towards the operating room, her expression becoming increasingly complex. "Orochimaru, you have truly committed an extraordinary act." A colossal fireball surged into the sky, its brilliant radiance casting a shadow over the entire landscape. Following closely was a fierce tempest, which abruptly intensified the flames, transforming the fireball into a sea of fire above, raining down fiery embers upon the earth. A transparent barrier was instantly shattered by the flames, revealing an encampment that had seemingly materialized out of thin air atop the previously barren cliff. The ground began to crack and collapse as individuals united to perform earth release techniques, creating numerous massive craters within the Cloud Ninjas' encampment, burying many beneath. The ninjas of Konoha descended upon the Cloud encampment with the force of divine warriors, launching a relentless assault. Countless shuriken and kunai flew through the air, and the torrents of flame never ceased. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! The Tsuchikage of the encampment dashed out of the main tent, his heart racing at the sight of the chaos that had erupted. The Konoha forces had indeed struck before them, with half of their troops dispatched to assault Konoha's encampment. The remaining defenders were woefully inadequate. "Trap! Quickly, inform Lord Raikage. Send reinforcements! Send reinforcements!" he shouted, and in the next moment, he too leaped into the fray. The Cloud Ninjas, after a brief moment of panic, retaliated swiftly. The martial spirit of the Land of Lightning was robust. With nearly all ninjas from Kumogakure being adept in combat, their prowess rivaled that of a Wagakure. Flames and thunder clashed in the sky, the air resonating with a cacophony of explosions that echoed across the cliff. Amidst the tumult, the guard, Hayashi, diligently fulfilled his duty, charging at any approaching cloud ninja. Guy and Kakashi had been dispatched elsewhere. That area was the location of the teleportation array. Hayashi noticed the colossal circular platform within the cloud encampment, surrounded by intricate runes and heavily guarded. Jiraiya approached the teleportation array's location but faced significant obstacles. The cloud ninjas were acutely aware of its importance and fought desperately to prevent the Konoha ninjas from advancing. The commander of this encampment, Tsuchikage, stood in front of him, while Fugaku attempted to launch high-level fire release techniques from a distance, only to be thwarted by the earth-release defenses of the cloud ninjas. A torrential rain of shuriken descended upon Jiraiya, their speed remarkable and their coverage extensive, leaving no room for evasion. Yet, Jiraiya remained unfazed. With a simple gesture of his right arm, he redirected the incoming shuriken, as if guided by an invisible force, tracing a vast arc in the air before unleashing them upon the cloud ninjas with the ferocity of a tempest. The cries of anguish echoed relentlessly. Hayashi retreated to Jiraiya's side, still shaken. "Thank you, Lord Jiraiya." He simply responded with a calm affirmation, his gaze sweeping across the entire battlefield. He sensed a shift in the atmosphere of his combat, yet it mattered little. The ability to take lives was sufficient. Numerous individuals unleashed their jutsu, causing the natural energy in the area to fluctuate dramatically under the influence of chakra, rendering it less manageable than anticipated. Although the resistance from the cloud ninja was tenacious, they were ultimately outmatched, retreating steadily under the ferocious onslaught of Konoha. Suddenly, the distant teleportation array illuminated, and shortly thereafter, several figures emerged from it. Upon their arrival, these individuals immediately plunged into the fray. Jiraiya, recognizing the dire situation, felt helplessly ensnared by several genin, blocking his path. The Tsuchikage scoffed, declaring, "One of the legendary Sannin, Jiraiya, rather than hiding with his comrades, dares to confront us directly. You shall meet your demise here today." His only response was a fire-style jutsu, fireball technique. The radiance of the teleportation array remained unabated, and the intricate patterns upon the massive circular platform shimmered. Mere seconds later, yet another group of figures materialized. Gritting his teeth, Jiraiya called out loudly, "Fugaku!" At that moment, Fugaku found himself in a similar predicament. With each step closer to the teleportation array, the obstacles he faced intensified. Just as anxiety gripped his heart, his peripheral vision caught a silhouette soaring overhead. He retreated beside his clansman, his eyes widening in astonishment as he looked up. Was he imagining things? Had someone just flown by? Control the air. Control the objects. Control the lightning. Control the fire. In the land of Rice, the Cloud Ninja's encampment was thrown into disarray after another disruptive maneuver by Minato Namikaze, the fourth Hokage. The fourth Raikage stepped out to confront the enemy, while chaos erupted within the camp. What is happening? A strikingly beautiful girl with braided hair emerged from a tent, stopping a passing Cloud Ninja. "The Tsuchikage's camp has come under attack. We are organizing support." "An attack?" The girl paused. Then a glimmer of excitement sparked in her eyes as she prepared to head towards the teleportation array. "Yukimura!" Two other girls emerged from the tent, calling out to her. "What are you planning to do?" Yukimura replied eagerly, "Naturally, I'm going to battle. The Tsuchikage's camp is under siege." The girl with dark skin and silver hair expressed concern, but without the Raikage's orders, you cannot act recklessly. Yet, Yukimura insisted. "It's precisely because the Raikage is absent that I must go. Staying here will drive me mad." With that, she could no longer contain herself and dashed off. "Mabui, Samui. I will return shortly." Mabui, seeing this, wore a worried expression and wanted to say more, but the blonde girl reassured her, "Do not worry. The Golden Flash is battling the Raikage. No one there should pose a threat to Yukimura." The girl possessed a neat, golden bob, her tall figure exuding an air of icy elegance. Living atop the mountains, her complexion was an unusual pale white, standing in stark contrast to the sun-kissed skin of the Cloud Ninjas around her. Most notably, despite her tender years, she displayed a remarkable bosom. The astonishing moment of her soaring through the sky drew the attention of many, prompting the Cloud Ninjas to attempt an assault with their ninja tools. However, as all the shuriken and kunai drew near, they hovered at her side, swirling gracefully around her. Not only that, but she also attracted all the ninja tools embedded in the trees to the heights above. Fixating her gaze upon the cluster of Cloud Ninjas below, she waved her hand, and the countless metallic blades transformed into a torrential downpour, raining down amidst a sea of terrified eyes. Alas, as far as the eye could see, the ground was littered with blood and corpses. Rising from the earth were several earthen walls, attempting to shield against the descending blades. Subsequently, from beneath these walls, a dozen golden spheres of lightning surged forth, targeting the girl in the sky. Yet, the fate of these lightning spheres mirrored that of the kunai and shuriken. As they approached her, they were halted by an invisible barrier. Standing aloft, she formed a sword-like gesture with one hand, commanding the golden lightning spheres to align in a precise formation before they swiftly began to spin, transforming into a golden wheel of lightning. With a swish, the lightning wheel hurtled through the air, its rapid rotation severing a Cloud Ninja in half. The lightning chakra possessed formidable cutting power, and she was well versed in the properties of various chakra types. Any attempt to block with mere flesh would result in being cleaved asunder. Under her deft control, the lightning wheel darted among the crowd below, trailing a golden arc of electricity, mercilessly harvesting the lives of the Cloud Ninjas. Suddenly, a surge of flames erupted from below, yet she remained unfazed, allowing the searing flames to engulf her. "Lady," the vigilant fire gate, observing her situation, exclaimed in alarm. He struck back at the nearest Cloud Ninja and attempted to rush toward her position. However, he could not fly, and the multitude of enemies on the battlefield hindered his progress, leaving him anxious yet powerless. At that moment, the flames in the sky did not dissipate. Instead, they coalesced into a massive fireball, cradled in her hand. "Do not use ninjutsu. Do not attack with ninjutsu," shouted the Earth Master, his eyes wide with urgency as he warned his comrades. "Quickly, go destroy the teleportation array." Jiraiya also cried out, recognizing that only she, capable of flight, could traverse the battlefield, impervious to the enemy's attacks. The golden wheel of lightning, having claimed the lives of several Cloud Ninjas, finally dissipated into motes of light, lacking chakra for sustenance. With a sudden motion, she swung her arm downward, sending the searing fireball crashing towards the teleportation array, warping the air under its intense heat. "Block it! Quickly, block it! Water style, water barrier! Water style, water dragon bullet!" The cries of battle echoed incessantly as torrents of water surged violently beneath the fireball, transforming into towering walls and colossal dragons. Observing this, I yawned apart the waters, yet the distance proved too great for control, leaving me helplessly watching as the flames were engulfed by the deluge. A sizzling sound marked the collision of water and fire, as the searing heat morphed into a gust that swept outward, dispersing white vapor across the battlefield. I exhaled deeply, feeling the chakra within me diminish significantly. The visceral nature of combat starkly contrasted with practice, keeping my mind taut and resulting in a lack of finesse in chakra manipulation, thus wasting precious energy. "White Zetsu, replenish my chakra," I murmured softly. No sooner had the words left my lips than a white, expanding substance began to writhe on my back. White Zetsu's spore technique. Although White Zetsu's combat prowess was limited, it was crucial for it to merge with me during battle, and I sensed my chakra and stamina rapidly revitalizing. As the mist began to dissipate, the Leaf Ninjas lamented the lost opportunity, thwarted by the enemy. The summoning array continued to channel reinforcements from the cloud, rendering the battlefield a stalemate. The once unstoppable Leaf forces now struggled to advance. It was likely that Minato had also failed, and anxiety gnawed at Kakashi as he deliberated whether to retreat. The Cloud Ninjas below posed no threat to me, their distance too great for any assault. I couldn't help but feel regret. My arsenal lacked large-scale and effective offensive techniques, and while I could generate flames through vibrations, it would deplete my chakra excessively. "Shin, destroy the summoning array," Jiraiya shouted once more, besieged by several jonin, placing his hope squarely on me. Frowning in silence, I swiftly darted toward the array's location, flames beginning to coalesce around my form in swirling clusters. My speed was remarkable, and in an instant, I soared down, landing atop the colossal circular platform of the summoning array. The Cloud Ninjas, witnessing my audacity and descending from the sky, were momentarily elated, rushing toward me. At that moment, the flames encircling me erupted fiercely, coalescing into a blazing ring that spun rapidly, enveloping me and keeping the Cloud Ninjas at bay. Some, realizing the futility of approaching, gritted their teeth and hurled shurikens, a reflexive action, but just as the shuriken left their hands, a comrade's urgent cry rang out beside them. "Don't throw the shuriken." My expression hardened as I directed my finger, causing the incoming projectile to veer midair, transforming into a streak of dark brilliance that struck one of the Cloud Ninjas squarely between the eyes. The summoning array glowed once more, heralding another wave of Cloud Ninjas. While beneath my feet, the stone floor began to tremble violently, fissures appearing as if the earth itself quaked, disrupting the intricate patterns of the array. The Cloud Ninjas gasped in shock. What is happening? Why is the summoning array breaking apart? Boom. A thunderous roar erupted as the colossal circular platform suddenly collapsed, disintegrating into countless fragments, leaving behind a desolate ruin. Realizing that his objective had been achieved, he soared once more into the heights of the sky. The Cloud Ninjas were perplexed by the sudden destruction of the teleportation array. Even if he elucidated the principles of resonance, they would remain oblivious. The teleportation array has been obliterated. Reinforcements from the enemy have been severed. Annihilate the enemy forces. Exterminate the Cloud Ninjas. The voice of Dujio resounded across the battlefield, invigorating the morale of the Konoha side dramatically. Upon witnessing the destruction of the teleportation array, the face of the Earth Daimyo turned pale. His mind consumed by a singular thought: it is over. Many Cloud Ninjas shared a similar sentiment, realizing that the distance to the land of rice was far too great for assistance to arrive in time. Cough, cough, cough. From the ruins and dust, a young girl slowly emerged, her hands waving to disperse the debris before her. What is happening? The girl furrowed her brow, surveying her surroundings. She had just been teleported here when the explosion occurred. A wooden figure? A wooden figure. The wooden figure has arrived. The calls of her companions echoed in her ears, their voices brimming with astonishment. The girl cautiously stepped out of the wreckage, her gaze shifting to the chaotic battlefield ahead. Her expression turning grave as she caught sight of Hinata Makoto hovering in the sky, an expression of confusion crossing her face. How can that fellow fly? Listening to the shouts of the Cloud Ninjas below, Makoto's thought stirred. Is this girl the host of the Two Tails?